Disclaimer. You're about to listen to the complete Spellslinger series in one video. This story is for adults only and contains some adult themes along with some graphic descriptions of a few events in the storyline. Now, let's get on with the story. Talaron is a planet of many great and legendary heroes, figures who rise up from every possible background to achieve greatness in the face of strife and conflict, people who will sacrifice themselves for the safety and prosperity of their people. Warriors, priests, ranger, and the magically inclined have a long history of bringing glory to their kingdoms, tribes, and villages. These are the adventurers who will stop at nothing to complete their holy quests or epic journeys. These are the sorts of people who bards sing of long into the night. These are the models for statues that tower over mere mortals to tell the world of their great deeds. These are the paragons of virtue that are held up in such high esteem that they are second only to the gods themselves. But this story is not about any of them. This is about a figure whose greatness is a bit more subtle. This is a story about one of the first human magi, a figure of much controversy and drunken rumor, a man no one would call a hero, not even his own mother. This is a story about one of the most infamous and yet least well-known of the early archmages. But before he was able to achieve such a grand title, he was known by a much simpler name, and of course his self-chosen last name that would spawn a host of misguided humans to try and take up this same mantle as a mark of pride and skill. This is a story about Steve. Crap! Crap, 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 crap! The apprentice mage was running across the barren and rocky plateau as quickly as his feet could carry him. As opposed to most other students and full-fledged mages, he forewent the traditional robes and comfy slippers for sturdy boots, pants, and a custom-made shirt, with as many pockets as could be fitted to it. Most important, of course, was the leather harness he wore over his shirt from which his spellbook was bound with a thick chain. Right now, the spellbook was in his hand, and a large pack was bouncing around on his back as he ran. Where is it? Did I put it under M? Or T? Crap! He didn't dare look over his shoulder as he heard yet another roar and felt the ground shake under his quickly moving feet. When he felt the hot breath wash over his back, he knew it was too close, and he quickly raised a hand over his head. Blink! He shouted before blinking forward 20 feet, just enough to keep him ahead of the angry cragtile chasing after him. With his brief lead gained once more, he went back to flipping through his spellbook, desperately looking for the right spell. Here it is! Of course, M with my other movement spells! Even as he spoke aloud, the ground kept shaking, and he could hear the angry creature gaining on him once more. He spared a quick glance forward and saw the drop-off as the plateau gave way to a sheer cliff face into a massive ravine. He needed to make this quick. He noticed that he was suddenly standing in a shadow and raised his hand over his head once more. Blink! This time, as he vanished and reappeared, the cragtile slammed a massive clawed hand onto the ground where he had just been standing. It seemed like it was slowly gaining on him, so he really needed to make this quick. What do I need? Griffin feathers! He reached into the appropriate pocket to pull out a few small white feathers. Pixie dust! The same hand pulled a pinch of the sand-like material from another pocket. Grind with grade 2 arcane water. He let go of his spellbook then, letting it swing from the heavy chain then as he kept running. He used his now free hand to grab a small vial from the strategically placed straps on his harness. Before he could mix the ingredients, he felt the hot breath on his back once more, and as the cragtile roared, he felt some of the spittle splatter across his back as well. Blink! He shouted as he raised his hand above his head. This time, as he reappeared, he was just at the edge of the cliff face. So he yanked open the top of the vial with his teeth, dumped the water into his hand, clutching the feathers and sand, and then tossed the vial aside before slapping his hands together and quickly grinding together the reagents. Just as it turned to paste in his hands, he leapt from the cliff face as far as he could, turning in mid-air to see the 12-foot-tall and 30-foot-long rocky reptile chasing after him. But even as it swiped those rock-rending talons at him, he extended his hands, one finger raised each. Not today! He shouted before completing his spell. Abeo mihi, ut enim ex floribus agri! Everything around him vanished for a moment, replaced with black for just long enough for his eyes to register the nothingness. And then he was in a field of wildflowers, or rather, he was just above it. "Oh shit!" He cursed and twisted in midair before tumbling to the ground, rolling over and over as the momentum of his leap had carried through the teleportation. He lay on the ground for a moment, groaning once he came to a stop, and then slung the pack of his back as he sat up. He opened the flap and smiled as he saw the giant rock-like egg inside was still perfectly intact thanks to its incredibly hard shell. 1 down, 3 to go. "This is perhaps the worst idea I've ever heard." Steve sighed as the ship's captain spoke down to him as he carefully balanced himself on the small raft being towed by the larger fishing boat. "Trust me, it's fine," Steve assured him as he stood on the raft bobbing along in the ocean, wearing nothing but a gem-studded belt and some simple shorts that shouldn't drag him down too much in the water. "But the demon fish are one of Osinevicus' favorite creatures. He will surely smite you for killing them. And I don't even know how you plan on doing that in your underwear," the captain called back down. "Demon fish? Please, Captain, like I'm really worried about some fish." "Psh! Demon fish!" He shook his head slowly. "They've got razor-sharp teeth, tusks, and horns, not to mention their deadly spines on their fins and tail." Steve just set his hands on his hips as the captain tried to warn him again. "I've done all the research I need to on the Malabestia piscibus, Captain, which are their true name, I'll have you know. None of this demon fish. Anyway, I'm not worried about them or Osinevicus because 1, I'm an atheist, and 2, I'm not going to be the one killing them. Now dump the bait. I already paid you in advance." The captain of the fishing boat hesitated even then, but he nodded, and further up on either side of the ship, the other crewmen were dumping over buckets of guts and fish flesh, mixed in with some root of the hydrangea. It didn't take long before he started to see spinned fins rise up out of the water near him and the ship. "There they are. May Messorisen have mercy on you when you reach the fields Latumis before the river Judius." He untied the rope holding the raft to the back of the fishing vessel, and the other fishermen quickly began to dip the boat's oars into the ocean to pull them away from Steve's now free-floating raft. "I'll be fine," Steve called out and shrugged. "All right. Time for part 2 of my amazing plan." He didn't even need reagents for this spell, so he moved his hands and fingers into the pattern necessary before extending his hands to the skies and creating a giant beam of pure white light that reached up to the heavens themselves. Really, all it was good for was drawing attention, which he wanted, because he knew that 2 particular human gods just loved to watch over this stretch of ocean during the storm season. "Hey, Fuliferis, you ain't shit!" he called out then, and watched the clouds for a moment. He saw a particularly dark cloud start to head his way. There he was. "Ah, yeah, you pathetic excuse for a god, you heard me. You ain't shit. Here I am on a raft and I'm calling you out. All you do is make pretty little light shows. I can do that, I just did." He grinned as the cloud got closer. All around him the seas were starting to get a bit rougher, the waves working up higher as he balanced on the center of his little raft. "You couldn't even kill a butterfly with your pathetic little hissy fits. You know that." The cloud was getting closer and closer to being over him now, and he could see the bubbling, crackling storm just at the center. "Gods like you are why I'm an atheist. I'm immortal, and I've got more power than you ever will, and I'm just getting started. Hit me with your best shot, you little sissy mama's boy." Just as the cloud moved over him, he jumped off the raft then, tucking his knees into his chest as he clutched his legs to make the biggest splash in the ocean he could. For just a moment, he saw the fish in the water near him and realized that maybe demon fish was a good name. But even as they started to move in on him, opening their mouths wide to show off those razor-sharp teeth, he was hit with perhaps the largest lightning bolt he'd ever experienced, and certainly the biggest he'd ever been personally hit with. That's when his belt glowed bright under the water, and bolts of blue electricity shot out from the gems and through the water around him in brilliant arcs and flashes that he honestly had to take a moment and appreciate. as he swam back up to the surface of the ocean. Then he gasped for air and saw the bodies of the demon fish start to pop up on the surface, clearly dead. He looked up into the sky then and saw another large grouping of angry-looking clouds. "Hey, Osinivicus! Your brother just killed a whole school of your favorite fish!" He looked up, and sure enough, the clouds directly overhead seemed to rotate towards the other storm clouds before they stopped crackling and began to move through the skies away from his location, and the other giant group of clouds began to give chase. "Stupid gods! So petty!" he muttered as he held onto the edge of the raft, the seas too rough for him to climb back on easily. Even so, the fishing boat was starting to row back towards him, and he smiled and waved. "You are insane! You antagonize gods!" the captain called back. "They're less powerful than you think. Besides, I told you I'm an atheist. What's the worst they can do? Hit me with more lightning? My teachers hit me with that constantly, sometimes just for falling asleep in class. Now help me get this fish up on the boat. I need it for my project." He was already thinking about the next reagent to go after before he could head back Orbitus. "Hey, piggy, 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 pig." Steve was wandering through the bushes, cupping his hands around his mouth to try and help project his voice through the forest as he walked. "Fatty, fat pig! Here, piggy pig, you shit-eating fatty! Come get me!" He dropped his hands then and stopped as he listened, but nothing sounded like a fell-breathed direboar to him. Damn it! Maybe I should have figured out what their calls actually sound like. He kept one hand on his book, then to keep it from snagging on the branches as he walked along through the woods, trying to think of a way to attract his third reagent. "He, fat stupid boar, I bet you can't kill me. I'm talking to you, stupid," he called out, but still didn't have any noticeable results. As he reached a small clearing, he rubbed a hand along his chin and goatee. Then he scratched the goatee a bit. It hadn't fully grown in yet and was still itchy. He still couldn't believe so many of his professors said that goatees were only worn by evil mages. A certain style of facial hair did not make one evil. Well, except for a devil's beard, but that was a parasite that possessed the host. It wasn't the same thing. Glancing around, he picked up a small rock from the ground and hurled it into a bush across the clearing. "Yo, you stupid pig! Come out and try to eat me, damn it!" Then to his surprise, their bush rustled and he froze for a moment, one hand moving to his dagger. But then he saw a simple dire bunny jump out and he sighed, shoulder slumping. "Oh, it's just a dire bunny." The fanged animal looked at him for a moment before hopping on back into the bushes, and he sighed, sitting on a nearby mossy rock. He pulled a water skin from his harness then, taking a drink before fastening back to its strap. Shielding his face, he glanced up towards the sun to try and get an idea of its position. He should have plenty of time before nightfall, but he'd been wandering around aimlessly for at least an hour already. The book had made him think that this place was simply infested with the creatures. Like if he threw a rock, he'd hit one. Well, he'd tried that and it hadn't worked. As he looked around the ground, he saw a strange purple and orange striped flower and reached down to pluck it. It looked familiar to him. When he tried to pull it up, though, he felt the roots were deeper than he thought. So he took a few minutes to carefully dig up the ground around the roots with his hands. Unlike most mages, he had no qualms with getting his hands dirty. Literally. Eventually, the soil was loose enough and he could tug free the fat root of the flower. Once it was out of the ground, he could immediately smell a heavy scent that was something like a mix of mint and orange with a hint of pepper. He sniffed again and nodded. Some sort of minty, citrus pepper smell. Why did this seem familiar to him? He tugged out a piece of paper he'd folded up and tucked into one of his pockets. The fell-breathed direboar, blah blah blah. Oh right, one of their favorite treats is the pungent root of the Alcuin zebra flower. He nodded at that and stood up. Maybe he could use it as a sort of lure. When he looked up, he saw a creature on the other side of the clearing. The beady-eyed pig with massive tusks and spikes along its back just stared at him for a moment. Just like the book said, it was about 8 feet tall and 5 feet from shoulder to shoulder, though from straight on he wasn't sure how long it was. Stephen stood perfectly still until he saw the orange and green furred beast let out a snort of green fell flame from its nostrils and then dropped the root as he yanked a dagger from his harness. "Ha ha! Die with a well-thrown attack from my custom-enchanted magic dagger!" He tossed the dagger across the clearing. It was a decent throw and was aimed straight at the beast's face, but it bounced off one of the beast's tusks, spun in the air for a moment, and then sank straight down into the ground. Unbeknownst to Stephen, his dagger killed a burrowing diremole that had just been about to eat a direworm. This direworm would instead feast on the flesh of the diremole and slowly but surely grow into the city, ravaging dreadworm Chrysaxnits that Steve would later have to kill. But that's another story entirely. Right now, Steve was focused on the fell-breath direboar, who looked down at the knife and then up at him before it opened, its mouth to let out a roar of fellfire breath. "Blink!" Steve was shouting as he vanished and reappeared on the other side of the beast. It snorted and started to turn, but he was already running headlong into the forest. "Shh!" he screamed as he brought up his book with one hand, trying to use the other to deflect branches ahead of him. The obviously upset creature let out a high-pitched squeal and began to chase after him while he frantically flipped through pages. "B for blast right? Here, leaf of the... Got it!" He jumped up, then snapping his teeth to bite a leaf from the winter blossom oak that thankfully grew in these woods. He grimaced at the taste, but hastily began to grind it up in his mouth. He glanced down the page and then tugged a piece of dried yeti tongue from another patch. There, direboar squealed once more just behind him, so he spit the chewed-up winter blossom leaf into his hand and raised it above his head. "Blink!" He appeared right before the trunk of an old, gnarled steelbriar tree and realized he was trapped. But that was okay. He turned back to face the fell-breath direboar that was slowly scraping a hoof in the dirt to get ready to charge him and began to mush the yeti tongue and the leaf together as he popped open the vial with his other hand. "Well, you ugly fat pig, get ready to fry!" The beast squealed and began to charge as he shoved the tongue and leaf mush into his mouth and tilted his head back to pour a vial of never-thaw ice wine into his mouth. His eyes watered at the flavor, but then a massive blast of ice came shooting out of his mouth, turning the charging direboar into a massive icicle which was still coming straight at him. "Oh shit! Blink!" he shouted, and appeared on the other side of the sliding ice block that slammed into the steel briar and then shattered into a few hundred pieces. Steve looked back at the chunks of ice and then down at his spellbook, opening it up to the page he'd been reading. What? Oh shit, the fire breath was on that page? I need to label this better. Now my fry comment makes no sense. Yeti tongue, winter blossom. How did I not get that? He shook his head and walked over to collect some of the chunks of ice containing bits of the direboar. "Well, at least it won't stink up my pack on the way," he muttered and shrugged. "If anyone asks, I'll tell them I told the pig to chill." He realized this left him with only one reagent left, and it should be incredibly easy to acquire compared with the last three. The book didn't say anything about potato-worshipping pygmies, he yelled as small arrows and spears whistled past his head. He was clutching a pile of yellowish-green potatoes to his chest as he ran through the jungle, ducking and dodging branches, vines, and the occasional pygmy warrior leaping out of a tree to try and either stab or club him. "You're all lucky I'm in a rush, or I'd kill that stupid monkey you call a god and set you all on fire!" He cried out, and then gasped as he felt a small needle-like arrow sink into his ass. "Fuckers!" He screamed out but kept running. He really needed to get better at being stealthy. Or maybe tougher? No. Stealthy was the way to go. Probably. He'd find out one of these days. What was his plan? If he let go of the potatoes to read his spellbook, then he'd throw away the very things he came here to steal. Get. Came here to get. Rightfully. No one owned these potatoes. Pygmies be damned. Was he near a cliff? A hill? He was in the mountains. There had to be something like that nearby. He knew what spell to cast from memory. Where was... There. He pointed with a finger at a parrot starting to fly away from all the commotion and shouted out, "Zip-zap, paddywhack, kill that!" The other students had thought he was insane to retrain an old spell with new words, but he'd showed them. Now he just wished he'd made it sound more, well, just not what he had gone with. Even so, a small bolt of electricity shot from his fingertip, hit the parrot, and it let out a squawk before exploding in a puff of feathers. He'd sacrificed a bird now, He tried to shift the potatoes to one arm as he quickly reached back with the other to yank the arrow out of his ass. Of course, many of the spuds rolled out of his grip and to the ground as he ran, but he still had enough for his project. Using the blood-dripping arrow, he quickly painted the rune lines into the air, the droplets of blood hanging in the air before him, glowing with power as he finished the symbols. Tossing the arrow aside, he pulled a coin from his pocket then and flipped it into the air where it spun faster and faster before vanishing along with the blood runes in the air. Not all demonic spells involved human sacrifice and soul-sucking. There were often alternatives that worked just as well. In fact, he'd come to learn that lots of magic could be cast far more simply than they taught. It was just that so many other mages and wizards were obsessed with theatrical elements. A pygmy warrior jumped out of bush ahead of him, screaming and waving around a little club with bits of jagged obsidian jutting out of it. Without missing a step, Steve just kept running forward and then stomped heavily on the pygmy's head. Even as the violent little bastard got driven down into the ground, Steve rose up into the air. With that, he began moving his feet like he was climbing invisible stairs, and rose higher and higher into the air until he was bursting out from jungle canopy and laughing as he leveled out and just ran through the air above the treetops. He could hear the angry howls of the pygmies behind him, but with his wind-walking spell, they had no hope of catching him. It wasn't quite as impressive as a flight spell, but it was a lot less taxing, and it was perfect for a young mage who was just trying to spy in on the girls' dorm window. The pygmies, while angry and trying to toss their spears or fire their arrows at the mage running through the air, were unable to hit him, and they were left with him calling out over his shoulder, "Suck my dick!" as he quickly left them behind. This was it. He had everything. Nothing could stop him now. Really? Really? You set up this competition and this is what you present? Steve just smiled as Archcaster Ivalinus crossed his arms and looked at the table before him. You're competing against your instructor's apprentice. He never could bring himself to call Steve by his name. He supposed the elf didn't think much of human names. How do you think this possibly compares to what they prepared? Yes, I'll admit it's, a bit less showy, Archchair Tyrinia added as she tilted her head side to side as she looked at Steve's offering. Ah, but you see, my instructors have forgotten that this isn't a magic competition. Sure, you've had a cake that made itself and then cut itself into pieces for you, or Instructor Nosik's rather creepy spectral soup, or even Instructor Caswick's turnip surprise. And yes, that was quite a surprise. They all used their magic in the presentation. All flash, no substance. I used my magic in acquiring my ingredients, so I present to you this very simple smoked lox omelet with lemon caper sauce, bacon, and herb-crusted potatoes. He waved at the 5 plates set up before him and the 5 members of the Magic Overseers Council. He knew that the council would just love his food, and so he watched the 2 elves, dwarf, fae, and just whatever it was Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw really was. He wasn't buying her elf body. His money was on dragon. They all looked at each other, and then his food, and then him, and then each other again. Duskmaw finally stepped forward and used the provided fork to work a piece of the omelet free, and then speared the small piece before putting it into her mouth. Her eyes went wide for a moment, and then she let out a gasp before she did that strange part growl, part purr sound. That was what really made Steve suspect she was a dragon in disguise. Oh, that's divine. She let out that growl purr again and then began to dig in. The others saw that and then began to try the prepared food as well. Steve just grinned wide as the council began to devour the meal he'd made, all the while heaping his cooking with praise. That's not possible, Professor Rustbeard gasped out then from further down. My magic chocolate menagerie never fails, crossing her arms in annoyance. Steve just snorted. Yeah, well, maybe next time you'll tuck your beard into a hairnet. No one wants lady dwarf hair in their food. What? The dwarf looked around shiftily then. What makes you think I'm a lass? She asked, as she stroked her long, rust-colored braided beard. Well, if you're not then, how come every weekday at the same time just before your afternoon tea, you go to the ladies' washroom on the 3rd floor in the back corner, huh? He asked, and set his hands on his hips. Why do you know that? Because I've been spying on you, he said with a snort as if she should have known. So are you a pervert or a girl? His professor sighed then and nodded. Aye, 'tis true. I'm a lady. When she said that, Instructor Ironsmith gasped. He was also the only one of Steve's instructors who hadn't agreed to the cooking competition. Oh, yeah, Rustbeard looked over and nodded. Ironsmith tossed his hands into the air then. Curse it all! I was sure you're wrong, Spellslinger. Fine, you pass me class. At the news, Steve hissed out, Yees, and shook his fist in celebration. Then he looked at the judges who were finishing up their meals. Duskmaw had given up on the utensils and had picked up her plate to lick the remaining sauce off of it. Okay, I clearly win, don't I? Yes, Duskmaw growl-purred out. Paroled, grow-word, I do truly, seriously hate to say this, and I mean that seriously, that admitting this kills a small part of my soul. Archcaster Evelinus sighed out as Steve just rolled his eyes. But, yes, I'd say you won. The other council members nodded and Stephen cheered, jumping into the air then. Fuck yeah! He saw the glare he got from many of his instructors for swearing. Duskmaw was now licking the sauce of the other plates, so she didn't care. He just held out his hands. Okay, passing grades. All of you, hand them over. You all know I need to get this over with. His instructors sighed and began to pull out small pieces of paper with their own runic seals stamped onto them. Gathering up the stack of papers that were stuffed into his hands, he quickly headed up from the council hall to the office of the Archdean. Glaring paintings of past instructors and council members watched him walk down the hallways, many of them letting out tuts of disapproval, while others crossed their arms and shook their heads. But he didn't care. They were just magic paintings. When he got to the intricately detailed door of the Archdean, he turned the handle, and then gave the door a swift kick with a heavy boot to make it slam open. Guesses who? He called out as he strutted into the Guardian's office. The ethereal body of the Archon of Magic was sitting at her desk in the center of the massive office. He knew it was designed to make people feel small in comparison, but he never let that bother him. Instead, he just walked up to the giant desk and set his hands on the edge so he could pull himself up and turn, sitting on the edge of the Archdean's desk, smiling up at the glimmering giant. Steve. Such an unimpressive name for an unimpressive student. He just grinned. Her insults couldn't get to him today. Not now. Come to say goodbye before you leave the academy now that you've failed all your classes? Oh, about that. He tossed the papers onto her desk then. Passing grades from all of my instructors and... He paused as there were too many papers. He shifted through them for a moment. Oh, and look, Archchair Tyrinia also gave me a passing grade even though I'm not in one of her classes. And Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw. He paused again as he started to read the note before he quickly grabbed it, tucking it into one of his shirt's many pockets. Never mind that one. How? The Archdean looked down at the pages then, slowly moving them across her desk as the runic seals glowed to show their authenticity. Last I checked, it would take a miracle for you to pass. Not a miracle, a wager. Well, technically, 2 wagers. It all started when Professor Rustbeard made a comment about how being a good mage is like being a good cook, and I made a comment about her not being able to cook a decent meal if her life depended on it. Well, things escalated and the others got involved until they all bet me a passing grade that I couldn't cook a better meal than any of them. He smiled. I won. Oh, and I had another wager with Instructor Ironsmith, but it's not important. He pursed his lips and shook his head. So, with this year complete, that means I'm a full-fledged mage, doesn't it? The Archdean was silent as he grinned wide up at her. After a moment, the Archon rose from her massive seat, pushing the giant piece of furniture back before she walked to the nearby window that looked over most of Arbutus and the Glimmerscale Mountains beyond the city. She clasped her hands behind her back for a moment. When I agreed to let 3 humans into the academy, it was not a light decision. Humans are a young species, untried and untested. Your grip on magic is tenuous at best. To my delight, I was given 2 very promising students, and then... you. As she growled out that last word, Steve just grinned wider. Never has a student broken more rules, damaged as much school property, or caused so much trouble. Never. Steve chimed in then. I've also set more school records than any other one student. Ever. I've survived every punishment and trial you've set for me, even the ones you expected to kill me. I've been to hell and back 3 times. He held up 3 fingers. One of the hells. She corrected without bothering to look back at him. Hardly the most dangerous of them as well. Your other human students show much promise. They give me hope for your species. But you... The Archon finally turned back to face him. You give me dread for the future of your people. But Steve just laughed at that and hopped down off the edge of her desk. You don't get it. Riava is trying to be an elf. Karistan is trying to be a dwarf. I, however, am not trying to be anything I'm not. I am gloriously human, and so is my magic. And I embrace it. He shrugged then. I might not be the model student you want, but I don't care. I'm better than everyone else in my class, and you know it. You know fewer spells than a second-year student. She tried to counter, but he laughed and held up his spellbook. I don't memorize as many spells, but I'm familiar with more schools than anyone else. I know how to cast spells, which is why I've got this. It's got hundreds of pages, which mean hundreds of spells I can cast at any time thanks to all the reagents I keep with me. He gave his shirt pockets a pat then. Humans didn't even invent reading and writing. But for some reason it took one of us to realize that by just writing down all the spells we could need in one place, we don't need to memorize them. I might not cast the most perfect magic, but we both know my particular brand of spell slinging. He grinned as he saw the Archon scowl at the name. Is more practical than anything any of the other students or even the instructors can do. Practical? You call your particular style of magic practical? The Archon snorted at that. I am practical, he stressed. I can cook, clean, sew, stitch, garden, tame a horse, then ride it, swim, run, gamble, sword fight, hunt, haggle, woodwork, and even make books. He held up his spellbook once more. You sword fight? The Archon then, sounding surprised. Damn straight I do, because sometimes someone right next to you wants to kill you. And magic is great, but it's better in that moment to know how to use a sword than to try and cast a spell with a dagger in your ribs. He crossed his arms and nodded. So yeah, I'm not the perfect academic, but I'll bet I survive anything you, the gods, or the world can throw at me. The Archon of Magic stared down at him for several long seconds before letting out a soft sigh. If I make you a full-fledged mage, will you just promise me to never sully my halls again with your ridiculous ideas and obnoxious attitude? She asked, but he shook his head. I earned this, fair and square, essentially. I deserve to stay here just as much as any of the other graduates from my class. Besides, if this school needs someone to actually do something useful, who would you rather send? An academic who knows perfect rune calligraphy, or me? Again, the Archon stood there in silence before she reached out a giant hand, setting it on Steve's head. She closed her eyes and he felt a little tingle before it faded. It is done. You are in the records. Steve Spellslinger, 3rd of the human mages. Ha! You won't regret this, he cheered out. I already do. The graduation ceremony is in a week. Invite whoever it is you wish to invite. The Archon moved to sit behind her desk once more and get back to work, as Steve cheered once more and ran for the door. Gotta let everyone know, he hollered as he ran. Once he was gone, the Archon realized that since all 3 humans graduated, she had no grounds to deny other human applicants. So she made a note to talk with the council about making human-only training rooms that were as disaster-proof as they could make them. Steve had already cost them 3 training rooms, 1 library, and a lecture hall. She could only imagine how much damage a whole class of humans would inflict upon the campus. Steve stood in his room looking out the window as he grinned wide, hands on his hips, chest jutting out. He was filled with pride at his accomplishment yesterday. He'd become a full mage and passed all his classes without betraying his own idea of what magic should be, of what made it great. He would use his newfound position to further a new school of magic. Practical magic. Pragmagic? He'd work on it. Either way, nothing could possibly bring him down today. The sky was clear, except for that one far-off storm cloud. His eyes narrowed then as the cloud seemed to be moving a bit quicker than he expected. It was too late for him to notice it wasn't far away at all, but very close and just very small. Oh shit! He was about to leap towards his belt hung from the corner of his bed when Fulaferris's small avatar shocked him with a lightning bolt. Steve twitched and jerked as he fell to the ground. Gurk! It shocked him again to make him twitch and writhe a bit more. Gurk! After a moment he thought it was done, but then a final bolt struck him. Gurk! That seemed to drain it of its energy, and the small cloud vanished inside his room. He lay on the floor sizzling and steaming a little as all he could taste was that metal ionic flavor electricity gave off. This is why I'm an atheist. He wheezed out a cough as he tried to get his breath back after the shocking. Fucking gods, he grumbled softly. Of course, there are many rumors in the dark corners of various drinking establishments and dirty bard songs about when Spellslinger would one day fuck a god. But that's another story entirely. Talaron is a planet of great dangers, with magic run rampant and the fights of angels and demons often spilling into the mortal realm. There is often need of groups of great heroes to come together to help protect the land. There are also times when it is needed for a group of moderately priced heroes to be hired to help those in need. And sometimes you simply need anyone who's got some familiarity with a sword or bow and arrow to clear out the deer rats in the basement. Such is the nature of the world, that the land is at times lousy with that special breed of mortal that can inflict such great and terrible damage upon the land and its inhabitants, that while separated by a great many background and techniques, they all share a common title. Adventurer, or as a particular archcaster would call them, murder hobos. Adventurers are without a doubt a contentious lot. Their methods of wandering the realms looking for monsters to slay and loot to gain leave quite a bit to be desired for many. And yet none can deny their essential nature to the very survival of the world thanks to the great many plots by the forces of evil and misguided good alike. So despite their questionable tactics in pursuing their goals, they are left alone by the laws and forces of the land to do their jobs. Except in the young Almarin Republic where they prefer to let their own military fill the role in a way. But we'll talk more about the Almarins another time. With the constant questing and adventuring that these questionable young heroes perform, it is unavoidable at times that there will be mistakes, both in how they deal with their given task and how they deal with fellow adventurous souls that might otherwise have aided them, or at the very least given them a reasonable rate for their services. There are times when these feuds can build into things of legend. Often it is between a group of adventurers and a particular evil lord, or angelic lawbringer, who will meet again and again on the field of battle throughout their lives until a very dramatic and climactic battle can be finally waged to end things once and for all. But sometimes these feuds can build between like-minded individuals who simply get off on the wrong foot. Many have heard of the long-standing rivalry between the legendary Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol and the most infamous of the early human archmages. But while the feud is sung of often in taverns, mead halls, and palaces, it is very seldom that anyone speaks of how it all got started. In part because few know just it all happened, and because most of those who know don't want to talk about it. This is, of course, another story of that most notorious of magic users. This is the story about the start of Steve Spellslinger versus Crap. Yea, and verily we have done the work of the divine here today. Arturian Uberdragon, future king of the Kasurian Isles, keeper of the philosopher's kidney stone, wielder of the legendary sword Excladia Magnus, founder of the knight nobles of Baristhor, chosen champion of the divine Naranye, patron god of the Kasurian people, leader of Crap, currently a simple knight sergeant working to obtain a promotion to knight sergeant resolute. Clearly this is the work of some foul evil minion to build a hellweed nest so close to a town of simple and poor farmers. Added Quarinivisis, Thresia Zalindis, and that's just her shortened name, more commonly known as Quarry the Fair, future divine champion of Canisist, the elven goddess of fate, first archmage and founder of the Order of Purity, an elvish-only order of mages and magic users, wielder of the legendary star staff of Orinius, graduated from Orbitus as discipulus princeps nearly 1 year ago. Aye, 'tis clearly the work of a nefarious and ill-minded individual, one we must hunt down for their obvious crimes, chimed in Fortin Ironshield, future paragon and ruler of the indomitable keep, wielder of the legendary mace Stormbringer, keeper of sacred golden banana, devout priest and champion of Fjorduken, the dwarven gods of judgment and blacksmithing, founder of the Order of Iron, current priest militant on loan to Crap. Perhaps, but I sensed no corruption of this glade despite the presence of these evil plants. Whoever brought them here showed great skill to not upset the balance of this place. They are clearly as cunning and intelligent as they are evil. We must be wary. Mentioned Aricia Fullquiver, the eventually renowned Silent Slayer, guardian of the forest, wielder of the legendary dagger Sharpfang and the equally legendary bow Rosethorn, divine champion of Silvaria, the elven goddess of the forest, founder of the Unicorn Riders, more fearsome and deadly force than they might sound, but currently a simple ranger cadet, training with Crap to become a full-fledged ranger. Indeed, fair ranger, off with us then to bring righteousness and divine glory to the impoverished peoples of this land, Arturian said, then leading his team out of the now cleansed nest of hellweeds to get their just rewards from the town council that had hired them to clear this place out. It was only 20 minutes since their departure that a form flickered into existence at the edge of the trees that held the now purged glade of supposed corruption. Gonna have a good day. Gonna see my girlfriend. Gonna bring her a present. Gonna graduate. Gonna smoke up some... What the fuck? Steve Spellslinger's good mood was shattered when he walked forward through the trees to see the remains of the battle that had just occurred. Who the fuck ruined my garden? What the shit? The human ran his hands through his hair as he looked around at the ruins of his carefully tended plants. Who the fuck? Why? God's damn it! He shouted as he realized that they'd all been scorched bad enough to render all of his herbs and reagents entirely useless, not to mention the gift he was going to bring his girlfriend. He hastily walked out of the glade then, and towards the nearest farm to this particular group of trees that had once sheltered his private garden. He saw the farmer tending to his fields, or rather the farmer tending to the local lord's fields. "Barris! Barris!" he called out as he ran towards the man, blinking across the field several times to get there faster. "Oh, hello, Master Spellslinger!" The farmer greeted him once he was close enough. Leaning against the plow, his ox was slowly dragging across the field. "Barris, I told you just call me Steve. I'm not a lord or whatever," Steve mentioned, and then waved a hand dismissively. "What I want to know is what the hell happened to my garden. Did no one contact you then? I thought maybe you'd had something happen or fallen into an argument with Count Cromhill." The farmer frowned, his large mustache drooping with his face. "What? No, not that I know of. And no one contacted me," Steve stressed. "What happened?" "Well, you just missed it too. You see, must have been a few weeks back now. The Count went off to war again, I believe. Something about some other lord being insulted by some different lord, maybe. Anyway, in his stead left the town council to manage his lands, and one of them didn't like the signs you had put up, so sent some people to take them down." Didn't like the signs I had set up?" Steve asked. "The giant signs warning people about the dangerous plants? And to not go any further? Those signs?" "Yeah, must have been. I can't read, you know," the farmer mentioned, which made Steve sigh and shake his head. "Well, anyway, so they sent some folks to take down the signs. And once they took the front ones down, they went into the woods to take down the others. And, let me guess, they got attacked by the plants," Steve interrupted. "Yep," the farmer said with a slow nod. "The plants that the signs warned them about." Steve trailed off and then groaned. "None of them knew how to read either, did they?" "Nope," the farmer said with a slow shake of his head. "So they called those adventuring fellows to come clear out the trees." Steve pinched the bridge of his nose then, eyes clenched shut, as he began to work out what had happened. "So, the Count who I've painstakingly negotiated with for that bit of private land went to war. The town council he left in charge didn't like the signs I had left up, and then made people take them down. Those people were not warned by the council, and couldn't read the signs, so they were attacked. Then they hired a bunch of adventurers to go kill my garden? Is that everything? He moved his hand then, and opened his eyes to look at the farmer. It took a few seconds for the farmer to process what had been said before he slowly nodded. Yup, that sounds like all of it. Steve let out a frustrated growl then. Just wonderful, wonderful. All that hard work gone. He set his hands on his hips, then trying to think about what he would do next. You know, they did mention heading back to the council. Maybe you can talk to them there, Barris offered then, and Steve nodded, wagging a finger in the air. That's what I'll do. I'll talk to those bastards and ask why they didn't just call me like the sign said. I know one of those adventurers can read. He fumed for a moment and then thought it over. Where's the town council? Well, I assume at their estate's Steve. The farmer mentioned, which made Steve frown. Estates? Not like a town hall or something? He asked then. Why would they be in the town? The farmer asked, and Steve frowned in confusion before Barris realized what he was getting at. Oh, because they're the town council? They run the town while the count is away, Malo. Steve, they don't live in it. Steve groaned out at that. Of course they don't. Remind me to give you some pamphlets I have about... Wait, you can't read. Fuck. I need pamphlets with pictures. Well, whatever. Do you know what estate they went to? Steve asked then, and the farmer nodded, pointing to a hill in the distance with a large manor on top of it. Lord Middlebury's house. He's the one who didn't like your sign, Steve. Right. Well, Lord Fuck Nugget is going to get an earful, Steve said then. Thanks, Barris. I'll see you later. He started to move and then stopped. Did you happen to keep any of those herbs I gave you last time? Sorry, Steve. Some of my friends came by and we got right knackered on the stuff. Hell of a night. Next thing I know, I'm coming to and Christopher is riding his pryzog all around the yard, only is on fire. Steve squinted a little and tilted his head to the side as he tried to make sense of that. Which one was on fire? Both of them, Barris said with a laugh, and Steve shrugged. Well, it can't be helped. Sounded like you had fun at least. Right, see you later, Barris. The farmer nodded at him as Steve went running towards the manor in the distance, raising his hand above his head to keep blinking a little further across the fields as he ran. At that time, across those very fields was Winfred Barthol, a man at arms and guard of the gate. As he currently squinted at the figure in the distance, he would pause to rub his eyes once in a while. Hey, he finally called out. Fred! What? Came the voice from inside the gatehouse as the other guard tended to the pot of stew the two of them planned on having for dinner. I think my eyes are... Just take a look at this, he called back. After a brief wait, the other guard stepped out of the gatehouse, rubbing his hands on a rag that he tucked back into his belt once he was done. You see him? He pointed out at the figure in the distance who was getting closer by the second. Yeah, I see him. Fred trailed off then and blinked a few times before squinting much like his friend. Hold on, is getting closer all, like, jumpy? It's the damnedest thing, and I can't figure it out, Winfred said. It's like every few feet he just gets closer, but like, too quick. He finally leaned his spear against the wall and removed his helmet so he could scratch his head in confusion. Well, I guess we can just ask him once he's close enough, Fred mentioned. The two of them stood there watching the figure getting closer bit by bit until he was close enough for them to get a better look at what was going on. Is it like disappearing and then reappearing just closer to us? I think so, but only when it sticks isn't in the air, Winfred realized. Hold on. He's not slowing down, Winfred then added and quickly picked his spear back up, holding it loosely in his hands as he wasn't exactly sure about what was going to happen when the stranger got close. Once the figure reappeared just a dozen feet before him, he held his spear a bit tighter. Alt! You can't! But then he watched the figure just raise his hand over his head and shout, Blink! And with that, Steve was on the other side of the gate, and the two guards turned around to watch him run up the hill towards the manor house. Well, blimey, I guess is one of them wizard types, Fred mentioned. Should we go after 'em? Winfred asked. What? I never fuck with them wizard types, Fred replied with a slow shake of his head. Why not? Winfred asked as he set his spear back against the wall. 'Cause none of 'em fancy me mostly. Fred answered with a shrug, and they watched the wizard enter the house of their employer. But also because I don't get paid enough. If Reginald asks, we didn't see nuffin', he said, and saw Fred nod in agreement. Steve, meanwhile, was on the ground floor of the large house, walking across the earthen floor into the main hall that seemed to be the best place to start looking for his target. Lord Fuckface, where are you, Lord Shithead? Aside from the empty tables and chairs arranged around the room, he was alone as he prepared to head further into the house. But a door at the back of the hall opened, and a young man dressed in what Steve assumed to be his finest clothes, with a fancy look-sword sheathed at his side, stepped out. What's the meaning of all this? He demanded then. You must be Lord Fucknugget, Steve said as he approached the noble. I beg your pardon? The man gasped out, which made Steve quickly retort. You can beg all you want. You aren't getting my pardon. As he said that and walked around the big table at the back to come face to face with the noble, he began to tug ingredients from his pockets to start preparing a spell. Just who are you? The noble asked as he began to draw his sword, clearly a bit nervous with how quickly Steve was approaching him. I'm the guy whose garden you hired some thugs to ruin, he growled out as he kept mixing the ingredients in his hand. Those were your plants? They had to be taken care of. They were dangerous. The noble protested, but frowned as he watched Steve's hands. That's why I had the giant signs that said dangerous fucking plants. Don't enter. Why the hell would you take those down? He demanded. Because they made the area look dangerous. I had no intention of harming your garden, just removing the signs so they didn't draw as much attention. What are you doing there anyway? He stepped closer as Steve frantically rubbed his hands together to grind up his spell reagents. So, you send workers to take down the signs that say, warning, dangerous plants without telling them what they say, and then get upset when they get fucking attacked by those dangerous plants? He asked. I know you have a deal with the Count, but it simply does not do to have such big signs around the place speaking of dangerous things. It makes it look like the area is, well, dangerous. It's not befitting of the lands of the Kasurian people, the young lord insisted. This isn't any of the Kasurian Isles, Steve growled out. You guys are just occupying the land right now. I'm sure over the next 100 years it'll bounce between you and the Fraxons a dozen times. Steve paused then, his spell components still in his hands. Wait, your problem wasn't the plants, just the signs? Well, not at first. But once they attacked the laborers, it simply couldn't be ignored. Something had to be done. It's unsightly to have a garden that eats people. The noble finished by sticking his nose up in the air a little. You so deserve this, Steve said right before he narrowed his eyes and held his hands up to his mouth, blowing hard to shoot the newly ground dust into the noble's face, who coughed and sputtered as he backed up. Bits of glittering dust stuck to his face. What did you just do? The noble gasped out once he was done coughing out bits of the glitter dust. I cursed you with a limp dick! Tell me who you sent after my garden. I want a word with them. The noble gasped much louder now that he'd been told just what Steve had hit him with. I sent them to deal with those horrid, dirty peasants you have wandering around the cemetery. What do I do about this curse? The noble looked quite worried now about the spell Steve had just hit him with. Any decent priest can cleanse it. You just have to tell him you've got a limp dick. The noble gasped as Steve told him that. He knew how these young nobles worked. The sheer embarrassment of telling a priest what their problem was would be a worse punishment than Steve could otherwise bestow upon him without actually harming the Lord. Now, what did you mean about the... Steve trailed off before his eyes went wide. Oh, you fucking knobgoblin! He hurriedly pulled some more reagents from his pockets and a vial of arcane water before slapping them together and shouting the words to vanish into thin air. Have it, thee foul creature! Arturian swung his sword and cut the zombie's arm off just below the shoulder. But rather than hiss and attack him, it just looked down at the arm and clumsily tried to bend over and pick it up. "No! Ignore the arm, you lout!" Arturian growled and kicked the creature, making it stagger back and then topple over. It rolled around on the ground for a moment, and he thought maybe it would try to claw after him, but the undead human glanced up at him for a moment and curled up into the fetal position. "What is wrong with these undead?" he shouted in annoyance. "They do not provide a decent fight." Beside him, the other members of the team were each dealing with another undead in their own way. But none of the recently deceased were fighting back. They were just shuffling away from the adventurers without so much as an utterance of brains. "This is most disconcertin', aye," Fortin agreed. "Me holy power ain't banishin' them like it oughtn't." The dwarf had taken to simply smashing the knees of the zombies with his hammer and then crushing their skulls, but he felt uneasy about how they weren't trying to stop him. "Hey, assholes! Stop killing my clients!" The adventurers turned then to see Steve quickly jogging towards them across the grounds of the cemetery. "Evil necromancer!" Arturian shouted out and pointed, which made Steve stop and look over his shoulder. "What? Where?" When he didn't see anyone behind him, he looked back and then gasped, having to lean back quickly to avoid the slash of Arturian's sword, which missed his nose by inches. What the fuck?" "Die, necromancer!" Arturian advanced, slashing and stabbing with his sword as Steve quickly ducked, twisted, and dodged each of the strikes. "Stand still and fight, evil wizard!" "I'm not a necromancer! Stop that! Stop! No!" He kept squealing out as he very narrowly continued to avoid being stabbed or slashed by the sword. "Fight me!" the knight shouted as he kept trying to skewer the wiggling wizard with his sword. "No! Stop trying to kill me!" Finally, the knight stopped swinging his sword while chasing after the human mage, who kept his distance warily at this point. "Why do you think I'm a necromancer?" "You have the goatee," Arturian said and waved at Steve's face. "Facial hair does not make someone evil," Steve protested. "What about devils?" Quarry began to say, but Steve quickly interrupted. "Devil's beard is a parasite. It doesn't count. Right now, I'm the guy whose garden you ruined and then clients you've been butchering. That means you're the villains here." He pointed a finger at the knight before him, who gasped at the idea. "What? Preposterous. Do you see my chin? This is a hero's chin." He posed then for a moment, chin jutting forward as if he was standing before a crowd of admirers. Steve looked around for a moment to confirm he was the only one standing before the knight. "Yeah, chins mean nothing about how good or evil you are, but perhaps something about your inbred parents," Steve muttered, and then frowned as he looked at the rest of the group before pointing at Quarry. "Wait, I know you! You graduated last year! You're Quarry the slut!" The elf gasped out as he said that, clearly taken aback. "Quarry the fair!" she hissed out then. "You do know that's just another word for hot, right? And you don't get a nickname like that unless word gets around. So either you've been dressing like a slut, or lots of guys have seen you naked. And perhaps both based on how you're dressed now," Steve said, as he looked the elf over in her questionable choice of robes. "Shall I stick an arrow in him, Quarry?" Irisia asked, as she drew an arrow back then. "Oh, going to kill me for pointing out the obvious?" "Real heroic," Steve called out before he tilted his head side to side and then rubbed his chin before pointing at the elven ranger cadet. "Wait, I know you too. You're that one girl who was obsessed with unicorns." I am not obsessed," she stammered out, taken slightly off guard, it seemed. "Oh, I was there that day in the library." "Obsessed," Steve stressed. "You know they only go after virgins, right?" What does my purity have to do with this?" the elf then asked, still stammering a bit, as she clearly hadn't expected to get spoken to in this manner by a human, or perhaps anyone. "From the rumors I hear, just the fact that your animal companions are suspiciously affectionate." As she raised her bow, Steve was ready, quickly conjuring a magic shield before him, which deflected the 3 arrows she quickly fired at his head. "Real heroic! Trying to murder me in cold blood!" Truthfully, he had been antagonizing her on purpose for that reaction. "I'm not the villain here!" "Aye, lass, put your bow down. Words like that be no reason to kill a man." the dwarf said then and looked over at Steve expectantly. But the human was just carefully watching the elf cadet who was glaring daggers at him. What about me then? What about you? Steve asked, slightly confused. You had something to say about the others? Nothing for me? Steve frowned at the question and shrugged. No, we've never met. You just look like a priest? From the gear, at least that's what I'd guess. He shrugged. I don't have an issue with any of that. Well then... The dwarf wandered over past Arturian and extended his hand, which Steve shook from around his magic shield. Fortin Ironshield, nice to meet ye. Steve Spellslinger. It's nice to finally meet a civilized person in this group, he said, happy with the dwarf's initial greeting. Fortin, he's an atheist, Quarry said then, which made the dwarf jump back a foot. Wah! Why didn't you warn me? He began to rub his hand off on his armor as if cleaning off something disgusting. Oh well, never mind, I guess, Steve grumbled. How can you not believe in the gods? Are ye daft? The dwarf shouted out then, clearly not a fan of the idea. What? Believe? I believe they exist. The fuckers keep trying to kill me. But since all they do is sit up in the sky and throw shit and lightning bolts at us, that I should worship them. That's what this lightning-proof belt is for, he said and tugged on his belt. However, I don't plan on ever venturing into the underworld where so many of your kind lives, because I'm aware that while surface gods like to toss lightning at people, your gods just drop giant fucking rocks on them, and I do not have a belt to protect me from that. The group watched Steve then, while he looked around at them one by one. Are we all caught up then? You all hate me and I hate all of you, except the dwarf. I just wish you were more open-minded, he said then. Now, why the fuck didn't you call me when you found the signs in my garden? He pointed a finger at Quarry. What are you babbling about? Ooh, I assumed that sign saying to contact you was a hoax or some such. An enterprising evil type having simply heard your name and thought to delay the forces of righteousness from cleansing that glade of malevolence, Quarry said before lifting her nose into the air a little. Do you ever listen to how you talk? Steve asked the glaring elven mage. And it wasn't a hoax. That was my garden, you shitheads. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate all of that? I brought in a bunch of soil from the base of Mount Fiery Doom, which, by the way, is an accurate if unimaginative name for that volcano. Where was I? Right. Anyway, I've been very carefully tending to those plants for a few years now. That was a lot of work you all undid, and without even trying to resolve it peacefully. It was a garden of evil, Aricia hissed out then. Hardly. They're just plants. They don't understand the finer point of moral or ethical discussions, Steve shot back. They're people-eating plants, she retorted. Some of them are vines that will strangle animals and use their corpses to enrich their soil, Steve corrected. But that's only if they aren't being tended to properly. Now, did any of those laborers die when they were attacked? He asked. Truthfully, he had no idea. He'd forgot to ask Barris, but he hoped the answer was no. No, Aricia finally confirmed, and he acted like he'd known that the whole time. Of course not, because well-fed hellweed will only attack someone to defend itself. If they wanted to kill someone, they would have, but they didn't. You should know this, cadet. If you think you'll be a ranger one day, there's no way not to know this. Well, what about these unholy abominations then? Arturian asked, speaking for the first time since he stopped trying to kill Steve. The undead? Steve asked, and Quarry then pointed at him. That's right! Necromancy is forbidden, Spellslinger! You'll be banished from the academy if you haven't been already! This isn't necromancy. I'm the third human mage, ever, of all time. When would I have had time to become a necromancer? He asked, before forging ahead without waiting for an answer. A necromancer traps souls, or forces the dead back to life, and deals with actual undead abominations. These are all souls who willingly returned to their bodies. Have you noticed none of them tried to fight you? They're just trying to get away. He waved his hands around them at the cemetery, and the adventurers looked around to see the undead had shambled to the far side of the grounds, huddled in the corner of the wall that surrounded the place. They willingly returned? Arturian asked, then sounding both surprised and confused. Why would they doom their immortal souls to be returned to an eternity in hell? Several things about that. Steve said then, starting to count his points off on his fingers. 1, souls aren't immortal. 2, this doesn't doom them to anything. 3, there's lots of hells. 4, as to why they'd come back. Heaven isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Mostly because there's lots of them as well, but also because their kids cared about them enough to pay me to bring their bodies back and ask if they want to return. So these are the ones who did. Why would they want to defile the bodies of their parents with these shambling creatures? Fortin asked then, clearly not happy with the idea. Well, you're just seeing them in their base state. When their kids show up, I revitalize them a bit more so they can talk and chat like normal. It just takes too much energy to do it constantly. Steve replied with a shrug. And they'd pay you gold for this service? Fortin followed up, which made Steve fervently shake his head. No, I don't charge them gold. I mostly charge for food, sometimes furniture or other woodworking items. These are poor farmers. What kind of asshole would I be to charge them gold for this? Mostly it's just people who miss their mom or dad, or, to be honest, a great deal of it involves people who loved this one recipe their great-grandmother used to make, but even in her advanced age, she never taught anyone else how to make it. And of course, she didn't write it down because, as I realize today, most of these people can't read or write. But even if she could, she wouldn't cause it's her super special recipe that she'd treat like a super important secret. Steve trailed off then as the adventurers stared at him. These are just old grandmothers? Fortin asked as he slowly arched an eyebrow at the idea. Mostly. I warded the gates to the cemetery so they can't leave. They just shuffle around until their kids come to visit. And this one girl who tries to visit as many of them as she can says she feels sorry for them. Steve shrugged. But they're harmless, so whatever. Aha! Arturian shouted then, which made Steve jump in surprise. I've caught you in a lie, necromancer! You have warning signs on that mausoleum over there! He pointed to the largest, most opulent mausoleum in the cemetery. It was a work of art as far as the stone masonry work went. Reliefs, columns, and angelic figures coating the outside and putting the other works to shame, quite honestly. Even so, the doors were barred shut, and warning signs had been posted around the entrance, saying not to open the doors or go inside. Oh, that's just the mausoleum for the Count's dogs. I keep it locked up to keep them from running wild. They mean well, but they're a bit much for the others to handle. After Steve told them that they looked up at the stone structure that would have been a fitting resting place for kings and queens and other nobles. His dogs? Quarry asked, obviously sounding confused. Yeah, hunting dogs mostly. What, did none of you have pets growing up? He asked and looked around. They just stared back at him and he blinked. Wow. None of you? Yeah, as he told me his relatives didn't do shit for him, but his dogs were his friends, so they get a nice resting place. And let me tell you, they're pretty incredible dogs. They loved him so much they were willing to come back from pet heaven. And let me tell you, pet heaven is really just the best heaven. He thought about it for a moment. Probably because so few people are allowed to live there. Pet heaven? Fortin asked, sounding dubious. Yep, where all good pets get to go, which is lots of them. They get to run around and play and have fun as much as they like. Most people only get to visit for a bit based on how good they were to their pets. But some people live there, like this one old woman who, I think, might be older than time itself. Anyway, she has this big chair she sleeps on and mostly takes care of the cats. The dogs have a few activity directors who just set up things for them to do. They like that. Just how did you get into pet heaven? Quarry asked then. Well, teleportation spells have a small chance of teleporting you to one of the hells, so I needed to learn how to get out of there quick. Then, once you master walking between planes, it's fairly easy to start wandering around the heavens. That's part of why I'm atheist. I've seen how the gods treat their followers in the afterlife, and it's pretty bullshit. Steve said with a slow nod. This is insanity! Arturian gasped out. You're making this up! You're a crazy, mad, evil wizard! I am not, Steve insisted. This is all the work of necromancy, Steve. You'll be banished from the academy for this, Quarry said next. It's not necromancy, it's simple body revivification. I ask their souls to return. Ask, not force. There's a dog in there from the Count's childhood that's mostly a rotted, disgusting mess, and the Count still cuddles him when he visits. He loves his dogs. These are all beloved parents and grandparents. I cleared all of this with the Archdean before I even began. It was the Count's price for me getting that land for my garden, which you all then ruined," Steve added, reminding himself why he was even here. "There is no way the Archdean approved of this, let alone your garden of killer plants," Quarry shouted back. "Most of those plants were harmless. I use them for my reagents and studies. I'm a poor student. I don't have the gold to buy most of these. I don't come from some stupidly wealthy family like you. Why do you think I always did so well in alchemical studies?" he asked then with a snort. "I just assumed you cheated," the elf replied with a soft chuckle. "And I just assumed you got high grades for blowing all your teachers," Steve growled out in reply. Shortly before, the elf hissed and aimed her staff at him, uttering the words to let out a massive bolt of lightning. Of course, Steve's belt just glowed and absorbed the energy, crackling softly with the stored electricity. "Lightning-proof belt! Also, what the hell is wrong with all of you? This asshole tried to cleave me with his sword. This unicorn slut tried to kill me with arrows. You just tried to melt my face. Only the dwarf—" Steve started to motion the dwarf, but saw that he had dropped to his knees and appeared to be praying. Steve didn't know much of the dwarven languages, but he recognized one word. "Wait, are you praying for your god to smite me?" "Aye," came the quick reply before the priest resumed chanting. "Son of a bitch! I come here to talk and you're all ready to murder me. All right! Well, if that's how you want to play, bring it on!" He waved them forward as Arturian raised his sword. "In the name of the Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol, we shall smite thee, foul necromancer." He posed for a moment like that, sword raised high as if he was expecting someone to paint a picture of him in that stance. Then, much to Steve's surprise, the others posed alongside the knight, as if all four of them wanted to be in some sort of grand painting that only Steve was here to witness. But it gave him time to think. "Your crap?" Steve asked then with a frown. "Still hurling insults before your death, O minion of darkness?" Arturian replied, but Steve waved his hands. "No, I mean that's what you just said. Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol. CRAP. Crap. You are literally calling yourself crap." Arturian froze then, and seemed to think through what Steve had just pointed out. After a few seconds, the knight seemed to decide he didn't like that idea, and yelled out as he charged the mage. While he did that, Quarry began to ready another spell. Ericia drew back several more arrows, and Fortin drew his hammer and shield. "Let your foul mouth plague this land no longer!" Arturian shouted as Steve squealed and jumped back to avoid the next sword slash. "Oh shit! You're all battle-hardened adventurers!" Steve had forgotten who he was dealing with for a moment, and realized he'd just picked a fight with 4 professional killers. He began to quickly mix reagents from his pockets, then for a spell he knew by heart. All the while, he had to run away from Arturian and Fortin, who kept chasing after him, demanding that he stop running and fight, a request he continually denied. Quarry and Ericia kept looking for an opening to hurl magic or arrows at the mage, but he kept running around, making it hard for them to get a shot. "Just stop running and die!" Arturian shouted, as Steve squealed once more and narrowly ducked under another slash before leaping over an attempt by Fortin to smash his kneecaps with his hammer. But when he jumped to his feet, the adventurers were all arrayed before him, and he slapped his hands together, uttering a few magic words to complete the spell. A brown mist shot out, then covering all of them. The adventurers gasped and froze, but after several seconds, nothing happened. "Another failed spell from a failed mage?" Quarry asked, then as Steve quickly ran towards the exit to the cemetery, while they tried to figure out what he'd done. "Montlatrot's revenge, bitches! Enjoy the screaming fiery shits! I might have to run now, but ow!" Steve's speech was interrupted as Ericia released an arrow and managed to hit the mage in the ass. He gasped out and reached back to grab the arrow shaft then, as he kept running. "Motherfucker! What is it with getting shot in the ass? Fuck this! I'm out!" He raised a hand over his head and shouted, "Blink!" which took him past the cemetery gate. Once far enough away, they watched him frantically mix ingredients before vanishing into thin air. "Must have teleported away," The spineless coward, Arturian said, and puffed his chest into the air further. None shall defeat the mighty Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol, and we are most certainly not crap. He huffed out. Now, friend dwarf, cure us of that insane little man's spell. Ah, I'm afraid I done know how. It's one of the curses I know. The dwarf mentioned then as he looked to Quarry. I've never heard of it. She confessed as well. I mean, the man was an idiot. I'm sure it's not a real spell, Irisha said with a nervous laugh. The group stood around in an awkward silence for a moment before a loud gurgling sound was heard from Arturian's stomach. I'm sure you're right. But before we cleanse this land of this undead corruption, I think it may be best that we, return to town to find a place to stay for the night. The knight felt himself start to sweat a little and tugged at the neck of his armor. Aye, you might be right, just in case. Fortin agreed. The four adventurers began to slowly walk to the exit before breaking into a full sprint to get back to their horses and then town. Steve was wincing as he limped through the main courtyard of Arbitus, one hand on his ass around the arrow still stuck in it. Those fucking bastards! I swear here and now upon the forces of pure magic itself and all I hold dear, I shall get my revenge on those meddling fuckwits. I swear that I, Steve Spellslinger, shall have my revenge! He shouted that out to the heavens themselves then, hands clenched into fists raised up in the air. Muhaha! Muhaha! Then he stopped and opened his eyes, looking around at the various elves, fae, and dwarven students staring at him. Don't mind that. I'm not evil. Goatees don't make people evil. It's just, I'll explain later. Right now I'm just going to... He pointed in a random direction and began to limp that way, wincing in pain as one hand returned to the arrow poking out of his ass. Ow! 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 Of course, this was just the beginning of the long and storied rivalry. Some say it was started by the overzealous adventurers. Some say if Steve hadn't been so crude, they'd have reached a peaceful solution. Some think the gods intervened to try and use their champions to destroy a meddlesome atheist. And some understand that such occurrences happen thanks to a force more powerful than any god. A well-known and oft-praised and cursed power known simply to humans as luck. You see, while he was an atheist and didn't believe the gods held any power of him, Steve did believe in luck. What he didn't know was that luck believe in him. For there are at times those in the world who are always in the wrong place at the right time to keep things interesting. And luck prefers to keep things interesting. And Steve is nothing if not interesting. But this is just the first part of their early rivalry. What would transpire next would set the tone for their interactions for the next several decades. However, that's a story for another time. Of course, there are a great many planes of existence that circle the world we know as Talaron, but those of most interest to most are the various heavens and hells which are associated with specific gods, pantheons, and other powerful beings of both good and evil. While it is still heavily debated which came first, the realms or the beings that rule them, what cannot be debated is how the creatures that inhabit each zone pair well with whatever environment dominates that particular zone of existence. Furthermore, the power and danger of each zone is in direct relation to the ley lines and soul wells that inhabit each. It's for this reason that what we might consider to be the lowest and highest realms of hells and heavens respectively are of increasing danger to any normal beings. It is not recommended that anyone but the most seasoned adventurers and experts travel before the first or perhaps second rings of heavens and hells. Depending on the season and the day, of course. What is of most concern and interest in watching these realms is the recent influx of human souls. Due to their relatively short lifespans and yet disproportionate moral and ethical range, they have begun to flood nearly every plane of existence in what we can consider the afterlife. While it is still unclear who taught humans about the concept of religion and the afterlife, it has been regarded in most academic circles as a disastrous mistake. However, I cannot express enough delight at the sudden changes being made in millennia-old social structures across the realms of existence. For example, each realm has only just begun to adapt to this sudden surge in numbers of both potential subjects and resources. Several enterprising demon lords, for example, have taken to offering humans management positions as they have proven to be far more efficient and industrious in the field of torture and punishment than most demons. This has started to lead to higher demon unemployment rates, which is troublesome for the various princes and barons of the hells. I, for one, look forward to seeing how this develops and if the ancient hierarchy of demons and angels can even survive. For example, a human farmer whose soul after death somehow ended up in the deepest hell has already usurped one of the elder barons and taken over an ancient fiefdom. I do hope to mount an expedition to this realm shortly to discover how a peasant soul armed with a pitchfork managed this feat. The only thing I can say for certain is that the arrival of humans in the planes of the afterlife change everything. By Nomadius, Archon of Travel, a foreword on the planes of the afterlife within observations, an Archon's travel guide to Talaran. Ow, no! It burns, the agony, the intense, unbearable pain. Sherry rolled her eyes for a moment and coiled up her whip. You know overacting doesn't mean I'll whip you less. In fact, it might make me whip you more just to get you to shut up. She informed her current client, who was strapped to the X-frame before her, his face away from her. What? You don't like hearing people scream like this? I thought demons get off on this. The gentleman in question looked over his shoulder at her, his back marred by 5 recent lashes of the whip. I'm only half demon. I really only took this job because my father wanted me to follow in the trade. But why are you concerned about me enjoying it? Aren't you here for grade 4 intensity soul punishment? She asked then as she approached her bound client. What? No, there must be some sort of mistake. I'm here for the grade 6 torture sex. I was a devout follower of Messerison in life. I thought they said to find a good-looking demon down the left corridor who isn't busy and just go for it. You looked plenty attractive to me, so I just figured... Sherry shook her head at that and pulled on the lever to open up the metal clamps holding the human to the frame. No, you wanted to head straight and then the first left at the next junction. You're looking for the mistresses of pain. I'm just a low-tier, ironic pain-bringer, mostly for prudes and envious sorts. She told him as the man let out a slow hum of understanding, as he then reached down to collect his clothes. Ooh, got it. Well, your whip technique is pretty great, I must say. So then I go... He hesitated as he walked to the door, and she pointed to the right. Back down the hall the way you came, then the first left, and the first left after that. If the torch is white, they're not busy. If it's red, they're busy. If it's blue, that means it's a group session, and walk-ins are welcome. If the torch is out, they're out of the office. All right, thanks. The man began to hum as he carried his clothes down the hall then. There wasn't a ceiling to the cells. That way people could still hear the screams and cries echoing out, but the individual rooms had been set up for more privacy. Sherry figured they needed better signs so souls stopped getting lost so often. She waved her hand at her torch, then making it burn white, and closed her door as she headed to her desk in the corner to wait for the next client. She didn't even make it to her desk before there was a knock on her door, and she turned just as it opened and a familiar figure jumped into the room, a bouquet in one hand. Hey, honey, it's me, Steve Spellslinger. Steve grinned while Sherry blinked away spots in her eyes. The special effects when you do that is a bit much. She waved her hand to clear away some of the smoke left over from his display of fire and lightning that he shot off while shouting his own name. Think so? He asked as he walked over to hand her the bouquet. It impresses most people. Well, most non-mages, I guess. Ooh, flowers, Sherry cooed out then, and took them from Steve, sniffing at them as a few snapped and hissed at her presence. Hellweed, fresh snapping sunflowers, even doom daisies. She giggled a little as she held the bouquet before her and inspected the collection of magical plants. They were her favorites. Then she looked up at the smiling human before her. What did you do? What? He asked, looking confused. Nothing? Why do you sound unsure then? She countered as she narrowed her eyes. What? I didn't do anything, he insisted then. No? Didn't fuck some little skank? Worried I might melt your balls for forgetting our anniversary? She asked, as she set her hands on her hips, ignoring the hissing flowers she still clutched. He blinked at that and raised his hands defensively. What? We celebrated our anniversary 2 months ago, and I brought you something for Krasny. Whatever that holiday is called. I didn't fuck anyone either. You're my girlfriend. I wanted to bring you some flowers. Sheesh, can't a guy be nice? As he said that, she smiled again, and he sighed. Do you always have to try and make me confess to things I haven't done? It's an occupational hazard. Her tail twitched from side to side as she giggled again and leaned up to kiss Steve on the cheek. They're beautiful. I'll be sure to set them in some fresh blood right away. Especially the hellweed. I'm not sure how hungry it is, Steve mentioned as she carried the bouquet to her desk to look for a vase. Really? I thought you were good about feeding your garden, she mentioned over her shoulder. I am, but these assholes ruined my entire garden and my grandparents' cemetery, so I had to hunt those all down in the wild, which does bring up my next question. How would you like to help me get revenge? When he asked that, the half-demon laughed and tucked the stems of the plants into a vase she'd fill with blood later. Now it becomes clear. You bring me a bribe before asking for my help. She looked back at Steve then, who shook his head. No. I brought those because I love you. I was going to give you some anyway before my garden got wrecked and... Oh right, the big end. He started to get excited then and smiled wide before striking a pose. And I am now a full-fledged mage. The graduation ceremony is in 3 days, so I came to invite you. You did it? But I thought you were failing all your classes? She arched a brow as he laughed. Never underestimate my determination to win, he said as he smiled and opened his arms wide. You cheated, didn't you? She asked, and he let out an annoyed grunt before shaking his head. I made them a bet. He crossed his arms, then looking upset, which made her laugh. Of course. Anyone who teleports as often as you do is quite the gambler. When she said that, he smirked and opened his arms, pulling her in close for a hug before she could try to escape. Oh, but look at what a wonderful result that has led to. Without that fateful mishap of magic, I wouldn't have met Sherry Sunderclaw, the super sexy succubus. He leaned down then, carefully avoiding her horns so he could kiss her, which she gladly reciprocated for a moment before pulling back. Half, she corrected. The half-sexy succubus? He asked, and as she glared up at him, he laughed. I tease. The fully, totally way hotter than any full succubus half-human hedonist. He trailed off as his eyes looked up into the sky of this particular hell. Oh, Hellcat. Doesn't quite flow as well, but no matter. He smiled as she rolled her eyes but then pulled away from his hug. Even so, I'd love to come to your graduation, but I'm not sure they'll let me into the academy. At that, he just snorted. Let them fucking try to stop us. I'm allowed to invite whoever I want. That means you, he insisted as he hugged her close. Are you sure it wouldn't just be easier to give me some sort of magical disguise? She asked. What, for a mage's academy? That place is covered in wards and protective magics. There's no way in hell any sort of disguise spell would last a second. No, you're coming exactly as you are, because I'm proud of you, and you'll finally get to meet my family. He smiled, and then watched her slowly frown before his smile faded as well. Have you still not told your father? Are you ashamed of me? When he asked her that, she smirked a little. I am a little bit. I'm going to have to explain to all my friends and family that I'm dating this doofus who runs around literally throwing magic at people. Oh, how love is not only blind but really has terrible taste in men. Ooh, you wound me, ma'am, Steve replied with a very serious tone which made her laugh and then slap his chest. My father is a baron. It's not a light thing to tell him I'm dating a human, let alone one without a kingdom or a mountain of gold. She went on then, and Steve looked confused. You're half human. You are literal proof that he has sex with humans, let alone the fact that his wife, your mother, is full human, Steve pointed out, which made Sherry sigh. First of all, she's responsible for more soul reaping than any of his demons and a huge asset to his power base. And there was a second point I had. She pursed her lips as she trailed off and looked blank for a moment. Oh, He was also one of many sons. He wasn't next in line to be Baron. My mother and him had to kill several of his brothers to secure his position. While I am unfortunately his only child, there's a lot of political pressure for alliances and whatnot. Oh, fuck that shit, Steve quickly retorted. Just tell your parents to have sex more often. Make you some brothers and sisters. Gross, Sherry quickly replied before Steve went on. Furthermore, I think all that arranged political marriage bullshit is bullshit. He frowned at that and shrugged, not thinking up any better words for it. Well, here in hell it's still pretty common. Besides, if you were born into a family with enough power to get you married to me, I think you'd change your tune. She smiled and was about to lean up to kiss him, but he stepped back, setting a hand on his mouth as he examined her. What are you doing? She asked. I'm trying to decide if you're hot enough for me to change my tune in such a scenario. As she glared at him and began to move her hands to conjure a fireball, he laughed and pulled her close to end her magic casting. Joking, he insisted. But seriously, fuck all that. Getting lost in hell was the best thing that ever happened to me. When he leaned back down to give her another kiss, he heard her purr softly and give him a quick peck on the lips. Before anything else, let's talk about your revenge. She reminded him about why he came here, and he nodded. Right, yes. So, these asshole adventurers called crap. He started only to have Sherry interrupt. Crap? She asked, arching a brow, obviously surprised. Ah, Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol, he explained, and Sherry nodded slowly. Crap, she finally said with a sigh. How silly. But did you pick a fight with some nobles again? No, he insisted. They destroyed my garden even though I had a bunch of warnings. One of them was even another student. They could have told me something was going on. Look, I don't have time to explain, it seriously wasn't my fault. So you're out for revenge? Going to kill them, I suppose. She sounded a bit bored with the idea, but even so, Steve just growled out. Kill them! How bad do you think I am? That would make me as bad as they are. No killing. I am going to get my revenge without harming anyone. Then she looked thoughtful as he told her that. Now she was intrigued. How do you propose to do that? She asked. I'm not sure yet, he admitted, which caused her to arch a brow and look at him. But I do have a plan. He raised a finger. First of all, they're adventurers, which means that they adventure. I'm positive that they'll put themselves into a position where sooner or later I can get my just revenge. So how do I factor into that? She asked. Need me to corrupt one of their souls? No, he let out an exasperated gasp. You know how I feel about stuff like that? Again, too rough. No, I just need a certain someone to help me spy on them. See where they're going? You see, they're currently in a tavern, so I was hoping maybe Brunhilde can visit? He slowly smiled then as she laughed. Ooh, Brunhilde, the busty tavern wench. She pulled away from him slightly. The one with the giant tits who's so clumsy she spills ale all over herself? Steve bit his lower lip and then nodded rapidly. You sure want that blonde idiot spying on some adventurers? What if they get handsy? She asked, and pouted a little, looking up at him as she wiggled slightly side to side, her tail lashing around with her. Well, then I'm sure you'd cut their hands off, he said simply, which made her laugh once more before she slapped his chest lightly. You're supposed to get jealous and angry and talk about beheading them for my honor, she said, which made him snort. We both know I'm not the jealous sort. I know you know what you're doing, so if you let them get handsy, then you think it's necessary, because otherwise you'd cut their hands off with a cleaver and then slap them across the face with their own hands, he said very matter-of-factly. You know, most guys would hesitate before dating someone they openly expect to dismember people who annoy them. She was purring even as she said that, pulling him closer to her rather than the other way around this time. Not me, he muttered as he leaned down. I think it's hot. Shall Brunhilde come out to play? She asked then, and he frowned as he looked down at her. What? And lose your horns, demon eyes, and forked tongue? Not a chance. I fell in love with you just the way you are. Not a busty tavern wench. He leaned in to kiss Sherry once more before pulling away quickly. Though, Maybe the costume. Which made her glare at him, and he blinked. No, that's fine. Better even. Clearly better. I don't even know why I suggested it. She rolled her eyes, but then laughed and smiled once more. Steve took a slow breath as he steeled himself and then walked forward into the temple. His skin felt like it was crawling as he looked up at all the statues, gazing down at them, the stone reliefs making him shudder. He hated this place. Well, he hated all places like it. This specific temple wasn't worse than the others. As he reached the altar, he looked left and right, but didn't see anyone, so he ventured around the back. There was a small wooden door hidden behind several massive statues, which he pushed open and stepped inside. There was a surprised gasp then, as he saw an elven woman in rather plain clothes jump up from the table she had been sitting at, nearly tipping over what he thought was a cup of tea. Welcome, traveling, human to the Grand Temple of Canicist. I am the Oracle. You weren't expecting me, were you? He interrupted her spiel, and the elf licked her lips nervously for a moment. If the god of fate does not share with me her wisdom regarding a new traveler, then I was not meant to know it, and the surprise she brings me must serve a greater purpose. He stared at her as she said all that in one breath. That's an awful lot of words for saying no, you didn't expect me. But that's fine. You seem more mortal this way. In what I'm guessing are comfortable clothes instead of the slutty dress you're normally supposed to wear. She looked upset and opened her mouth to talk before he raised a hand. A comment on what you're forced to wear, not what you choose to wear. She frowned then and crossed her arms, examining him for a moment before speaking. You are not known to me. Your presence was not announced by my daily auguries. Are you a messenger of a human god, perhaps? Steve just slowly arched an eyebrow at that, and she shrugged. I suppose not then. Are you here to kill me then? She lifted her chin. You will not hear me beg for my life unless I am told to by my goddess, and clearly I was not. I'm not here to kill you. He raised his hands to show he carried no sword. People seem to be awful quick to jump straight to killing other people. No. I'm here simply to get some information. Oh. She sounded surprised and then frowned and slowly turned her head to the side. Oh? He just kept staring at her as she seemed to take her time deciding what he meant by that before she shrugged slowly. Many, of course, seek the answers to what lies in their future, and if they offer sufficient sacrifice to— Nope, none of that. I hate the idea of fate and think all that concept does is trap people into what they expect to happen. You can't tell the future, you just get told a possibility of it by your god, and when you tell other people it makes them believe it too, so it happens. No. He shook his head. I believe in free will. But what I do want to know is what you told Arturian Ass-Dragon and his team of cronies. The oracle gasped softly at his crass words. I have no desire to share with you the prophecy which I— She stopped as he held up a hand, and then opened a small book he had with him, not the giant spell book hanging from the chain on his belt. In order to avoid further conflict and violence regarding potential oracles, prophets, soothsayers, and other fortune-tellers, blah blah. Where is it? Aha! All such beings and professions shall share with any and all adventurers the same fortune, prophecy, blah blah blah, with other adventurers so that no one party can gain an unfair advantage in a quest. He closed the book then and smiled even as the oracle frowned and glared at him. After a few seconds, she sighed and then ran a hand through her hair. Very well, human. I shall say to you as I have spoken to them. One must follow the trail of the ancient forest folk past the glade of benevolence where they will slay the bringer of discontent. There they shall find the omen to point the way to the misty peaks of yore where lies the great beast. Here it is, they shall speak of the words of friendship and courage to reveal its true form, so that they may do battle with it. Only if their hearts are pure can they achieve triumph and claim a great fortune. But they best beware the portents of malice, for even those who they might trust can do them untold harm. Steve just kept staring at her silently once she was done. For several seconds they stood there in silence until Steve slowly nodded. Uh-huh, he finally muttered before pulling a map out of one of his pockets and unfolding it on top of her table. So this is a map of the area. Why not point to me where I'm supposed to go at the end and tell me what it is I'm looking for? If you do not like my manner of pulling back the shroud of time to reveal to you the path you must take, that is not my concern. For I speak with the mouth of the goddess of fate. Only the worthy and obedient will be given the foresight to understand the true meaning of my words." While she said that, Steve began to pull some ingredients from his vest. Right. What you mean to say is you just like fucking with adventurers. Now then, I'll give you one more chance to simply tell me what you mean before I take matters into my own hands. That doesn't mean I'll harm you. I promise you that. It's not a threat of violence. The elf woman frowned as she watched him rubbing his fingers together. I have nothing more to say, she replied with a shrug, and then he nodded and held his hands to his mouth before blowing dust in her face. She coughed then and backed up, waving away the dust that hung in the air before her face. You said you wouldn't attack me. Oh, that was hardly an attack. Well, not a physical one anyway. So, let me ask you something. Did the goddess of fate specifically tell you to tell those adventurers that whatever you told me? As he asked her that, she set her hands on her hips, looking very upset, as she seemed ready to yell at him, but instead she said, No. Then she looked confused and blinked while opening and closing her mouth a few times. Did the goddess of fate tell you anything specific about those adventurers? He asked then. No. Once more she looked confused and reached up to touch her face before clamping both hands over her mouth. Did the goddess of fate tell you anything specific about the quest? He asked, and she shook her head before letting out a cry of despair as if she wasn't in control of her answers. So what did she tell you? He asked. She simply told me there's a dragon in the mountains here that she thinks adventurers should find and attack. She pointed to the foggy mountains, and specifically at the area around Warden's Peak. After that, she screamed out for a moment and gasped. What did you do to me, you human? Ah, see, this I'm really proud of. He stared with a smile. It's a brand new curse. One I made myself. A human curse, even. Though I'm not sure I want to admit that one of the first human spells is a curse. Anyway, I've cursed you with honesty. Not just any honesty. I have cursed you so that you must truthfully answer any question asked of you in a way that it could be understood by a child, a human child, say, 5 years old. He shrugged. And human children don't understand confusing open-worded prophecies. He grinned as her eyes went wide. You human! She cried out and looked confused as he nodded slowly. I have noticed that part of the curse makes you have to be purely literal. You can't use a lot of insults on me because, well, let's say you wanted to call me a monster. I'm not literally a monster, so the curse won't let you. All you know for sure is I'm human. You can still say you want me dead or hate me or stuff like that. But you can't call me a shithead because I'm obviously not literally a shithead. I'm not quite sure what a literal shithead would be. He trailed off and peered up at the ceiling as he thought it over and then shrugged. You will suffer for this. The goddess of fate doesn't like people messing with her servants. Only she can mess with her servants. The oracle blinked at that last part and Steve shrugged. You will suffer for this. The goddess of fate doesn't like people messing with her servants. Only she can mess with her servants. The oracle blinked at that last part, and Steve shrugged. Hey, that's between you and her. Anyway, so a dragon is out here, you said. Is it evil? Steve asked, as he pointed at the map again. I have no idea. Then she clamped her mouth shut, trying not to say any more. Okay. Why would the goddess of fate tell you to tell adventurers to attack a dragon you don't know is evil? In fact, why not tell me how the goddess of fate normally operates in such matters? He saw the fear in the oracle's eyes even as she began to talk. Well, the goddess of fate is mostly bored with the actions of mortals. She simply tries to make as many powerful adventurers and monsters fight for her amusement until such a time as she thinks something really important should happen, and will then set up whatever she needs to make something specific happen, so she doesn't care if the dragon is good or evil, but wants people to fight it because that might be interesting. And in fact, hundreds of potentially not evil creatures are attacked every year on her orders. The oracle gasped for air at the end then, as she had said all that in a rush without any break. There were tears in her eyes then. And that bit about the portents of malice and someone they trust doing them harm? He asked. I told one of their guides that they might be involved in a powerful and ancient prophecy, but that such a person would have to murder one of their friends. It's fairly common for the goddess of fate to want to turn party members against each other to keep things interesting. This time she nearly collapsed back into her chair, crying after revealing to Steve the truth. Wow, that sounds fucked up, Steve said as he thought about it before picking up his map. Okay, well, you have fun, fucking with adventurers in the name of your crazy god, and I'll just go. Wait! Please uncurse me! She gasped out as she jumped from her chair to grab him by his vest. Here's what I'll do. If you don't betray me to those adventurers, then I'll uncurse you. I'll be back once I've seen to it that my trap works and my revenge is complete. Until then, I'd avoid people. Unless you'd like to explain to them whatever they want to know. Maybe become a teacher? I'm sure plenty of towns would like a kind elf woman to explain things to their kids. He shrugged and then raised a finger. But I'd like to point out before I go. Either the goddess of fate saw this happening and didn't warn you because she's a dick, or she didn't see it coming and she's not that powerful. Either way, I'd rethink my profession if I were you. He shrugged and then gently tugged her hands from his vest before teleporting away. Pancakes? Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw stared at the plate before her. After all the meals you've made so far today, you come to me with nothing more than pancakes? Do you still doubt my ability after this last week? Steve asked. You might just see pancakes, but what you don't appreciate is the work that's gone into them. Not only is it a giant stack, but I've gone tropical with the flavors, he added with a smile, and the creature pretending to be an elf looked up at him with an arched eyebrow. Tropical? Yes, he said with a nod and waved at the plate as he began to explain. You see, I've made these perfectly fluffy and decadent pancakes with macadamia nuts, drowned them in specially made coconut syrup, and topped it all with a giant pile of whipped butter that's spiced with just a hint of cinnamon, citrus, and it's gone. He blinked in confusion as the plate he was looking at was suddenly empty. There were bits of macadamias left behind and a bit of butter and syrup, but no pancakes. When Duskmaw suddenly let out a deep burp, he looked over and saw syrup stained around her mouth, which she was licking away. She looked up at him then and shrugged, trying to look innocent. Steve scratched his head for a moment, then, What? Did you just stop time so you could eat the pancakes and experience every second of the meal as if it were longer or something? Good catch. The creature was purring heavily as she finished licking the syrup from around her mouth, the tongue far too long and dexterous to belong to an elf, but certainly long enough to make Steve shudder at the sight. So you wish to trade in all the favors you've earned making me these decadent meals for an artifact of power? She asked, ignoring her napkin as she began to suck more leftover syrup from her fingers, purring all the while. Yes! He was still a bit stunned by what had happened, seeing as how a time stop or time slow spell was incredibly ancient and powerful magic that even he hadn't been able to cast. Yet Duskmaw had somehow managed it without him ever seeing her even moving her hands or uttering any words of power. Finally, he shook his head and pulled a paper from a pocket. I've got a list. The Rod of Desoros. Don't have it, she said then. The Scepter of Scepter? He asked, and she shook her head. The Crystal Eye of... He didn't even finish asking before she shook her head once more. The Rock of Cranixus? Well, you butchered the pronunciation, but still, no. She informed him, and he growled in response. You said you had a supply of ancient and powerful artifacts that you'd trade for more of my meals, he exclaimed, to which she nodded. And I do. But you just named 4 priceless, ancient, and very much lost artifacts. You can't expect me to have some magical surprise hoard of treasure, you know, she countered. Oh, can't I? As he said that, he narrowed his eyes and watched her carefully. What's that supposed to mean? She asked with a frown. I'm not buying your elf body. You're clearly not an elf. I hear you purr and growl, and when you grin, you've got too many teeth. He pointed a finger at her as she just laughed and slowly smiled. Oh, silly little human. How foolish of you not to realize that what I am is a dragon! He shouted out and wagged his finger at her, grinning as he felt sure he'd figured it out. A dragon? She asked. Why would I possibly hide the fact that I'm a dragon? Many of the Academy's founders were dragons. Steve stopped when she said that and lowered his hands as he stood straight and thought it over, looking up at the ceiling while he did. Ooh, yeah, he finally replied, having totally forgotten about that. Wait, what were you going to say then? Were you going to tell me? What I was going to say, my dear silly little chef, is that what I am shall forever remain a mystery. She smirked and he growled out. Gods damn it! He cursed before blinking. Wait, no, fuck them, just magic, damn it. Oh, why am I even here? He tossed his hands into the air then. What's next on the list? She asked, and Steve looked at Duskmaw for a few seconds, set his jaw, and then lifted his paper up to read from it once more. Weiss's Amulet of Illusion. He tried. Oh, I do have that actually. Wonderful thing. Why do you want it anyway? She asked as she got up. Some adventurers killed my garden, so I'm out for revenge, he explained. Ooh, off to kill them then? She asked as she began to guide him through the massive suite of rooms that made up her chambers in the Academy. No, why does everyone think revenge means killing people? There are far better, less violent means of revenge, he insisted. Just let me say that it's going to be very entertaining, for me at least. He grinned as his plan was coming together nicely now. Dragon! Steve banged a stick against the metal pot he was carrying. Hello, dragon, 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 I'm here to talk to you, dragon. I'm going to keep being annoying until you come out. Dragon, dragon, dragon! He kept trying to make as much noise as possible. He was wearing a couple extra protective bracelets, rings, amulets, and belts today just in case the dragon turned out to be hostile. He looked around the large cavern then, noticing a distinct lack of skeletons and charred corpses. He hoped that was a good sign. Nothing happened for a moment, and he sucked in a deep breath before one of the rock formations near him moved. He jumped and gasped out in surprise for a moment as a pile of what looked like rocks stood up to reveal itself to be a dragon. A foolish knight come to kill me for my gold? I have none. When Steve heard it talk, he let out a sigh of relief and set a hand on his chest for a moment. Whew! You have no idea how glad I am to hear you talking like that. No, I'm not a knight. Do I look like a knight? No, but you do look like a fool. Steve nodded at that and tossed the pot and stick aside. I'll give you that, and I didn't know if you'd have any gold. I'm aware that lots of dragons don't actually hoard treasure and stuff. In fact, what sort of dragon are you? He asked as he looked up at the massive creature before him. I wasn't sure if you'd be one of those types that can appear human. I am a lesser stone dragon, the creature informed him. I mean, you don't seem that bad to me even if I've just met you, Steve said before thinking it over. Oh, you mean lesser in sort of the same way dire just means bigger and meaner, and normally with more fangs. You're just like a dragon then, no human form. That is correct. It nodded slowly while saying that. As it stood before him, Steve noticed its very rocky-looking skin began to blend with the cavern once more, and even though he knew the creature stood before him, he could barely see it. Impressive. Just curious. You aren't related to Cragtiles, are you? He slowly brought a hand up to one of his pockets in case he needed to get out of here in a hurry. We are both stone-like creatures, if that's what you mean. If you want to know if I am related to any by blood, or can speak with them, then no. They are beasts purely and not intelligent. Why do you ask? The dragon brought its massive head down, then making Steve jump a little. Just curious, Steve said then with a shrug. Anyway, I'm here because some adventurers are coming to kill you, and I'm seeking revenge against them, so you want me to kill them? The dragon said, which made Steve gasp out. Seriously? Is that all anyone can think about when I say revenge? No, I don't want to kill them. I don't even want you to kill them. But I also don't want them to kill you. He waved at the creature before him. Why should they want to kill me? I keep to myself in these mountains. I've not even eaten anyone's livestock in many months, and when I do, I pay them fairly for what I have taken. It's only on accident anyway. Steve looked up at the giant dragon before him and thought that over. I thought you said you don't hoard gold. I don't. but I have enough to pay for the occasional cow or goat I eat that belongs to someone. Steve nodded as the dragon told him that. Fair enough. They want to kill you because an oracle from Canasis told them she wanted them to kill you. The dragon growled softly at the news. Yeah, trust me, I don't like gods either. But hey, there is a habit I know all dragons share, especially ones that are trying to hide their presence. So if you work with me, you won't die. They won't die. But both of us will most surely get our revenge as they get exactly what they deserve. It involves illusions, some tricks, and plenty of acting on your part. So, what do you say? He looked up at the dragon as it slowly leaned down to look at him eye to eye. Go on. Steve! Steve looked up and then around for a moment of confusion. He was in Arbutus walking to the library to find some more books about his current topic of study when he saw 4 rather pissed-looking adventurers across the courtyard from him. He frowned as he tried to figure out what was going on when he realized who it was, and his eyes went wide. Ha! Ah, ha, 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 ha. He began to laugh as they stomped across the courtyard towards him. Turning, he quickly jogged away from them and into a particular corridor he knew. It was near one of the side entrances to the academy, and as such filled with wards and arcane constructs. Once inside, he waited for the adventurers who had quickly sprinted after them. Once they joined him in the entryway, he began laughing once more. Stop laughing, you! You... fuck! Irisia growled out as she notched an arrow in her bow. Warning, hostile action detected! One of the arcane constructs nearby began to stand up, and the Elven Ranger quickly removed the arrow once more, which made the construct sink back down. Even so, Steve ignored it and spoke up. Oh man, that was like 7 months ago. I nearly forgot about it. Did the illusion last that long? Wow, that amulet is even stronger than I thought. It wore off a month ago, Arturian hissed out. Oh, and it took you guys a month to get here? He was smiling wide still and then simply began to laugh once more. Ah! This is amazing! This is better than I hoped! I remember being a bit bummed after like 2 months. I figured that it failed. But no, it was just taking time. Oh, this is too good. Too good! Dragon shit, Arturian simply shouted, which made Steve burst out laughing yet again. Dragon shit! Arturian shouted even louder, which just made Steve laugh louder, clutching his sides by now. Did you guys... Ooh! Did you dive in it? That whole... Oh wow, a pile of dragon treasure! Let me roll on it! Let me dive into it! Let me toss it in the air! Ah! He screamed and dropped to the ground, then obviously letting the mental images run away with his sanity. My king's treasury is now tainted with dragon shit! Arturian shouted and drew his sword, advancing towards the mage rolling around on the ground. Warning, hostile action detected! The arcane construct began to rise up, but the knight growled and sheathed his sword, making it sink down once more. Oh man, too good. Did you pay people with it? You must have. You had to have. And they looked down today and discovered they had a handful of dragon shit. Steve was gasping for air now, tears streaming down his cheeks. How much did you all buy? What do you all owe now that your coin has become... He burst into laughter again, kicking in the air as he couldn't contain himself. The adventurers waited then, none wanting to talk while the mage cried and rolled around on the floor for another minute before he finally collected himself. Slowly, he got up to his hands and knees, and then stood up a little unsteady, wiping tears from his eyes. Ooh, good. You know, I really didn't think it would work. I tried to teach Grant how to act. I did. You'd think a creature of that age and intellect would have learned how to act at some point, but he was awful. I mean, blarg, I am dead. How crap is that? But I guess he must have listened to my advice when you did finally show up. Steve was slowly gasping for air to make up for what he'd lost while laughing, and then saw the look on their faces. He pointed at them then and gasped. No, he didn't? Did he literally shout, Blarg, I am dead at the end, and you bought it? This set off another fit of laughter as the mage collapsed to the ground once more. This time it was Fortin's turn to draw his hammer, only to have to put it away as the arcane construct began to react. Curse it all! Stand up, you daft bastard! You'll answer for this act. You know we'll kill you in a fair fight, so you hide behind this damn magics, coward!" the dwarf shouted out. This did make Steve stop laughing, and once more slowly get back to his feet. He set his hands on his hips and slowly shook his head. "Seriously? You guys are here to kill me?" He sighed and shook his head, and then took a few slow breaths, still trying to get his wind back. "You guys can't laugh about this? About what? Cartloads, wagons full of dragon shit? Treasure chests. How many treasure chests are now filled with dragon shit? Come on, it's funny. Well, to me, I didn't set out to kill you guys. I just made you root around and dig through literal tons of dragon shit. That was my revenge. And you're all so boring and unimaginative, you're just here to kill me? You disappoint me. You deserve to die for what you've done, evil mage." Arturian pointed at Steve then. "What? What did I do?" he asked then. "What was so wrong and evil that it demands my death?" The adventurers were quiet for a moment before Quarry spoke. "You cursed an oracle." "Ah, yes, I did curse her. With honesty. I denied her the ability to deceive people. Is that terrible? She told one of your guides that if he killed one of you, he might be a chosen person in a prophecy." They looked at each other then. "Did she not tell you that?" "You promised to uncurse her," Irisha said then, ignoring what he'd just told them. "I took a page from her own god's book. I made a self-fulfilling prophecy. The illusion would eventually wear off. You'd track her down as you figured out what happened. She'd have to tell you what I did because of my curse, therefore betraying me. That way I don't have to uncurse her." He shrugged. "I mean, I will after this anyway. I needed her to tell you guys what I did. She did her part. I'll let her get back to lying to adventurers." "Ye consorted with a vile and evil fiend," Fortin shouted then. "Who? Grant? That dragon wasn't evil. He never killed anyone. The only time he interacted with people was to pay farmers for cattle and livestock he ate by mistake. He was a nice guy. You might have learned that if you'd talk to him rather than simply trying to fucking kill him on the orders of a deranged god who just pits adventurers against powerful creatures for her amusement." Steve set his hands on his hips. "We're still going to kill you," Arturian hissed out as he slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. Steve just shook his head slowly and then extended both of his hands, the middle finger raised on each. "Fuck you all. I win. You tried to kill me before, and you're trying to kill me now. But I made you all dig through dragon shit for 6 months. I fucking win." He slowly waved his raised middle fingers from side to side to make it clear that they were for all 4 of the adventurers. "We'll kill you eventually. We'll find a way to get around these guardians." Irisha hissed out then. Fortin nodded and gripped his hammer. Only Quarry looked a little squeamish, hands ringing around her staff. "We'll find a way to break through the wards, and we will kill you for this." "Is that so?" Steve asked, and lowered his hands for a moment. "Well, let me introduce you to someone else who wanted revenge on the 4 of you. Now, it wasn't easy to convince him not to want to kill all of you. Do you happen to remember another elven mage a while back named Voriandrius? Well, he wasn't evil either, but he wasn't as lucky as I was. Even so, he made a few deals in the afterlife with my help, and, well, he told me if I ever needed his help, all I'd have to do was ask, or shout." Steve grinned wide and then once more extended his hands, middle fingers raised as he shouted out, "Lich Slap!" The skeletal remains of an elf, clothed in the tattered robes of a mage, materialized before each of the adventurers then. 4 skeletal hands simultaneously reached back and then swiped forward, each delivering an open-handed slap across their faces before disappearing. The 4 stood there frozen for a moment. "That's it?" Arturian finally said. "You think an open-handed slap from a skeleton will have any effect on a paragon of righteousness and good such as myself? Ha! I laugh at your petty attempt to kill us, you pathetic little coward. You are a disgrace to all humanity. First of all, that wasn't an attempt to kill or harm any of you, and second of all, nuh-uh, you are." Arturian growled and prepared to say more, but then the arcane constructs all around the room began to rise up. "Warning! High-potency undead magic residue detected! High-potency undead magic residue detected!" Each of the constructs began to lumber down off their pedestals as they approached the adventurers who drew their weapons, aside from Quarry, who shouted out, "Friends, wait! They will only detain us and delich us. It is a harmless process. Do not fight them. If you fight them, we'll be expelled from the academy. The wards will consider you threats and behave accordingly." "I have had it with these! Kill them! Kill Steve!" Irisia shouted out and fired a pair of arrows at Steve. But much like the last time they met, a magic shield appeared before him, which the arrows bounced off harmlessly. From behind the shield, he just smiled and waved as the constructs closed in on the adventurers. "Bye-bye!" And with that, he quickly went through the motions to teleport away. Thus ends the first chapter in the decades-long rivalry between Steve Spellslinger and Crap, the first chapter, but most certainly not the last. Most ballads and epics of all Talaron's most well-known heroes, adventurers, and other such legendary figures begin somewhere after they've accepted the quest, or begun to work as adventurers or other such violently minded careers. Most bards and scribes don't like to talk about the early days of such figures, as they are almost always so much less impressive than their later work. Granathor the Bold is known for his quest to cleanse Grey Mountain of the Trogs, and not for his decade and a half working in a stable shoveling vast quantities of horse shit. Yet it is his time working in a stable that gave him the endurance he'd need for his quest. Similarly, Narila the Nimble is known for her impressive and daring heists, and not the quilts and blankets she made for a living before her heists were all that successful. One might think that mages are immune to this, considering their time spent training to become a mage or wizard involves throwing fireballs at one another. However, bards skip over this time in a mage's life as well, because bards rarely want to talk about people like Kalethorn the Gaunt having to do homework, or Qualisra being constantly late for class. Even those who can cast magic are not above mundane tasks or boring days. Then there are the many mages who graduate and never cast magic in anger in their life. Academics who never feel the need to wander the lands, seeking danger and possibly horrible death. While now it is very hard to imagine the infamous Spellslinger as one who'd seek out this sort of life, he actually thought that would be his future. He had a fascination with the side of magic that was more suitable to controlled testing and study than wild use in the field. He had every intention of graduating, and then spending his days tending to his garden of rare and violent plants while expanding upon the study of magic itself. How it worked, why it worked, how it could be made more accessible to all, and not just controlled by the few, even if he was one of those few. But this was not to be, or at least not for a while. For there is this terrible moment in any student's life, magic or otherwise, where they must graduate and come to grips with the terrifying realm that is called reality, where hopes and expectations get broken upon the rocky shores of job markets and finances. Of course, this would all lead to the formation of one of the most infamous adventuring groups of all time, but it is not well known by most scholars or even bards what brought this group together. Most pick up their tale later on with their more popular and well-known quests. This is not because their first task was mundane, quite the opposite. This is more to deal with the desire of those involved to keep it quiet. This is a story about how Steve Spellslinger gets a job. Graduation day, I'm so excited. Steve grinned as he looked over his toga fresh from the capital of his home country, the Almarin Republic. Not only had he been given a pure white toga, but it had thin purple stripes, the very first of its kind. Togas meant different things to the Almarins, and so a white toga itself was for important people. But with purple stripes along the edges, that was new. No one had purple yet. First of his kind. Mage! He was quite excited as he looked at his somewhat distorted reflection in his mirror. Glass mirrors had just started to become a thing recently, and he preferred them to the magic mirrors. Less snarky sass talk. Who'd have ever thought my retarded brother would one day graduate from an academy of any kind? Steve glared at his brother Chris, who'd come to the ceremony with his kids. I guess this almost makes up for not being able to have sex for 2.5 decades. Steve snorted at that. I wouldn't say that. Oh, what did they teach you, how to conjure up some sheep to keep you warm? Steve then cast his glare over at his brother Mark. "Hey now, I'm not the one spending all day in the field with the herds." Steve replied and was about to continue when there was a knock at the door, immediately followed by his sister Carla opening the door and sticking her head in. "You shitheads done comparing your dicks yet? Or do you need to find a magnifying glass?" The three brothers shot back their own battery of insults before she waved them off and continued. "Mom's all ready, and that snooty elf kid said the ceremony will begin soon, so we should get out to the main audience chamber." "All right, you guys should go then. I need to go find my girlfriend. She should be here soon," Steve mentioned before Mark gently reached out to caress Steve's right hand. "Oh, hello! It's so nice to meet Steve's girlfriend after all these years." He spoke to Steve's hand as Steve jerked it back then out of his brother's grip. "Fucking bite me!" Steve growled back as his brothers laughed and then finally headed out the door, leaving him to look over his robe once more, making sure it was hanging properly before nodding. He headed out of his room into the hall outside where he could see his mother and siblings herding his dozen or so nieces and nephews towards the main audience chamber. He'd grinned when the Archdean had complained that he was testing their policy on not limiting how many people one could invite to their graduation. Really, he knew it was only a matter of time before they clamped down on it. Humans just had way more family than elves or dwarves. However, he needed to make sure his final guest would make it. He quickly made his way out of the male dorms and down to the grand entrance hall. There were plenty of dignitaries from many of the most respected nations of Talaron here today, but not one from Almera. Politics. He kept moving, however, since this was far too busy for him to want Sherry wandering through and causing a fuss. So he kept moving until he was near the garden gate next to the library. It was fairly quiet most of the time, and there was just a bored elf student sentinel sitting near the gate, reading up on potions and poisons, what to eat and what not to eat. Steve was very familiar with the book. His own suggestion to add on a compendium on things to eat only if you want to trip was denied, of course, but he still had plans to get it added one day. As he stepped outside, he smiled at the clear blue sky. It was a gorgeous day. Now he just needed to wait for Sherry to port in. He'd given her the coordinate scroll already. He wished there were some way to track the passage of time more accurately so that they could show up at the same time. "Who's your potions, Professor?" he asked the student sentinel, then figuring he'd pass the time chatting with the other student. "Oh, Professor Kalrana." The elf looked up from her book then, obviously a bit surprised at the interruption of her studies. "On the multiple choice part, expect her to throw in a bunch of answers on the same letter in a row. She does that to mess with your head. But it's fine if it's like 4 or 5 in a row of the same letter." When he mentioned that, the elf perked up a bit. "Really? I knew it. I kept getting messed up on the ambush quizzes that were all the same letter answer. It's really confusing." Steve nodded as he leaned against the gate then. "Yeah, she plays head games with her tests. How many more years do you have here?" 2, I'm almost out. You're one of the humans, right?" she asked, and he just arched a brow as she laughed nervously. "Right. There are only 3 of you, so that sort of answers that question. Are you the one that all the teachers hate?" Now Steve just grinned. "Oh yeah, that's me." He really was establishing a true legacy for himself here, it seemed. "So did you really break the senior-level spell golem? They said that's never happened before. What sort of spells did you cast at it?" He laughed and shook his head. "Dispel and counterspell, that's it." He could see her confused look, so he went on. "The golem is designed to get stronger and adapt to what spells you hit it with to make you have to adapt back. Well, all I would do is dispel and counterspell which it can't build off or absorb and smashed it to bits with a hammer. They've hired a team of dwarves and even a few goblins to build one that's immune to humans. All I know is if they don't let me help them design it, I'm going to go break it a few more times until they get it right." "Aren't you afraid they'll finally kick you out?" she asked then, and he shrugged. "They haven't managed it yet." He was going to go on when he heard the sort pop of a displacement bubble as he leaned back and saw Sherry standing in the garden now. "Hey, hun!" He stepped back and waved her over. She smiled as she approached, wearing a very nice purple dress, which matched the purple of his toga stripes. When she stepped through the gate, though, the elf squeaked in surprise and tossed her book at the half-demon, who narrowly avoided getting hit in the head with the book. "Whoa! What the fuck?" Steve blurted out. "Demon! Summon the sentinels!" The student, as she picked up the stool she'd been sitting on and waved it in front of her as if to ward off Sherry, who was just leaning back, hands raised, trying not to look threatening. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Steve gasped out as he held his hands out. "Calm down! She's my girlfriend. She's here to attend the graduation. Look, the arcane constructs aren't even activating." He waved his hand at the constructs on either side of the gate who hadn't activated. The student blinked at that, slowly lowering her stool. "But she's a demon." She looked from Steve to Sherry and back a few times. "Half demon," Sherry corrected, finally speaking. "And I promise I'm not here to do any harm. Otherwise I'd have been smote by the wards." "Smote? Is that right?" she asked, and Steve shrugged. "But what if it's a trick? I mean, I was thinking hostile stuff, right? Why didn't the constructs activate?" she asked, looking up at the nearest one. "Probably because you were just thinking you were defending yourself?" Steve asked, and then cleared his throat. "Here, let me check. I will fucking kill you!" he shouted suddenly, and growled at the elf, who squealed and raised her stool back up. The nearest construct began to rise up then. "Warning, hostile action detected." But then Steve just stayed still and stretched a little. The construct waited for a few more seconds before closing back up. "They still work," Steve said as the student slowly lowered her stool. "I guess they do. You're dating a demon, though, really?" she asked. "Half demon," Sherry corrected once more. "Isn't that all kinds of taboo for both of you?" she asked. "First of all, when you tell a human not to do something, that just makes them want to do it more. Secondly, you're what, 123? The elf looked surprised and nodded. "Yeah, how did you know? Most humans or most non-elves have no idea how old we are." Steve just shrugged. "It's just a trick I picked up when I learned what the elven age of He coughed as both Sherry and the elf gave him a look. I can. Anyway, what I was going to say is you're young for an elf, but I'm pretty old for a human. I mean, I'm 40 and most of my siblings' eldest children are in their early 20s. Now Sherry looked surprised. "You're 40? She asked, and he glanced over at her, arching a brow. "Yeah? Well, not yet. In a few weeks. My birthday is later this month. Besides, this level of mage training takes 25 years. Me and the other first human tryouts were recruited at 15. Did you not know that?" She just stared at him as they both looked confused. "But the way you act, the way you look." Sherry waved at him a little and he nodded as he suddenly understood. "I look like I'm in my 20s. Sure, it's all the magic. Elves live about 1,000 years naturally, but dwarf mages have their lifespans extended by centuries. Since all 3 human mages are currently the same age, I have no idea how long our lives will be extended, but you can bet it's more than double." He shrugged then. "Besides, you're 37, yeah? We're not far off in age. Or did you like to think you'd bagged yourself a young stud?" He grinned and wiggled his eyebrows before Sherry just rolled her eyes. Well, okay then, I guess. Enjoy the graduation ceremony," the elf said a bit sheepishly. "Sorry for trying to hit you with my book." "It's okay. You've got good reflexes," Sherry assured the student and picked up the book before handing it over. With that, Steve took Sherry's hand then so he could start leading her back through the academy. "So this is the infamous Orbitus?" "Sure is. I'll have to show you around properly later, but for now, we need to get you to the audience hall. I'll introduce you to my family real quick, and then I need to go take my place for the ceremony. I wish I had a bit more time to hang around a bit longer, but I'm sure you'll all get along just fine. By the way, have you managed to find me someone the crap have betrayed yet?" he asked, glancing over at her. "I've got a few leads. The issue isn't so much finding people they've killed, but people they've killed who can help, and also aren't evil. They do seem to, have more collateral damage than most so-called do-gooders, but they do in fact try and target evil people. Mostly." Steve shrugged as she told him that. "I think overzealous people like that can be just as dangerous, if not more so, than evil ones." As he brought her to the grand audience chamber, they could see the 100 or so relatives of the graduating mages arranged in seats before the main stage. They were well-dressed and mostly from wealthy and powerful elven or dwarven families. They were the height of Talaron society. And then, behind them, were Steve's family, who were clearly the largest group of people there for one mage, taking up 24 seats. Steve was about to lead her past the door when the sentinels on either side readied their staffs. "Halt, demon!" one shouted as they drew close. "She's my girlfriend and she's invited! Fuck off!" Steve hissed out and kept walking as they sentinels paused at that and watched them walk inside. After a few moments of nothing else happening, they looked to one another before one shrugged and they resumed their posts. Steve, meanwhile, was leading Sherry up to the cluster of his family at the back of the hall. "Sherry, I'd like you to meet Helen, my mother." "So this is the girl you've told me about? Oh, she's so lovely." His mother smiled then, and Sherry extended her hand to shake, but his mother just stepped up and pulled her in for a big hug. "Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you! Steve has written so many wonderful things about you." Sherry let out a soft gasp as Steve's mother partially crushed her in the hug before finally letting go. The half-demon smiled then and tried to fix her hair up quickly. "Ah, yes, he's a wonderful man, you raised him right," she replied, which made Helen blush, and part pat, part slap Sherry on the shoulder, making her stagger a little. "Oh, you're just too kind." "Now, let me introduce my siblings," Steve went on. "This is Mark, Chris, Carla, Lana, and Nancy. Then these are their spouses, Marissa, Kelsey, Jane, Paul, and Luke. I won't introduce all their kids because we'll be here too long." Sherry shook the hand of each of his brothers and sisters, and in turn their spouses. "I think he means because he's forgotten all our names." A boy in his early teens mentioned wearing a Almarin tunic. "What's that, little Billy? You want your Uncle Steve to hit you with a lightning bolt to teach you some manners?" Steve growled out at his nephew. "My name isn't Billy." "That's too bad, little Timmy." Steve then quickly shuffled his feet back and forth on the rug that ran up the center of the audience room. The others stopped and watched as he shuffled his feet back and forth rapidly before he reached out and touched his nephew's arm, to which they could hear a little zap. "Ow!" the kid said as he rubbed his arm, and Steve just stuck his tongue out at him. "Now stop lipping off to your big powerful uncle who is in fact a mage and can control the elements themselves." He struck a pose with his hands outstretched before letting out a maniacal laugh. Then he looked up at the platform and saw the Archon pointing at him. "Whoops! Gotta go! Have fun talking! No one start a fight! I'll be back!" With that, he raced up the hall to get onto the stage and scurry off to the side to take his place with the other graduates. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the glares from most of his teachers and the Arch Council. Except Archchair Tyrinia. She was too good-natured and forgetful to hate anyone. Oh, and Duskmaw, Steve still wanted to find out what she was. Once he was off in the line of other students getting ready to graduate, he still had to wait for things to begin. "Steve, glad to hear you actually passed everything, though I was a little surprised." Steve reached out to give Kiristin a forearm grab as he smiled at the second human mage. "Yeah, I have a tendency to surprise people." He agreed, and then smiled and waved at Riava, who was wearing the robe and circlet of the valedictorian. "Hey, Riava, you excited to be the first human mage ever? I hope you've got some big spell plan to show off." The woman snorted as he mentioned Than, running a hand through her long gold locks. She was actually a brunette, but she magically colored her hair because she thought it made her look more elven. "Don't be silly. Graduation isn't about showing off. It's simply about being acknowledged for one's hard work." "If it isn't about showing off, how come we have a big ceremony where we invite dignitaries from all over the world?" Steve asked, and watched the woman scowl for a moment. "Shut up!" was her simple reply as he cackled, and then slapped Kiristin's shoulder. "Come on, man, aren't you excited at least?" he asked the stocky human. "Oh, I am." The other human grinned back, showing a bit more emotion than Riava. "I've been asked by the Grand Chancellor of the Francomania Alliance to become the first court mage." Steve nodded and gave the other human another pat on the shoulder. "Hey, that's good stuff. Those city-states need all the help they can get against those Kasurian assholes. How about you, Riava? You get any job offers yet? He asked then, as she glared back at him for a moment. My father is of course going to welcome me back as his sole heir, just as it should be. Steve nodded at that, remembering she was a crown princess of the Varenzi, which really did explain so much about her. But I've accepted an offer from the Halurian kingdom to study at their grand library for a number of years. Steve wasn't surprised by her invitation by the elves. She'd probably make her ears pointy if she could. What about you, Steve? You get some offers from, He blinked as he looked at Steve for a while until Steve spoke up. Almera? He offered, and then Karistan nodded. No, but I didn't ask anyone. The Senate gave me this nice new toga in honor of my achievement, but they are undecided about mages in government. Besides, I figure I'll stay here and study magic. That's what I'm most interested in anyway. He noticed Riava stick her nose in the air for a moment. I assume you simply did something to make your king hate you, or he'd have offered you a position anyway. Ah, we don't have kings. Steve started to explain. Emperor, then, or queen, I suppose. She shrugged dismissively. We've got consuls. They're elected officials, for 1 year. Steve explained then, which made the woman give him a strange look. How could you possibly get anything done with a ruler who is only in power for a single year? She asked. Ah, well, there are 2 at a time, so twice as much gets done. Steve knew he should leave it at that, but he couldn't. And it works for us just fine. 200 years ago, there was little more than Almera. 100 years ago, we didn't even have a navy. Now, we've absorbed every major local human settlement and even integrated some of the local orc tribes. Not to mention, we kicked the crap out of those stupid Darginians and rule their old territory. Now it's just us, and mostly the incredibly old elf kingdoms left over on Narmetia. Ooh, yes, I forgot you're from that dreadfully uncivilized continent. Steve glared at the woman who glared back until Karistan coughed and slapped Steve on the back. But hey, I bet you're looking forward to the party once this is over. Boy, did you sure bring a lot of family. The other mage tried to change the subject. Just my mom, my brothers and sisters and their kids, Steve said with a shrug. We're plebs. Plebs have lots of kids. Then he paused and rubbed his chin. Wait, are we still plebs? I have a toga now. A white toga. He trailed off as he looked over his toga before he heard the Archon's voice from the stage as she began to start off the ceremony. With that, they got quiet and waited for their turn to be called up. Overall, it was a fairly simple ceremony. Each mage was called up, and they'd walk across the stage to the Arch Council and receive their scroll of completion, and then stand on the far side. The students were called by order of their last name, except for Steve, Karistan, and Riava, who were at the very back since they were the first humans ever to graduate. The audience was told to hold their applause for the end, and in general it was a fairly quiet affair so that the Archcaster could more easily be heard to call out their name and any special achievements of theirs. Steve had broken more records than any student in the history of Arbitus, but he had a feeling Evelinus would somehow forget. It didn't take too long to get through the other students, since each class only totaled 50 students at a time. Steve was still pretty excited when Riava was called. Next, we have the very first human graduate of the academy here, Evelinus called out. Valedictorian of her entire class. First human invited to the Halurian Grand Library and first student to discover a new spell in over 3 centuries. Riava Tagliano. Steve rolled his eyes at that. Sure, she was the first, but he had since made up about 100 new spells, while she just had the one. Sure, it was a good one, but... He just shrugged it off as Riava crossed the stage and took her scroll with a smile. Karistan was up next. Now we have our second human mage, first to pioneer a new golem construction method in 4 centuries and record holder for the Gauntlet of Endurance. While Steve had nothing on Karistan's golem work technically, he should be the record holder for the Gauntlet. Only, he broke it so the council said his run didn't count. But Karistan had admitted to Steve that Steve deserved the record. And so long as Karistan admitted it, Steve didn't mind. Karistan Heinrich von Muncher! Steve watched the other human cross the stage to get his scroll and wave to his family out in the audience somewhere. All right. Now it was Steve's turn. He rubbed his hands together with a grin. And last. Steve noticed the way Evelina said that and looked his way, but he just grinned back at the elf. The third human mage, Steve. In the back, his family stood up, ignoring the rules to start clapping and cheering as he ran out across the stage, waving as he went. When he got to the Archdean, he took his scroll and held it up in the air before letting it fall back down. But as it fell, he grabbed another scroll from the sleeves of his toga, swapping them before tossing the new scroll as high as he could into the air. Zap, zap! He shouted as little bolts of lightning shot from his two pointer fingers to hit the scroll, which ignited it. The scroll exploded then in flashes of red, gold, and blue above the surprised audience. But his family just cheered and clapped harder and louder while Steve stood before the Archdean, hands raised. And that's that, folks. The party is in the reception hall. Let's hear it for all these amazing mages. 25 years in the making. Are you all ready to party? He pointed to the other students. They stood there for a moment in silence before Karistan cheered out, and then the others finally gave way and cheered as well, going along with his interruption of the normal ceremony. Enjoy the food and drinks, assembled by our finest chefs, including myself, he called out to the crowd then, and noticed Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw shove Evelinas out of the way as she headed up the hall to get to the reception first. No matter how often he cooked for her, she just never seemed to get enough. Even though most of the council was glaring at him for ending the ceremony his way rather than theirs, he noticed that the Archdean just smiled at him. To be honest, seeing the Archon of Magic smile at him unnerved him more than the glares, so he just laughed it off nervously and hopped down from the stage to go meet up with his family and Sherry and get to the party. So she said that's not my cauldron, and I said that's okay, that's not my staff. Steve and his siblings laughed as he finished his joke, and Sherry just rolled her eyes. But he noticed her turn away to try and hide a smile as well, so he considered it a success. So far the party had gone well. People had loved his hell-baked potatoes, and his dire crab dip was a hit as well. Unfortunately, Duskmaw had eaten all the blizzard cream he'd made up, but thankfully she'd been hit with a brain freeze so bad she had to teleport to Mount Fiery Doom to try and warm up. Steve. He turned then and jumped a bit as he saw the Archdean standing there. For a glowing being of magic, the Archon could sometimes hide her presence very well. Hello, Archdean, this is... He was about to introduce everyone, but the Archon cut him off. Your family and your girlfriend, a half-demon. You didn't think I'd let her through the wards without knowing who she was, did you? She asked, and Steve blinked, because honestly, he thought that's exactly what had happened. Though I believe 2 members of your family are missing. Ah, yes. My older brother George and my father. My dad couldn't make it here from the fields of Hala without a quest of vengeance or a petition of ancestral guidance, what with being dead and all. My brother George is just off with the army since it's campaign season. His siblings nodded as he mentioned that. Campaign season? The Archon asked, seeming confused. Ah, yeah. See, the best time for the military to campaign is after sowing the fields but before harvest. As he explained, the Archon just frowned. So, your people have actually worked out the best time to go to war? Or do they campaign every summer? They assemble every summer, don't always go fight people. Mostly. He shrugged. So your brother wanted to be a warrior then? The Archon asked, but Steve shook his head. The Almarin military used to just be compulsory service of the eldest males of landowning families, and while my family was? We were plebs, but we still owned our farm. But about 50 years ago, one of our generals reorganized everything into a professional system where anyone could join. Well, any citizen? Or people who want to become citizens, I guess. Anyway, my brother still joined because it's customary. And I hear he's good at it? He looked at his mom, who nodded. He became an Evocatus Primus Pilus last year. She mentioned, and it was Steve's turn to be surprised. He did? You guys never told me. He wanted to surprise you in person when you see him. I guess I spoiled the surprise. His mom blushed a little. Well, I'm sure you're proud of your family. The Archon mentioned then. A career military leader, it sounds like, and the third human mage of all time. Speaking of Steve, however, may I borrow him for a moment? The Archon kept smiling, which made Steve shiver a little for some reason once more, but his mom just nodded. Oh, certainly, I'm so proud of him. First child in our family who could read and write before the age of 10, taught the rest of us. Of course, his father could read and write a little, but nothing like Steve here. She beamed proudly as Steve nervously laughed, and then followed the Archon as she lead him away from his family. In fact, she lead him out of the reception hall entirely and into a side chamber that looked like it was just to store extra chairs. What's this about? He asked first. Tell me, Steve, do you know what most students do when they graduate here? She asked, and he nodded. Yeah, they stay on as academics mostly. They keep studying. Some write new tomes, some help teach new students. Why? They do this if they get patrons to help pay their continued stay and study. It isn't a free service. Those who don't get patrons often adventure to make money. That you know, yes? She asked again, and he nodded, having a bad feeling he knew where this was going. On top of that, most students don't have any debt built up from their time here before graduation. It's paid for by their home nations. Did you know that Almera has opted to not pay our suggested fee? Ah, no, I did not. Steve began to feel even more nervous. Did you get any patrons willing to support your continued stay? She asked, and he just remained quiet. This is a summary of the total amount for your time here from first being brought in to graduation, and that's the first-year cost to stay on and study here. She handed him a scroll that materialized out of thin air. I'm sure we can arrange something. If I talk to the Senate, they'd probably see holy shit. He gasped as he opened the scroll and actually read it. Ha! But that's holy shit, he repeated. Yes, indeed, the Archon replied. So this was it. This was how she was going to get rid of him. His shoulders slumped then for a moment. However, I'm willing to become your patron. He looked up at her then, eyes narrowing for a moment. She hated him, didn't she? What's the catch? He asked after a few seconds. Are you familiar with the concept of plausible deniability? It's a human phrase, I'm told. I actually rather like it. He arched his brows now, wondering where this was going. I'll just assume you're familiar. Now I know you're familiar with the Helurian Grand Library, especially since they want Riava to attend. What you might not know is that I have it on very good authority that they're trying to build their own academy, using their extensive catalog of magic books and tomes as the base. This is unacceptable. They've been trying to acquire artifacts, books, and even personnel from this academy for centuries, but they've become increasingly aggressive, and I won't stand for it any longer. You said before that I'd want you around to see to any task I thought the academics couldn't handle, so this is it. I want you to burn down the Helurian Grand Library. I don't know. Won't this start a war or something? He muttered, feeling a little overwhelmed. Students go rogue, you know. Not to mention I have no need of you to reveal your identity while you do this. If you're worried about Riava, she won't be attending once she realizes her people need her at home more than she needs to study further. Do this, Steve, and your debt will be forgiven. Not to mention I'll let you stay on here as my beneficiary. I'll give you a small sum to start an adventuring group. Your girlfriend can come and go as she pleases, and best of all, Evelinus is heavily invested in the Grand Library. He doesn't think I know, but he wants to become the first archdean of this new rival academy. Steve arched his brows at that last bit, and he rubbed his chin for a moment before pointing at the Archon. I'm just destroying the building, not the people. That's fine. I care about their artifacts and books. You're free to keep anything you steal. If you bring things here, I'll even store them for you. Steve thought it over a little longer. So let me make sure I got this straight. You're hiring me, as the third human mage ever, to go destroy a rival elven library to make sure that they don't become a threat to this academy. And the reason you want me to do it is so if I get caught, you can deny any involvement? She nodded. That is correct. Do we have a deal? Steve thought it over a little longer and reached out to shake her hand. Her gleaming blue body was warm to the touch, and it made his hair stand up a little when he shook her hand. We have a deal, but I'm going to be careful about this. I won't reveal my identity, and I'll make sure that this is done right. I'm not evil, you know. I just feel like mercenary work isn't a terrible thing, and I'll make sure my adventuring group reflects that. We'll just be a different brand of good. One less like those assholes in crap. We won't be hypocrites. We'll just do good in its basest, truest form. We will truly be paragons of virtue in our own way. But also not above this sort of thing. This was the job that secured Steve's life of adventure, his tales of spellslinging, and of course the formation of one of the most infamous adventuring groups of all time, Doom. But that's a story for another day. The formation of any adventuring group requires some very key essential people. Steve was saying to Sherry as he made sure his harness had all his spell reagents in it. Right now, we've got sneaky, backstabbing, thievery-type stuff covered and, of course, offensive magic. Oh, so that's how you describe me? Sneaky, backstabbing, thievery-type stuff? Sherry growled as she crossed her arms, but Steve looked back at her, obviously surprised. What? I'm the backstabber who's good at thievery stuff? You've got loads of offensive magic spells. Plus, you're much better at dealing with people nicely than I am. You know how I, rub people the wrong way? He shrugged as she arched her left eyebrow slowly. I'm the magic caster? You're covering yourself in magic spell components have perhaps the most extensive spell tome ever made on your belt. She gestured, and he looked down at his harness for a moment. Yeah, so I can cast invisibility and then stab them with a spectral dagger. Or, you know, a regular dagger. He still seemed confused. Speaking of, you seem to have more knives and daggers than any other mage I've ever met. Then again, you're not like any other mage I've ever met, are you? She mentioned. Well, because they're stupid. Knives are tools. You can use them for all manner of things. Any good adventurer has to have at least, 5 knives on them. He huffed as he mentally counted how many he had. Why don't we say between the two of us, we've got magic and subterfuge covered? She offered, and he shrugged. Fair enough. Anyway, we've also got healing covered now that my friend has agreed to join us. I guess things haven't been working out the way he's hoped back home. I figure it's gotta be hard being a follower of the love god in a dwarven capital. It's not easy to tell male and female dwarves apart with all their beards and whatnot, Steve mentioned. Then why do the dwarves have a love god? She asked. But before Steve could answer, the door opened and a dwarf in white heavy plate covered in hearts walked in, accompanied by strange, soothing music in the background. Ooh, no, baby, there's only one love god. She doesn't know race, she doesn't know creed, she only knows the purest emotion of all, sweet, sweet, tender love. His voice rumbled out like melted chocolate being poured over strawberries, as Steve just waved at the dark-skinned dwarf. Sherry, this is... But he was cut off as the dwarf reached out to take Sherry's hand and pull it to his lips. Larry, love, white mage, at your service, honey child. He kissed his way as far up Sherry's arm as he could, considering their height difference. A white mage, not a cleric? She asked. Don't let the heavy plate and big hammer fool you. He's a white mage. I met this freak when he was 2 years into the 5-year white mage course. Can you believe those sex-crazed white mages actually have co-ed dorms? Madness. Takes all the fun out of sneaking in. Steve snorted. I owe everything to this man. He taught me how to dance. He taught me how to seeing. He taught me how to conjure up a warm fire to lay any wonderful woman down by and tenderly start to... She gets the idea, Larry, Steve interrupted. Anyway, what I was telling her before you showed up is that we've got magic, healing, and stabbing, but we need someone big and burly who can stand up front and take hits. Yes, and how are we going to find that person? Sherry asked. It's easy. We go to a tavern and hold tryouts. That's how it works. How hard can it be? Steve laughed. This is the 10th town, Steve. This isn't working, Sherry mentioned as Steve was hunched over the table they'd set up in the middle of the newest tavern. Things hadn't gone quite the way he was hoping. So far, he was discovering why it was that most kingdoms over here weren't all that worried about peasant revolts, when their stock of strong, capable fighters were already in the military, and those they left to run the farms. Well, and that's why you should let me join your adventuring group. I'll smack the crap out of monsters with Maho. The farmer brandished his farming implement, spinning it around a little before hitting himself in the leg with it, immediately followed by his face, after which his hoe went spinning off over Sherry's head, who ducked out of the way. To make things easy among the simple farming towns, she'd taken on the guise of a human, not Brunhilde. Steve was bummed. Next. Steve muttered and shook his head as the farmer wandered off, rubbing his face as he looked for his hoe. In the middle of the day in a farming community, the local tavern was only sparsely occupied. Most of the tryouts had already left after failing to impress, and Larry was off sweet-talking one of the tavern girls while her father, the tavern owner, glared at him from behind the counter. Steve would have to tip extra well. When he looked forward, there wasn't anyone else, so he just sighed. "We should have just taken that nice stable boy from a few towns back," she mentioned. "Who? The shit shoveler? Sure, the kid had heart, but he was kinda scrawny. Maybe in 15 years, if he keeps shoveling shit, he'll get stronger." He tapped his chin and looked around before gasping out, "I don't get it. All those bard tales talk about adventurers meeting up at taverns. But did they have tryouts? Or did fate intervene to make them all show up at the same time? You don't have it in good with fate." Sherry mentioned, and Steve nodded, acknowledging that fact. "I thought maybe I had it in good with luck, though," he muttered as he rubbed his chin. Then again, the thing about Lady Luck was she could be pretty fickle. Then he trailed off as he saw a little girl walk into the tavern. She looked a bit out of place, honestly. Peasants had simple clothes, but hers seemed to be made of furs and strips of leather. She also looked extremely pale, more like the nomads in the frozen wastes to the far north. "Hello there, little girl. Are you looking for your dad?" he asked, and glanced around the few drunks in the place, and noticed the tavern owner had now started cleaning a very large cleaver while watching Larry sweet-talk his daughter. Steve needed to do something about that soon. "Are you Steve Spellslinger?" the girl asked, then holding up one of the posters he'd put up around the area about their tryouts. Yes?" He caught Sherry's suspicious look at him, but he just shrugged, honestly confused. He highly doubted he was the father. The sailor's seal was one of the first spells he learned. He didn't have any intention of fathering anyone yet, or getting dire crotch crickets. "My friend wanted to talk to you, but—" The girl looked around, seeming nervous. "I don't know if this is a safe place." "Ooh, sweetie, this place is very safe. I promise I'll protect you and your friend. Where are they if they want to talk to me?" he asked. And then before his eyes, the girl vanished in a puff, before he was looking up at a 6.5-foot-tall werewolf. He gasped and was about to grab his spellbook to find some way to fight back when he stopped and focused on the creature. Were husky?" he asked then. "I'm actually, we're human, I think." "The we're human?" mentioned as she poked her fingers together nervously. The tavern owner at least was focused on her, and Larry had stopped feeling up the tavern girl. The were-husky, or possible were-human, had reddish-brown fur mixed with white, and he noticed that one eye was green, while the other was blue. Unlike the girl, her clothes seemed to be made of some sort of shimmering scales bound with leather. But they looked like they'd been pried off a creature, and definitely weren't regular metal. She also had a sword and shield on her back that clearly hadn't been there. "A werewolf! I'll get the silverware! Dorothy, fetch the militia!" The tavern owner cried out, and the woman in Larry's arms quickly jumped up, but Steve got up as well. "Whoa, whoa, settle down! This isn't a werewolf, it's the middle of the day, and it isn't even the full moon." He knew, of course, real werewolves didn't need to abide by the position of the moon alone, but he didn't feel a need to get into that right now. Besides, she's got clothes on. Werewolves transform as one creature and usually shred their clothes as they grow. She just sort of poofed and appeared. It's fine, everyone. He held up his hands, and the room slowly relaxed. "Thank you," the were-person said quietly. Steve noted that she even had the curled tail of a husky and scratched his chin slowly as he examined her. "So, who are you?" he finally asked. "Well, my owner always called me Toozy 'cause of my eyes which match hers. But the others called me Fenrina. I have traveled across half the world to find you." She started, and Steve dropped back into a defensive posture. For revenge? The husky blinked at that and shook her head. Ah, no? Steve relaxed then. Oh, good. I didn't think anyone was out to kill me yet. Except crap. But you never know how things may get mixed up. See, it's just that you're the first person to travel a long way to find me, and most tales about traveling half the world involve revenge and the like. He explained his behavior to her. Oh well, I do want revenge, but not against you. I was told you could help me. You helped my people when I was a pup. You defeated the indomitable. She frowned then as she struggled through the word. Indomitable snowman? Steve asked then before continuing when she nodded. It was really just an ice golem, but it did run on blood magic, bad stuff. Well, the way it was being used, it was bad stuff. Blood magic on its own is... Never mind. Steve realized he was veering off on a tangent and let her continue. Well, the creator came back, I guess. He killed my tribe. The husky explained as Steve groaned out. Shit. I thought I got the creator in the fight. I must have missed something. Blood mages are nasty little shits. Steve muttered as he rubbed his chin, thinking back on the fight a bit more than a year before. Well, when he attacked the town, I jumped in front of my owner before he hit her with a spell, and now we're sort of the same person. Kinda. The husky finished explaining as Steve nodded and had a sudden realization. Ah, the girl? Okay, so you're not exactly a were-human or a were-husky. You two are separate but the same. That's why you had different outfits. Okay, that's interesting. Evil blood magic usually gets defeated by pure love, and I can't think of any purer love than of a dog and their owner, and probably her love for you as well, Steve mentioned. But whoever cast it must have been very strong for it to still have some sort of effect. So you became a humanoid and your owner is sort of trapped. Fenrina nodded. Can you help me? She asked, and Steve rubbed his chin before shaking his head. Nope. I haven't got the faintest fucking clue of how to undo the magic. I'm willing to help, though. But, I'm trying to form a group of adventurers right now for some work. So, kind of busy, Steve mentioned. What do you need? I can fight, Fenrina insisted. Well, someone to stay up front and protect the rest of us, Steve explained. I can do that, she nodded. My armor is made from the scale of the colossal ice worm. I took one down myself, she said proudly before her shoulders dropped a bit. But it was a small one. That's still impressive. Steve tapped his chin as she looked at her sword and shield. Ancient runed weapons and armor from the nomadic snow tribes? He asked. Well, no. I just found these on an old skeleton as I wandered through a blizzard looking for help after that evil person killed my tribe. But Steve actually clapped at that. Oh, that's perfect. Old weapons found in a blizzard or other storm on an ancient and unmarked grave at the start of a revenge quest? Hold on to those. Those will turn out to be super ancient powerful relics or something. I swear. He was starting to get excited when Sherry spoke up. Are we seriously going to use her? She's a little girl. She gasped out. Hey, I'm almost 2, Fenrina protested. That's full grown for a husky, Steve said with a nod. I meant the girl. Sherry glared at them. Oh, well, we don't really know what's up with the magic curse that hit them. If I'm to cure them, I need to study them, which means keeping them close, Steve said. What's the girl's name? He asked Fenrina. Astrid. Does Astrid feel pain when you get hurt? He asked, and the husky shook her head. See, it'll be fine. Are you sure we can trust her? Sherry asked then. What if this is some sort of magical trick? A disguise of sorts hidden behind supposed blood magic? Steve was going to point out the half-demon should be the last person to accuse others of using a disguise spell, but instead he just looked back at Fenrina. I suppose that's a very good question, with only one good way to find out. He stepped around the table to look up a bit into he was going to stick with werehusky. He looked into her eyes then and took a breath, adopting a serious expression for a moment as she looked worried. Then he reached into a pouch and pulled out a treat. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? What's a girl? Fenrina's eyes went big and she began to pant a little as she dropped down, kneeling down as he dangled the treat up above her. Roll over. It was a bit awkward with her sword and shield on her back, but she rolled over for him. "Play dead!" he commanded next, and while on the ground she clutched at her chest. "Ah! Blur! Bleg!" and then stretched out, eyes closed, her tongue dangling from the side of her muzzle. "Up!" he commanded, and she quickly opened her eyes, sitting back up as he gave her the threat. As she chomped on it, he squatted down so he could squeeze and rub her face. "You're such a good girl! You're the good girl! You're the good girl! Yes, you are! Yes, sir!" Then he stood back up and nodded as he set his hands on his hips. "Yep, I have more faith in her dedication to the team than I've ever had in anyone about anything. Also, how was that? I've never had the ability to ask a dog what they thought of those treats." "So good," Fenrina gasped out as she comped up the last of it. "Good, I'm glad." He nodded. "So, all in favor of letting Fenrina tank for us?" "Tank for us?" Sherry asked. "It's an adventuring term," Steve replied. "Anyway, all in favor?" He raised his hand and looked at Larry. "The goddess of love has a special place in her realm for creatures of boundless and immeasurable love, like dogs, and that's a fact." The dwarf seemed to agree. Steve then looked at Sherry, who sighed and then nodded. "Fine, but we're going to be very good to her. No more making her beg for treats," Sherry demanded. "No! I want more treats," Fenrina whimpered then, her eyes seeming to grow rather large. "Treats are fine, but we're not making you act like you just did for them. It's not proper." Sherry glared at Steve, who just shrugged. "Well, okay then. It's settled. We now have an adventuring group, but we have one more task before it's official, and I fear that it may be the most difficult task I've ever had to complete." He trailed off, his expression growing serious as he realized what came next. "How many of these forms are there?" Steve gasped out as he leaned over the counter, blinking hard a few times as he tried to read all the fine print. "You're on the last one," the dwarf behind the counter said, already leafing through the massive pile of forms Steve had already completed. "Mr. Spellslinger, my crayons are getting really short." He looked over at Astrid, then holding up one of the crayons he'd given her along with another picture she'd drawn on one of the many extra forms he'd given her. At least the forms were useful for drawing on. "Hold on, sweetie, I'm almost done," he promised, and then saw the dwarf giving him a look. "That's your tank?" The dwarf was obviously skeptical as Stephen leaned in, whispering out, "Magic curse!" The dwarf then nodded in understanding. "Okay, last form." He groaned then and picked the form up off the counter as he walked over to where the others were sitting. Sherry had dropped her disguise so as not to trigger the wards in the adventuring hall, and Larry was sketching something out with one of the crayons he had actually given Astrid. "What's that?" "The goddess has blessed me with a vision in my dreams of a new instrument. It's like a harp, but with more strings and kept in a giant box." "Sounds complicated." Steve rubbed his forehead as he looked at the sketch. "Anyway, we need to come up with a good group name. Your benefactor wants us to run all sort of dangerous, possibly suicidal missions, right? Sort of making us an adventuring suicide squad?" Larry mentioned. "Ass," Steve said right away as Sherry glared at him. He was confused until she pointed down and he looked to see Astrid peering back up at him. "Ah! Astrid! Astrid! Can Fenrina come out?" The girl nodded then before there was a poof as the werehusky appeared. "What I had meant to say is that the acronym for Adventuring Suicide Squad is ASS." The husky's ears flickered a bit then. "Do you always swear so much?" she asked, and Steve sighed. Astrid was like 9, and Fenrina just didn't like cursing since she thought that curse words actually cursed people. This was going to take some adjustments. Also, what's an acronym? It's when you take the first letter of a group of words and spell something out, like I just did. She blinked at him, and he frowned. "Can you read or write?" She shook her head. "Can Astrid?" Once more she shook her head. "I'll have to teach you both," he muttered. "But how about a nice name?" she asked then. "Like, the Friendly Adventurers Retrieval Team." "Fart," Steve said with a sigh. "Like, on command? Are you asking me to? Are you saying you just did?" Fenrina looked confused. No, I mean, that's the acronym. He huffed. How about the Super Happy Intrepid Team? Sherry asked then with a smirk, and Steve glared at her. Okay, you. Enough from you. He shook his head then. You know you seem to be one of the few people who loves acronyms so much. Maybe it's just an Almarin thing? Steve gasped as Larry suggested that. It is not. Everyone cares about acronyms, for adventuring groups especially. It's important. If you aren't careful, you end up with a terrible acronym. While he'd said that, Fenrina seemed to be thinking. Astrid and I both like misfits. Does that help? She asked, and Steve thought it over before shrugging. The misfits. There's nothing there. You need at least 3 letters for a proper acronym, or TLA if you prefer. The others looked at him. 3-letter acronym, he explained. Well, what other words do we want to help describe us? Fenrina asked. Dependable, Sherry said first. Look at us. We're hardly who people would think to call for help. So we want to make sure dependable is in the name. It'll help. I think we should be an order of something, because orders just sound cool, Larry requested next. So, the Dependable Order of Misfits, Fenrina suggested. Does that acronym mean anything? Steve stood there for a moment before he began to laugh, his voice growing deeper as the candles in the room flickered. Boah! It spells doom. Ah, where the hell did that thunder and lightning come from? Me papers are all over! The dwarf behind the counter was grabbing at the forms that had been tossed into the air, and they could hear a baby crying in the distance. We need help in the stables. Something spooked the horses, someone called out from elsewhere in the building. When the dwarf got the papers back in order, Steve was approaching with the last form, and the dwarf just glared up at him. You're gonna have to fill out some extra forms if you're an evil group. I swear we aren't evil, Steve protested. I just get enthusiastic. The dwarf kept glaring at him and held up a form with a pencil in hand. And just what shall I mark your group down for on the scale of good, evil, law, and chaos? Chaotic, Steve started. What? But we should follow the rules, Fenrina butted in. Laws are important, Sherry agreed. There are no laws in love. Romantic passion is often surprising and spontaneous. To weigh it down with rules and regulations is not cool. The dwarf's words were accompanied by some sort of distant, soothing trumpet instrument no one could exactly place. Steve sighed and rubbed eyes. Well, we're good, right? He looked back over at the group and didn't really hear any objections. But you call yourselves Doom? You have an evil laugh, not to mention the goatee of an evil sorcerer, the dwarf started. It's just a goatee. Facial hair doesn't make someone evil, Steve hissed back. And one of your rank is in fact a demon. Half, Sherry called out, but the dwarf just ticked off a box. I'll put you down for mixed, the dwarf replied. Now you just need to complete one quest on the board and it's official. She handed Steve a board with the list of quests that were open. Well, he thought the dwarf was a she. It was hard to tell what with the beards and the like, but he had a knack for telling. Oh, this one, Steve pointed, not needing to look very long. Are you sure? Most new groups don't normally want to take on an evil magic user at their first go. The dwarf was a bit surprised. Yeah, it's fine. I'm a mage. Ha! A human mage, sure. Steve glared at the dwarf then. But besides that, I actually know her. He went on after a bit. All right, we need to wait for night, but I know where to go. With that, he led the group out to go complete their very first quest as Doom. Man, tonight is plenty dark and stormy, isn't it? Fenrina peered up at the dark clouds above them, her tail down but not between her legs. We'll be fine. You've got more lightning protection than you'll ever need on, Steve promised. So, how do you know this person? Sherry asked. Oh, it's kind of a sad story, so if it's at all possible, try to take her down alive. See, she was several years above me in Arbitus, a quiet, bookish elf girl, very reserved. Well, one of the hottest guys at school invited her to a dance, but it was some sort of stupid joke and he didn't actually dance with her, so instead she ran off and became a... He paused then, as there was another crack of lightning before they heard the evil, yet feminine cackle coming from the graveyard before them. Fenrina gripped her sword and shield tight. Sherry readied her fell whip, and Larry stretched a little as he swung his mace around in big, lazy circles to get ready. Steve, however, just appreciated the magic at work here, as the moon broke out from behind the clouds to perfectly illuminate the elven figure before them. The vast amount of purple and black silk that made up her outfit made Steve wonder who her tailor was more than anything. It couldn't have been cheap. "More adventurers here to try and strike me down. Soon you shall join my dancers of the damned. Ah ha ha ha!" Her laughter ended then as she began to chant and cast a spell as she danced around, bright multicolored lights shooting up from the surrounding graves. "What the hell kind of magic is this?" Sherry asked in confusion, and Steve had to stop dancing to the music being made by the spell to answer. "Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. She got spurned at the dance, so she ran off and became a necrodancer." "Well, let's get her before she finishes the spell," Sherry urged them, but Fenrina didn't move. "Wouldn't that be rude?" she asked. Normally, I'd say we should definitely not let someone cast something, but yeah, I think it would be rude to not let her finish. This is a super complicated spell. She's making it look easy, but come on, give her a chance. Steve agreed as Sherry gasped at them. "Are you too serious right now? This is a fight! You don't just let your enemy finish casting a spell because it would be rude not to, or because it's complicated. And are you just ogling her because she's attractive?" She pointed at Steve, who jumped a bit since he'd been watching the necrodancer and not Sherry. "What? I mean, she's hot." He worried Sherry might attack him instead then. "But it's to observe the way she casts the spell. It's complicated. I study magic. Besides, we want her alive, so if we let her cast the spell first, maybe it'll give us time to talk to her about it." "This is insane! We need to attack her now before Sherry cried out, as they were now surrounded by the dancers of the damned and the zombified and skeletal remains started to attack them. "Fenrina hack and slash! Sherry go for their legs! Larry bash skulls!" Steve called out as he began to quickly combine the ingredients for ice breath so he could freeze the oncoming wave of undead. They worked together very well, with Sherry knocking their legs out from under them as Fenrina smashed anything that got close, and Steve kept freezing the flanks so as they slowly rotated, they were able to keep dealing with the oncoming horde and not let any get too close. Considering how much fate hated Steve, perhaps it was just luck they worked together so well. Soon enough, they dispatched the dancing damned, and Steve nodded. "Good work. Great whip work, Sherry. Good blocking, Fenrina. Larry, you—" He looked around then. "Where's Larry?" He realized he hadn't seen the dwarf since the fight started. Had he been grabbed? "What are they doing over there?" Fenrina asked, and then pointed to two figures on top of one of the mausoleums in the cemetery. Steve frowned and squinted to see what she was pointing at in the distance. He could just make out two figures in the moonlight. Then he gasped before reaching up to try and cover Fenrina's eyes, even if she were a few inches taller than him. "Oh no, look away, sweet summer child." "But she started. "Look away," he ordered as he began to guide her away from the cemetery. "Sherry, just come find us when they're done." "I am not staying here to watch," she protested. "Fine. We'll all retreat to a safe distance and just wait it out," Steve muttered as he guided Fenrina along while she kept her eyes closed. "Were they wrestling? I don't get it." Steve just shook his head as he realized what he'd signed up for with taking care of the part 9-year-old, part 2-year-old were husky. Then he realized that this hopefully didn't void their quest completion. "She's good now?" the dwarf asked. "Yeep, had a change of heart after an intimate conversation with our white mage." Steve was rubbing his eyes as he tried to explain without explaining to the dwarf what had happened. "I think that still completes the work order?" "It does. The locals say no one's been attacked, and it's verified that the cemetery is quiet and cleansed. Unusually so, in fact. They say it was like some mage came by to clean up the place." The dwarf looked at Steve, who just nodded. Yeah. We felt it would look good to, remove the guts and other fluids from the place. Really just clean it all up." He stared at the dwarf silently for another few seconds before the dwarf finally nodded. "Well, they appreciated that. Good thing you had a dwarf mage with you." "Hey, I did the spell casting. I'm a mage, damn it," Steve insisted. "A human mage, that's right. You get the word out there's an adventurer group with a human mage. And we're way cheaper than those arrogant elven mages. You'll see. Okay. Well, it's all official. Your seal came through like you asked. You know you're here now. I can just adjust the forms to make you an evil group. If you change your mind later and become evil at a later date, it's a whole different process, even more forms. But Steve snatched the box from the dwarf's hand. We aren't evil. We are the dependable order of misfits, he shouted out, but nothing happened. After a moment, he took a deep sigh. It only happens when I use the acronym, doesn't it? He looked around the room and finally muttered doom. The horses are spooked again! The thunder scared my baby! Who put out the candles? Steve just looked sideways at the dwarf who had set paperweights on all her forms. Whatever! We aren't evil! We're going to do great things! Great things! He promised. And while that would be true, it was likely a good thing no one ever found out about their first real mission in dealing with the Halurian Grand Library. But that's a story for another day. The world of Talaron is no stranger to war and other such conflicts, both large-scale and small. While the scholars and bards like to paint things in shades of purely black and white, good and evil, right and wrong, it is rarely so simple. Dictatorships that brought industry and infrastructure have been overthrown by well-meaning adventurers, only to see the country slide into decline, since adventurers rarely make good heads of state. Not to mention the vast number of conflicts, where neither side is truly evil. Though the Kasurians will always insist that they represent good and the Francomanians evil, it's hardly the actual case. But sometimes the actions of a small group of people can avert a war, no matter how justified or unjust. Should another magic academy have formed in Haluria in time, conflict between them and Orbitus would have been all but inevitable. While knowledge itself is not a thing that can be mined out of the dirt, it still causes much envy and conflict in various ways. The Halurians would have eventually wanted more, and their academy would have been backed by an army, while Orbitus was purposefully apart from any greater nation. And if two such forces had gone to war, there's no telling how disastrous it could have been, for if anyone knows how to wage war, it's academics. So instead, something had to be done before it became a problem, and while in the long run the destruction of the library no doubt saved lives and was an act of good, many consider it to be one of the most evil and malicious acts of any era. Over the centuries, scholars and normal people would argue about how the fire robbed the Halurians of a second elven golden age of sorts, or that the loss of knowledge and history would hold back the advancement of Talaron by centuries. But while many speak of the event itself, very, very few know of what really happened. But that's by design, considering the truth is hard to make black and white. To really understand why it happened, however, it is important to understand the events leading up to this critical point in history by observing the perpetrators plan their attack, which is why we must look into the life of Thunder Sparkle the Unicorn. The glade was bathed in the romantic moonlight, as the majestic creature saw the girl sitting beside the pond singing a soft song. Her dress was surprisingly immodest for the cool night air, but such was simply how things worked in romantic moonlit glades next to ponds. The unicorn slowly approached, pausing as the girl looked his way. She gasped out and stood up then as he resumed trotting toward her. He could sense her nervousness as he approached, so he slowed down once more, shaking his head to lead his chromatic mane flare in the moonlight and catch the rays to light up. As the girl gasped at the majestic splendor of it, the unicorn smirked a little and drew in closer. He made sure to let out a whinny and to stop and pose in the middle of the glade, to really let the rays of moonlight frame him there, looking as impressive as possible, his horn gleaming as it subtly changed colors. As she let out a soft gasp, he knew that he had her. Girls loved horses, and magic horses were even better, not to mention the nice atmosphere of the glade. Figuring she was ready for him to get close, he carefully walked near, as if he was also nervous despite being a seasoned pro at this sort of thing. Once he was close enough for her to touch him, he could see she was still rather nervous, and while she had a hand up as if to reach out for him, she hadn't touched him yet. He leaned in, then rubbing his muzzle against her hand, down her arm. and then bumped it up against her chest, which was when she suddenly gripped his mane, and he heard someone jump from the bushes nearby. "Stop right there, criminal scum!" "Huh?" Thundersparkle tried to lift his head up, but the girl's grip just grew stronger as she suddenly shimmered and turned into a giant armored werewolf. "You've got the wrong guy!" he cried out then, as he saw a demon step out besides the human who jumped out first. "Ah! You're here to kill me and steal my blood!" He got ready to jump away, only to find his hooves chained to the ground by ethereal bonds. "You aren't going anywhere, sicko!" the human growled out as he approached. "We're with the Orbitus Patrol of Lawful Incredible Creature Enforcement, and you're going to jail for what you were about to do, mister." "What? You can't be from Orbitus. You're human!" the unicorn exclaimed. "You're evil blood thieves. If we wanted your blood, you'd be dead. I happen to be Steve, one of the first human mages, and I'm here to take down sick perverts like you," the human growled out. No, you've got it all wrong. I was just going to let her ride on my back through the night and take her on a magical adventure. You've got the wrong idea," the unicorn insisted then, as Steve just shook his head. "Which has nothing to do with why you approached a virgin in the middle of the night, does it? She's only 9, you sicko." As Steve said that, the werewolf growled out angrily in the unicorn's face. "What? She looked like an adult to me, I swear!" Thundersparkle was beginning to sweat. Was the werewolf a 9-year-old? She'd looked older, or that you've got the ingredients for a level 4 persuasion spell in your mane. The human reached out to drag the little pouch out of where it was hidden in the unicorn's flowing mane. "No, that's just for other stuff later. I'm telling you that you've got it all wrong." Steve just nodded and tugged another pouch from that flowing mane. "And the level 3 sleep spell?" he asked, but Thundersparkle shook his head as much as he could with the werewolf girl gripping it. "You planted that. That isn't mine. I want to speak to my legal counsel." But the human just shook his head. "Oh, likely story. We've got you dead to rights, you pervert. I'm talking hard time in the equestrian planes of confinement." The unicorn gasped at that. "No, you can't! Do you have any idea what those centaurs would do to a pretty boy like me?" He tugged at the bonds once more but was held fast by the magic. "Oh, I'm aware, all right, that you'll get exactly what you deserve. Those degenerates will be lining up for a turn." The human began to tuck away the evidence as he nodded to the demon. "Right. Read him his rights and we'll get him before the judge in the morning, and tomorrow he'll get to become familiar with his new friends." "No, wait! Wait! No need to be so hasty. We can make a deal," Thundersparkle insisted. "You're from Orbitus, right? I'm Lord Thundersparkle from Hiluria. The Grand Library is trying to acquire rare artifacts and stuff from Orbitus. They're planning on stealing from you guys. I can prove it." "Oh, a likely story, Fartsparkle," the human snorted as he crossed his arms, but to the unicorn's surprise, the werewolf giggled like a little girl. "We'd need a hell of a lot of proof to even think about simply sending you to the county stable for bad magical horses for a lesser sentence. I swear, take me back to Orbitus. Put me under a truth field. I swear I'll tell you everything. Magical passwords, where to get artifacts, the layout of the library, everything. Just don't lock me up with the centaurs," he whinnied out as Steve stroked his goatee for a moment and then wagged a finger at the unicorn. "We'll see. You better have good intel or I'm going to make sure you do some seriously hard time for your shenanigans tonight, Thunderbutt." Once more the werewolf giggled out, but Thundersparkle just nodded. "Yes, I swear! I'll tell you everything." After a moment, the human finally nodded. "All right. Officer Sherry, take him away to the processing center," Steve said. "Right you are. All right, come along nice and easy or I'll get my whip out. And I assure you it won't be as nice as it sounds, pervert." The demon growled and stepped forward, clamping a ring of magic nullification around the unicorn's horn before activating her own rune of teleportation to take her back to Orbitus with the unicorn. That went pretty well. Steve grinned once the unicorn was gone. Fartsparkle. Fenrina giggled once more before looking over at Steve. "But hey, what did that bit about being a virgin mean? I don't really understand what he wanted to do." Steve blinked as he looked at the werehusky. It's a magic thing. See, Me and Sherry and Larry, we're all older magic users and all that, so sometimes we talk about magic stuff that's all complicated and confusing. So don't worry about it. We'll explain it to you once you're older. So if I ever tell you it's a magic thing, don't worry about it." He laughed nervously then, as the werehusky considered this and shrugged. "So, is he a bad horse? I know you want him to help us, and I don't really get what he was going to do, but you made it sound like he's a bad horse. So, he is still going to get punished, right?" she asked, always concerned that bad people got punished. "Yes, he'll spend some time in the stable for bad magical horses, and I'll make sure to do something even worse. Tell his wife." Steve chuckled, but then stopped as Fenrina looked at him blankly, obviously not understanding it. "Magic thing? Okay, so what's the acronym for that thing you said we were a part of?" Steve arched a brow as she asked that. "What? Oh, you mean the patrol?" "Nothing. POLICE doesn't spell anything." He'd been starting to teach her and Astrid to read and write, but it was slow going since they were busy. "Police?" she sounded out. "If it doesn't mean anything, then why did you use it?" She tilted her head as she asked him that. "It's a real thing, actually. Orbitas keeps magical, supposedly lawful creatures in check. But this is what I'm talking about. If it was actually a cool acronym, we could shout that out. Instead, I have to say each word because who would really worry about an organization with that name anyway? Freeze, it's the Police." He shrugged and then shook his head. "See, not very menacing." "I guess. So, are we really going to steal stuff from that library?" she asked. "You heard, Fart Sparkle?" He waited for Fenrina to giggle again before continuing. Sometimes it was fun having a giant kid as their tank. "They were going to steal from us, so we have to beat them to it. I figure that if we get enough, it'll be what the Archdean wants anyway. But I'm going to make it clear to you and everyone else. Under no circumstances are we going to— Doom burns down a library." Steve was just stepping out of the holding stable for the various criminal equines that were being stored in Orbitas, awaiting trial, going over his notes. Thundersparkle had given him some good intel indeed. Seemed like the elves were preparing to step up their tactics in getting more artifacts and tomes from Orbitas and beyond. It seemed like he was getting a chance to do something good. If he could clear out their library first, he might be able to expose their plot and keep things focused on their crimes, and not his own which were about to happen. He had a plan already in motion. With Thundersparkle's information, he'd figured out a way into the library so they could rob them blind. With their plans to gather more artifacts from around Talaron, the Halurians had been hiring adventuring parties to gather some of the more far-flung treasures, or at least the ones that didn't require a more subtle touch like those belonging to Orbitas and other institutes. Steve was planning on using Thundersparkle's sigil to get them into the library, and from there they'd make their way to the artifact vault, and rob them blind with the help of a modified bag of holding the Archdean had given them to use. The only big problem was getting a disguise for Sherry and Fenrina, or possibly Astrid. The wards around the library would make it nearly impossible for magical disguises to pass through. Technically, Weiss's amulet of illusion would do the trick, but he was using that to prank those crap bastards. Maybe Sherry had ideas? He ducked into the small storage room that the Archdean had let them turn into a planning room where the other three were. He was just in time to catch the tail end of their conversation. "But what makes centaurs evil?" Fenrina was asking Sherry. "Well, please, honey, you give a guy a third leg literally size of a horse, and only enough smarts to run one head at a time. If even that you know what's going to happen, don't you?" Sherry snorted as Fenrina just blinked in confusion. "But don't they have 4 legs? I thought they were horse people," she asked as Steve laughed loudly in an attempt to end the conversation quickly. "Ha! It's just a magic thing, Fenrina, don't worry about it. We'll explain it all later." He was glad he'd come up with that excuse for so many things they spoke about around her. "So I've got pretty much everything we need, except how to disguise you two." He pointed at Fenrina and Sherry. "Why does she need a disguise?" Sherry asked as she nodded at Fenrina. "No one knows who she is." "Yes, but that's not the point. They'll let humans and dwarves in, but a demon and a werewolf? Not a chance." He held up a hand then as both girls were about to speak. "I know you're a half-demon and a werehusky, but they won't listen to us and you know it. I was hoping you might have some ideas on how to spoof their wards. He continued then, looking at Sherry, but to his surprise, it was Larry who spoke up. It's pretty simple. We turn them to stone. The others looked at the dwarf in surprise, but Steve nodded as he caught on. We make them into the artifacts we're returning? That's brilliant. They'll detect magic but just assume it's to do with them being artifacts. He nodded as he tapped his chin, thinking about the best way to do that without harming the girls. But will getting stoned hurt? Fenrina asked, and Steve had to hold back a laugh. It should be fine. We can make it a temporary stone form as opposed to complete petrification. He walked over to the map they had made of the library and the area around the vault. However, they might put them in the secondary vault here, which is larger but has more statues. He tapped his chin. We need some sort of secondary artifacts or relics to attach to them to make sure they only get put in the main vault with the other stuff, not to mention a way to get them there. We can't really hire a team of laborers. Don't worry, I got that part covered. Once we get to the city, I'll just need 3 bananas, 4 cherries, and as much whipped cream as you can make me. Steve frowned as the dwarf told him that, and he wondered if it was some sort of riddle, but he just shrugged. Okay, well, we still need some artifacts to attach to them. He began to go over the list in his hand and tapped on an entry. Here, we'll say that we got something from the vault of King Kamehumana from the Wild Islands. No one has ever actually gotten into the vaults, so no one will know what's in there. That is not his name, Sherry said then as Steve looked over at her. What? Kamehumana? Yes, it is. He handed her the list then as she read over it briefly. What kind of name is that? She asked with a shake of her head. Ancient tropical elf or something, or like, maybe they were the half-elf, half-mer people? He shrugged. I forget. He was some crazy bastard who lived in a volcano. Got his people killed over some stupid greed. That's not important. What is important is that we get some sort artifacts. He tapped his chin, trying to think of the best way to get them when he snapped his fingers. Right, I'll get the artifacts. Sherry, prepare a disguise for you and Fenrina for our trip to the city. Larry, prepare the stone form spell and practice until you're positive they won't have a piece of their body chipped off. I'll be back, but I need to make a stop in the kitchen first. It's an Almarin dish. Well, my take on one of our classics at least. It's a Dyer burger made from Dairy cow, an aged cheddar also made from the milk of the same Dairy cow, topped with bacon from a Dyer boar, pickled onions. The bun is made from hell wheat and heaven barely toasted and buttered in the fashion of extra-thick toast. For a side, the rare but tasty ghost taters cut into slices and then fried in 3 different types of fat. Of course, I made an extra-large serving for you since I know you like this sort of food. Steve looked at Duskmaw as he figured she was going to need to at least cut the massive 4-pound burger into much smaller pieces to eat it. Not to mention the giant mound of potatoes he'd fried up for her. The creature in the body of an elf nodded slowly as she licked her lips while examining the meal before her. He'd used a time speed spell to try and observe her when she slowed time to eat the food. But even then she moved in a blur, meaning her magic was significantly stronger than his. Steve saw her head seem to grow 4 times its size, and her teeth looked razor-sharp as she chomped down on the burger in several big bites before stuffing her face with the fries. Before he could really react, she was back to her elf form, dabbing at her lips with a napkin before letting out one of the largest belches he'd ever heard. Just what the fuck are you? He gasped out, then realizing the time effects had ended. A gentleman never asks, and a lady never tells. She responded while continuing to dab at her lips with the napkin for another moment. Delicious, as always. Look, I'm not a gentleman and you're not a lady, so get talking. He set his hands on his hips, but she just ignored that and gave him a look. What artifacts do you need this time? He stared at her for several seconds before sighing heavily, still wondering just what in the hell she was. Anything, really. Just something rare and or powerful. I'm passing off some stuff as being from King Kamehumana's vault. Oh, she perked up a little. I have some stuff from his kingdom, actually. You do? Steve asked, a little surprised. Oh yes, it was quite fun out there before he went mad and the volcano eruptions got more constant. Rare or powerful, right? I'll be back. She got up then, and he watched her walk into a massive painting of herself that took up most of one of her walls in the dining room here in her quarters. The painting shimmered as she simply walked through it, and then returned a few seconds later with a rather gorgeous-looking giant gold and ruby necklace that was inlaid with some other materials he wasn't familiar with. The thing looked very heavy, yet impressive. This one is rather nice. It's inlaid with volcanic spirits and the gemstones that both protect you from virtually all forms of fire, and as well as the ability to set things on fire too. Should work nicely. And now this one you have to promise to be very careful with, and I expect it back. You don't need to worry yourself over what it does, just know that you better damn well keep it safe. Steve would have asked questions about the second artifact, but he was busy blinking as he looked at the giant gem-encrusted golden. Cock! What in the hell, Steve? Sherry was glaring at him as she set her hands on her hips. The wooden box Duskmaw had given him for the fertility totem between them on the table. This is what we have to work with. I can't give it to Fenrina. It would make her ask way too many questions, he replied, waving his hands around a little. These are actual artifacts from the right place. If they have any experts on hand, we need to use these too. So Fenrina gets the necklace and you get the fertility relic. Do you even know what it does? She asked. I have no idea, he confessed. She wouldn't tell me, and I just wanted to get out of there before I asked anything I was unprepared to find out about. He shrugged. Look, it's gotta be you. I mean, do you even need to scry this thing? You can basically feel the magic just radiating off of it. It's crazy powerful. When he mentioned that Sherry did look back down into the box, the gold rays reflecting off her face. You do have a point there, and she wouldn't tell you what it does? Steve made a face for a moment before shrugging. To be perfectly honest, I didn't pry all that much. She gave me a giant gold cock in a box and told me not to ask questions. I'm normally the curious sort, but I just sort of blanked and shut the box and walked away. As he finished saying that, he tossed his hands up in the air and shrugged again. And just how do you expect me to get this into the vault? She asked, glaring at him as he thought it over for a moment, but as he went to say something, she raised a finger. If you say what I think you're about to say, I'm going to make you regret it. He froze then, but slowly continued since he couldn't think of anything else. Strap on? He flinched a little, expecting some sort of reprisal, but Sherry actually just blinked. Oh, that could work, I guess. So you turn me to stone and then strap it on? Steve nodded and she rubbed her chin. Fine, but you owe me big for this. Back rubs, foot rubs, whatever you want, sweetie, he promised. Now, did you get Fenrina disguised as a human? Yeah, she's just next door getting used to a hairless body, she mentioned and reached out to slam the box shut with such ferocity that Steve jumped back a bit. Back rubs and foot rubs. Promise. He nodded as she picked up the box to carry it next door to their little planning room. Fenrina had been transformed into a large, blonde, barbarian-looking woman, though her armor, sword, and shield all looked the same. She was also petting her herself. As they watched, she was stroking her left arm with her right and seemed to be utterly fascinated. Do you guys always feel like this? She asked them, and Steve nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess. You've felt us before. He frowned a little. Yeah, but, like, different. Steve looked to Sherry, who just shrugged, so he pressed on. Right. And where's Larry? Right behind you, cool cat, the dwarf mentioned as he stepped into the room behind them. I've got things all worked out. We'll stop by my sweet thing's estate at the edge of the city, and I'll convince her to lend us her levitation stones, which can use to get the girls into the library as statues. We're all good, baby. Yeah, speaking of why do you need the bananas and whipped cream? Steve asked, then since he was still confused about that. It's part of my way of apologizing to her. You see, she caught me sleeping with her sister, Larry said as Steve just shook his head. Well, I'm sure. And then her daughter. And then her mother. Steve just looked at the dwarf, unsure how he should feel about that. Impressed? Dumbfounded? Both? At the same time? He finally asked. Oh no, when you're with a lady like that, you gotta lay her down real smooth by the fire as you make it clear that she's the only woman on the planet for you. You gotta look deep into her soul and— Okay, I get it, Steve interrupted as he heard that strange, soothing music start to play for a moment before he stopped Larry from going on. I don't, Fenrina said then. What's the fruit for? How's that part of an apology? It's fruit-based magic, Steve said as he sighed and rubbed his face, wondering how long he could keep this up. He'd thought it was such a clever workaround, but between Sherry and Larry, he just couldn't win. Are cherries fruit? Fenrina asked then, and that caught Steve by surprise a little as he opened his mouth and then shut it before frowning and then looking confused. I don't know. Berries? Food-based magic, not just fruit. Food-based. He corrected himself then. And what about the sleeping together thing? Why would people be upset about that? I mean, back home everyone slept together all the time. Big groups of us usually. Me and Astrid plenty too. The three other members of Doom blinked as they stared at Fenrina. I mean, it's way too cold in the frozen plains to not huddle for warmth. Me and the other sled dogs would sleep in a big pile all the time. Right, Steve said as it clicked for him. Yes, but, elves are weird, and it's not very cold where they are, so they pick who they want to sleep with 'cause they don't want to get too hot. And Larry here probably promised each of them he'd sleep with them, but obviously he can't be in 4 places at once. And since it would be too hot for everyone to sleep together, the others would be annoyed he picked someone else. Steve stared at the were-husky-turned-human who thought that over for a bit, and nodded. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I do miss sleeping with people even if it's pretty warm here compared to back home. I have to hug like 3 pillows to make up for it. Maybe I could sleep with one of you 3 then? She looked at the others, and Larry was opening his mouth before Sherry just slapped the dwarf upside the head without even looking at him. You can sleep with Mai then when you want, dear. Larry's the wrong size for you, and Steve is a sleep kicker, but I'm perfect, I promise. Fenrina smiled at them happily as Larry looked at Steve. Sleep kicker? The dwarf asked as he rubbed his face where Sherry had slapped him. Yeah, sorta. I move a lot in my sleep. Kicking happens sometimes. He shrugged. I couldn't tell you why. The first time it happened, I thought he was angry I stole the sheets, Sherry mentioned as Steve snorted. We were in hell. One of the hells anyway. There was no need for sheets in the first place. But it sure was a shock to wake up getting stabbed. It was just a fork, Sherry countered as Steve waved his hands. Why did you even have it? You know what, never mind. This isn't helpful. Okay, we all know the plan. Get to Halluridin, Larry gets us the levitation platforms, you 2 pose, we turn you into statues, decorate you in the artifacts. Oh, speaking of what's mine? Fenrina asked, derailing Steve's speech. It's a necklace that makes you immune to fire and also might cause a fire, so be careful with it. He pulled the giant necklace from the case Duskmaw had given it to him in. Ooh, pretty. Steve's perception of Fenrina was so strange considering she was 2, but as a husky, that's an adult. But also she was a were-husky, but now currently in the body of a 6'6" Amazonian northern barbarian with blonde hair, though her eyes were still mismatched. But at least she still liked the pretty necklace. Yes, very. Anyway, we get you into the vault, turn you back into normal, and depending on how me and Larry do with the sleep powder and the guards either fight off the guards while we stuff the vault contents into the sack of holding I've got or do it more sneakily if no one is the wiser. Then again, depending, fight our way out or just walk out. And we don't burn the place down, right? They nodded as he looked around. Any questions? He waited, but no one spoke up. Larry, you've got the sleep powder? Ooh, yee. Then, I guess we're ready? He felt like something was missing. We need to have some sort of chant or thing we do, Fenrina chimed in then. Like, go Team Doom. She jumped a little. Sherry rubbed her chin and looked at the other 2. Steve thought it over and shrugged while Larry stuck his hand out with 3 of his fingers splayed out in a sort of W shape. M for misfits, he explained, and Steve nodded slowly. Fenrina giggled and happily stuck her fingers out as well before Sherry and Steve followed along then, all four of them pressing their fingers into the middle before they all spoke together. "Go Team Doom!" After a moment they looked around the room as the light from the candles came back and the thunder faded away. "Why does that keep happening?" Fenrina asked as she looked around. "I gave up trying to figure it out a few days ago," Steve confessed. "Right. Now let's get to work." Steve slowly scratched his chin as he and Larry walked up to the Hellurian library, each of them towing a levitating crate. Sure enough, Larry had been able to convince his friend to let them borrow some of her levitation stones, though Steve had made sure to keep Fenrina outside the estate during the apologizing to make sure she didn't hear anything he couldn't explain. After that, things had gone as expected with the girls posing atop the stones before Larry then turned them into temporary statues. Fenrina had struck a more heroic pose while Sherry just kept glaring at Steve as if to remind him he would never be mentioning her part of the plan to anyone. Ever. Once they had been turned to stone, Larry and Steve set the relics into place. Steve handled the fertility totem himself before they quickly boxed the girls up, and now here they were before the library. "Now remember, let me do the talking, and try not to sound like normal. And remember your fake name. I'm telling you, no dwarf would have a name. Yeah, I know. But we're dealing with elves. Trust me," Steve insisted as they approached the side entrance. Truthfully, Steve had always been impressed by the library. Besides simply being massive, it was a very interesting blend of stone segments woven into a giant tree that they had magically grown and shaped around the rest of the structure. Most of the city was like that. A blend of stone and tree shaped together, though some elves flaunted their wealth more than others by adding on floating gardens or dancing water fountains that were upside down, for example. While the side entrance had plenty of elven guards standing around, none of them looked particularly interested in Steve or Larry. Even so, Steve felt a bit of tension building in him, as he wondered if he was going to have to fight his way through the library. He hoped that wouldn't happen since he wanted this to be as smooth and non-violent as possible, but he did have a mission to complete, so if push came to shove, he'd start tossing spells around if need be. They guided the floating crates up the steps towards the entrance, then before coming to a stop before two guards talking to each other in front of the door. When Steve got close, he could hear them speaking in Elven about some sort of party. "I'm telling you, it was such a travesty. She had Trispist rainbow fish. You're kidding. Those haven't been in vogue for a century. She's totally out of it." The other replied with a soft scoff as Steve and Larry just stood before them. It's almost like she was being as cliché as possible, as if she relished the idea of doing things in such an old style. They didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, so Steve cleared his throat loudly for a moment. The guards looked at him for a moment and then just resumed their conversation. "Plus, half her fountains didn't dance. I don't know why she even bothered. Maybe she's trying to make some sort of statement, like a giant performance piece. All she was saying is that she's out of touch and has no idea what's going on in the city these days." Steve glared at the two elves before he began to start snorting and coughing a bit as he worked up all the snot and spit he could, making the process as loud and disgusting sounding as possible, before the two guards just stared at him until he finally stopped making noise. "What? Human, what do you want?" the guard finally asked in common, before Stephen hocked the loogie on the ground between them, making them back up hastily. "Disgusting little hairy apes," the other guard said in Elven, likely assuming Steve didn't know it. "We're here to deliver some statues to the vault." He slapped the crate behind him then. "A human?" the left guard asked, obviously not buying it. "We were hired by Lord Thundersparkle." He pulled the unicorn sigil from a pocket and flashed it at them. The guards looked between one another for a moment, seeming surprised. "Fine, then follow us." They sighed as they turned to escort Steve and Larry up the stairs and into the structure. There were even more guards inside as well, along with some magical constructs. They weren't as impressive as the ones at Arbutus, and they were made of wood, but Steve didn't want to start a fight here if he could avoid it. He might not win if he did. The guard spoke in Elven once more to an official in a rather fancy dress. Steve frowned as he focused on the official. Why was she wearing a nice dress? It looked more appropriate for a fancy event than normal work. "What's this, then? We're very busy preparing for some important delegates. I don't have time to deal with laborers," the elf said as she approached, twisting her head about several times, as if trying to make the perfect hair flip, but she couldn't quite master it. "We're adventurers, ma'am. I'm Nick the Knife, and this is my associate." He looked at Larry, who was staring up at the woman, and while Steve hated the gods, he was tempted to pray that the dwarf didn't try to seduce her. "Well, baby, He coughed then and changed the pitch of his voice. "Ah, battle-axe shin-kicker." Steve watched the dwarf squirm a little, likely figuring such a ridiculous name would surely be suspicious. But the official just grunted and reached up to fling her long blonde hair back yet again. "Ugh! Such barbaric people with such barbaric names." For a moment Steve thought she must have meant to say that in Elven, but messed up and said it in Common, but instead she just pointed at him. "So you, barbarian? Why do you have a book on your belt? Brought something for us to copy?" Steve blinked and looked down at his spell book, which he realized he'd totally forgotten to hide. No, it's a book," he said as he began to stall. "Yes, brilliant observation, idiot. What's the book about?" "It's a book. Got soft pages, you know?" He then mimed out a wiping motion as the official thought about that for a moment and let out a groan. "Ew, filthy, disgusting humans! Whatever, open the crates, I need to verify the contents." He looked over at Larry for a moment and then stepped up to the first crate, pulling a crowbar from his belt to carefully open the front of the crate just enough for her to see inside. Interesting. Werewolf with a gold necklace of some sort? I assume the necklace is all that's important. Probably destroy the statue and put it on something more civilized. I can sense the power, though. Next. Steve stepped over to open the other, while Larry carefully hammered the first crate shut again with his battle hammer. This time, as Larry cracked it open and the light reflected off the fertility totem, the official gasped heavily, hands going to her mouth as the reflected rays of gold shined across her face. "Lol, look at it! The menacing demonic pose! The fine gem work and goldsmithing! It's amazing! I've never seen anything like it! Where did you get this?" "Ah, Vault of King Humana," he replied, but as she started to reach forward into the crate, he slapped her hand away. "Look, lady, I'm here to get this into the vault, not let you fondle the goods. So until we get this stored and signed for no touchy-touchy." The official glared at him as she rubbed her hand before sticking her nose in the air then. "Fine, you sordid little monkey. Bring them this way. I'll lead you to the vault personally." The guards looked a bit surprised as one of them spoke to her in Elven. "But ma'am, the director will be here at any minute." "Oh, that old bat is always hours late just to make a point." She huffed back in Common and waved her hand in the face of the guard to make him back up out of her way. Larry and Steve picked up the ropes attached to their crates then as they towed them along after her further into the library after the official. "This is the world's largest library and second largest magic repository. If either of you morons could read, you'd find every possible book here you could ever desire to read." Steve wondered what it was about elves that made them so insufferable when in their home cities. Then again, he was aware that in Elven there were no less than 23 different words for the purity of one's elven blood. And that was just for the pure elves. They had even more for those who had mixed blood. Ignoring the official a little, he looked around as they walked down into the basement of the library and away from the main rooms. Down here there were still massive bookshelves, but the scrolls and tomes down here looked to be in disrepair, and he could see bookbinding stations and all sorts of desks, likely dedicated to experts to repair them. But it was empty right now. "Expecting someone important?" he asked, then having heard them mention the director but only in Elven, so he had to pretend he didn't know. "Yes, the library director is coming here to inspect it. So we need to get you two in and out as quickly as possible so your smell doesn't have to off in her nostrils as it does mine." Steve wanted to angrily retort about smelling like fresh-cut flowers, but settled with just growling. Despite the official being demeaning and annoying, things had actually gone very well so far. Soon they were in stone halls with tapestries and banners hung along the walls. He recognized some of them from bits of Elven history, but others he had no knowledge of. It took them a good half-hour of walking to make it to a large open room with 6 guards posted around 3 large vault doors. He could tell just by looking at the runes carved into the sides that the main vault was directly ahead of them, and the protective wards were very serious. He just had to hope the sack of holding he carried in his pack didn't set anything off when they entered. "Some new artifacts for the vault," the official said simply as she approached. The guards nodded and didn't even check anything or wait for a code word. Sloppy, Steve thought to himself as they opened the door for them to step inside. Steve had never seen the vaults in Arbitus since he wasn't an instructor, but he figured they had to look something like this. Before them stretched out a hall filled with rare and powerful artifacts and tomes from around Talaron. Steve recognized mostly works from the various elven kingdoms and ages, but he also spotted some dwarven works and a few draconic ones. There were swords, bows, staves, and plenty of robes and dresses that he figured must be loaded with magic powers. However, Steve was more focused on the shelves lining the walls that were stuffed to overflowing with scrolls and books. The amount of ancient and sometimes forbidden knowledge locked away in here was rather incredible, and they'd practically let him walk right in. If someone actually evil wanted to get in here and steal everything, how hard would it have been for them? Steve figured that they were doing the world a favor by making sure this stuff got back to Arbitus. That, and he sure couldn't afford to pay for his education otherwise. Right, you two start unloading the statues. Snap, snap. Steve also wouldn't mind ruining this elf's day, he thought to himself as he glared at the impatient elf official. Hey, sure, hold on, we got some stuff for you to sign. He turned to Larry then and waited for the dwarf to hand over the papers they'd written up, and then deftly plucked the cloth coated in sleep powder from him at the same time, using the papers to cover the other movement. He walked up to the elf then as he held the papers out to her and had a sudden idea. "Oh, by the way, what does this smell like to you?" he asked, and as he went to hand her the papers also just pressed the cloth up to her face. "Smells like..." She took a deep sniff, and then as her eyes fluttered, her pressed it firmly over her face and dropped the papers as he moved around to grab her as she passed out. As Steve carefully tried to lay her down, he realized didn't have the best grip and struggled to keep her from falling flat on her back. While she fell, one of her hands smacked into a shield on a nearby rack, which made it fall to the ground in a loud clatter. "Shit," Steve muttered, and looked towards the vault door as he finished setting the official down on the ground. "Everything okay in there?" he heard one of the guards call out then. "Yeah, sure. Hey, can you come in here and help us with something?" he called then, and quickly walked up towards the approaching elf guard. "Where's Administrator Noriala Thras?" Steve interrupted the guard, then knowing elven names could go on for years. "She's in the back. She's acting all strange. All I did was ask her what this smelled like." He pressed the cloth up before the next elf's face, and the guard frowned before taking a sniff. It smells like..." This time when the elf went weak, he fell forward, and with his armor on, Steve didn't even try to catch him, letting the guard fall to the floor in a crash as his sword and shield went skidding across the floor. "Hey, buddy! Come in here quick, your friend passed out!" Steve called out then as the next guard came rushing in. Steve was crouched over the passed-out guard, trying to turn him over. "What happened?" he asked as Steve quickly pulled his shirt up a bit to cover his mouth and coughed as he did. "I don't know. He mentioned something about a gas or spell or something. Here, use this to cover your mouth." He tossed the cloth up to the next guard, who quickly used it to cover his mouth. Then Steve just watched him for a few seconds before the second guard also went weak and then fell over to the ground. Steve stood up then and looked over at Larry with a smile. "I cannot believe that worked," the dwarf muttered in surprise before Steve laughed. "I know, right?" He looked between the two sleeping guards and shrugged. "What about the other 4 guards outside?" Larry asked then. "I've got an idea." Larry smiled as he stepped up to the partially open vault door, carefully peering out to see that the other guards were starting to head his way. He quietly grabbed some components from his pouches and then let out a cry as he mixed them together. "Ooh, no! They've released some sort of ancient deadly gas! Get out of here!" When he was finished mixing the ingredients in his hands, he muttered the words quickly, and a thick green fog began to shoot out from his hands into the chamber beyond. "Get out! Get out while you still can!" he shouted, and then pulled a vial from another pouch and tossed it out into the chamber floor. As it cracked open, a rancid, sulfuric smell quickly filled the air, and he could hear the guards gasping out and coughing as they turned and ran. "'Kay, that should keep them out," he mentioned as he gripped the vault door, pulling it closed to keep the stink bomb smell and fog outside. When he turned back, Larry was already opening Sherry's crate. As the light hit the fertility totem inside, the gold rays covered the dwarf's face, and he paused. "By the goddess, look at it. 'Tis surely a work of her loving craft. Such virility, such power, such a big gold. Damn it, Larry, stop looking at my girlfriend's dick and put it back in the case already," Steve growled out as the dwarf finally stopped staring and reached in, unfastening the strap-on and setting it back into the wood box Duskmaw had given it to them, in which Steve had left at Sherry's feet inside the crate. With that done, the dwarf began to cast the spell to turn her back to flesh, while Steve opened up Fenrina's crate. "Ugh, I taste dirt," he heard Sherry say, which was a good sign, as he popped the front of Fenrina's crate so Larry could revive her too. "Yeah, a side effect of being turned to stone." He moved away from Fenrina then, letting Larry handle that as he pulled the sack of holding from his pack and shook it out, opening it up as wide as he could as he began to grab things from tables and just shove them into the magical container. "Sherry, get over here and hold the bag open so we can just shovel things into it." As he called out, the half-demon quickly moved over to hold on to the sack of holding, then letting him start stuffing inside everything he could grab. "Everything go okay?" she asked, noticing the 3 unconscious elves. "I scared off the other guards with my fart bomb should buy us enough time," he said as he tried to figure out how to position a shield to fit into the sack. "Oh, you were eating dried fruit again?" she asked as she shook open the magical bag to help him fit the shield into it. Larry was grabbing armfuls of books to bring over as well while Fenrina stretched. "What? No, not me, He glared at her, then wondering if she was mocking him or not. "Oh, you mean your vial thing? Yes, very stinky. Good work." Steve just watched her a little longer, unsure if she was being sincere or not. "What?" she finally asked as he watched her. "Never mind." He shook his head and called out, "Fenrina, grab those sets of armor and bring them over here," he called out. "Right." The werehusky nodded and put away her own sword and shield as she began to rush over to drag the armor to the sack as they stuffed everything inside. It took them a good 10 minutes to stuff everything they could easily grab into the sack, but they came to another smaller vault of sorts at the back that had been hidden behind a tapestry of the founding of Haluria. Shit, I didn't know there would be a secondary vault. Larry checked the rest of the walls. "Sherry, see if you can melt the hinges. I'm going to try the mechanical solution." He pulled a set of tools from his harness then, as he knelt down beside the vault, starting to check the lock mechanism as Sherry frowned. "When did you learn how to crack open vaults? You know, for a mage you act like a rogue more often than I'd ever expected." The half-demon gave him a look as she began to conjure up some hellfire to try and melt the side of the vault door off, but the fire dissipated as soon as it touched it. "What? I like learning stuff. Besides, you never know when a magic vault might have anti-magic wards. Or is it that you're worried about a sneak attack during our fun?" He trailed off as he looked at Fenrina past Sherry. Fenrina, go guard the vault door." "Can do," she said with a big smile as she ran back up to the front of the vault door to wait. The other 3 were busy in the back when she heard a knock on the vault door. "Hello?" Fenrina opened the door a bit, then figuring someone who knocked had to be friendly. "Hello," she said with a smile as she saw an older elf woman in a very fancy dress covered in jewelry. "I'm Fenrina." "Ah, I'm Director. What's going on?" she asked, slipping inside as she pushed past Fenrina. "You're robbing us!" she gasped out, one hand covering her mouth. Yes. Hope you don't mind," Fenrina mentioned as she peered back out the now open vault door. The chamber beyond had cleared up, but she didn't see any guards or anything, so she focused on the elf woman next to her. "What? Don't mind?" Of course I mind. You're stealing one of the largest deposits of knowledge on all of Talaron. Did you kill the guards? Are you taking me hostage? The elf asked, as her eyes went wide and she looked up at Fenrina. The guards are just asleep and… No, we're really not evil, I promise. There's a good reason for us doing all this, but, Fenrina tapped her chin a little. I forget what it is. Steve, she called out. Kinda busy, Fenrina, she heard him call back. Never mind then, I'll ask later, Fenrina shouted back before smiling at the director again. We're not violent. Ooh, but the library is ruined. We're not covered against theft. Ooh, how did you get past the wards? There's enough magic in here that we could have held out against a demonic invasion. Fenrina blinked and then shrugged as the director asked that. But maybe you didn't have enough protection against regular thieves? She suggested. Ooh, we're ruined. The library will shut down. We'll have to sell everything to try and cover the loans we took to secure the artifacts. Ruined! The world's oldest library. Don't you understand? We'll never recover if word of this theft gets out. You've doomed our city. As the elf got dramatic, Fenrina began to frown, feeling rather guilty. You'd do far less damage by burning the place down. Then at least we could collect the insurance and keep from closing down. The elf groaned out as Fenrina lit up then with an idea. Hey, Steve, didn't you say my necklace can start fires? She called out while looking down at the big gold necklace still around her neck. Yeah, but remember I said that we are not going to… Got it! Ha! We're just getting these last few items and then we're out of here. Get ready to run, Fenrina, we're out of here. He called back down, and Fenrina smiled at the director. I think I can help you out so everyone goes away happy. She beamed happily at the director. After all, Fenrina's job was always to help out more people. So she set a hand on her necklace and began to concentrate, unsure how the fire magic worked. But maybe if she asked nicely. The members of Doom stood outside the library as they watched it burn. The elves were frantically trying to douse it with water and ice spells, but the Laval spirits had taken hold of the tree structure, and the blaze was too powerful to stop at this point as the library went up in flames. Fenrina, Larry, and Sherry were all looking fine, but Steve was a bit blackened and singed. Larry, why didn't you heal me? He finally asked as they just stood and watched. Why did you stand in the fire? The dwarf asked in reply. Because everything was on fire, Steve growled out. The rest of us didn't stand in the fire. Larry snorted. Fenrina is immune thanks to the necklace, and Sherry lives in one of the hells. Of course she's able to deal with it. And you've got divine protection or whatever. I might be here to heal, but that doesn't mean I have to heal someone who keeps standing in fire. Again, it was everywhere, and I was busy dragging those passed-out elves to safety, not to mention hurling spells left and right to both fight the fire and the guards who came after us. Steve waved his hands around for a moment and then sighed. Whatever. However, Fenrina, I specifically said I didn't want to burn the library down. But the director lady asked me to. She said that they didn't have theft, sewer ants, but they did have fire sewer ants. The other three turned to look up at the werehusky, who looked away from them, obviously feeling guilty. Sewer ants? Steve asked. She said something about a sewer with ants in them or something. The werehusky began to poke two of her fingers together bashfully. And those spirits in the necklace said they'd be happy to help me since they hadn't done anything in so long. So I thought I was being all helpful. As she explained herself, Steve kept thinking. Insurance? He finally asked, and Fenrina nodded. The director of the library asked you to burn down her own library for the insurance money? He cried out. I'm going to get blamed for this. You all know that, right? Gods! Wait, no, fuck them! Sherry smacked his arm then, and glared at him as he remembered he was supposed to cut down on swearing around Fenrina. Just expletive, cursing, cuss word swearing. Ah! He let out cry at the end as he tossed his hands in the air. The group then stood there in silence while watching the library burn before them a while longer. Well, what's done is done. Let's go home, Steve said with a sigh as he began to conjure up a portal for them. Once they'd got back to Orbitus, Steve had gotten cleaned up so he looked far less burnt. Sherry went to take the fertility totem back to Duskmaw, and Larry was giving Fenrina a crash course in dealing with lava spirits in case she ever needed to use her necklace again. Steve had the sack of holding with him still as he went to see the Archdean and give her the bad news. Good news? Hadn't she wanted him to burn the place down? Well, good news for her, bad news for him. He wasn't looking forward to being the most hated person on Talaran. As he approached the Archon's office, he could hear shouting, and he frowned as he stepped inside to see Archcaster Evelinus leaning over the Archdean's desk. Did he know already? This could be bad. Steve quietly approached, wondering if he should try and get a spell ready for the fight that was sure to come. I'm telling you, we need to get ready in case it happens here. A horde of orcs that strong might try anything. Steve frowned and moved his hands away from his pouches now. What? He asked then as the elf spun around to face him. Orcs? Haven't you heard the news? A warband of orcs raided the Halurian library. Those monsters burned the whole place to the ground. I heard it from the director herself. All of it. Up in flames. Those bastards. They're always out for elven blood. What? Oh, you mean because the elves stole their homelands from them thousands of years ago, and they've just been trying to regain their homeland since? Yeah, those bastards all right, how dare they? Evelinus glared at Steve then. You know they say the orcs were well organized. Don't think I don't know your people use orcs in your army. How convenient that the orcs don't attack Almera, isn't it? Steve snorted at that, while Evelinus crossed his arms and glared back. First of all, Almera is on the other side of the planet from Hiluria. Second of all, we don't give a shit about your stupid forest kingdom. And, third, fuck you, buddy. Steve pointed at the elf with a growl. I've got my eyes on you, Steve. I know how jealous you are of Riava. If I find out you had a hand in this just to ruin her chance to study there, I'll bet you gave those filthy orcs the idea somehow. Steve just shook his head with disbelief for a moment. If anything, the word you want is envious, not jealous. And fucking, you know what? It was me. I burned the whole place down myself, me and my adventuring group, after breaking into the vault and stealing everything inside. Steve growled out angrily at the elf, who just laughed and rolled his eyes then. Oh yes, I see you wish you had thought of the idea. Like a stupid little mage like you could possibly break through the strongest wards on the planet. You're not nearly as strong in magic as you wish you were, Spellslinger. Evelinus hissed back with a snort. But you're right, my anger was making me think too highly of you. Obviously you weren't involved even if you want to try and take credit. But I've still got my eye on you. The elf said as he stomped out of the room then. It was me, you fucker! I burned it all down! I'm amazing! Damn it! Steve angrily shouted back as the elf left and took several deep breaths before turning to look at the Archdean and holding his hands out before him as he tried to calm down. Okay, that was unexpected. Honestly, it's perfect now he'll never suspect you. How did you form an orc army, by the way? Or was it an illusion of some sort? The Archon asked, as she leaned forward, her glimmering body seeming more curious and impressed than he'd ever see her before. What? I didn't use any orcs. So it was an illusion? Or just disguises then? She asked. I did hear from the director. She warned me about keeping an eye out for stolen artifacts that some people might try and sell me since she couldn't verify everything had been lost in the fire. She clearly had no idea I was in fact behind this. How much did you save from the fire? No, orcs wouldn't get 5 feet in Haluria before some rangers filled them full of arrows. There were no orcs at all. No army, no illusion, no disguises. It was just me and the rest of Doom. Steve waited for the lights to come back up as he shook his head slowly. Very interesting. How did you do that? I honestly have no idea. He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's some sort of latent magical energy. Perhaps you've stumbled across a killing word somehow. Interesting. A what? Steve asked, now confused. It doesn't matter. How much did you recover? She asked again, and Steve handed over the sack of holding. Everything in the main vault. The fire was after we'd cleared it out. For the record, I didn't want to burn it down at all. Apparently the director asked one of my team to start a fire so she could collect the fire insurance. He was worried the Archdean wouldn't believe him, but instead she nodded, and it was clear she understood. Ah, so that was it. Tell everyone a bunch of orcs broke in so no one suspected they'd been robbed first. Clever. Well, it won't bankrupt the library then, but without their vault, they won't have the necessary books to start a rival academy. The Archon nodded as she set the sack down on her desk and looked back up at Steve. Good job, Spellslinger. Maybe you're a good mage after all. Thanks. Steve felt like he should be sort of insulted, but instead he just grinned, filled with pride at the Archdean's remark. However, I'm going to want you to keep your team together. I have some more work for you, but I also want you to start adventuring to help keep up your cover. Not to mention it should help you all get stronger in the meantime. Wait, I thought all I had to do was the one thing? Steve had a sudden sinking feeling that the Archdean wouldn't be living up to her end of the bargain, but the Archon smiled up at him. Oh, you'll have to do lots of things to pay back your student loans. But really, I need help preparing this place for more human mages. After all, you almost broke it all on your own. Imagine what a dozen humans will do. That made Steve blink in surprise as he straightened up a little. A dozen? He asked, and she nodded. You've impressed me so much. I've decided to start letting in more human students each year, and it'll be about 10 years before they're ready for combat classes, so I figure you've got 10 years of adventuring ahead of you at least before I can make you a professor. Steve couldn't help but grin wide then. A professor? The Archon nodded, and he just smiled like an idiot at the thought. Now go rest up. I'll have a new job for you soon. I need you to investigate the deepest level of the hells. Steve should have been worried about that sort of mission, but he was still grinning like an idiot. Professor Spellslinger. Yeah, he muttered, and then gave the Archdean an Almarin salute. At your command, Archdean, I won't let you down. He turned and headed out of her office with his heads in the clouds, so to speak. He hadn't literally cast a facial cloud spell, though he did know one. As the Archdean watched the human leave, she realized just how crazy the world would become with more mages like Steve out there. But if she could have him train them, then perhaps she'd know what sort of crazy to expect. She only hoped the world could survive it. Even so, despite Steve not being blamed for the destruction of the library, many elven conspiracy theorists would continue to blame Almera for the act, and elven nations around the globe cracked down further on orcs near their territory. This in turn brought about worsened relations with the Almarans, who didn't take kindly to being accused of the act, or of having some of their allied orc tribes harassed by the elves. So Steve had no idea right now, but he'd set about the events that would bring about one of his most important quests, and another major historical event that would change and shape Talaron for centuries to follow. But that is a story for another time. To say that magic has been used in serious and significant ways throughout the history of Talaron is rather an understatement. The very fabric of reality across the world is intertwined with the constant use and manipulation of the magical currents that cross the realms. Great and powerful artifacts are constantly forged and lost to all manner of fates, both benevolent and malevolent. The gods themselves meddle in the affairs of mortals time and again for their own amusement or for positioning in their constant contest in the great game. Their mark is seen to be made upon the world time and again in such chaotic and powerful fashion that at times mortals find themselves in a position to wield power that might be normally reserved for a deity. Therefore, it is impossible at times for the full consequences of these actions to truly be understood ahead of time. For example, when Emilius the Amazing of the Western Elven Kingdoms waged war upon his orcish neighbors, the Elven people considered him a hero and great ruler. But in the aftermath of severely reduced orc populations, it presented a vacuum of power in the region that allowed the human city of Almera to thrive and grow. And as we all know now, the end of the Western Elven Kingdoms came at the hand of the Almarans, not the orcish tribes. Though the surviving orcs did help, or when Callistora the Cruel set about using her magic to simultaneously assassinate all the leaders of the eastern continent at once to sow chaos and war across the realms, actually helped bring about a golden age of peace and prosperity that lasted a century. But some figures go about their task knowing or at least suspecting full well the implication of their actions, driven by some passion, fervor, or even madness to see through their decision to the end. Figures like Archmage Everon, the sorcerer Queen Hestiava, and of course the infamous Stephen Spellslinger. As with any massive act of magic, there had to be a focal point for the user to unleash upon the world their vision. While plentiful across time, these artifacts are still rare and do not go beyond the notice of the gods, especially the god of fate who is getting tired of a particular human mage disrupting her plans and cursing her oracles so they can't lie. This is, of course, one of the most well-known stories about Spellslinger, considering it's the first time Doom clashed with crap, and how things would turn out shaped the world forevermore. As usual for the Spellslinger, it's an event which has been discussed with great passion on both sides of the coin, those in support of his actions and those opposed. But Steve was hardly one to get bogged down by what could be when he was focused on what should be. At least what should be in the world according to Steve. Without the aid of a god or other powerful figure to aid in his quest, of course, Spellslinger had to find himself an artifact to use. This led him to the tomb of Voklar the Vulgar, an elven archmage turned warlock from ages past of extreme power, who the other elves had tried to erase from history. They'd nearly achieved this goal too, but by simply trying to ignore the past and erase references to it, they failed to consider what would happen if someone, perhaps an extremely curious human mage, discovered the location of Voklar's fortress and final resting place. Many get into long talks about why he should or should not have done what he did. Many love to discuss this first clash between Doom and crap. Many embellish, flourish, and twist the truth to their own various means or ends in their description of the now infamous events. But this isn't really about any of this. This is simply what is that most critical of events that is as once both incredible and brief. This is about how Spellslinger commits genocide. Are you sure about this, Steve? The group was looking up at the remains of the mighty fortress before them. It had seen better days, to be sure. The volcano that used to feed the river of lava that flowed before the fortress was now long dormant, and what remained was a set of ancient stone fortifications overtaken by moss, trees, and time itself. It's right where I said it would be, isn't it? Everyone got it wrong. They heard all the stories about the lava river and stuff and kept looking around active volcanoes. They forgot just how old Voklar is. He grinned as he looked out over the structure before them, just a bridge away from them, a very old, cracked and crumbling bridge that was still 100 feet up from the black lava rock beneath it. I'm not questioning if this is the place. Sherry rolled her eyes then. I'm asking you if you're sure this is what we should do. The scroll of catastrophic ultimate death? It's not exactly a light bit of magic. It's strong, powerful, ancient stuff. Are we even sure we could use it once we get it? It's never been used by anyone other than Voklar. What if it's some sort of evil magic that you can't use? Steve just arched a brow as he looked at his half-demon, half-human girlfriend. Listen, I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. There's no good magic. There's no evil magic. There's just magic. Voklar couldn't have created some new form of it, and despite being a piece of shit, he couldn't have killed enough people for this to work through blood magic. Which means it's gotta be one of the other schools from the time period. And who happens to be able to cast all schools of magic because he's really good at it? He just smiled and spread his hands then. You promise to call Duskmaw or the Archdean if this goes as poorly as I keep expecting it to? She asked, and he nodded. I promise. But then our chance would be wasted since there's no way in any of the hells they'd let me use it. Now, are we all up for this? He looked around his group, and Sherry nodded before he looked at Fenrina, who had her usual big grin on her werehusky face. I'm all set, Steve. I don't really like killing most things, but I was totally excited once you mentioned your plan. Even her tail was wagging a bit, which made him smile before he looked over at Larry. Oh yeah, let's kill them all. Steve blinked in surprise at the dwarf who usually spoke about how the goddess of love loved all things, but not this time. So Steve just nodded and began to walk forward first across the bridge. Right, well, remember, if I fall to my death, I blame you guys for not saving me, but more importantly, the slow fall charms I got weren't the cheap ones, unlike last time, so they should work, Larry." He glared back at the dwarf, who just shrugged. "I ran out of money buying that bottle of wine for the Baroness baby. Can't fault a man for believing in romance, can you?" After Larry said that, Steve just snorted as the others began to follow him. He shook his head before speaking again. I sure can blame you for somehow giving me the only charm that failed. Breaking my legs fucking hurt. And don't you dare say that healing me after makes us even. Furthermore, can we discuss how it is that I seem to be the only one who has this kind of shit happen to him? Fenrina burns down a library. I said sorry. And somehow I'm the only one who actually gets set on fire. Steve continued before Larry cut in. You were standing in the fire. Don't stand in the fire next time. Not to mention, I'm the only one who gets my legs broken. You jumped first. Once I saw it was weak, I had time to shield the rest of us. Then I was the only one to get turned to ice. It was your plan to piss off the Yeti. That's on you. What about me nearly getting eaten by that fucking cat, huh? That one was your plan. Steve finally had a chance to finish accusing Larry as they walked. I really thought it would be easier to find you to make you big again. And it worked out in the end, didn't it? Whiskers didn't eat you, just a light nibble. And it was worth it because we met that cute druid after. Ooh, yeah. Good times for Larry Love that night. Yeah, I'm really friggin' happy for you. Steve then grumbled under his breath, making sure to keep his swearing to a minimum around Fenrina to make sure neither she nor Astrid picked up on it. Though Sherry would still cast evil eyes on him when she heard Astrid cursing from time to time. When they were about halfway across the bridge, when a loud voice called out from behind them, Stevie! Steve froze for a moment, as then he and the others all looked back to see Arturian Uberdragon standing at the edge of the bridge with the rest of his party behind him. Your nefarious group of evildoers will go no further. Well, well. If it isn't the crap brigade. We aren't evildoers, and I thought you were supposed to be in the Crystal Hills doing the bidding of your own evil asshole of a boss, the shithead of fate. He couldn't hold back his curses when Arturian and the members of crap were involved. We aren't crap, and our goddess warned us of your evil intent. She has eyes and ears everywhere. Your wicked research has been known to us, Arturian called out. And Steve thought it over for a minute since he'd done his research in the Academy's library. It was that weird chick, wasn't it? The strange yet helpful one who kept hitting on me. Does your goddess encourage all of her spies to sleep with evildoers while actually assisting said evildoers in their task? She just seems to love the gossip and drama, doesn't she? Steve called back. You have no right to speak about our goddess, Ericia called out. Then the Elven Ranger, having only gotten angrier since the last time she tried to kill Steve. And I know you falsely imprisoned a unicorn. Noble and gentle steed who was bewitched by the demonic magic of your pet slut over there, making it look like he was trying to do vile things with a young girl. You will know my vengeance for that. Are you fucking kidding me? Fartsparkle is guilty, and Sherry had nothing to do with it. You're just jealous because unicorns only like virgins and you can't unfuck yourself. Steve shot back. Arturian had to hold Arisha back as she screamed and started to charge forward before shouting back at Steve. You shall never get the scroll of catastrophic ultimate death. You will die here on this bridge and your vile days will end. Steve just grumbled as he watched the wind pick up a little to wave the cloaks of the figures on the other end of the bridge to make them look extra heroic. Why did they always get to look so good? It wasn't fair. The scud shall be mine, and, well, you have to catch me first. He yanked a vial from his belt and hurled it towards them. Though it fell well short, a burst of smoke and clouds began to seep from the broken vial. Run! Inside! Gotta get to it first! He urged the others as they turned and began to run across the bridge and through the old gates of the fortress. What's the plan? Fenrina asked as they ran. Get to it first, like I said. We gotta get through the traps and challenges fast, Steve answered as they headed into the crumbling ruins of the main keep that was built into the side of the mountain behind it. Right up the stairs and to the back of the council chamber. There will be a passage behind the far wall between two small pillars, Steve said as they ran, checking the map he'd made from his research. Council chamber? Not a throne room? Sherry asked. Vogler had a council of peasants and other lower classes to help run and manage his territories. Steve nodded. Oh, well, sounds like he... She started to speak by Steve, then continued. They were all traitors who had killed their own people to help in his conquest and advocated mass executions and how to most properly terrify and subjugate the people. Oh, so, still pretty evil then? Sherry shrugged. Yeah, just egalitarian evil. Steve nodded as they headed up a set of stairs and into the council chamber in question. The wood furniture inside had degraded by this point to little more than splinters and the iron fasteners that used to hold them together, but the two pillars were still standing before the far wall. Fenrina fastball, Steve called out. Fenrina nodded then as Larry jumped up into her arms, and the powerful were-husky hurled him forward at the stone wall, which the armored dwarf slammed through as he glowed bright with one of his divine spells to protect him. The others raced after him, jumping through the hole Larry had made. Once they were in the old passageway, a chill air rushed past them, and the torches began to magically flare up to light the way. Okay, first trap should be one of those tile walkway halls where you gotta step on tiles in the correct order, Steve mentioned as he looked at his sketches while running. What's the correct order? Sherry asked, but Steve was already pulling ingredients from his pouches. Just get out of the way, he urged and tossed the ingredients into his mouth before a burst of ice and snow came streaming forth, coating the floor of the hall before them right over the top of the tiles. Without missing a step, Steve and the rest of the party hopped onto the ice then, and slid across the trapped tiles to skip the challenge entirely. Then once they were past, he turned and tossed another vial onto the ice to make it start smoking so it would be gone by the time Crap showed up. What's next? Fenrina asked as they kept running ahead. Maze of mystery, just follow me. As they entered the maze up ahead, he had carefully sketched out what should be the correct path through, but then he saw the walls ahead of them and changed his mind. Actually, Fenrina, give me a boost. When they got up to the wall, she cupped her hands and helped boost Steve up the wall, where he quickly turned and laid down on so he could reach down and help pull Sherry up, before Fenrina simply tossed Larry up next to them. Then he helped pull Fenrina up as well. Forget the maze, just hop along the tops of the walls towards that door. He pointed in the distance as the group bypassed the maze by wall hopping. At this rate, we should have a huge lead over those crap idiots at least, Steve mentioned as they dropped down at the end to enter the next hallway. We're coming for you, evil wizard! He then heard Arturian shout from somewhere in the maze. Or not! I kind of forget for being such bastards. They're pretty adept adventurers, he muttered as they ran on, and he checked his sketches. Right next should be a test of two champions. No idea if they're still alive after all this time. They entered a large chamber with a massive four-armed stone guardian standing before them. Halt! It cried out as they got close and the group skid to a halt. To test your intellect, you must answer me this riddle. The stone creation clear its throat somehow despite being made of stone and not likely having a regular throat before speaking again. What monster brings you chocolates and flowers before eating you? Steve frowned and looked at the others who looked back at him. A romanticore, the stone guardian said with a laugh. Okay, wait. Why do dwarves have such big nostrils? Oh no, baby, you better not be, Larry began to growl out. Because they have such big fingers, ha, I crack me up. The guardian laughed out once more and stomped, which made the chamber shake. What did the peasant say to the angry witch? The group just stared up at the guardian before he grinned. Ribbit. All right, you've been great. Go on ahead. For a moment they looked at each other before Steve just shrugged and they headed forward. But he paused then to speak to the guardian. Oh, there are some others coming up behind us. Do you know the one about the elf and the ugly unicorn? Oh, I love that one. Steve just nodded as the guardian said that. Well, tell them that one, they'll love it. And the one about the drowning dwarf. Will do, the surprisingly cheerful guardian responded, as Steve moved on to catch up with the others as they ran across the chamber. They were waiting for him before a shadowy figure. Quite literally, a shadowy figure, in fact, as it was engulfed in some sort of black fog like shadows. Or perhaps it was shadow like fog. "Halt there, adventurers! Any good people must face me in a trial of combat to prove that they have the strength worthy of advancing. For Hey, are those assholes attacking Dwayne? What's wrong, do they not like his riddles?" The figure paused, and they looked back to see the members of Crap attacking the Stone Guardian. "Listen, we're in a bit of a hurry. I'm Steve of Doom." Steve waited for the echo of thunder to end as the torches flickered back to life. "And those humorless dicks are the good guys, right? And you're the evil party trying to beat them to the scroll? Say no more, fellow evildoer. We have to stick together." The shadowy figure began to move forward to go help the other guardian as Steve just blinked, a bit conflicted on if he should protest and point out, yet again, that he was not evil. But since this worked in their favor, they just moved ahead into the next hall. "Right puzzle door up ahead," he said as they got near to two large stone doors with faces carved into them. "Halt, adventurers, listen carefully, for Steve just cut off the talking door as he spoke up. "What color is the ground?" The two doors paused, and then looked at each other for a moment. Aren't you going to listen to—" Yeah, one tells the truth, one lies, but we gotta figure out which door is safe and which isn't. Heard it all. What color is the ground here? This. What color is this?" He tapped his foot on the ground. Are they allowed to do that?" One door asked the other. "I'm not sure. It's been so long since anyone's been here, I forget all the rules." The door on the left mentioned as Steve pointed. "Gotcha, you're the truth-speaking door. Which door is the safe one?" He figured the liar door would for sure have an answer, but only the truth door would admit to being unsure. "Neither of us," the door replied, and Steve grinned. Clever. So it's—" He studied the wall for a moment and then rushed over to push on a flat section of rock that bore the symbol of Vauclair. After a moment, the wall slowly ground forward to reveal another door which they rushed into. "Right, Larry, you've got this next trap hall. Just bubble and run through it. Steve, the holy blessing of the most gorgeous and wonderful of gods is not just a bubble. Don't care! Less talk, more bubble!" Steve shouted as Larry grumbled but ran ahead of the group as a golded shield enveloped him. As he ran through the hall, various blades and spikes shot up from the ground, walls and ceiling, and all splintered and smashed themselves on the cleric's divine protection, which made it easy for the rest of them to run along behind him. Once they were at the far side, Steve stopped. "You guys go on. I'll be right there." Turning back, he quickly crushed up several ingredients in his hands and mashed them together as he cast a minor time reversal spell to reset the traps in the hall to their regular state. But as the flash of magic settled through the hall, Steve found himself back on the wrong side of the traps, since he'd reset himself at the same time. "Oh, shit!" He ran forward then and raised his hand in the air. "Blink!" He teleported forward 20 feet, and as a giant blade swung down from the ceiling, he jumped forward, rolling as he hit the ground only to spring back up with his hand in the air. "Blink!" And as he poofed forward once more, he found himself past the traps. "Time magic is such a headache," he muttered as he ran through the next hall to catch up with the rest of his group. He found them standing in a bare room with a door at the far side, and above it, etched into the wall, it said, "Overthinking." "Steve, what's the trick?" Sherry asked. "I've checked for traps. Larry's been trying to divine the place, and Fenrina can't smell anything amiss." "Whatever sort of magic is guarding this place, it must be powerful. I can't figure out where it is, man. This is one seriously bad trap room, and I mean bad as in good." Yeah." They all looked at Steve as he stepped forward, and while they all watched him, he opened the door at the far end. "There's nothing in here. You're all overthinking it. Let's go." He waved them through as they all looked a bit disappointed that the trap was, in fact, all in their heads. Steve entered last and shut the door behind him as he heard the sounds of traps being smashed further up the hall. Crap was close behind, but now they were in the tomb of Vauclair. The warlock's sarcophagus was before them on a stone slab. "Is there supposed to be more?" Sherry asked, as she looked around the room. Well, normally we'd have to worry about the lava trap, but since the volcano is dormant, that's not an issue. Help me with the lid, he said as he crossed the room to start pushing on the lid of the sarcophagus. But as Fenrina leaned in to help, they heard a loud click and a rumbling sound. Steve paused as they looked up at a chute that opened above them, and steam came pouring out for a moment as Steve backed up. But then there was a soft puff, and the rumbling stopped before the group groaned and squinted. "Ah, rotten egg butt smell," Fenrina whined as she clutched at her sensitive nose. "That's sulfur, but whatever. The lid." Steve pressed through the awful smell to get the lid off. Fenrina whined but helped him heave it off as he looked down at the mummified remains of Vokler, the scroll clutched in his degraded hands. "Well, you were a real piece of shit in life, but at least this will go to good uses," Steve said as he grabbed the scroll. But when he tried to pull it out, to his surprise, the mummy seemed to pull it back in. He let go in shock and jumped back, but the remains didn't come to life. With a frown, he reached in again and tried to pull the scroll free, but it seemed to fight him. So he set one foot on the side of the sarcophagus and yanked and pulled. "Let go! Let go, you miserable dead asshole!" The arms of the long-dead warlock finally snapped, sending Steve tumbling back since he'd been pulling on it with such force, but once he stopped rolling, he jumped back up to his feet. "I've got it!" Which was when the door behind them was smashed, as Arturian charged through it covered in protective runes. "Ah, whatever traps there are won't stop me!" But as he skidded short and looked around, nothing happened, and the runes faded away. "The door was open, idiot! No traps, not even a lock!" Steve called out as the other members of Crap filed in behind their leader. "This ends here, necromancer!" Arturian shouted, and pointed his sword at Steve. "You better fight me like a man this time! No more running, coward!" "I have a better idea! Fenrina gets sickum!" He pointed, as the werehusky growled and launched herself at the paladin. She might be younger and less experienced, but Steve had taught her some very key tricks to fighting. "Go for the eyes, Fenrina! Go for the eyes, and then the balls! That's how you win!" he called out. "Protect me while I cast this!" As Stephen opened the scroll to start reading, the fight got underway all around him. He dodged a quick volley by Arisha as Sherry lashed out with her whip to distract the ranger, and then Larry and Fortin squared off as the two clerics began to shout holy verses at one another, and then just beat on each other with their hammers in what Steve had come to call a holy poetry slam. But that meant Quarry, their mage, was there to deal with Steve as he tried to cast the ancient scroll. However, since he was busy casting, he couldn't use his own spells to counter hers. The first attack was easy for him to deal with, however, as she raised her staff and prepared to cast a lightning bolt at him. And he just stood there and took it, his belt absorbing the electricity before firing it out all around him as it dissipated. "Of course the gods try to smite you so much you never go anywhere without your belt, do you? Heathen villain!" the elven mage shouted at him while he just gave her a one-finger salute in return as he kept chanting. Next, she began to wave her hands as he expected a barrage of magical bolts to sail straight at his position. But just before she finished casting, he tossed a smoke bomb on the ground, and in the flash and following smoke, he simply ran behind the sarcophagus, letting the bolts fly harmlessly overhead or slam into the side of the stone. "Just stand up and fight!" the other mage cried out as she got closer to make it harder for him to dodge. When he saw the shards of ice form around the tip of her staff, he waited for her cast to be nearly complete and then grabbed a pepper from one of his pouches and tossed it into his mouth as he chomped down on it. The cone of frost overtook his body, encasing him in ice as Quarry grinned in victory. Right before his body steamed and the ice shattered as he let out fiery breath thanks to the magic pepper he'd just devoured. And then even crying and dripping snot from the spicy pain of the pepper he kept casting. Just, die!" she shouted, and this time he noticed the white-hot aura that began to form around her hands, the disintegration beam. He was too close to dodge it, the stone wouldn't shield him, none of his vials or ingredients could counter it, and he couldn't cast a counter without stopping his chant of the scroll of catastrophic ultimate death. So he did the only thing he could, advancing on her as he aimed just past her head and leaned into it as he let his fist fly forward, twisting as he extended and punched her in the face. The elven mage cried out her spell stopped as she got punched in the face and even dropped her staff as she stood there and began to cry. The others stopped fighting then as Steve finished casting the scroll and a wave of energy washed over them for a moment before nothing. The room was quiet now aside from Quarry crying as she held her face. "Yay, you hit me! You were about to disintegrate me," Steve gasped out. "Why do I even feel bad? You were going to kill me, turn me into ash. All I did was punch you. You got off light compared to what you were just literally trying to do to me." "Well, your evil plan failed," Arturian said, but was unable to strike a heroic pose as he was trying to rub the dirt out of his eyes that Fenrina had thrown in his face during the fight. "We're still alive." "What? I wasn't using this to kill you. That would be a huge waste. The scroll of catastrophic ultimate death wasted on you four?" Steve snorted as the two adventuring groups began to pull apart and cluster back up, with Quarry sniffing and conjuring a snowball to hold to her face. But, the goddess told us you were out to kill the most faithful of servants of the divine gods," Erissia mentioned. "What?" Steve frowned. "I used it to kill mosquitoes." The room was quiet then, aside from Quarry whimpering. "What mosquitoes?" Arturian finally asked as he looked around. "All mosquitoes! All mosquitoes everywhere. They all just burst into flames and died. They're all gone. Forever. No more mosquitoes!" Steve shouted. "Did you think I was here to kill you guys? That would be a huge waste of this scroll. Either your goddess lied to you again, or she thinks mosquitoes are the most loyal servants of gods." But that's not really evil?" Arturian frowned, now seeming confused. "I'm not evil! How many times do I have to explain that?" Steve let out an annoyed cry. "But you raised hellweeds and the dead!" Arturian pointed at him. "I tried to warn the people about my magic garden and I didn't raise the dead. I just used a little harmless life magic to animate the bodies and asked those souls to come back to see their grandkids. Don't you get it? I'm not evil. Every time we meet, you guys try to straight up murder me, and that's on you, not me. Look, I'm even sorry I punched Quarry in the face, but she was about to kill me. Can't you understand that and just let this all go? What's the point of all this? There is no good magic or evil magic. It's all just magic and what you do with it. And I might annoy you guys, but I don't get all the hate. Could it just be that you're angry I'm a human who's good at magic? That you don't understand me and hate me over something silly and trivial, and if you just 2 seconds to think about it, you'd see I'm right? I mean, I don't even try to kill you guys back." Steve asked then and sighed a bit, as figured the rivalry between them was pointless anyway. Arturian and the others seemed to consider this for a moment, and Steve had a moment of hope that this feud would finally be over. "No, you tricked us with that dragon shit, and that time you gave us the runs. You're evil, I know it, and you couldn't kill us if you tried, so you don't waste you evil, cowardly, villainous breath. You have a villain's goatee, and a villain's cowardice, and other villains in your party. We are the forces of pure righteousness and good, and we shall smite you. I am a hero. I have a hero's jawline." Steve just glared as the other ruggedly handsome human struck a pose, and in the enclosed room deep in the side of a mountain somehow had a breeze pick up to wave his cloak behind him heroically. "Oh, fuck you," Steve growled, "and you're bad at magic. Everyone knows it," Quarry shouted back, obviously still upset about the punch. "I'm great at magic. I'm amazing at it. You'd know that if you talked to my professors. Oh, wait, you can't, 'cause you got banished for trying to fucking murder me on school grounds, and I could so kill any of you if I wanted. You think you're so clever and I'm stupid, but guess what? I don't need to do anything sneaky to kill you, poison your food, or attack you in your sleep. You all expect that kind of thing since you've made so many enemies by being assholes. Well, I'd kill you by doing something so fucking dumb and obvious that it's brilliant, and there wouldn't be anything you can do about it. Like, drop a really big, huge rock on you. Yeah, huh? What could you do about that? Nothing." As he said that, everyone gave Steve an odd look. "A big rock? Your plan is to drop a big rock on us?" Arturian asked as he arched a perfectly groomed eyebrow. "That was just an example. I'll make up my own magic for it or something. You'll see. It'll be a really big rock. And it's like so big you can't dodge it, and so heavy you can't stop it. Steve waved his hands as he felt the conversation was getting away from him. Yeah, right, you're a terrible mage. You'll never make your own cantrip, let alone real magic, Quarry shouted back. Fuck you! Yes, I will. It'll be human magic, the school of throwing big rocks and maybe other stuff at people and dropping it on them, Steve growled as the members of Crap all laughed at him then before Arturian pointed his sword. Enough! Now hand over the scroll, vile ruffian, for it belongs in the hands of loyal servants of the gods, Arturian demanded. It belongs in a museum, Steve shouted back. Plus it's useless now, you moron. Whatever. Let's go, everyone. And how do you plan on getting past us? Arturian asked, but Steve just shrugged. Magic? And he clapped his hands, having been preparing the spell in his head before he and the rest of Doom vanished from sight, teleported back to the safety of Orbitus. I think that went pretty well, Steve said as he looked around the others now that they were safe. All the mosquitoes are dead. That's a win for us. Did you have to punch that elf girl in the face? Sherry asked, as she gave Steve a look who just gasped out. Where do I even start? First of all, she's not a girl, she's like in her mid-120s. Second, she was about to straight up murder me. Third, yes, I did. Sherry shrugged after a moment. So long as all the mosquitoes are dead. Now what do we do with the scroll? She asked. Like I said, we put it somewhere safe, Steve explained. It'll be another 500 years, give or take a decade, before it's ready to be used again, but we don't need to tell people that. We can just let them think it's done for good and hope no one ever finds out. Or you tell the Archdean, because if you don't, I will. Sherry replied, which made Steve stick his tongue out at her. Spoils the mystery, he complained, but as Sherry continued to glare at him, he sighed. Fine, I'll tell her. And I'm also going to ask for permission to start up a new school of magic. Thankfully, the Archdean helped Steve change his original proposal from the school of throwing big rocks and other stuff at people and also dropping heavy things on them too, into the much more succinct school of kineticism. In a few decades' time, she'd also help him rename his ultimate spell of the big, really giant, heavy rock that crushes things, into the now infamous meteor spell. You know, should we be concerned about the environment? We just completely erased a component of the ecosystem from the world entirely. What impacts will this have on the natural balance of the food chain on a local or even global scale? The others looked at Fenrina for a moment before Steve shrugged. Don't know. Don't care. I just wanted to kill all mosquitoes, he replied. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Death to mosquitoes, Sherry said next. Nothing worse than taking your special lady out by the lake or the beach and trying to lay her down by the fire when you've got to deal with mosquitoes, honey child. You know this reminds me of a song. But before Larry could go on, Fenrina spoke up again. Well, I guess nature has survived other extinctions. I'm sure this will be fine. Historians would long debate if it was indeed fine or not. One thing that for certain came about was the vast decline in the spread of disease and plague around the world, which in turn meant life mages began to fall out of favor, since there was less need for specialists to cure those very diseases. In turn, this meant humans had to look to more mundane solutions, and the advancement of medicine was greatly influenced by this turn of events. Though no member of Doom had any idea, this would be one major side effect of their mission. Now let's go get some victory cake, Fenrina suggested, and the others were happy to agree as they went in search of said cake. It would be weeks before they would achieve this goal after a series of unforeseen events derailed their attempts at culinary triumph, would be derailed by the forces of the gods and Lady Luck and their brief run-in with an evil mimic cake. But they would eventually arrive at their goal. And yes, I do speak, of course, of the legendary Cake of Doom. This, of course, is a story for another time. It is safe to say that as an adventurer, Steve Spellslinger made quite the impact on the world around him, sometimes intentionally, and other times very much at random. Even his less popular adventures with the other members of Doom are often told locally, as it was very rare for him to sweep through a region and not leave some sort of impression upon the locals. In later years, his tactics would change, and he'd move around the world with far more subtlety. But those earlier years, he took to shaking up the established and traditional at virtually every opportunity. For if one thing set Steve off, it was to tell him something was only done a specific way, because it was how it had always been done. This at times led to all sorts of mix-ups, from his refusal to simply take things as they were and hold true to old ways. What this meant was that at times the members of Doom would unleash ancient and terrible evils upon the world that had been long forgotten, and those old rituals actually had a purpose. Once or twice they unleashed an ancient and great good upon the world as well. Then there was the time they unleashed an ancient fart upon the world. It had been left behind as a prank by the old god Hamker, the prankster, before his followers were all killed by followers of other gods for being insufferably annoying. But it also led to good things, as sometimes old methods and rituals were overly complicated and needed change, but no one wanted to instigate this change. Aside from Steve, of course. However, Steve wasn't just an adventurer. He was also a mage, and often had to shout that at people while casting magic in their face to get them to believe it. Part of being a mage working for the Archon of Magic meant he wasn't just an adventurer. He had to work with the patrol of lawful, incredible creature enforcement, often to keep the magical creatures of Talaron in check. Not to mention his duties as a teacher at Orbitus, which ended with predictably disastrous yet informative results at first. But at times he made his own life more difficult, both intentionally and unintentionally. One such event was his angering of the fairies that lived in the humans' realms of the eastern continents. For the long-established fairies who loved to bring whimsical and magical gifts and quests to the humans who lived in these lands took exception to Spellslinger's efforts to undo all of their annoying bullshit mumbo-jumbo fuckery, as the infamous Spellslinger put it, especially when he offered his services across the realm as an item decursifier, offering to let anyone who receives a magic boon from a fairy to have him inspect it and remove any curses or effects that would cause them undue harm, or morality lessons. These events, combined with his work disrupting and perverting the prophecies and plans of the god of fate, strained the fairies' willingness to operate in human lands. Especially since the fairies worked hand in hand with the god of fate quite often, since tales of princes and princesses would never be complete in their eyes without a heavy heaping of fate, destiny, and manipulation. Normally, it was the job of the Archon of Magic to step in and help ease and soothe these tensions. But in this case, she decided to use the fairies going on strike to promote Orbitus further, promising to take over the functions of the fairies in these now abandoned human territories. So of course, Steve had to help fix what he had broken. This is the story not about Spellsling the adventurer, but of Spellslinger the fairy godfather. Where the fuck am I? Steve wondered aloud as he looked around the village, placed precariously along the cliffside of a deep ravine. The castle that overlooked the village was his destination, but he had never seen the banners before, or had any clue just where he was. The quest scroll left for him in his room by the Archon had simply said to come to the set teleportation coordinates to fulfill his task at the castle, but he wasn't sure what his task was. He felt like he'd been deprived of some crucial information. Since he'd been expecting some sort of official function, he'd even shown up in his toga instead of his usual adventuring clothes, though he was wearing clothes under the toga since this high mountain plateau was rather cold. The people in the village stared at him as he passed, watching him with a mix of confusion and concern, it seemed. Most of the time, people just ignored him since he blended in rather well with the local populace when adventuring. That, and he was usually standing next to Fenrina, the werehusky, or his girlfriend Sherry, the half-succubus, so they were much more interesting to stare at than a human. But here it was like he'd grown a second head the way they would watch him and retreat into their homes and businesses as he passed by. He was about to ask someone about it when he realized he was at the front gate of the rather small, unimpressive castle. Good defensive position, though, he noted. "Hey, you're the fairy, right?" one of the guards asked as he approached, which made Steve growl out in return. "Fuck you, pal. I'm Almarin. This is a toga, not a dress, and skirts are plenty manly. Gives you total freedom of movement. And what happens in our bathhouses is totally between us." Steve glared and then blinked as he saw the confused look on the guards' faces. "Oh, wait, you mean like a fairy? No, I'm a mage. Yes, a human mage. Deal with it." "Ah, we were told to expect some sort of human fairy from Orbitus." The guard tried next, still seeming confused. Well, I'm a human from Orbitus, but a fairy is a species. I'm the same as you two, only older, and magic, and Almarin. But I'm certainly not a fairy. He rambled a bit before trailing off. He just looked at the guards, and they looked back at him. "Shall I head inside?" he finally asked, and they backed up to let him through. He was looking around the courtyard of the castle when he heard someone call out to him. "Oh, you're Zavaria!" He sighed as he realized that was probably going to stick as he looked around to see a short, heavy woman with her hair coiled into thick buns. He couldn't help but notice that her weight made her very bouncy as she approached him, and he wondered if she had magic-infused clothing that was preventing her from bouncing out of them. He was going to name her Bertha. "I might be, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, Bertha," he mentioned as he crossed his arms. "Oh, how did you know my name? OV, course. You're a wonderful magic fairy, yeah?" He was about to grin at being right about her name, but then frowned instead as she mentioned him being a magic fairy. "No, I'm magic, but I'm a human mage. From Orbitas. I was summoned here?" he asked as he held up the scroll. "Oh, yeah. The Cuvine just had the child. You are here for the gifting ceremony. This way, this way." She turned and began to bounce away from him as he followed along after her, wondering what it was he was supposed to give. Or were they giving him something? He examined the castle as they walked into the main keep and noticed it was, well, shabby. It was reasonably clean, but there were only a few banners, and he noticed a distinct lack of giant, impressive tables, not to mention suits of armor or statues or other displays of wealth and power. He'd also only seen the 2 guards outside. Normally, the kings and queens he'd had to deal with were surrounded by scores of soldiers. They headed up a set of stairs behind the main room then, and he finally saw 2 more guards standing before a door. But Bertha didn't even slow down as she opened the door they were guarding and headed through, waving Steve along. Inside, he saw a slight man with some sort of circlet on his head, sitting on a nice chair, while 4 other men in decently clean clothes stood to the side, and there were another 2 men behind the nice chair. Bertha stood off to the side then, and everyone was staring at Steve, who blinked and looked around. It took him a moment, but he realized then, this was a throne room. Or it was supposed to be. The circlet for a crown, and the nice chair that was hardly a throne, threw him off a bit. Though he noticed the window on the right side of the room had a gorgeous view over the side of the cliff and the ravine and river below. One of the men to the side coughed nervously before Steve finally spoke up. "I don't know why I'm here. I just got this scroll in my room." He trailed off as he realized how lame that sounded and then started over. I was summoned by the powerful spheres of magic. Woo! He made a spell-casting gesture with his hands for a moment. "But, really? Why am I here?" He stepped his fingers together and looked around as the rather slight-looking king spoke up. We contacted Orbitus for a fairy godfather for the gifting ceremony for my child." The king sounded about as confident about what was going on as Steve. Yeah, very godvader," Bertha nodded. "Right. But I'm human?" Steve asked as he wasn't sure how to put it. "Yeah, the best mage we could afford," Bertha chimed in. "Well, the only mage we could afford," the king muttered, and Steve frowned. Could I just borrow your magic mirror? I need to make a call real quick," he asked as he tilted his head a bit. "Oh, sure, it's back here." The king got up off his rather nice chair then, as Steve could see the man was wearing a cloak that looked like it belonged on a much larger, more impressive person as he headed around the chair and to a door Steve didn't notice behind it. Steve followed along then as the king led him deeper into the castle and then to door on the right of the hall. Normally, magic mirrors were in large, opulent rooms to show off and highlight the wealth or power of the person who owned it. But when Steve stepped into the room, he blinked at how empty the room was. There was a small chair before the smallest magic mirror Steve had ever seen. It was more like the magic makeup mirror. Even so, Steve leaned in and tapped on it, quickly casting the frequency for the Archdean's private line as he peered in close, squinting to see the image on the tiny mirror. "This is the Archdean of Orbitus. Who dare disturbo? Hello, Steve. Where are you calling me from? I can barely see you. Steve saw her lean in towards her own magic mirror back in her office, her ethereal body now filled with an image of the stars of the night sky. He liked that look on her. I'm here in Uberberg. Steve jumped a little as he looked back to see the king standing in the doorway still. This is Uberberg. I'm king of all the cities of this fine nation. Which is this one, and also Unterboob. Under what? Steve asked in surprise before shaking his head and waving. Never mind. Thank you, guy. But, can I talk to my boss in private, please? He jerked his thumb at the mirror and the king blinked. Oh, yes! Sorry! Let me just get the door! He closed the door for Steve then, and Steve waited until he heard his footsteps head back down the hall before turning back to the Archdean. I got a quest scroll? He mentioned and held it up before the tiny mirror. Oh, yes. I've been briefing Karistan and Riava this morning. I was wondering where you were. You got hired before I could explain, it seems. Let me see here. Steve saw her duck out of frame, and he could hear the rustling of papers on her desk. You were hired as a fairy godfather for the newborn prince or possibly princess. Some of these human names, it's hard to tell if it's a boy or a girl. The Archdean trailed off as Steve spoke up. Fairy godfather? What's going on? Oh, the fairies went on strike. Your campaign to uncurse all their items and ruin their plans drove them crazy. Steve grinned at the news, feeling very happy with himself since he hadn't heard yet. So you're going to do their job for a while? His smile faded as she told him that. But I'm human. I'm not a fairy, he protested. That's fine. You're magic. I'm hiring the services of our mages to replace the work done by the fairies. It should greatly increase our power and influence in the region. Kings, queens, and other form of nobility used to pay fairies to show up and bless their children with a gift of some sort. There's going to be more to your job, but for now, just do that and come back so I can explain more. One of the scribes I hired to handle this must have handled it early this morning. I didn't expect you to be hired this quickly or ever, honestly. She admitted, which made him frown. Why not? They mentioned something about me being the only mage they could hire? He asked then. Yes. I set the fee for each of the available mages on a slide scale. You're the cheapest. Steve was about to curse, but she cut him off before he could. For a reason. These are kings and queens we're talking about. They don't want the cheapest person for their child. They want the most expensive and prestigious options available, which is why I made you the cheapest, because I thought no one would hire you since I've got need of you for another task. Speaking of just give them something small and trivial and get out of there, I didn't even know this kingdom existed. I thought it was a smudge on the map. Hey, well, first of all, fuck that. I might not be crazy about being a fairy godfather or having to help out royalty since you know my stance on how I feel about nobility. He began to take a breath as he raised a finger. Everyone knows your stance on nobility, Stephen. The Archdean interrupted him, and he let the breath out, deflating a bit. Well, anyway, I do good work. Whatever it is I'm doing. So poor king and queen or not, I'm gonna give them the best fucking present. Ever. He stood up and then sat back down, realizing the Archdean couldn't see him if he did that. You can't gift any known artifact-level items as that's not allowed by the rules. But sure, something you make? Go ahead. Just hurry up and report back. The Archdean cut the call then, and Steve got up as he rubbed his chin, trying to think of something he could do in a hurry that would be a good present. Then he snapped his fingers and headed back into the throne room. Hey, sorry there was a bit of a mix-up, but I'll be right back. Bertha, this place has dogs somewhere, right? He pointed at the servant as she blinked and nodded. Great. Have any had litters that were born recently? Bertha frowned at him and looked past for a moment, likely looking to her king before shrugging. I'm unsure. Well, lead the way to someone who'd know. He waved her out of the room, leaving behind the king and whoever was waiting to give their own gifts. They headed back down the stairs through the main room of the keep and into the courtyard where she led him off the side to the kennels. Steve had been raised around plenty of different animals on his family farm, and he was familiar with the dogs the Almarin army used, but he was always interested to find new breeds. So he was a bit excited that the dogs here were unfamiliar to him. They had black coats with white along the chest and a light brown on their limbs and around the muzzle a bit. And they were big. This would work perfectly. "Ah, this is the kennel Meister Otto," Bertha said, then introducing him to a portly fellow with a beard that would put even those of some dwarves to shame. Hello. You are Zavaria?" the man asked as Steve nodded, giving up on that particular battle. "Yeah. Also, I've been wondering, what accent do you guys have? I'm not familiar." "Oh, my apologies. The King's Common is much better than my own. Our people are known as burgers." When she said that, Steve just blinked and looked between them. Burgers? He asked. "Yeah, burgers." Bertha echoed, but with a bit more clarity. "Which means?" He trailed off and waved around with his hands. "Oh, mountain people. There are also the Waldburgers, Sumpfburgers, und Verklimptburgers," she said with a nod before Otto chimed up. "Ja, und also the Brauburgers," which made Bertha nod and click her tongue. "Yeah, how could I forget the Brauburgers?" she asked with a laugh. "Mostly common is spoken, but some of us get less practice. Yeah? Huh. I had no idea. How come I never hear your own language then? I've been through parts of Francomania," Steve mentioned. "Oh, well, our language is silly, yeah? Common is much better, so we just speak common around visitors. We like ze practice." She nodded, and Otto let out an agreeable mutter as he nodded. "Right. Well, these dogs," he pointed. "What do you call them?" "Uberbergsennenhunds," Otto said, and Steve frowned as he thought several words had just been jammed together. "Right. Well, did any litters recently have any runts or sickly pups? Any that didn't make it or might not last long?" he asked, and knew that would sound odd even as Otto gave Bertha a look, but all she could do was shrug. "Yeah, actually. 2. Sad things didn't make it." Otto nodded. "Still have their bodies?" Now the two really stared at him, but Steve didn't care. Otto pointed to a cloth off to the side of the kennels, and he approached, kneeling down as he drew one of his knives from the sleeves of his toga. He pulled the cloth back to see the 2 tiny bodies of the pups. He'd killed people, but the sight of small dead animals still upset him, even if it was from natural causes. Which was why he'd learned how to do something about it. He cut his right wrist sideways, hissing at the pain as blood began to flow forth. He rubbed his bleeding wrist across the face of one, then the other before muttering a small cantrip to seal his wound. "Morte amici, debe mihi, gratias gratis sanguinem, quasque animus redire." He waited and watched while the 2 burgers watched over his shoulders. When the bodies began to wiggle slowly, he got a vial ready, and then carefully poked the back of one's left paw to draw blood, and the right paw of the other gathering their blood in the vial before sealing the little cuts with another cantrip. Then he stood as Bertha and Otto stared at him wide-eyed and open-mouthed. "Necromancer!" Bertha gasped, but Steve just sighed. "No! Fairy Godfather, remember? I'm a good guy. This is good magic. Trust me." They actually seemed to settle down after that and then leaned in close to speak with each other quietly before Bertha nodded. "Vine. But you better be right, or else you answer to me." She huffed and Steve just chuckled and nodded. "I promise. Now then, keep those 2 apart. They might whine for food. Feed them by hand. Don't let them feed from the mother. It's nothing to do with death magic, I swear. Just see to it, okay, Otto? Yeah? Yeah." He nodded and answered for the kennel master as he walked past and clapped the man on the shoulder. When they headed back up to the shabby little throne room, Steve nodded to the king. "Okay, now I just need to see your son to complete this." Complete what?" the man asked as he got up from his nice chair. "The gift, of course. I'm a fairy godfather. I can do no evil. Just trust me." He gave the king a big smile for a bit before the man nodded and waved for him to follow. Steve was beginning to suspect that so long as people thought he was a fairy godfather, he could suddenly do no wrong. Maybe he'd been going about explaining away his eccentric magic the wrong way all this time. They went down the hall he'd been in before, past the magic mirror room, and up a flight of stairs to another hall where he was led down to a large bedroom that Steve quickly realized from the big windows around the sides must be the very top of the keep. Gorgeous view, though. He nodded to the woman laying in the big four-poster bed across the way. "Greetings, Queen. Just your fairy godfather here." He pointed to the large wood crib to the side of the room. "Just going to gift your child here with fairy godfather magic. Don't mind this knife at all," he mentioned as he pulled his knife free once more. "Ah!" The king reached out, looking worried, but Steve just spoke louder. "I'm a professional godfather here. Don't worry, I swear it'll be great." The man slowly drew his hand back, chewing on his lower lip as he thought it over before nodding. "Okay, if you're sure." Steve really was beginning to wonder how far he could push this, but then focused on his task once more. "What is, its name?" he asked as he looked down at the baby in the crib that was wrapped in cloth and sleeping peacefully. "You can't tell?" the king asked. "No, babies are all fairly ugly. Yours is no more or less ugly than usual." Steve added, though, with a shrug. "His name is Ragos," the king told him, and Steve thought that over for a moment before snickering and then leaning into the crib, opening the vial of the dog's blood with one hand, while using the other to draw a small line across the child's head. It began to squirm and cry for a moment, but he poured the vial on the baby's forehead, rubbing it into the cut as he spoke, and made sure to absorb the pain at the same time, ignoring the pain in his forehead. "Adiuro tres unum sunt, semper fidelis, optimus cannabis, ragos et dogos, tribus animabus mixtis." With that, he rubbed in the last of the blood and then healed the small cut and pulled back, tucking his knife back into his toga. "There! It's all done!" He beamed at the king. What is all done? You never said," the man mentioned as he adjusted the circlet that was his crown. "Oh, right. Well, there are now 2 dogs in your kennel who have their lives linked with your son. All 3 will grow together and give each other strength. They'll live as long as your son, and they'll be nearly immortal in the meantime. Not to mention they'll be great bodyguards and companions. How's that for a fucking gift, huh? Knocks that normal fairy shit out of the water, right? Am I right?" "I'm right." He nodded. That's actually pretty amazing. All I got as a child was the gift of song." Steve frowned as the man told him that, and he could obviously tell what he was going to ask. "Yeah, I can sing really well." "That's it? That's what your fairy godparent gave you?" He rubbed his chin as the king nodded slowly. "Well, that fucking sucks, man." He clapped the king on the shoulder, making him stagger a bit since Steve was considerably larger than him and hardened by his life of adventure. "Well, this should help make up for it. 2 undead guard dogs," Steve grinned. "Undead?" the king asked as Steve stopped grinning and coughed. What? Did I say undead? I meant super awesome fairy godfather dogs. Godfather magic. It's all legit, I swear. Hey, if the scribes from Orbitus call, make sure to tell them I did a good job. But don't tell anyone about who you got the gift from. Our little secret, okay? Okay. In fact, never mind mention my name to anyone. It'll ruin the magic." He looked around, then out the windows at the kingdom that the man before him ruled over. "What is your nation known for, anyway? Are you working on that bridge over there?" he asked as he pointed to a broken and crumbling stone bridge that connected the 2 halves of the deep mountain ravine. "That? What? No, that was an ancient bridge built by the first coalition of dwarves and elves. We have no idea how to build something like that. All we really make here is goat cheese." The king shrugged, his shoulders slumping a little, but Steve just smiled. "Oh, I love goat cheese. Mind if I take some home? And let me see about getting you in touch with some Almarin engineers. If there's one thing we know how to build, it's bridges that no one thinks are possible. And also aqueducts, temples, siege engines, roads, hospitals. Look, we're actually fairly proficient with engineering in general." He smiled. Yes. Goat cheese. Sure, of course." The king blinked as Steve began to walk him back down to his throne room. "Oh, you guys are Frankomanian, right? Do you have those tasty meat blobs?" Steve was hopeful he could get some of that. He was a damn good cook himself, but something about those mysterious spiced meat blobs. Donor?" the king asked. "Yeah. If you have any more kids, you just pay my fee and then pay me the rest of what you think is fair in food." "Deal?" he asked, and the king shrugged. Deal? He agreed, and Steve smiled, feeling very good about his new job, until he realized he might have to help a whole bunch of royalty. He liked helping out this guy because he was an underdog, and Steve was fond of helping the underdog, but he wasn't keen on having to help all sort of big, powerful nobles. What if that Kasurian asshole hired him? He needed to talk to the Archdean, but first goat cheese and donor. The Archdean still had the same body Steve had seen earlier, her form portraying the infinite cosmos that dominated the night sky, her eyes shining like two bright stars. Well, right now she had her head in her hands, but when those stars had been glaring at him and trying to burn holes in his face, he noticed they were very bright and star-like. "Zombie dogs, Steven? It's all legit, I swear! No soul entrapment!" He tried to explain. "It's still blood magic," she groaned. "Life magic," he countered. "You tied the souls of dead dogs to the firstborn son of a king." The Archdean sighed into her hands. "They were only freshly dead. Their souls hadn't even wandered off yet. And he's only king of like 2 cities. I asked him about his army later and he said it's like 40 guys. Their primary export is goat cheese, which I did bring you some, by the way. I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, you signed me up for this, you know." At a price point that should have scared off any noble in all of the disputed territories. She leaned up then to glare at him as he had to shield his eyes from her actually burning glare. "Could you tone down the eyes a bit?" he asked, and she sighed before her eyes faded to the intensity of full moons instead. Did they complain? Or did they give me a glowing review? The Archdean stared at him for several seconds before sighing once more. "He gave you a glowing review. He just said he was thankful his queen was sleeping so he didn't have to explain why a strange man with a goatee was cutting her newborn child with a knife." She stared at Steve, but he just nodded. "Ooh, that's why she didn't freak out she was asleep. I really should have noticed that, but I was focused on what I was going to cast." He nodded as she groaned once more. "The fact that you're friendly enough with death to pull something like this off without a massive sacrifice should concern me. But yet I'm not surprised. Which should actually concern me more, shouldn't it?" she asked. "Hey, you're the one who wanted a pet adventurer with plenty of plausible deniability." He shrugged. "Yes, speaking of," she mentioned and slid a scroll across her desk to him. "I have some leftovers from the fairies who are now on strike. I want you to disrupt what they had established before they left." "Oh?" Steve asked, and picked up the scroll as he began to read. "What the fuck is wrong with fairies? How many princesses have they put into a coma? Not mention their bizarre virgin fetish, them and unicorns, and they give shitty presents. Did you know the king's last godparent gave him the gift of song? How lame is that? And how does one actually give the gift of song anyway? What the shit kind of hack magic do fairies use?" The gift of song is just a pitch-perfect tune rune, and a golden voice rune rubbed into the child's flesh with spirit water. If it's on an elf, the fairy will just refresh the rune after 700 years or so. The Archdean explained as Steve blinked. "Oh, well, it's still lame. These are kings and queens. The gift of song, the gift of beauty. What sort of bullshit is that? They're already rich and powerful. People will want to fuck them no matter what. Why not a practical gift? Like the gift of tactics and strategy. Or shit, even the gift of military logistics. Now that would be useful for a ruler." He trailed off as he thought it over, but the Archdean spoke up. "It's almost like they wanted to give nice yet meaningless gifts so they didn't horribly upset the balance of power in a region like a pair of zombie dogs." Steve looked back up as the Archdean's moon eyes glared at him, turning into crescents. Fair enough." He conceded, and then went back to reading the list. "These assholes. Listen to all these conditional spell states. They pass it all off as fate or destiny, but it's nothing but slavery." He grumbled before looking back up at the Archdean. "And I get to go undo all of this?" "You and Doom." She looked around for a moment, expecting something, but Steve just shook his head. "It only happens when I do it." "And you're sure you haven't made any pacts with the Dark Ones?" she asked, and Steve sighed. "Yes, I'm sure. I like to keep my brain intact and not flayed from within by the voices of the Dark Ones, thank you." He shook his head before rolling up the scroll. Right, I can undo all of this, but I'll need to do a bit of research. I know fairies love stories and use up a lot of the same tricks, but I'm not familiar with them. No? No fairy tales for young Stephen when you were growing up? She smirked, which made him sigh. No. The fairies in Almarin lands didn't want to pay taxes, and there are only two main rules in Almera. One is shut the fuck up about your religion. You're free to practice it, but keep it to yourself. And pay your fucking taxes. So they didn't think they needed to pay. The Senate thought otherwise and began to hunt them down. So they left. The fairies stay the fuck out of Almarin territory now, which reminds me, this whole thing has made me think of some things we do back in Almera. You've got the fairies on strike right now, but we want them gone, right? Make sure that it's only mages who protect the royalty in human lands now, yeah? He asked, and the Archdean nodded. Yes. Ever since you burned down the library, I've realized it's important to build up the importance of Arbitus around the world to ensure we're too important to piss off. Right. He wondered if he was rubbing off on her, or if she was rubbing off on him. And if so, just how had he not noticed the Archon of Magic was so ruthless? Well, there are some Almarin experts I'd like to bring in. We're good at organizing things, and these guys know protection, so I think they'll be good to consult with. The Archdean thought this over for a moment and then shrugged. Sure, bring them in. Can't hurt to talk to them. Steve nodded and headed out to get ready to fulfill his newest mission. In time, the bards would come to vilify Steve's crusade against the fairies for the most part. But those in Francomanian lands would instead sing of his heroism and skill in replacing whimsy, which was so chaotic with a much more strict code of rules in due time. And the burghers love rules. But while those exploits were well known to the public in general, few understood how massively he would impact local politics. It went much further than giving a gift to the small, yet soon to grow, Uberberg. It went further than killing of scores of fairies who refused to obey the new rules or leave. It went beyond even his Almarin experts that he brought in. In truth, it was all of these things together and more. For the Song of Spellslinger, the fairy godfather will have a very different take in some quiet Almarin restaurants in the years to come. For that song is about the man who accidentally organized crime in the eastern continents, but that is a story for another time. Many adventurers in the ages of Talaron are acutely aware of their reputation across the realms. This is important in their quests to know where they can and can't receive help. Steve is unusual in this regard, as well as he rarely had any idea if anyone thought of him, let alone what they thought of him. Between his ability to teleport and his home in Arbitus, far from any normal settlements where he might be able to pick up upon the rumors already swirling around his infamous life, he simply had no idea or concern for how he was perceived. After all, it wasn't until decades after the fact that he realized the Francomanian horror story about an evil demon trying to steal children's teeth was in fact about his failed attempt to take over for the Tooth Fairy. So unlike many of his supposed profession, he did not seek out great deeds on either side of the spectrum to cement his reputation. Even his rivals in crap would go out of their way to make lavish displays of their good intentions and charity. On the other end, there were many an evil adventurer who would be outlandishly cruel once or twice to make sure people understood who they were. But for Steve, his reputation varied wildly across the realms, from hate and scorn to adulation and worship. If someone truly needed help and asked Steve for it, he would provide it. From Kasurian peasants to elves, orcs, and even the occasional royal family. He was of the mindset to help people to ask for help, and if his deeds were to be tallied, it would be easy to see that he helped far more people than Arturian Uberdragon and Crap did on the small scale. Of course, Steve also has the very large column of deeds that were in the mixed category. Not to mention the way his adventures would leave ripple effects across the world, leading to both great and terrible events in Talaron's history. For better or worse because of this, Steve Spellslinger's big adventures are fairly well known. At times, it's not known that he is the one to make them happen, but the events are still spoken about, written about, or sung slightly out of tune by drunk bards. There is an exception to these typical adventures, however. an event that was very carefully concealed from history by those in power for various reasons. It would be the first time that Steve dealt directly with global politics, instead of influencing them from a distance through his usual wild life choices. Somewhat ironic that if he had made sure to let this adventure be known to the world, he could secure his reputation forevermore. Yet if he did that, all the work in hiding it would be undone. It is perhaps a good thing for all of Talrion that such a figure cared very little for the opinions of others and how they viewed him. For while the direct consequences of this particular adventure are well known, their cause is lost to history, which is why it's so important to learn about when Spellslinger stops time. Travel. Archon! Steve was still somewhat wet as he pushed his way into the dean's office, wearing only a towel and strange rubber sandals on his feet that flipped and flopped as he walked. Archon, we have to talk! The Archon of Magic and Archdean of Orbitus looked up at him when he said that, her ethereal body filled with an image of the cosmos in the dark skies of Talaron, her eyes pale and blue like a clear summer's day. What are you doing? Her eyes quickly flashed from the pale blue to a deep red like a fiery red sunset. You're dripping wet. I had to rush here immediately. No time to dry off or get dressed, he said as he walked into her office, ignoring her growls as she watched him drip water on her incredibly ancient and expensive rug. Stephen, drying off and getting dressed takes no time at all. And why did you even need to take a shower this early? You must have just gotten up. She looked at her hourglass to see how little sand was in the bottom to mark the early morning. Look, I just had to. That part isn't important, he stressed, waving his hands in the air before quickly grabbing his towel to prevent it from falling off. Professor Afrosia, he shouted then as the Archdean waited and watched him. What about her? She finally asked, realizing Steve wanted her to. She's gone rogue, he shouted. Like you? She asked as her brow furrowed in confusion, her fiery red eyes settling back into pale blue skies. No, not rogue with quotes around it. Actually rogue, Stephen insisted. Nonsense. Professor Afrosia has been a part of our faculty for centuries. She's been loyal and exemplary this whole time. She's one of the finest researchers we've had. She's done great work restoring and recovering old texts and techniques lost to time. Steve nodded as the Archon went on about that. Yeah, but do you know where she is now? Yes, she's at her family estate in Alsorien. She wanted some time off to work on a pet project, though it's been a few years now that I think about it. But still, all time she's entitled to considering her work. Why? As she asked then, Steve leaned over, slapping her desk with one hand, while the other kept a hold of his towel around his waist. She's working on time magic. He waited for the Archon's reaction, but she just stared at him, arching one of distant cluster of stars that made up her eyebrows. Mages had all sorts of time magic at their disposal, after all. I mean, time travel magic, he added. What? The Archon finally gasped out. That's impossible! It's forbidden in no uncertain terms, and everyone in the past who has tried to explore such possibilities have had their techniques destroyed or lost to time, Steve followed up, only to be rediscovered by someone who might study such things. The Archon paused then and studied Steve's face. For all her doubts in him during his training and the constant complaints she had from other mages and his teachers, she realized that he'd actually done a good job with her missions. More than that, he was honest, as absurd as that sounded considering what he got up to. What proof do you have? She finally asked. As you're likely aware, her estate isn't just in Alsorien, it's right next to the Magistone Fortress, the biggest such fortress in all of the Western Elven kingdoms. So, scry it. When he said that, the Archon frowned and once more thought about demanding more proof. But instead she rose and walked over to her map table. She set her hands upon it and then closed her eyes, focusing for a moment. The map upon the table then turned into a vision of Orbitus from above, clear as day before suddenly turning black. When the Archon opened her eyes and looked at the black void of a map, she sighed. They're blocking scrying attempts. She looked at Steve, who nodded, and then set his hands on the table. But if you slide just a bit outside of range... He focused and closed his own eyes, but then had to move one hand from the table to grab his towel again. After a moment, the black void slowly slid aside to reveal a lush green countryside surrounding a small bay on the coast. While it was morning in Arbutus, it was still night around Alsoriana, but the light of the moon and the magic scrying table illuminated the terrain. "There's nothing here, Stephen," the Archdean mentioned as she watched. "The waves," he tapped. "Have you ever known the ocean to create identical waves?" When he asked that, she watched the waves, and sure enough, each and every one seemed to have the exact same form and path. Not to mention they hit the shore in the same way. When she scrolled the map further out to sea, she could easily spot the exact location at the edge of the bay, where the ocean waves would rush in and then change into the identical waves that she'd seen. There was a line where the water of the bay clearly didn't match the random chaotic ocean. The Archdean stood there quietly as Steve noticed the stars that inhabited her body seemed to grow darker. "Get dressed, I'm assembling the council," she finally declared, and Steve didn't waste time as he scurried off to get dried off and then dressed. As he walked the halls of Arbutus, he noticed how quiet things were. Most mages didn't get up early, and the students got up even later. Steve himself would normally be fast asleep if he hadn't had a startling and disruptive awakening last night to discover the truth of Professor Afrosia's experiments. By the time he returned to the Archdean's office, the rest of the council was assembled around the map. Archcaster Evelinus, Archchair Tyrinia, Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw, Archtreasurer Goldsmith, Arch-Librarian Shadri, and last but not least, Arch-Arcanist Archibald. A name Steve always had fun saying, but now was not the time to make light of names as they stared at the map while Steve approached. "Maybe it's just a temporal anomaly. Do we know this from something more dire? After all, it's not time travel, it's just time repetition," Archcaster Ivelinus was saying. "You know it's not," the Archdean replied simply. "I've already used 2 owls to scout the fortress, and they aren't just blocking scrying magic the fortress it armed and alert. They've got soldiers camped inside and sentinels along the walls. They're expecting an attack of some kind." "Well, what can we do about it? We don't have an army. We're very clear on that, too," Archchair Tyrinia sighed. "We can talk to the Kasurians and Francomanians," Goldsmith suggested, the dwarf glancing over as Steve approached. "And how do you propose we get them onto the other continent? Mass teleport?" he asked. "That would surely draw everyone's attention. No. You need someone with a ready army that can move in a hurry and doesn't need to teleport over there. You need an army that's familiar with siege warfare and has a vested interest in making sure the elves don't get time travel magic." By now the council was staring at him as the Archdean realized what he was suggesting first. "You can't be serious," she sighed. "You know they don't like us. Not even you." "Oh, but I am serious. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, we need aid in order to stop time. Travel." He nearly whispered that last word. "Why do you keep saying it like that?" the Archon asked as he waved his hands around. "Because it's more dramatic. We have to stop time sounds way more serious," he exclaimed as the Archon sighed and just waved her hand. "Fine, get on with it," she stressed before he grinned as he looked around at the assembled dwarves, elves, and whatever Duskmaw was. "We need help from the greatest republic ever. We need help from my home. We need help from Almera, a nation of conquest, a nation of engineering marvels the world over, a nation of infrastructure and law, a nation that swore quite often. Hey, watch it! I'm fucking driving here! Come on! Hey, fuck you! I'm walking here, asshole! Steve shouted back at the cart driver in the street. Well, fucking hurry up, shithead! Fuck you! You don't own this fucking street! I'll take my fucking time! Steve huffed and kept moving at his own pace as the Archdean walked beside him, having wrapped herself in a cloak and shawl to make sure her flesh, such as it was obscured. Sorry, some crapsacks have no fucking respect around here. But the Archdean seemed to mostly be focused on looking around at the buildings as they walked through the capital of the Republic. Now, I promise not to be mad, but just come clean with me, Stephen. How long have you been helping them magically build these structures? What? Never! He was surprised at her question as he looked up and around them then. You don't expect me to believe that they built all of these without magic, do you? She asked, looking over and down at him. Most of them are older than me. Why would I risk my spot in Orbitus by tossing around magic like that? We're good engineers. But these structures are incredible. They're stone, marble at that. I've seen the castles and fortresses of Khosrian and Francomania. And you assume that's the best humans can do? Hells no. Between the local marble quarries and our understanding of arches and columns, we're very good at building. Not to mention our secret weapon, concrete. He grinned as she frowned from under her concealing clothes. What is concrete? She asked as Steve blinked. Sort of stone, but not. He wasn't sure how to explain it before waving at a large structure they were approaching. It's like that. What? It's like stone, but no stone could be formed and shaped like that, which made Steve nod. Yep, that's where we're headed anyway. It's one of the biggest structures here in the center of the city. The temple to the one god all Almarins worship. The god of war. The only god I don't actively hate. Steve admitted with a nod. I didn't realize. I know about the gods of the eastern human territories, but not this one. What is his or her name? She asked as Steve shrugged. I don't know what his previous name is, but right now it's a guy. What do you mean right now it's a guy? The Archdean asked in confusion. Do you have multiple gods of war? What? No, that's the thing about war. War changes. War always changes. So rather than being one set never-changing god, the avatar of war can be challenged and defeated, allowing the new person who embodies whatever tactic and gear is best for now to take over. It's always the same god of war, but also different. He shrugged. It's hard to explain. If we think there's a good candidate for a new avatar, there's an election held, and if they get enough votes, they're allowed to challenge the current avatar. Keeps our military sharp. Gods can't just be... You can't have elections for gods, the Archdean finally said. If we can't, then how come we do? Steve countered as he watched his boss just close her eyes and shake her head. I will argue with you about this later. Where's your brother? She pinched her nose as she tried to think upon the culture of Almera and how it defied the conventions of all other nations she knew. He's up there next to the big fucking temple, which is what the locals call it. Or BFT. We've also got the BFA for Big Fucking Arena and the Big Fucking Circus, and of course the Big Fucking Library. Steve noticed that the Archon was staring at him as they walked. What? Do your people seriously name everything like that? She asked as she sighed. Oh, those aren't the official names. It's just we hardly use those. So if you tell someone you're heading to the arena and to meet there and they ask which one, you can just say the Big Fucking Arena and they know. He shrugged while she sighed and shook her head. But by then they'd reached his brother George, standing besides the temple. Steve! His brother cried out as he stepped up and hugged Steve. Unlike Steve's purple and white toga, George was in the armor of a camp prefect. You got another promotion? Steve exclaimed after hugging his brother and standing back to look him over. What's next? Legate? Yeah, like that's going to happen anytime soon. So this is your boss? Before the Archon could bow or give any other sort of greeting, George was grabbing her forearm and clapping her on the shoulder. Well, it's an honor to meet someone desperate enough to give Steve a job. We all figured he'd be a lazy piece of shit student his whole life. Oh, fucking bite me. This coming from the moron who signed his name as X for how many years? Steve shot back as his older brother just laughed it off. Right. Well, come on, we've got to get to the Senate. They're expecting you. I spoke with my boss, just a local figure known as the consul. He emphasized the word as Steve rolled his eyes. How many fucking times are you going to try and drop that, huh? I fucking get it. You work directly for the consul now. Shit. You mentioned it like 30 fucking times already since I contacted you. Well, I work for the Archon of fucking Magic. Only one of them while there's 2 consuls at any given time. Yeah, but she doesn't rule over a whole nation, does she? George said with a laugh. The Archdean hadn't even been able to get a word in as she followed after the two arguing brothers as they walked towards the Senate. The Grand Senate building itself, compared with several other structures in the city, wasn't even especially impressive, but it did seem to be older, which might explain why. She finally spoke up as she saw the guards when she finally noticed something. "I know that Almera has a rich history of conquest, but how come I don't see any swords?" she asked, making the brothers pause in their insult trading. "Oh, by ancient law, swords aren't allowed in the capital," George explained. "Oh, that's interesting. To try and achieve some measure of peace within the city?" she asked before George coughed and went on. "Well, aside from training swords and gladiators, and the ones that are made here and shipped elsewhere, and if there's martial law, not to mention what most people in the city just use hatchets and maces and spears instead. It's more about saying that the military is supposed to stay outside of the city, 'cause we all use swords." He nodded. "But you mentioned there's martial laws at times?" He didn't respond except to nod. "So, the law doesn't work all that well, does it?" "Not really, no," he shrugged. "But that doesn't stop us from enforcing it when it suits us. However, the guards of the Senate use fasces, which are mostly just fancy axes. But don't think they're ceremonial only. They can chop someone up pretty good with those." As they walked into the Senate building, they could hear shouting in the distance as Steve spoke up. "Which consul do you work for anyway? I haven't kept up on politics lately." "Gaylord Julian Cox," George said quietly before Steve just stopped in his tracks. "What?" "You heard me," George muttered. Gaylord Cox," Steve replied. Just call him Gary. Or, consul." George sighed. "Consul Cox?" Steve asked. "Consul Gary works fine," George growled. "Gaylord?" Steve just couldn't let it go. "Yes." "Gaylord?" "Yes. It's from an old elven word or something. Gaylord, I think." George shrugged. "Don't fucking bring it up. He's consul for a reason, Steve. Think about it. This guy was born and raised with the name Gaylord Julian Cox. Think about how tough he is." That is actually a very good point now that you mention it." It finally caused Steve to pause and consider it for a moment before speaking further. "This guy went into politics and is doing well. With a name like Gaylord Julian Cox. Gaylord Cox, G." "Yes, I get it, Steve," George exclaimed, and then took a moment to sigh and compose himself as they neared the Senate, and the yelling got louder. "Also, Miss Archon person, this might be unusual for you to witness." "I'm used to politics," she replied. "Probably not Almarin politics," George said as they stepped into the Grand Senate chamber. All around were men, women, and even a few orcs standing or sitting on the stone benches arrayed around the room. Most were yelling at one another. "Shithead! Retard! Your father is a literal dog! Your father is an elf! You take that back or I'll eat your face!" Even as the senators continued to yell and argue, George just ignored them and walked up to a man sitting in a simple chair next to an empty chair just like it. The man looked to Steve to be in his late 30s or early 40s, though his hair looked to starting to gray already. After George spoke to the man quietly, he stood up and raised his arms. Steve figured he was going to make some sort of grand gesture to get them to be silent, but wasn't prepared for his voice to bellow out above everyone else's. "Idiots! You fools! Just shut up, close your mouths, and for once listen carefully. Stop talking and pay attention to what's being said." After a moment, the senators looked at the consul, who was already sitting back down, and also took their seats. Steve blinked as the consul then waved him over. "Right. Tell them what you're here to say." Steve gulped as he realized that he was standing before the ruling body over his home country and stepped forward before the assembled men and women. He paused, then realizing in all the murals he'd seen of senators they always held their arms up in a specific way. So he took a moment to try and mimic it, hoping he got it right. "Do I need to stand like this? Is this good?" he asked, looking back at the consul before a senator yelled out, "Just fucking get on with it!" Which made Steve growl, but then just toss his arms down and speak. "Whatever, fuck it. Look, the elves of the Alsoriani have brought a garrison to their ancient Magistone fortress, and are preparing some powerful time magic." He was going to continue when he was interrupted by another senator. "Who gives a fuck? Those pussies couldn't defeat the orcs, why should we care what they do? Which caused a general murmur of consent to spread through the assembly. Time magic means they can go back in time and kill Alma herself before she can found this city, said Steve, which caused a general uproar from the Senate for a bit, until the consul behind him screamed, "Shout it!" to get them to quiet down once more, though one did call out, "How do we know this? How can we believe you? We don't even know you're reliable." "I am Steve Spellslinger." Steve started only to get interrupted once more. "What kind of stupid name is that?" someone called out, which made Steve scream back. "The name of your killer if you don't shut the fuck up and let me speak!" The senator waved his hand dismissively, but the others murmured in approval at Steve's reply. "Look, I have no fucking reason to lie about this. I'm the third human mage ever, of all time, and I work for the Archdean of Arbitus because you shitheads wouldn't pay for my tuition like literally every other nation does. So I'm working it off on her behalf, which means I'm not doing this for me. I'm literally doing this in the name of the Archon of Magic, who does not openly ask for help declaring war on an entire elven kingdom in order to stop one of her own professors lightly. This is fucking serious." "Why doesn't she speak for herself anyway?" one of the orcs called out off from the side, waving at the Archdean where she stood. "Because fuck you, that's why," Steve pointed back. "Right, enough." The consul stood up then, walking over next to Steve. "The motion is clear. We are being asked by the Archon of Magic to aid in the invasion and conquest of Alsorien." He was about to go on when Steve coughed and leaned over to whisper, "Yeah, we don't have an army. Arbitus, I mean. We can only bring support. This would be almost all Almarin soldiers and the bulk of the army." The consul looked Steve in the eye for a moment, before looking back at the senators. "We are being asked to provide the entire invasion force minus some magic auxiliaries, in exchange for—" He paused and looked at Steve, who blinked back. "If we don't do this, the elves take over the world," which made the consul sigh. "In exchange for ending an unprecedented threat to humans everywhere. If the elves complete this, they'll take over the world and stop humans from ever existing." Steve wasn't sure that was true, but he didn't stop the consul either. "Anyone to speak in favor?" As he asked that, an old withered man who barely looked able to support his own weight stood up. "I move that we immediately declare war and invade. Moreover, Dargina must be destroyed and razed to the ground." He nodded at that, as another senator sighed and called out, "Damn it, Grandpa! I keep telling you we own Dargina now! It's an Almarin province!" Then it shouldn't be hard to destroy and raze, should it? Why haven't we done that yet?" The other senators began to shout at the old man, who stood proud and quiet, as he began flipping them all off with both hands. Once more the consul shouted them all down. "Shout up! Look, let's just get this over with. Is there anyone here who doesn't support the motion to declare war and march on the fortress immediately?" Steve took a breath, then waiting to hear and see the people who weren't interested. But no one stood up or spoke. He frowned at that and looked around in surprise before the consul went on. "Right, I'll negotiate with them on terms. Someone draft up a legal document for this." "Why not just use one of our standard war declaration forms?" a senator asked. "Because we've never declared war to stop time." The consul explained as a scribe off to the side of the assembly was leafing through papers. "He's right. Conquest, trade dispute, vassalization, debt collection, assisting our orc allies. We've even still got some generic forms for declaring war on Dargina, but nothing about stopping time." The scribe shrugged as the consul went on. "So we get to draft a new war declaration then? Have fun with that. I'll be back." With that, he tapped Steve on the shoulder and waved for him to follow, along with the Archon. They headed out of the main Senate assembly, following the consul into another room in the structure, while Steve's brother George waited outside, standing guard. Steve could see there a large map table already set up in the room, and on it was a map of Narmisha with the current territorial holdings of Almera marked in red, and the various holdings of the elven kingdoms and orc tribes marked in various colors. There was a large stone model of the Magistone fortress already set on the map. "So my co-consul has already taken the bulk of our legions on an expedition to the north to try and expand into the Hilarans. Consul Cox explained, pointing to the tokens on the map to the far north across the splintered sea. Shit. What does that leave us with for this invasion, then? Steve asked as he set his hand on his chin. On such short notice, I'm afraid only about 80,000. The consul explained, which made the Archon finally speak up. 80,000? She was clearly surprised. Yes, I know, but it's all we've got. And while I've already sent word for them to assemble, it'll take us probably a full week to be ready. He sighed out. 80,000 in a week? She exclaimed, now even more surprised. Yes, no need to rub it in, the consul growled out before Steve spoke up. No, I think she's good surprised. Don't forget Arbitus is in the east. She's used to watching the elves and dwarves assembled, and the Cosrians and Francomanians, he explained. Oh, right. They do take a while to get anything done, don't they? He shrugged as he pointed at the map. We can be assembled and marching in about a week, like I said, so give it 3 weeks from today and we'll be at their walls. You can't be serious. The Archon spoke up again. You expect me to believe that you'll have 80,000 soldiers equipped for war in a week, and then in another 2 weeks they'll march hundreds of miles? The Archon looked between Steve and Gary as they just blinked back. Yes, give or take a few days. Gary shrugged, as it should be obvious. 25 miles a day if we have to on our roads. And from the sounds of things here, we do have to. The baggage train will take longer, of course, but it's important to get there and start establishing the siege. Quick question. Steve spoke up then. You mentioned you were already ordering the legions to assemble. Don't you need the Senate's approval for that? Technically, but it's fine. Today was a mere formality. Once your brother told me what was going on, I knew they'd declare war. We've just been waiting for the right excuse to blame the elves for something, and this is perfect. The expedition to the north is only in the Hylarans to secure salt mines for our extended campaigns in the south. It's unfortunate timing, but with help from Orbitus, this siege should be easy, especially compared with my conquest of the Orcish tribes. I once had to build a wall around a city to siege it, and then another wall outside that wall to protect us from the orcs trying to lay siege to our siege. Built it all in a few weeks, too. What? Steve frowned. That's insane. He nodded slowly as he looked at the consul. I like it. All right then, it's decided, yes? We assemble the legions and some orc auxiliaries and march on the elves. You bring what support you can. Speaking of, I hear you can teleport. Is there any chance you can move around large groups of soldiers? The consul asked hopefully. No, we have to do this quietly. No mass teleport. The rest of the world has to think this is just Almera conquering an elven fort. We can't let anyone else know time travel magic is involved. Speaking of, about the Senate. Steve hesitated, now realizing he'd told them all about the time magic. Trust me, it won't be an issue. I already told the scribes not to make any mention of it. All the records will show is an unnamed spy informed us of mass 11 forces inside the fortress and a powerful magic buildup. That's all the senators will remember anyway, the ones who matter at least. He rubbed his chin then, as he thought it over. What support can you mages provide anyway? Well, the Magistone fortress is specifically designed to counter magical assaults. The stones absorb magic energy, making it extremely difficult for us to use offensive magic against them. We'll be able to conjure illusions, form shields, aid the wounded, and act in a more defensive and support-oriented role. We should totally negate their own magic abilities, which means this is mostly going to be an infantry and cavalry ordeal. Though the elven horsemen and archers are known to be some of the best in the world, so there is that to worry about. Steve mentioned, but the consul just laughed. Are you kidding me? This will be easier than conquering the orcs. At least they'd attack us in big masses. The elves are all about duels and one-on-one combat and glory and all that. They make great warriors and awful soldiers. A bunch of humans conquered and assimilated the giant slabs of muscle that are the orcs. We didn't do that by overpowering them. We won't defeat the elves by being better swordsmen. We'll defeat them by being a better army. As he said that, Steve laughed and waved at him. See? This is why Almera is the greatest. Now then, I do have a request. I'll need to scour the population for anyone with any sort of magic ability and train them in 2 spells. Even as he said that, the Archon growled out, Stephen! But he waved her off. We need this. And it's only 2 spells, shield and counterspell. That's it. Both Steve and the consul looked at the Archon as she sighed and crossed her arms. Fine, 2 spells only. Steve grinned at that and looked back to the consul then as he opened his arms wide. There we go. I think that's everything. But the consul spoke up then with his own final detail. Oh, actually, one last thing. The consul set his hand on Steve's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. I'm making your brother legate, and that means he has to be a senator. So I'm going to blame it on you and claim that you demanded it in exchange for the support of Orbitus in the attack. Steve just blinked as the consul walked past him then without waiting for a reply. What? Was all the startled mage could say as he watched the consul quickly head back out to the Senate assembly. You know, Stephen, I'm beginning to understand why you are the way you are, the Archon mentioned as he looked over at her, still slack-jawed and confused as his brother rushed into the room. You fucker! Why would you demand they make me legate? I don't want to be legate. I don't know how to be a senator. I hate politics. What the fuck? George had grabbed Steve by the shoulders as he shook him. But what? What just happened? I don't know what's going on. It wasn't me. I swear! Steve cried out as George kept shaking him. The Archon nearby just sighed as she shook her head. Of course, in the coming years, Consul Cox had plans for George and this new shaky alliance with Orbitus and the Archon of Magic that neither Steve nor the Archon could foresee. But that would all come after the conquest of Magistone. Steve did indeed directly set off the events that lead to the Almarin-Elven Wars and have a great deal to do with that conflict. But that wouldn't be until after Steve stopped time, travel. There is something very important you have to understand about magic right now before I teach you anything. It's extremely dangerous. The amount of ways you can kill yourself through improper use of magic is staggering. You see, magic flows in and around this world. It's in all of us. It's in all living things, and in fact, it's in many non-living things as well. It's a power that once tapped into demands your constant respect and attention. Try and siphon too much force at once, and you'll likely explode. I mean that literally too. Just guts and bits and pieces of you everywhere. Try exert too much stress and pressure into a spell and you'll likely burst into flames. All over your body, it's awful. Let your mind drift at the wrong time, and you might just let a demon or other entity into your body and take control of your mind, killing you instantly, and leaving your body as nothing more than a meat puppet for this malevolent being. And that's just the start of the danger involved. Steve looked out across the horrified faces of the tribunes that he'd assembled. This is why mages are pulled from a very select rank of people who can freely tap into and control this intense force, and even then we get 25 years of training to do it. But many people can tap into it in a limited sense, so long as they are careful and don't try and do more than they're capable of yet. None of you will be able to master and twist magic to your will like I can, so don't even try it. Unless you want to explode, burst into flames, or become a meat puppet, I guess. What I'm going to teach you here in 3-ish weeks' time is how to cast 2 spells, and 2 spells only. So half of you will learn one. Half of you will learn the other. Steve nodded then, and spoke to his brother George, who was standing nearby in full armor. Once signaled, George called out to the legionnaires around him then, "Tortoise!" The assembled men quickly fell into formation around Steve, raising their shields to form a wall around him, and especially above him and themselves. You've all seen this formation. This is the backbone of the Almarin line. It protects from arrows as we close in. Now to demonstrate how much more effect this can be when you add a shield. I don't expect any of you to be able to do this yet. It's just a demonstration of what's possible. Steve chanted within the formation before a very light, nearly invisible layer rested upon the tops of the raised shields. Right, Archon, you've got the honors. This time, at his signal, the Archon lifted a nearby boulder up out of the ground, moving it over the tops of formation and then dropped it. The shields lowered a little bit, but the shield rippled and the boulder stopped. Once you get good enough to lay a shield atop the shields like this, it means every man in the formation can share the weight of any object. One man can't lift a boulder, but dozens can. Right, now to get rid of it. George called out from the center of the formation, then to his men. Left rank, kneel. Right rank, lift. After a moment, the left side of the formation began to kneel, while those on the right pressed their shields up further, causing the boulder to slide down the now sloped shield and drop to the ground beside them harmlessly. "Formation! Break!" With that, the legionnaires broke up and moved away from Steve, who was grinning at the tribunes. "And that is what you can all do one day once you get good enough at it. But don't expect to master that soon, or even before the battle. Now I need to show you how to see when your shield is about to fail, and you need to stop focusing on it, or else you'll get some nasty feedback. It's significantly easier to cast a shield directly in line with yourself in some way, but it doesn't always have to be flat before you. You can also do something like this." He turned and held out his hands as a square field extended out before him so it could be hit while he wasn't behind it. When he held that pose, the Archon began to toss small bolts into it, and as she hit the shield, it would shimmer and ripple before the edges began to crack. As she kept at it, the cracks grew larger and larger as they drew the center, which was when Steve spoke once more. "This is where you want to release. If they hit the center, it's bad news. To properly release, you don't want to just snap your focus away. Ease it away. Picture it opening up from the center out," as he explained that the shield opened up from the center and vanished. "Right. Next, to demonstrate dispel or counterspell. Really, it's the same thing. It's just a matter of when you cast it and against what. Now, seeing as the Archon is in fact a font of magic herself, able to tap into the endless stream of power that flows through the world, it's very, very, very super really extremely difficult to counter her spells. So I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to use Archcaster Ivelinus here." He waved at the elf standing nearby, who jumped a little, not having expected to be called on. "What? Me? I didn't agree to help you," he said in a huff as he crossed his arms and looked away. "Ooh, come on, buddy, don't be like that. Just throw some magic at me. I'm going to dispel it anyway," Steve replied with a grin. "I find that hard to believe. You're a rank amateur compared with the seasoned and experienced professional I am." The elf then tilted his nose up a bit as he pressed a hand to his chest. "You'll find this task too hard for you to deal with." "Yeah, that's what I said to your mom said last night." Except about my dick," Steve quickly replied, which made the Archcaster open his eyes. "What?" he gasped out. Something. I fucked your mom in the ass." Steve followed up, which made the Archcaster scream as he quickly began to wave his arms as flames began to rise up from the ground. But Steve just held out a hand as he focused. "Dispel," he said, as the flames vanished in a puff of smoke. Evelinus screamed once more and began to chant something else now, as dark tears appeared in the air around him. But Steve just spoke again. "Dispel." The dark rifts vanished as Evelinus growled out and then raised his arms high above his head as a torrent of shards of ice began to appear. Steve just focused yet again. "Dispel." Evelinus finally stopped trying to cast as the ice shards turned to snow and fell upon him, partially flattening out his pointed hat, as more of it landed on his shoulders. Steve took the opportunity to speak to his tribunes then. "So typically, the more powerful the spell, the longer it takes to cast, and the easier it is to dispel. Not to mention, if they're casting something that will hit an area, it also gives you a large field to focus on to cancel out. The biggest threat will be very direct, quick cast spells such as Lightning Bolt! Evelinus shouted as he delivered a massive bolt of blue lightning to Steve. Kirk! Steve twitched and spasmed for a moment before his belt absorbed the flow of magic energy. "Which is why I wear a belt, specifically for it," Steve finished as he steamed a little. "Now that was good work, Archie, what are you doing?" He turned to Evelinus, who had quickly approached while Steve spoke, and then began to try and slap him as Steve backed up, raising his hands to fend off the elf. Hey, knock that off! Quit trying to slap me! I hate you! You're everything that's wrong with the magic youth these days." Evelinus kept trying to slap Steve as he backed up. "Hey, isn't anyone going to help me? George?" He glanced at his brother, who along with his legionnaires were busy laughing at the spectacle before them. "No, I'm good. You've got this," he said, as Steve kept backing up, fending off the elf's slappy hands. "Come on, knock it off! Aircoon, make the Archcaster stop!" Steve tried next as he backed up past the celestial body of the Archon of Magic. I think it's only fair to let him get one good slap in first, she replied, which surprised Steve enough to look at her. What? He asked, but with his attention shifted, Evelinus finally got past his guard and slapped Steve across the face. That's for being profane about my mother. By now the assembled crowd was all laughing at the display, and Steve grumbled as he rubbed his cheek while Evelinus stomped away. Right. Well, the demonstration is over. Anyway, over the next 3 weeks I'll teach you how to tap into small bits of the magic vein that runs through you. Like, it's not a literal vein like blood, but whatever, you'll get the idea. Steve tried to get things back on track, but needed a moment to compose himself. Through a form of meditation, you can tap into the power. Through careful focus and training, you can direct that power. Through use of both physical movements and using words of power, you can realize the spell. And through constant repetition, you shall master your one given spell. Are there any questions? He asked as he looked at the assembled tribunes. Yeah, what's with all your pockets? One of them asked as Steve looked down at his harness. Ah, so I am a full-fledged mage, and the first of a new school I call Spellslinging, hence my name. What I can do is take reagents which each have some small magic focus in them, combine them with some of my own power, and bam, magic. My teachers hate it though, since it's a very easy way to do something wrong and end up exploding. So don't even try it. He advised as another tribune raised their hands and he called on her. You! So, can't you just mix up some of that stuff ahead of time for us to use? She asked, but he shook his head. Not really. Some minor stuff, sure, that's alchemy. It doesn't need a mage there at the point of use for it to be effective, but it's usually minor stuff that can be contained in such a fashion. More potent reactions need a surge of power at the last moment to actually work. Anyone else? He asked, and pointed to one of the orc tribunes. Half-orc, ugly human? Whatever he was. So if you have those, why the book? He asked, and Steve slapped the tome hanging from the chain on his belt. I can cast way more than I can remember. The archcaster over there, he waved at the elf stomping around in the distance, muttering, is actually a very good mage. He can remember and cast something like a third of all spells at any time, which is very impressive, and not at all normal. But every spell you memorize takes up a bit of your brain space, for lack of a better explanation. The more powerful the spell, the more space it takes inside your head, too. Mages are usually constrained by the space in their head. And no offense to all of you, since it's not your fault, but all of you have a tiny bit of brain space, which is why the selectors from Orbitus never would have found you. So anyway, a good mage focuses on a single school of magic. Each school has its own focus, how to cast things, how to tap into power, all that sort of thing. I just practiced every single school until I was comfortable with all of them and write down the spells here so I can use them whenever. He gave the book another tap. So, why don't more mages do that? A tribune asked before the Archon answered this time. Because it's very dangerous, exceptionally dangerous. Most mages can't tap into the flow of magic as freely and easily as he can to use it on the fly as he does. No one ever even tried to copy this ability from myself or my predecessors until he arrived. When he first started using this method, I didn't expect him to last a week. But here we are years later, which means he's better than many think. Or more likely, very stupidly lucky. The Archon looked over at Steve, who just grinned. Hey, better lucky than smart, right? Okay. He clapped his hands then. Now to get to work training. And don't think this will be easy. Casting magic is like any other sort of combat training. It'll feel like using muscles that you've never used before and wear you out physically as well as mentally. But we have to power through and keep at it. Because we've only got 3-ish weeks to get you all ready to help me, the illustrious and very super amazing Spellslinger stops time. Travel. I will admit I'm impressed. The Archon mentioned as she looked over the camp that the assembled legions had begun to set up. They were amassed in the forest north of the Magistone fortress, so they were setting up tents, but no fortifications yet to keep hidden. You got your 80,000 soldiers here like you said in just over 3 weeks. Like I said, we're good at marching. Now then, they should still be unaware of our presence. Between the orcs we used to hit the border outpost and our careful movements so far, they should have no idea an Almarin army rests so close to their position. It's sort of funny though, Our original invasion plans had us avoiding this fortress entirely, yet here we are attacking it first, and head on. How could you have avoided it? Between the fortress and the string of outposts, the Alsaurians have the whole border covered. They'd have the range to hit any armies marching past, Steve mentioned, but Consul Gary just grinned. Yes, but not in Nomium. He mentioned, which made Steve nod slowly. You'd have invaded a neutral country just to avoid the elven defenses? The Archon asked as she examined the consul. Certainly, not like the gnomes could have stopped us. Then we hit the capital and starve out the defenders on our own time, he replied with a smile. Them being unable to stop you isn't exactly why I'm surprised, the Archon said with a soft sigh. Okay, this is your plan, so what do you need from us before the assault? Yes, I'm eager to hear you humans mock elven soldiers non-stop about how you're superior to us in every way, and how this will be an easy fight, Evelinus muttered in a very grumpy tone from nearby. But Gary surprised him when he spoke back. It won't be easy at all. Simple, but that's not the same as easy. The Alsaurians are far better archers than anyone I've got. They're better horsemen than most of my cavalry, and they're better swordsmen one-on-one. But the point is to counter or eliminate every advantage they have over us, and force them to play to our strengths and not theirs. We counter their arrows with our shields, and shields. We should really come up with a different name for the magic shields. He derailed his own explanation of his plans then. Barriers? Steve ventured with a shrug as the consul frowned. But barrier sounds more like a fixed thing. No matter. Arrows are countered by shields and barriers. I suppose it'll have to do. Next, we need to deal with their cavalry, or as much of it as we can. Is it possible for you to use magic to change the weather tonight? I don't want rain, but I want clouds to cover the moon and keep the night dark. He looked around then at the assembled council. I'll handle it, Duskmaw mentioned as she vanished in a puff of smoke, and then reappeared in a different puff. Wait, like unnaturally dark? Or just overcast, sort of no moon dark? Just overcast. Make it look like regular weather, the consul explained as she vanished in a puff once more. Right, the auxiliaries shall get into position tonight then. In the meantime, I've had my armorers improve upon the gear for you and your team, so go make sure yours fits. He nodded to the other side of the command tent, and Steve looked over as he grinned. Ooh, fancy new gear, huh? Don't mind if do. He walked over to find Sherry and Fenrina already in their gear. Sherry had been fitted out with leather gladiator-style armor that Steve had to say made her fine curves even more enticing. While Fenrina was shifting and moving around in a new set of armor Steve had only seen on a few of the most elite Almarin troops so far. It consisted of metal strips that fastened to what he thought was an internal leather harness of sorts. As she moved, the bands would slide under one another or stretch out and keep providing cover all over. The metal and leather skirt was set over ringmail leggings that protected her upper legs, and she had heavy metal shin guards in place to protect her lower legs. "This is amazing!" she mentioned as she moved and twisted still. "It's great stuff! So flexible, and yet it seems really strong." "Yeah, we'll try very hard not to lose it. It was a nightmare designing this to work around your tail, and your size." Steve looked over to see a one-eyed old woman nearby, who seemed to have muscles on top of her muscles, as well as a fair amount of burns and scars crisscrossing her arms and face. "You're the armorer?" he asked, and as she mustered up the glare of at least 5 people into that single eye, he just coughed. "I've just started seeing some of this in use over the normal coat of rings. What's the story?" "It's expensive and difficult to make, but it offers better protection at 1/3 the weight. The consul wants to test it out before full-scale production, so you're getting it along with a few of his Evocati units," she explained. "What's the benefit over the Eastern-style full plate?" he asked as he poked Fenrina's torso a bit to test the armor. "Well, it's different, obviously," she mentioned with a shrug. "It takes a long time to make one solid breastplate in their style. They took after the elven armor smiths who take fucking years to make some of their fancy, schmancy detailed shit. A well-trained team can make these much faster than anything the elves can make. Or, we will be able to, in theory. Like I said, we're not producing them full scale yet. But between these and the older ringcoats, we will be able to outfit all of our infantry with armor, which the Easterners can't even dream of. Fucking nobles. The armorsmith spat on the ground after muttering that last part. So, maybe not as good overall, but much easier to make. I thought you Almarins were all about quality, Sherry mentioned as she examined Fenrina, who was still having fun jumping and twisting around in her new armor. There's an old axiom from one of our early generals, Steve mentioned then before the armorsmith could insult his girlfriend for her question. A fight is about tactics, a battle is about strategy, and a war is about logistics. I think a battle is about tactics, a war is about strategy, and conquest is about logistics. The armorsmith said, then as Steve frowned and thought it over. Well, whatever, it's something like that. So you said you have a set for me? He asked, and the armorsmith nodded as she pointed to an armor stand. Don't lose this set either, and if you do die in it, please die somewhere we can recover the armor. It was a real bitch to make with all the pockets, she mentioned as he approached the set that had been coated in pockets much like his own harness. He giggled a little as he pulled it from the stand and quickly headed into the back to change into it. When he strode out, he couldn't help but strut, as he felt even more powerful and amazing than usual. What you think? He asked as the three women stared at him a little harder than usual. It's even got my family motto on it. He grinned as he tapped the chest. Non-futuous meme? Sherry asked. Yeah, it means don't fuck up, he explained while the half-succubus looked a bit lower. The skirt is a bit short, Sherry muttered. Oh, nonsense. It's the perfect length. Total freedom of movement, Steve said, as he did a few squat lunges. Unbeknownst to him, Larry had stepped out of his own changing room and was face to face with Steve from behind in that armored skirt that needed some adjusting. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all! Nothing at all! Nothing at all! Goddess of love, I beseech thee like I've never beseeched before. Knock that vision out of my head so I don't have to gouge my eyes out. Gah! The dwarf lifted the faceplate of his armor and clutched at his eyes as Steve looked back. Oh, hey, Larry didn't see you there. New armor is great stuff, yeah? Look, they made yours even better with extra spikes. Same amount of protection, less weight. Good stuff, yeah? He said as he turned to face the room Larry had retreated into. Steve, for the love of all that is beautiful in this world, put on some pants or a longer skirt, Larry called out from inside. Fine, fine. I guess the skirt could use adjusting, Steve muttered as Fenrina and Sherry behind him began to laugh. The armorsmith just sighed and shook her head as she began to pull out a longer piece of cloth to change up his armor. You're like that one guy at the baths who uses a hand towel instead of a regular towel to cover himself, the armorsmith muttered as Fenrina and Sherry laughed harder, and Steve just muttered as he went to take the armor off and wait for it to be altered. After that, they ended up waiting around getting comfortable with their new gear until it was starting to get dark before joining up with the consul once more as the first phase of his assault was being prepared. The 12,000 or so orcish auxiliaries had been assembled at the edge of the forest, while the consul spoke to their leader and the Arbitus Council to keep everyone in the loop. As I mentioned before, we need to eliminate each advantage of the elves before the main assault. Their cavalry are better than ours for the most part. So tonight, once it's dark, First Spear Iron Wolf here will lead his men into the town around the fortress and do what orcs do best: raid. Once they've got the defenders riled up, they'll pull back using their rear guard to keep consistent contact with the enemy to guide them into the forest, where my legions will be lying in wait. Laying in wait? He asked then, and then shook his head. Whatever it is. We will draw them into the forest and then close ranks and kill as many of their horsemen as possible. Won't the orcs be run down by the faster horsemen? The Archon asked. They've got a number of wargs. Those raiders on foot will draw back first. They can sprint away quicker than the elves anyway. Consul Gary nodded. Ah, yes, the giant wolves. How did you deal with those when invading orc lands anyway? They must have been terrifying to deal with, Evelinus mentioned, but Consul Gary laughed. What? The wargs? We bred those. Orcs can't even fucking farm properly. They were living in fucking huts when we conquered them. What makes you think they'd be able to breed giant riding wolves? Gary took another moment to snort. You going to take that sort of talk? Evelinus asked the orc, then seeming more curious than anything else. Look, My father and I watched this crazy bastard order his men to build a bridge across a river we all thought was impossible to cross, and then burn it once they were on our side of the river. We were smart and joined him immediately. Now all my kids are citizens, and they got to grow up with clean water and hospitals and roads. He can say whatever he wants about my ancestors. The orc spoke with a surprisingly clean accent. Gary grinned as the orc said that and went on. Humans bred all the dogs we have today. You think we'd just try to make wolves smaller and more docile? Trust me, plenty of us wanted to make them even bigger so we could ride them. But they're really only great at sprinting, and it's hard to keep them tightly grouped like horses, so we prefer those. But they're great companions for our new orc citizens. If you don't mind having them as citizens, then why are your legions human? Ivalinus countered then. Uniformity for formations. There are some orc cohorts, but most of them headed north with my co-consul. Gary shrugged. Besides, we play to strengths like I said. They make better skirmishers and raiders. Now we all know our parts. The tribunes are ready with their cohorts as well. You're confident they won't explode? He asked, looking at Steve, who nodded at first. Yeah. Then he shrugged. Probably. Hardly any of them caught fire in training, which is a good sign. But, we won't know how they respond in battle until, well, we use them. That's as good as I'm going to get, I suppose. Consul Gary muttered before nodding to Ironwolf. Right. Get into position. Remember, set fires, make noise, but keep actual looting to a minimum. Your men need to be light for the run back. They lit the first fire. He heard the word passed on then as the orcs began their attack on the buildings outside the wall of the fortress. Once that word spread through the camp, it was like the ripple of a wave. The food was put away. The stories stopped. The soldiers rose and assembled. In the edge of the forest, they made a rough semicircle. Though the trees made it impossible for large formations, the individual units filled in the spaces between the trees, shield to shield, their spears at the ready for the cavalry they'd soon be fighting. More units were up at the western and eastern edges of the semicircle, prepared to rush out and fully surround the elves once they had been lured into the trap. We know the drill, the orc replied before giving the consul an Almarin salute, driving his fist into his chest, before extending his hand palm flat, which the consul returned. As he whistled, his orcs began to assemble and move along the tree line as they eyed the fortress across the clearing. So, what do we do now? Steve asked, as the consul shrugged. I was planning on a light dinner. I don't like anything heavy before a battle. The consul's reply made Steve frown. Wait, what? They're about to go out and attack and you're going to eat? He asked. It'll take them about an hour to get into position, and then half an hour at least to sneak up to the village. After that, I give it an hour of raiding to give the defenders time to assemble and counterattack. So we've got around 2.5 hours before they even start coming back. It's good to have some food in you before a big fight, though you're free to do whatever you like. The consul shrugged before turning to head back to his command tent. Wait! Stephen called out. That's it! We wait around in the darkness! But that's boring! That's how battles work. It's not like we instantly engage and then fight to the death, the consul explained as he stopped and looked back. Once we've eliminated most of their cavalry, we start building siege engines and actually laying siege. Moving around large amounts of troops takes time. Besides, unless things go horribly wrong, I won't even be in any of the fighting. You won't? Steve asked next. I'm in charge of this army. If I'm engaged in close combat, I likely did something wrong. The best thing I can do is sit back, find a place to watch things going on, and tell my runners to adjust ranks as needed. If my field officers are doing their jobs, and they normally are, then I'm hardly needed once they set my plan into motion. Now come on and let's get some dinner. As the consul and his staff began to head back to the command staff, Steve looked around at the Arbutus Council before shrugging. This all sounds surprisingly civilized for something that's supposed to be barbaric and violent, Archchair Tyrinia mentioned, as she rubbed her hands together nervously like she normally did when confronted with conflict. Well, he's a professional at it. I suppose we should follow his lead, the Arcanist Archibald mentioned with a shrug. The genie, with his dark skin crisscrossed with glowing runes, normally stood out in stark contrast to those around him, but he had covered up the runes and fit in with those Almarins from north of the Shattered Sea quite well. The council nodded in agreement then, as they followed after the consul to partake in his light dinner. After that they broke up, each heading to their corresponding cohort among the legions in order to prepare for the battle. Steve and the other members of Doom found themselves without a unit to attach to directly and were wandering around the camp. "It's a strange feel in the air, isn't it?" Steve remarked as they walked around the various cohorts that were spread out, waiting for the attack. It was hard for him to put his finger on exactly what was different. They weren't exactly nervous. He saw a number of centurions and other officers sharing stories about past battles, or even past trips to a brothel to get the men to laugh and focus on other things. Many of the veterans were giving their swords a final sharpening, or even stretching to prepare for the battle. But things weren't exactly relaxed either. There were men at the perimeter keeping watch, vigilant to a change in plans. The camp was tense, but focused. Steve and the others found themselves besides the consul once more and his command staff. They had horses nearby, but for now were on foot, on top of the only hill nearby. "The cloud cover is working, but almost too well. I can't see anything," Consul Gary muttered. "I can," the Archdean replied besides him. "Most of your men are in position. The orcs are in the town now. They've started to burn it, but they seem to be herding the civilians into the fortress rather than kill them. Yes, that's part of the plan. More mouths for the defenders to feed if this turns into a drawn-out affair." The consul nodded. "Speaking of what are the defenders doing? There is movement inside the walls. Soldiers are being roused. Horses are being pulled from stables, but they are far from ready. Archers are manning the walls, but your orcs aren't giving them good targets." They waited then, all watching the Archon as she stood motionless, eyes closed, watching the battle through whatever means she had at her disposal. A minute passed, 10, 20. Steve was beginning to get antsy as the stress of being so near a fight and yet unable to participate grew on him. How long had it been? How long did it take? Steve nearly jumped when the Archon spoke again. "Their cavalry is assembling. Their vanguard is moving out. Runner, tell them to light the signal fire to guide the raiders back." Consul Gary spoke to a nearby soldier who quickly ran off into the dark woods. After that, things were quiet once more. With the trees before them, Steve couldn't even see the fortress or the burning town. It was too dark to even see more than a faint orange hue above the tree line. "More cavalry. They are moving in earnest. I see many orcs on foot leaving the town. I see the wolves now. They're moving in packs. As one snaps at the vanguard, another pulls back. Then the third moves in and the cycle is repeated." "Good. That's all as it should be," Gary confirmed. "Open retreat now. Most of those on foot are in the trees. The wolves are sprinting to catch up. The cavalry give chase, but they're trailing behind." By now, Steve could see a few torches ahead of them in the woods, as the orcish raiders began to filter back into the woods. As they found the Almarin infantry, they'd brush past and then assemble on the other side, getting ready to join the fight once the elves were surrounded. "The vanguard is inside the tree line." Steve strained to see, but the dark night provided him very little to work with. Soon he saw the light of elven glow globes and heard calls of surprise. "That's them finding our infantry." Gary nodded. "Where's the rest of the cavalry?" "Approaching. There is confusion among the vanguard. The rest of their cavalry have begun to enter the woods. Runners, to the flanks right now, tell them to close the circle. If some elves escape the noose, let them run, we just need the bulk." With that, 2 runners went sprinting off into the woods. Steve could hear yelling and screaming coming from before them, but still couldn't see much. He was used to his fights being filled with the sounds of magic going off and all sorts of chaos. But he was a little surprised that the sounds of battle weren't as loud now that he wasn't in the middle of it. "Your ranks are closing. Some elves will escape, but most are inside the circle. Steve, flare." When Gary told him that, he quickly pulled the ingredients from his pouches, mixing them together in a jar of the purest and highest-grade arcane water he had before handing it to Fenrina, who hurled it high into the air above them. "No one look at it," he warned, looking at the ground, then before a white light bloomed above them. He could see his shadow very clearly, as well as the shadows of the trees around them, as the bright flare took hold in the sky, falling very slowly back to the ground as it illuminated the battle before them. Steve could now better see the Almarins engaging the elven cavalry. The loose ring earlier had tightened up as they met with the enemy. Shields together, they used their spears through the gaps to poke and strike at the horses from a distance. They didn't provide single targets for the elves to engage, but rather walls that slowly closed in on them. Step by step, they were pushed back closer into the center. "Do they really have to kill so many horses?" he asked then, feeling some guilt for the animals as he saw how many were struck down in the battle. First rule of fighting a mounted opponent when you're on foot. His brother George said, "Get them off the mount. If you can't drag them off, then kill the mount. And it's safer to usually kill the mount." Steve frowned, but then stayed quiet as they watched. The circle was getting closed further and further before he realized something. "Are any more defenders leaving the fortress?" The cavalry who escaped reached them just as they were leaving the edge of the town. They're now evacuating the structures and closing the gates. I saw some riders head south, but they didn't make it far. The Archon described. "Nothing I can do about them sending magic distress calls, but I was prepared for couriers," Consul Gary explained. "We are blocking all magical communication attempts," Steve mentioned. "So, I guess that means no reinforcements. Hopefully." They waited on the hill as the Almarins continued to close in on the surrounded cavalry. Among the trees, the elves couldn't mount an effective charge, and when they did attack at the walls of men, the Almarins would just hold fast, biding their time until the elves pulled back and then continued to close. As it got too crowded, the tighter the circle was, the men would drop back and form multiple ranks, changing out who was up front every few minutes so no one got too tired. Dead elves and horses littered the forest floor as the flare drew close to the tops of the trees, almost out of time. "How many are left?" Gary finally asked. "Between a third and a quarter," the Archon replied. "Runner, tell the ranks to hold. If they dismount and disarm, they will be taken prisoner. If they refuse, then they shall be killed, or crucified. Or, no, crucified is fine. I don't have enough snakes for my other idea." Once the consul had settled on his plan, the runner ran off into the night like the three before him had. "Who thinks they're going to surrender?" he asked. "My money is they'll die to the last in some idiotic romantic notion," George mentioned. "I think they'll surrender. It's too late in the night. They'll be tired and confused," Gary countered as they both waited. "Well, I think some will surrender and some won't," Sherry said next, as the two men looked over at the half-succubus. "That's cheating," Gary protested. "It's called being realistic. Any group of people is at least 10% idiots. Assuming that 10% isn't already dead, they'll fight to the last now rather than surrender." "I like your girlfriend, Steve," the consul commented then. Thanks," Steve said, feeling rather strange about the whole affair. He didn't like hanging back and just watching other people fight. The entire time he'd wanted to rush forward and do something, but had enough presence of mind to hold back. "Flare," Gary said then, which made Steve jump a little. Once more he mixed the ingredients and handed it over to Fenrina to hurl into the sky. The group looked away as it burst, and another miniature star burned bright in the night sky. They heard some more shouting from ahead of them in the trees, but couldn't really see much now. Soon the runner reappeared, however, saluting the consul as he approached. "Sir, most of them surrendered, but a few didn't and were killed. The prisoners are being organized now, sir, and the medicae are on the field." Even before she could say anything, George and Gary were handing a few coins to Sherry. "Excellent," Gary replied with a grin, despite losing the bet. "I don't suppose you have any rough estimates on numbers yet?" He turned to look at the Archon. 15,000 cavalry are now dead or captured. Another 5 are in the fortress," she replied. "Ha! 15,000 cavalry taken out just like that? I'm sure our losses weren't so bad. Between our cavalry and the wargs, we've got them outnumbered so they can't try anything fancy. This siege is off to a very good start." He nodded, but the Archon wasn't finished. "So far I make it out to be 120,000 archers and swordsmen inside the fortress. There might be more, but I'm fairly sure that's all of them." As she said that, Steve felt his stomach lurch a little. 120? We've only got 80. Fuck! But even as he despaired, his brother just grinned. "Archers and swordsmen, Steve. So half that number is practically useless between our armor and your tribune's magic." George just laughed, obviously thinking it was good odds. "Either way, don't think this battle is over already," the Archon cautioned. "Of course not. Steve, I need you to keep the flares going all night. Runners, send word to all units, quarter watch, quarter sleep, half work." The consul commanded, and as they all went running, the Archon finally opened her eyes to turn and look at him. "What do you mean? What's going to happen now?" she asked. Now we eliminate the next advantage they have, their walls. We shall work through the night, rotating shifts, as our legionnaires get to work. And by tomorrow, our siege engines will be rolled out to start attacking them from beyond the range of even their best archers. And after that, we continue until either we are dead or their walls are draped in our banners. For as I mentioned before, we play to our strengths, and we are human. The consul looked at the Archon with a wide grin. "Which means that we never stop. So why is it again that you think your soldiers will win? The Magistone Fortress has never been taken. The Alsaurian army has a long history of defeating those what would lay siege to it. Not to mention, as I've said before, their soldiers are better swordsmen than most Almarins I've seen." Evelinus looked out across the field beside Steve and George as the legionnaires continued to chop down trees and fashion siege equipment around them. "Because we fight in the most boring way possible," George explained. "Each formation works like this in a good battle on a flat plain like this. The men up front just focus on parry and block, parry and block, parry and block. They only strike once they see an opening and are reasonably confident they can strike without being cut down. The officer for each formation has a whistle, and either after a set amount of time, or if the first rank seems to be tiring, they blow it. The second row pulls the first row back by his harness and letting them squeeze through to the back of each line and wait. This repeats ad nauseum." "Ad nauseum? Forever until you're sick of it?" Evelinus asked. "Yep. Furthermore, we keep our youngest, least experienced units up front, veterans behind them, and elite in the back, usually. So the enemy has to cut through each progressive unit, and by the time they get to our elite, they're going to be tired. That's how we deal with people stronger than us, faster than us, or more trained than us in sword fighting. Here they are both a rock, used to letting opposing armies smash themselves upon their walls. And they are a spear point, jabbing out to strike where the enemy is weak to break them apart. But we are the tide, the ocean itself. No spear can pierce us, for we will flow around it, and no rock shall withstand us, for we will wear it down bit by bit in an unending current that does not tire." After George said that, the three men watched the fortress in the distance, banners waving in the light breeze for around a minute. Steve finally broke the silence. "That was way too poetic for you. That Gary's work?" "Oh yeah, he made me practice it several times in front of him until I got it right. Have you ever known me to say shit like ad nauseum? And the bit about us being an ocean? How's that make sense? Oceans can't break spears, and they use swords." George let out a huff as Evelinus shook his head slowly. "You know I appreciate the honesty that runs through your family, but it really would have been far more poetic for you to just stop there, George," the elf explained. "I mean, if we win, it'll be written about like that somewhere, I'm sure. But not for me, not for any of us. It'll be for kids to learn about in a few decades or centuries when those of us who were here are long gone." George shrugged then before Steve spoke up. "Well, Evelinus here can give kids a first-hand recounting of the events. You're going to live another century or two, most likely, aren't you, Ives?" Steve grinned while looking over at the elf, who just glared back for a moment. "Waste my time telling stories to infants? Never. I hate wasting my time on anyone who isn't at least 120, he said as he crossed his arms. "For just elves and dwarves, you mean, right?" George asked, but Steve just chuckled. No, he does not. Steve explained. "We're just infants to him. Infants who are far too tall and aggressive for our ages. That's bullshit. We grow quicker, we die quicker, we process shit quicker. Or differently. It isn't fair to consider us infants." George frowned as he looked over at the elf. "It's fair to dislike my appraisal of your species, but I feel I see examples of it everywhere. You seem to be immune to the suffering of others at times. Many human nations rush to war, but yours especially. You have a campaign season. You have soldiers who are just that, soldiers. Even elven soldiers, though very well experienced and trained, have other jobs for the decades or even centuries of peace we go through. How much death and suffering do your wars cause?" the elf countered. "You think that's short-sighted? Hundreds of years ago, when Alma conquered her neighbors and first established Almera proper, they hated us for it. Now those cities are the core of our nation. Proud Almerans all. We took warring tribes and tiny kingdoms and united them under a single banner. We brought roads, infrastructure, irrigation, fresh water, medicine, and other shit like that to all of them. We made many people one, and now they don't kill one another. Look at the orcs we just conquered. For the first time in their history, their children will grow up not needing to worry about raids from other tribes, or even elven wars. And in another 100 years, they'll be Almerans too. It is you who are short-sighted. Notice how elven kingdoms are only ever made of elves. And most dwarves refuse to let anyone into their tunnels. But human nations, at least ours, is open to all who serve." Once more the trio was quiet after George was finished. They listened to the hammering, sawing, and chopping of the legionnaires behind them for about a minute before Steve spoke again. "To be fair, part of why we're more open is we fuck just about everything we can. Half-elves, half-orcs, half-dwarves, half-halflings, quarter-halflings, or are halflings half-human, half-gnome already, whatever, half-centaurs." "Half-centaurs?" Avelnius asked in surprise, but before he could go on, Steve just raised a hand. "Don't ask me because I don't know, and I don't intend on researching it. Anyway, what else? Half-lizard folk? Oh, half-fae, and, are there half-Gina?" Steve asked, then looking at his brother. "Yeah, they've got the same eyes, but our ears and less runes. There aren't many of them, though. Mostly just from that old royal family that used to rule the Taletians, which is another nation benefiting greatly under the stability of Almarin rule. They used to be very advanced, and then they got all wrapped up in monarchy and brother-sister fucking, and that didn't end well for them." George shook his head. "Almera is supposed to be about merit, the best people for the best job. Yet you have families in power that are more or less nobility when compared to the other families within your nation. Surely that is hypocritical to despise monarchs at least a little," Evelinus countered before Steve and George looked at one another for a moment. "We are the wrong people to talk to about that," Steve started. "When we were both born, we were firmly in the plebs, just farmers who may own land but had no real power or money. But between my becoming the third human mage and my brother here becoming a legate, we've been bumped way up the hierarchy. Sure, we have patrician families, but they change all the time. Your name means nothing if you don't have money, influence, or power to back it up. Hell, even a low-born orphan can and has become a consul. Just how is it that your society can claim to be open to all citizens at every level, and yet push such an aggressive and expansionistic agenda? This isn't me accusing you either. I'm genuinely curious. You seem to be more militant than any monarchy or dictatorship I've encountered, and that's really saying something." Ivelinus asked next, now seeming very curious. "Is it through extensive use of propaganda and stories and emphasis on honor and the like?" "No. Yes, it's complicated," George answered as he took a moment to collect his thoughts. "Yes, we have a very heavy emphasis in our culture about honor, glory, and bravery in combat and all that. But that's just to sort of help sell the image of war to those who never goes. So mothers and fathers and siblings all get to believe and dream that their loved ones are participating in a great and glorious thing, which they are. But it's also ugly and messy as hell. War is awful. Whenever we do engage those elven defenders in open battle, a lot of Almarin kids, barely adults, are going to die. And a lot of elves, too. People with families who love and care about them, who aren't evil in any way, are going to brutally butcher one another in the heat of battle. George sighed then, and was quiet for a minute, but neither Steve nor Evelinus spoke, letting him take his time. Of course, that's not the image we sell to the masses, even though we break our recruits of the image. There is no honor, no glory in the battle itself. You do it for the people besides you. You do it just to fucking survive. George finally continued. Yet every single member of our Senate, all of our governors, all of our consuls, and all of our senior bureaucrats are past members of the army. They've all seen battle. They've seen war. Firsthand, so they have no misconceptions about what this will all entail. We will not tolerate leaders sending soldiers into battle unless they have been there first themselves. How can you do it? Evelinus exclaimed. How can you continue like this? If your leaders have all seen the horrors of war and know of how destructive and violent it is, why do you continue every year, expanding further and further, battle after battle? How? The orcs at least believed in honor and glory in combat, but you don't even have that, it seems. Because it's not about the war, it's not about the battle, it's about the peace that comes after it. George answered with a shrug. How do you mean? The elf asked with a frown. We're doing them a favor, George explained. Before the war they are not Almaran, and after the war, they are. Evelinus closed his eyes for a moment and rubbed his face as he thought over what George had just said. You can't be serious. You can't possibly think that your nation is that important, that it's all that great. There is no objective way you can possibly try and defend that position. That being an Almaran is so great, it's worth it to you to continuously expand and bring more territory under your control every year. You can't think it's worth all that death and destruction. You can't think that. George and Steve quietly looked at one another for another moment, before George finally faced the elf and nodded. You're right. We don't think that. We know it. As Evelinus stood there staring open-mouthed at the humans, their conversation was cut short by the Archon calling out, Stephen, it's nearly time. We need to discuss the final plans for how Spellslinger stops time. Travel. So, you're confident in this plan? The Archon asked as they stood around the consul's battle maps set on the table before them. In the days since the orc raid and luring the elven cavalry into the ambush, the defenders had held tight within the wall of the fortress city. It seemed like the structures outside the walls had been entirely abandoned, but they were of little concern to either side. Consul Gary nodded at that and spoke up. As you know, I've set up my own cavalry to keep a loose picket around the city, focusing my infantry on construction of siege engines and the like. Seeing as the walls of the city fortress are miles long, I'm not going to try and totally envelop them, but focus on a single point in the line. I want to break through the western wall here and into the lower city first, since I want my soldiers inside the city before I even try to assault the upper city and the main citadel. Which works well for our plan, since while the elves are focused on the western wall, Steve could head up from the south and try and get into the citadel directly where you seem to think the professor is. Of course, that's assuming they only defend. He added with a shrug. What do you mean? The Archon asked then, before Gary waved at the lines and tokens set up on the map. Well, you assume she's close to her breakthrough and that they'll simply delay us as long as possible. But these elves have never lost a war. They outnumber us. They think themselves to be the far superior force, and their commander is known to focus on attacking, not defending. Who's to say they won't get tired of us picking at their walls and come out to engage us in the open field? He asked, before continuing. Even without their cavalry, they likely aren't concerned about mine. They aren't all swordsmen, and as fierce as the orcs and their worgen are, I don't intend on ordering them to charge straight into the spearmen they'll no doubt set at the flanks, especially since they still have some cavalry left of their own. They'll figure that this is foot against foot. My legions have pylons, of course, but my co-consul took all our archer auxiliaries, and they'll see that when we line up on the field before the siege engines. You intend on revealing your forces in the open? The Archon arched one of the nebula that formed one of her eyebrows of her celestial flesh. I do. I know you've never been in a siege, but it'll go something like this. Each day I'll line up outside their walls and let my siege engines do their thing. Then in a few months... Months? Evelinus exclaimed before Gary could hold up a hand to get him to hold off. Then in a few months, he stressed. If there should be a point in the walls weak enough for me to think an assault is worth it. However, you've all stressed how time is not on our side, so I'm hoping by showing off my full numbers right away, I can goad them into an attack in a few weeks or so. Say by having my units line up nice and orderly every day at first, then start to get sloppy. Well, I should say appear to start getting sloppy. I have no intention of letting discipline slip in reality. But once they sally forth from their walls, the battle can be decided decisively, and while that happens, Steve and Doom get into the Citadel and kill their leaders. Gary paused for a moment, and then looked over at Steve. How come it doesn't do that thing when I say it? It only happens when I say Doom. Steve waited for the thunder to fade, and for the candles in the tent to stop flickering before he shrugged. Are you sure that it will be wise to meet them in open battle? The Archon asked next. They do outnumber you, and as you've mentioned, you have hardly any archers compared with them. I'm confident in my legions, Gary replied with a nod. Besides, we've got magic on our side which they won't expect. Don't forget the council, and I must remain concealed through the battle so we can only support you from afar. No big spells, just shields and counterspells like Stephen taught your tribunes. The Archon pointed out, but Gary shrugged. It's enough. Without fireballs and acid clouds and all that to deal with, we've most certainly got the upper hand. Trust me. After the consul spoke, Steve finally thought of something. Hey, how are we supposed to explain jamming their communication spells anyway? Won't other nations get suspicious about that? And, you know Almarin's suddenly knowing magic. Won't that cause a stir? He asked, and the Archon nodded. First of all, I started a storm in the Magisphere to hide the fact that I'm more specifically blocking communication here. They'll think that it was a natural storm disrupting things. As for explaining why Almarin's know magic, well, someone has to take the blame for that. She stared at Steve as he waited for her to explain, but then sighed when he realized the answer. I'm that someone, aren't I? There's going to be more countries I'm banned from after this, won't there? He shook his head slowly and rubbed his forehead as he realized that he'd have to update his travel map when he got back to Arbitus. It's very likely, she conceded, but you know the stakes here, Stephen. Besides, it is actually your fault. You did train them. Steve opened his mouth as he was prepared to go into a tirade over just how unfair it was to really blame him for that, but instead he just waved it off. Fine, whatever, blame me, it's always me anyway. But since it's my fault Almarin's no magic, I'm going to keep at it. George, come with me. He grabbed his brother's arm, nearly dragging him away from the table and outside. He stopped then outside the tent and looked up in the sky for a moment before pointing to an eagle he could faintly see in the distance. There, point at that eagle. What? Why? George asked, but Steve was already aiming his brother's arm at the bird as he moved around to his side. Just do it. He waited for his brother to point at the eagle and then set his hand on George's shoulder. Okay, now close your eyes and repeat after me. He focused hard, then trying to let his own energy seep into his brother as he spoke up. Heu avis faciam, praebueris oculus vestris. Heu avis faciam, praebueris oculus vestris. Steve, nothing is happening, George said after a moment. Just give it a moment. Really focus, concentrate. Picture seeing through the eyes of the eagle. Steve stressed as he focused on his brother. This... Whoa! Hey, I can see through the eagle's eyes, he exclaimed as Steve grinned and then let go. It's getting fuzzy. Focus. Just concentrate and focus, Steve stressed. This is amazing. Can I do other spells too now? George asked. You can try, but there's an overwhelming possibility you'll either explode or burst into flames depending on how you fuck it up. Steve answered. His brother was quiet for a little and then finally replied, I'll just stick to this then. George muttered before Steve nodded at that and gave his brother's shoulder a pat. Steve let him get used to controlling the bird as turned to head back into the tent. Okay, so that's everything? When does the siege start in proper then? He asked, and the consul looked around the tent for a moment before peering at the sky outside the tent. Why not now? He asked with a shrug. At that, 80,000 Almarin legionnaires began to march forward. It was a sight that always filled Steve with pride, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear at the magnificent view before them. The defenders knew the Almarins were in the woods. They'd seen the trees get felled and bits of activity, but now they'd see them as a united force, as if a single entity. This was the strength of the Almarins, and humans in general. Steve often argued with others: uniformity and marching. Two things the Almarins did exceptionally well. As the Almarins marched forth past the edge of the trees, the cohorts spread out in an even screen. Eagle standards gleaming in the sun, shields, spear tips, helmets, all swaying and advancing in a perfectly even manner. Their footsteps echoed across the grounds in such a way that it was easy to count each and every step the army took as it crossed the field. It wasn't until the siege engines began to get pushed free of the woods and out across the plains that this uniform marching sound was spoiled. You know, possibly the only nice thing I feel inclined to say about you Almarins is that none of you mock how we elves dress, considering you're going into battle in skirts and sandals. That and you march in unison perfectly. Steve looked over at Ivelinus then, as they watched the army march out ahead of them. Yeah, you elves dress just fine. It's Steve here who I mocked relentlessly the first time I saw him come home in pants. Pants are for women, Steve, George mentioned without opening his eyes since he was still using the eagle to see. Oh, fucking bite me. You last a winter in Orbitus without pants and then tell me what's feminine and what's masculine, Steve growled out. As for our perfect marching, 4 of the 6 months of basic training is just marching. Marching further, marching with more weight, marching together. It's important to a well-disciplined army that can get around fast. George explained, ignoring Steve's remark. 4 of the 6 months? Ivelinus asked in surprise. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm serious. 4 months of marching, then a month on building shit. Forts, roads, siege engines, all that sort of thing. Then about 2 weeks of whatever your other job is. Hunting, carpentry, stonemason, cooking, whatever you get picked for. Then 2 weeks of fighting. When George finished explaining, as Ivelinus snorted, 2 weeks of fighting? You can't be serious. I mentioned before, did I not, that the soldiers of Al-Sorien have centuries of practice, yes? That against 2 weeks of training. I don't like those odds. The elf shook his head, but George just laughed and spoke back. That's just training. Tell me, in the centuries of life these elves have, when was their last battle? Their last war? How often do they actually train together as a single unit? What percentage of their life has been spent actually as a soldier? Or are they all warriors? You see, every one of the legionnaires here are professionals. They don't go off and do other shit. They aren't farmers or painters or other shit like that. They're soldiers. Of our 10 legions here, 6 of them were with the consul through the entirety of his orc campaigns. 2 were there for half of the campaigns, and the last 2 were there for the last 2 years. So our least experienced legions have 2 years' experience. The others have 10 or 5, and that's just his orc campaigns. Some of us have even more experience. So in the last 10 years we have been marching and fighting, marching and building, marching and fighting some more, continuously. What say you now of our odds? Ivelinus was quiet after that, and they listened to the continuous marching. Step after step, the Almarins crossed the field ahead of the siege engines in broad daylight, the thunderous echo of their march ringing out across the open fields around the edge of the city proper. Until finally Steve could hear the distant scream of centurions as the cohorts took up their places and the siege engines were moved forward into range. They were well outside the range of any of the elven archers, but now was the moment of truth for Steve as he watched. No doubt there would be a few elven war mages who had the range to try and hit the siege engines, so he just watched and waited. When the first fireballs arced forth from the walls, he gulped hard and got ready to rush forward, but the Archon set her hand on his shoulder. Faith, Stephen, you trained them well. He held then, but frowned as he watched. As the first fireballs were about to hit the front of the line, he saw the glimmer of shields rise up, and the fireballs smashed against them, wide waves of flame extending from the impact points. But then the fire faded, and the shields were still there. Steve grinned wide and watched another wave of fireballs launch forth from the walls of the city, but he was confident now that his tribunes would hold. They could rotate in and out so no one got too tired, while he doubted the Alsaurians had more than a dozen war mages skillful enough to reach that far. "Send the signal to open fire," Consul Gary said then, and nodded as a trumpeter besides the command staff let out a lone piercing note. Steve heard it echoed through the legions, and then after a few seconds, the Almarin siege weapons began to fire. Ballistic bolts and rocks soon filled the sky, and Steve watched them slam against the walls of the fortress. In its history, the walls of Magistone had never fallen to an invader. Their ability to absorb and survive most magic attacks was legendary. But the humans weren't using magic. They were throwing rocks at them. Steve sort of expected a bit more, though, crashing towers and splintering walls. But for now, that wasn't the case. The rocks just hit the walls hard, and the bolts skimmered just over the top of the ramparts, while a few splintered against the sides of the walls. "Runner, tell Legions 8 and 13 to have their ballistas focus fire on the tops of the towers with the red and purple banners," George said as a runner quickly ran off to deliver the message. "Runner, have Legions 12 and 16 focus their mules on the wall at that rock outcropping. Forget the towers for now." Another runner ran off with the next message. "Mules?" Evelinus asked. "The men call them ass-kickers on account of they kick like a wild ass. But we nice it up a bit and call them mules." Gary explained as he pointed to the catapults. "Why don't they have fixed arms? The ones I've seen the humans in the East use have fixed bowls and the like. Even our own much bigger works don't have bent arms like that." Arch-Treasurer Goldsmith asked, obviously curious. "Well, it's a pain to make just right, but it works even better when the arm gets bent back like that," Gary mentioned. "Or so I'm told by our siege masters. All I know is it works, not really sure how." The consul shrugged. "You know, I was sort of expecting more," Steve said as he set his hands on his hips and looked out across the field. "How so?" Gary asked, looking over at him. "Well, I thought you'd say something ominous like, 'The siege has begun,' and then there would be an ominous darkening of the clouds and more shit would happen. Those walls don't even look cracked." He waved at the fortress city before them. "Why would the sky grow dark?" Gary asked as he looked up at the perfectly nice sky. It was a rather gorgeous day, a few white clouds in the sky, a nice breeze from the ocean, not too hot, not too cold. And that's really not how sieges work. Either they'll take the bait and meet us in battle in a week or so before we really begin to chip away at their numbers, or it'll take us months to actually breach the walls. Against most enemies, I'd order the creation of a siege ramp as well, but between their archers and mages, I don't want to break up our cohorts. What's most important is making sure they don't get any messengers out or any food in. If the walls hold, we can still starve them out." "So we just wait until something happens?" Steve asked. "Yes," the consul replied simply. "I make a show of force today, but then I'll have the men work in shifts. We'll keep up the fire day and night, but we won't assemble in the field all the time." As they watched the next wave of bolts and rocks rose into the air, Steve noticed the ballista bolts were already much more accurate, as they would skim just over the tops of the ramparts, or just above or below that point, smashing elven defenders off of the walls where the cover was the weakest. "So, this is a siege?" Steve really just asked out loud rather than directing the question to someone specific. "This is a siege." Gary nodded before he turned and began to walk back to the command tent. "You're free to stand up here and watch, but I find it boring. George will better direct our fire until he's satisfied, and then we keep that up until it's time to either invade or defend. I'm going to get back to reading reports from the rest of the Republic. I am still a consul, after all. I've got work to do." After that, most of the council and Almarin command broke up and headed back to the command tent area. Steve, Evelinus, and the Archon all stayed behind with George, however. "So, a week of this?" Steve asked. "Weeks or months, possibly a year, but I doubt they have that much food since they weren't expecting us," George said before directing his words at another runner. "Have 11 and 9 tighten up a bit, less spread across their ballistas." The runner ran off without a word as Steve kept ruminating. So they just march on and off the field a few hours a day for however long it takes then? He asked. Yep. That's why I said marching is the most important part of a successful war. George replied simply. I don't think you actually said that, Evelinus countered. Well, it was heavily implied, George shrugged. You know, Steve, your consul just explained all of this to us earlier. He specifically said it could take months, Evelinus pointed out before Steve waved his hands around a little. Well, yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I guess I didn't get it until now. Usually in all those old texts I read about history, they just sort of mention the start of a siege and then the end. I forget that sometimes just how much time might actually go on in between those two parts. How do you deal with the tension? The anxiety that any day could finally be the day of battle, he asked. You get used to it. Mostly the anxiety just gives way to boredom, and Consul Gary especially does not like to go into battle unless he's totally ready. Once against an orc army, we would line up for battle every day, sun up to sundown for 2 weeks before he finally told us to advance and engage. It's not like we wake up and start sword fighting until dusk. It's mostly just wake up, get some food, march around a while, wait, eat lunch, wait some more, march back, eat, shit, sleep, repeat. You're too used to adventuring where stuff happens quick all the time. George reached out, his eyes still closed as he felt around a while to find Steve's shoulder before giving it a pat. Well, I don't know what to do with all this free time then, Steve mused. You know, Stephen, if it makes things easier for you, I'll put you in a suspended sleep spell until it's time for the battle, the Archon offered. Really? He asked, as he looked over. No. All this talk of marching and drilling has given me ideas. Starting tomorrow, you and your team will be running drills and practicing. I don't want you sitting around getting lazy and complacent. As the Archon told him that, he blinked and his brother laughed before slapping Steve on the shoulder. Ooh, rookie mistake. Telling your superior officer you have nothing to do. Rookie mistake. Say goodbye to any and all free time you thought you had. Even Evelinus laughed as George mocked his brother. Being in the army sucks, Steve muttered as the siege ahead of them continued. For the last few days since the start of the siege, Steve and the other members of Doom had been run through constant drills and trials by the Archon as she conjured up threat after threat for them to deal with all while navigating dark corridor illusions that she set up deeper in the forest out of sight of the walls of the city. Steve certainly regretted ever saying that he was going to be bored, and the others also regretted Steve's poor choice in words. For now they were taking a much-needed break. Larry was so tired and spent from the last round he was passed out face down in the grass, snoring loudly and aggressively as if to make it clear he was still alive. Sherry had her feet in a small tub of water as she tried to relax, and Steve had a water skin he'd turned to ice pressed against his left eye, which was swelling up. Only Fenrina was in good spirits as she stirred a cooking pot over a fire she had going to make them all soup for the evening. Hey, Steve, I was meaning to ask you something, she mentioned as she looked over at him. Yeah? He asked, blinking a few times as he tried to focus while looking over at her, adjusting the frozen water skin against his face. Why are humans bad at magic? It took a few seconds for Steve to try and process the question as he looked from Fenrina around the clearing for a moment and then back. What? I'm not bad at magic. He sounded more confused than insulted. No, you're great, but I mean like humans in general. I was talking to the Archon about the history of the city we're attacking. She said it's been attacked lots of times, by orcs, by other elves, by, those other people from the north, I forget? The tattoo ones, she said. Jenna, Steve answered. Yeah, them. Now I get the Gen and the elves knowing magic, but how did orcs beat humans to it? You said it yourself, you're the third human mage, but like, humans have been around for hundreds of years. Why did it take so long for a human to be able to cast it? She asked, as she wafted some of the smoke from the soup towards her as she sniffed and then added a bit more dill. Well, lots of different kinds of magic, Steve started to explain. The orcs don't technically cast magic. They've got shamans. Shamans commune with the spirits and the spirits do the actual casting. No human spirits? Fenrina asked. Nah. Steve shook his head. There are some who will commune with the spirits of other people, but they're shamans, not mages. And as for why humans took so long to get mages, well, as I explained to the tribunes, if you use magic wrong, you explode, or burst into flames. It's easy to lose control, especially when you have no idea what you're doing. And no one wanted to teach us, for political reasons and military as well. So, we just kind of messed about until the Archon finally picked a few of us to teach. Now there are human mages. In time, I'm sure the number will grow. I mean, look, I've been a mage for a year and already I spilled the secret of shields and dispels to Almera. That'll cause all sorts of issues, I'm sure. So why did the Archon pick you? Fenrina asked, and Steve just sat there quietly as he thought it over. To be honest, I never asked, he admitted. I can tell you if you like. Steve jumped a bit as the Archon seemed to more or less appear behind him. But since he'd been staring at Fenrina, she could very well have just walked behind him, and he didn't notice. Please, I'm curious, Fenrina replied with her usual big grin, the werehusky always full of energy. Yes, I'm actually curious myself. The group looked over as Ivelinus and George approached from the woods to join them around the fire as Fenrina made soup. Lunch break? Steve asked as George nodded. Yeah, they're changing out the cohorts, so we've got an hour for lunch unless something happens. Soup smells good, he mentioned as he leaned over the pot to look into it. Thanks, but it's Steve's recipe, Fenrina explained as she went back to stirring. Ah, yes, no matter what else he sucks at, Steve is good at cooking, which is good because he was a shitty farmer, George teased as Steve snorted. Pfft. He started but looked over at Fenrina and then Sherry glaring at him as he coughed and sighed. Yeah, whatever, you were the You were mean enough to not tell me just what was going to happen to Mr. Blinky that day. George laughed as Steve said that. That damn rabbit. I hated that rabbit. He would bite at my ankles and make me chase him all around the garden. I was so happy when the day rolled around. He bit at your ankles and made him chase you because he knew you were evil, Steve countered. For me, he was sweet and nice and would always come hopping over whenever I was around. Do his little jump. Steve trailed off then as he shook his head. What happened? Fenrina finally asked. I was just a kid. 5, 6. He looked to George. I think. Right, Dad had come home from campaign, so it must have been the year of the consuls, Harry and Hank. I always liked that year, George mentioned. So then I was 6 and turned 7, Steve said after looking up at nothing for a minute while he did the math. Anyway, my dad came home from campaign. We're all excited. Mom tells George here to go get Mr. Blinky. I say that George is mean to him, so I'll go get him and bring him in. I think Dad wants to see him after being gone so long. I bring him to Mom and don't think anything of it. We're all playing around with Dad as he's talking and telling stories, and then dinner rolls around. Oh no, the Archon said as she knew where it was going, and Steve nodded. Oh, he loved it, George mentioned with glee. He went on and on about how the meal Mom made was so good and he'd never had it before. Second helpings. I don't get it, Fenrina said, looking confused. The meat in the meal that night, Steve sighed, was Mr. Blinky. I asked Mom what kind of chicken it was, and she told me it was rabbit, and I realized what I had done. George laughed again and slapped his brother on the back. Oh, he cried. He cried for like a week, the big baby. Hey, fuck you, Steve muttered, unable to hold back from cursing at the moment. Didn't you understand what happened to the animals on your farm? Sherry asked, looking curious herself. I was 6 or 7. It didn't really click. Steve waved his free hand in the air as the other kept the ice pressed to his eye. After that, it did. I had made friends with, all of the animals we had, even the cows. It all clicked. I felt awful. George laughed once more, and even Evelinus and Sherry chuckled a bit at his misfortune in his youth. I mean, you knew what beef was. We'd been eating Daisy for a few months leading up to the Mr. Blinky fiasco, George mentioned. I didn't get it, Steve stressed. I thought it was someone else's cow. I didn't think it was a cow I knew. I felt awful. Of course, now I know that all cows on Talaron are in the same death cult, so she probably enjoyed what happened, but I sure didn't know it back then. What? Death cult? Sherry asked, but Steve just waved it off. I couldn't take it. So I asked, begged, Mom to let me change my chores. I focused on the herb garden, and cooking and cleaning and anything not animal-related. Well, I took care of the cats, but even back then I understood they hunted rats. Never felt bad about the rats. He mused as he trailed off. Is that why you're so proficient with herbalism? Evelinus asked, suddenly understanding some of Steve's strengths. Careful there, Ives. Almost sounded like you were complimenting me there. Steve grinned at the elf, who just glared back. But then he nodded and went on. Yes. By the time I was taken to Arbutus, I'd spent years learning how to garden and cook. So herbalism and alchemy came naturally to me. Wasn't the Archon going to tell us why she picked you? Fenrina asked then as the group looked over at the Archon, who had been standing by, quietly waiting. Oh, yes. Right, sorry, Steve said and nodded to her. It's quite all right, Stephen. I'm sorry about your pet rabbit, but at least you worked things out. But I have a question of my own. Even after all that, you still eat meat? She asked. What? Oh yeah, I love meat. I just didn't like knowing who I ate. I prefer not to think about it. But also in the interest of fairness, it's why I eat a lot of meat from dire animals and other shit that actively tries to kill me. It makes it better. He shrugged. Except fish. I don't give a shit about fish at all. I mean, like, I don't care about if they can eat me. Because I know for a fact everything in the ocean tries to eat everything else in the ocean if it's smaller. So I'm fine with killing fish. But I digress. Why'd you pick me? He then extended his foot to kick Larry and make the dwarf roll over onto his side to stop snoring, which didn't even wake the dwarf up. The Archon looked off for a moment, the swirling stars and nebula that filled her ethereal body shimmering for a few seconds. Every other year when it's time to pick new candidates, I enter a trance and search out across Talaron to anyone the selection committee might have missed. Usually it's because a particular person is well beyond the boundaries of civilization and hard to find. But I was also looking among the human populations because I felt it was time. I had searched for years prior and found a few, possibly capable choices, but they were all limited. I wanted the first human mages to be able to truly excel and not just plod along, handicapped by their natural inabilities. First I found Riava, heir to a human kingdom nestled among the elven nations. She had been raised among visiting elven court mages and witnessed their magic firsthand. Her father had hired the best elven tutors he could, so it was little surprise that she had picked up on the magic arts. Then there was Cariston. Born to a high merchant, low-noble family, he was surrounded by books, and while his family didn't have elven tutors, they were able to afford an excellent education for him in the Dwarven Embassy. He was always fascinated with how to build things and the stories of the dwarven constructs that rolled through the city from time to time. So I assumed here we have two best young human minds that are just perfect for the academy. I thought my search was over. But something tugged at me. The tendrils of magic begged me to keep searching, and so I roamed the world for days, confused about who or what I could be missing. The more civilized eastern continent wasn't where I should be. Perhaps a new gen I had missed? But no. Instead I find a small farm in a nation I wasn't even familiar with, and in that farm I find Stephen. By now the group was staring at Steve, who was staring right back at the Archon. I couldn't follow the normal procedures since we had no contact with his nation, so I decided to handle it myself. Who was this strange child with no formal education who showed such great magic potential? The others had been shaped by their upbringing, Riava and the elves, Cariston and the dwarves. But who was this uniquely human student, I wondered. I teleported near the farm and approached him while he was in the herb garden. He stood and looked at me, rake in one hand. He didn't seem threatened, just curious. So I held out my hands and asked if he would like to learn magic. As I did that, I cast a little cantrip to summon a gorgeous bouquet of wildflowers to my hand. And what does he do? She let the question hang for a moment. He moves his hands like he saw me move mine. I see this concentrated look on his face, and a single daisy appears in his hand. Evelinus gasped as she said that, but the others seemed confused. Without any training? He just copied you? The elf asked. He did. No training, he just saw me do it and did his best to copy me, so I was startled and amazed, and I asked him, "What is your name, child?" At the time I thought this could be the first sorcerer in centuries, possibly a shining beacon of hope for humanity's future with magic. And he tells me, Steve. It was honestly a bit of a letdown. George and Sherry chuckled while Steve just glared at them. So I took him to the academy after explaining who I was to his parents and was set to train what I thought would be the greatest pupil I'd ever brought. Steve smiled wide, but then she continued. And then he ruined it. I think the story is supposed to end just before that last bit, Steve mentioned. Infraction after infraction, being caught in the girls' dorm several times. I was a growing boy, Steve protested. Arguing with the teachers, fighting with older students constantly. Talk shit, get hit, simple as that, Steve growled. Breaking test golems, classrooms, and even a protected practice chamber once. The group looked at Steve expecting another outburst, but this time he just shrugged, before the Archon continued. Constantly not doing his work. Very, very nearly about to drop out of the academy and end his training in the last months before graduation, only to save himself through a bet. I was so ready to be done with you, Stephen. I was nearly heartbroken that someone with so much promise constantly seemed to squander it. But having watched you work in my employ, I think I understand better now. I wanted you to be the best mage according to what I've seen in the past. And that's just not the case. You're not a sorcerer. You're not even a good classical mage, but you are an amazing magic user. A good spellslinger. Steve grinned as the Archon sighed. Yes, a good spellslinger. Though you better hope you never lose your book. As she said that, he gave his tome a pat. I've never met anyone able to mimic and cast in all schools of magic as well as you can, aside from myself. That much is clear. If I can see someone else do it, that means I can do it, Steve said with confidence. You are very uniquely human among magic users, Stephen, the Archon said, and he smiled. The discussion was cut short then, as a runner came sprinting into the clearing. Legate, the gates of the city are opening. The elven army marches forth. The group started to get up then. Larry, wake the fuck up and heal my eye, Steve growled as he gave the dwarf another shove with his foot. Where are my boots? Sherry asked as she looked around. But what about the soup? Fenrina asked, as she quickly tried to slurp on a big spoon of it only to gasp and wave on her tongue as it was too hot. The Archon just sighed and looked out through the forests to the walls of the city in the distance. She knew what came next. It was time for Spellslinger to stop time travel. The history books would speak highly of the speech that General Joavia the Pure would give to her soldiers before the battle. It was highly regarded as one of the greatest speeches before a battle that was ever given. The Almerans themselves all admitted that it was a very good speech. Consul Gary as well was known for great speeches himself, and is a well-quoted individual in Almeran society, as well as across Talaron in later centuries. But for that day, the consul was not feeling like giving a big grandiose speech, so he simply rode his horse before his assembled legions and let his voice echo out, assisted by a bit of magic loaned to him by the Archon. Men, many of you have been wondering why we went to war so hastily, why we assembled and marched while the majority of our army is elsewhere. It's because those elves are fucking around with magic, and it's very simple. If they win, it will be worse than death for us. They will unmake us. We will cease to exist. Our friends and family will cease to exist. Almera will cease to exist. Humanity itself across this world will very likely cease to exist. He paused then, letting his words sink in a little. So don't lose. And with that guided his horse through the cohorts back to his place in the center of the line, not surrounded by his elite Praetorian guard like normal, but among the youngest and least experienced of his men. Miles away near the south of the city, Steve watched from his control over one of the crows in the sky. We need to wait for the battle to get started, but I hope Gary knows what he's doing. He's got his Praetorian guard on the flanks for some reason. Think he's got a chance of winning? Sherry asked. Steve sighed softly as he looked at the image before his eyes. The Almarins were 80,000 strong, and of course he felt pride within him as he looked across the uniform ranks of Red Legionnaires. But across from them was the Elven army, which wasn't looking timid by any means. Their polished and well-crafted armor glittered in the sun, banners from all of their noble houses and families fluttering in the wind. The story the banners told were testaments to their centuries of undefeated combat around the city, and their force was clearly larger than that of the Almarins. He knew that many of their number were archers, but seeing the lines from the sky made it seem different. This wasn't just a skirmish or a small battle. This was two large armies squaring off, each with a size equal to that of a decent-sized town. Well, he always sold it to me. I mean, his plans and stuff. Him and George would just go on about how the Alsaurians didn't have a chance, but I have no idea. Their archers are out front and getting closer. While he focused on the battle, the other members of Doom were watching the woods around them as they waited the signal to approach the city. Okay, the Elven volley seems to be mostly getting blocked by shields and, shields? Barriers? Is that the term I was going to use for the magic shields? Whatever, the mules and ballistae are firing back. Steve literally had a bird's-eye view of the battle as the crow flew above the field. The Almarin siege engines had their fire blocked by Elven barriers as well before the Elven army tried to throw around their own magic. But as ice storms, acid clouds, and fireballs arced out, they were countered, dispelled, or simply blocked. After a minute or so of failed magic strikes, the Elven forces finally began to move forward. As he watched, they picked up speed, but the large Elven army wasn't even in their approach. The center moving faster as no doubt their best were leading the charge. As they neared the Almarin lines, the Legionnaires hurled their javelins into the charging elves, and shortly after the lines clashed. Steve watched as the entire line was filled from end to end. Even in battle, he could spot the distinct lines of each unit of each cohort, their discipline in battle unwavering. The Almarin flanks, secured by Praetorians and the orcs on their wargs to keep the elves from spilling around the sides, but they were hitting the center hard. This is going to be a slog. Neither side can really use artillery or archery or spells. He mentioned, and then blinked, opening his actual eyes as he released the bird from his hold. Now is as good a time as any. We need to go. As he said that, the four began to run across the field to the walls of the city in the distance. They were following along a river that ran out from the city. It wasn't the most pleasant river, seeing as they were using it to dispose of their sewage and the like, but Steve was more focused on the battle happening a few miles from them now. He had expected it to be louder. He could certainly hear it, but it wasn't distinct. It wasn't like he could hear the clash of sword on shield or anything explicit. It was just a distant rumble, like a storm on the horizon. "What if this entrance is better guarded than you expect?" Sherry asked as they jogged along up the river. "Then we'll deal with it. But I don't think it will be. It's a bad spot for an army to try and attack because it's a small entrance that's already well covered. Then they'd have to fight through literal shit in the sewers. It would be easy for the defenders to cover the entrances. So, just hope everyone else thought it was a bad idea. But again, we excel at those." Steve replied, trying to focus on the task at hand. The walls of the city rose above them as they came in close, a watermill of some kind, and a small group of buildings clustered up where the river exited the city. It didn't seem like anyone was around, but he could hear the gentle rumble of the grinder inside the mill being turned by the flow of water. "Why would anyone want to work somewhere that smells like this?" Larry asked as they moved through the buildings. "Work is work," Steve muttered. "It doesn't smell that bad to me." Fenrina mentioned as Steve yet again wondered how creatures with such amazing senses of smell weren't offended by such things, yet for some reason she detested peppermint. There weren't any archers waiting for them on top of the walls, which was good, and there, just like it should be, was the sewer entrance along the river. It was a low arch just over the river and its banks. The bars of iron had once likely been kept pristine, but without a serious threat in centuries they had been left to rust and age. But they were still iron bars. "So, hands of fire to melt them free?" Sherry asked, but Steve shook his head. No, they're worked into the Magistone. He pointed to the greenish stones of the arch. It'll absorb the energy. Nope, this needs something else. This needs the stick. He clapped his hands as a relatively ordinary stick appeared within them, which made Fenrina's ears perk up immediately. What? You said the stick was gone! She gasped out as he quickly began to wave it around as she followed it with her eyes. Who wants the stick? He asked, waving it in the air. Me wants stick! Fenrina gasped as she hopped up a bit, trying to bite the end of the stick. But Steve was too quick and tossed it through the bars, protecting the sewer entrance. In a flash, Fenrina ran up to them, howling as she yanked and pulled before the iron bars twisted, groaned, and then snapped. With her opening, she rushed in after the stick that clattered along the stone path besides the river. And there's our way in, Steve said as he crouched down to slip in through the opening Fenrina had made. As he stood up inside, he let out a surprised gasp, as Fenrina was already standing before him faster than he expected, the stick in her mouth. Okay, you want me to throw the stick again? I'll just... He reached up to take the stick from the large werehusky, but as he did, she growled a bit. I can't throw it again if you don't let me have it. No take, only throw. She growled around it. Steve just frowned and reached up before clapping his hands on either end of the stick, which made it pop out of existence, as Fenrina whined and began to spin around looking for it. Where's stick? Stick is safe, but we've got work to do. Stick later. As he said that, Fenrina looked at him, trying to make her eyes as big as possible as she whimpered and whined, and Steve had to cover his ears. La 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 la, no sad whiny Fenrina today. Work first. He then pointed forward, and Fenrina gave a frustrated snap at the air before stomping off. Fine! Why is it never time for stick? As she went ahead, Steve looked over at Sherry and Larry, who were staring at him. What? He asked. It's always trouble when you use the stick, Sherry mentioned. Is it even wise to be throwing a holy artifact? Larry asked. Just because some tribals were worshipping it does not in fact mean the stick is a holy artifact, Steve insisted. And it's fine. I'll throw it around later for her. Promise. Now, we need to keep moving. He stressed as they moved forward, each of them breaking out a glow globe to light their way. Even though he'd memorized the map, he tugged a small scroll from one of his pockets to look at it as they headed forward through the winding sewer system beneath the city. Why didn't I think to prepare a blessing of pure air? This is most certainly not a pleasant smell, Larry muttered as they moved. Or muttered as much as one with a voice like that could mutter. What did you expect when I told you we'd infiltrate the city through the sewers? Steve asked as they came to a junction, which made them stop as he looked down at his map and then around them at the junction. This is new. So which way? Sherry asked. We need to go straight, he said as they looked ahead of them and saw there was no straight path, just a fork heading left or right, and another split off as a hard right. Damn it! Well, what now? Fenrina asked. Time for our tested and true adventuring skills to come through, Steve said as he tucked the scroll back into a pocket. Eeny, meeny, miny that way. He pointed to the left fork as they proceeded once more. The path began to slowly curve further left before they finally came across an old, locked gate. We need to surface. The path is messed up, so I'm not sure we'll be right in the Citadel. We'll just have to risk it, Steve mentioned as he pulled out his lock-picking tools to quickly get the gate open. As they headed up the old and crumbling stairs, they left behind the smell of the sewers, and instead soon came upon a brick wall. Can't throw the stick through that. Stick? No stick! Steve growled as he held his glow globe up to study the brick wall. It's not Magistone. Wrong color, which means... He pulled some ingredients from his pouches then, as he began to slather a sticky blue substance to the brick. After a few seconds, the air before them began to get colder and colder until they could hear the cracking of ice as much of the brick broke off from the rest of the wall, now turned to ice. But there was still some past that layer. Got any more of that? Sherry asked, but Steve just shook his head and tapped at the partially broken wall. No, but I can see light. It's pretty thin now. But we don't have enough space for me to summon a rock, and if we used Sherry's fire fists, people would probably see the smoke. Not to mention, we might die from smoke inhalation. We need to throw something through it. He trailed off as he looked over at Larry. Then Sherry and Fenrina followed suit. The dwarf looked up at them and then sighed. Just get it over with already. Larry Love doesn't have time to. As Fenrina hurled the dwarf through the crumbling wall, he landed outside with a thud, and Steve and the others crawled out through the dwarf-sized hole in the wall. Larry was face down in a flower bed, and as the group looked around, they were in a walled garden, as Steve pointed to a statue of an elf standing in a fountain. Faizari the Fair. We're in one of the old gardens, which means we're likely inside the citadel's outer walls. Perfect. As he pulled his map out to try and get his bearings, Sherry looked over the statue. Wow, she was gorgeous, she commented as Steve just glanced up. Faizari is a guy. When he said that, Sherry just squinted a little and examined the statue once more. Wow, he was gorgeous. She amended with a shrug as Fenrina picked Larry up out of the flower bed and set him on his feet, dusting him off a bit as he coughed up some dirt. Larry Love would like to stipulate for the future that you give him a warning before you throw him through a brick wall. You did say just to get it over with, Fenrina mentioned as she then gave him a hug to try and make it all better. Steve, meanwhile, looked up at the inner walls of the citadel to their south and nodded as he pointed to a blue tower decorated in banners. That will be the professor's tower, which is inside the inner sanctum, he said with confidence as he tucked the map away again. So how do we get in? Sherry asked. We don't. There's no room up there for her experiments. The main keep would have been too conspicuous at the start, which only leaves the catacombs. We should be able to get through the garden and find a way down over there. He waved past the statue. Wait, didn't we just leave the catacombs? Sherry asked. No, that was the sewers. Different systems, they're not connected, Steve explained as they walked forward. But then he held up his arms and stopped the group suddenly. Whoa, stop! Danger! As he did that, the others dropped into a defensive stance, preparing for an attack. But then he pointed to a rabbit in the grass near the gate that led out of the walled garden. It's a bunny rabbit, Fenrina said. Yeah, but this is a super secure elven fortress. I've heard about tricks like this. It's probably a dire bunny they've loaded up with super strength potions and minor invulnerability and superior haste and doom teeth. I bet if we get close, that thing will attack and try to rip our throats out. The others looked at Steve with a bit of concern. Are you sure this isn't just Mr. Blinky Jr. come to avenge his father? Sherry asked. You leave Mr. Blinky out of this, Steve hissed. Just get ready. Prepare for one hell of a fight. The others shrugged and prepared then. Sherry getting her fire magic ready, Larry with his hammer and holy magic, Fenrina with sword and shield, and Steve preparing his own magic. As one, they rushed forward to do battle with the monster, but instead of jumping at them with teeth of doom or super strength, it just turned and ran off into the bushes. The members of Doom stopped their charge then, as they instead stared at Steve. I still maintain it could have been a serious threat, he growled out. What's that noise? They heard a voice ask as the gate to out of the garden opened, and they were face to face with an elven sentry. Seeing them, he gasped, eyes going wide as he got ready to scream for help. But Steve dashed forward and slapped the elf across the face, the force of which sent the elf flying into the side of the gate as he collapsed to the ground in a heap. What was that? Sherry gasped out. It's my own thing. I mixed sleep slap with stone slap, Steve said as he dragged the unconscious elf into the garden. So if the sleep magic doesn't work, the concussion likely will. Aren't you going to kill him? Sherry asked then, but Steve shook his head. There's no point. He'll be lucky to remember what day it is when he wakes up. Concussions are seriously bad for your mental health. Now let's go. He ushered the others through the gate, closing it behind them. In this part of the fortress, they were just outside of the inner walls of the citadel itself. There were barracks, stables, churches, and a few houses around them on the narrow streets. Thankfully, with the battle raging outside, there didn't seem to be many people around, but they could see more sentries atop the inner walls, so they had to move quickly when there were gaps in the structures that they might be seen in. Where are we going? Sherry asked as they got closer and closer to the base of the inner walls. There. Steve pointed to a large oak tree with bright red leaves besides an old elven church. How do you know? Sherry asked. Since when do the leaves of an oak turn red in this season? He asked as they headed towards. Past the oak against the hill at the base of the walls was a set of stairs flanked by old, partially crumbling guard statues that no doubt headed into the catacombs just like he planned. Just as they got past the tree, though, the sky grew dark, but bright lanterns strung from the tree branches flashed into brilliant light, bathing them and the ground around them in a rainbow of colors. They could hear cheering and saw two figures dressed in white beneath the tree standing before a priest. But just as their eyes took this all in, day returned, the lights faded, and the elves were gone. Did we just crash a wedding? Larry asked as he looked around. Time echoes, one of the many reasons time magic is so dangerous, Steve muttered as he walked past the smooth, newly carved stone of the immaculate statues and down the stairs. He drew up short, though, as a pair of golems stepped down from the walls that he hadn't expected. Their eyes were bright with arcane energy as they swung their giant stone fists at him. Steve stumbled, barely rolling under the first golem just to slam into the leg of the second. He winced and curled up for a moment, but when nothing happened, he opened his eyes and looked up at the now suddenly inert golems. Their bodies cracked and aged. This is going to get old. This is going to get very annoying very fast, Sherry muttered as she helped Steve up and they headed down into the catacombs. Should we be worried about guards? Fenrina asked as she took the lead. I doubt it. Who would want to stand guard in a place where time is skipping like this? My bet is she has a shielded chamber where time isn't skipping around. We just have to find it, Steve mentioned as they kept moving. The catacombs were a mess of different ages as they tried to navigate them. They'd stumble across grieving elves. Freshly laid flowers would turn to ash before their eyes, and then back into flowers. The candles would burn down to nothing, and then refill only to burn again. What if some of them are alive again? Sherry asked. What? Steve looked at her. In their tombs. What if some of them came back and are trapped inside trying to get out? They looked around them at the ornate stone tombs and sarcophaguses before Steve shuddered. Well, that's a horrifying thought, but there's nothing we can do about it except put an end to all this. As they rounded the next corner, Steve looked left and right, trying to figure out which way to go before heading right. What if some of them are alive again? Sherry asked. What? Steve looked at her. In their tombs. What if some of them came back and are trapped inside, trying to get out? They looked around them at the ornate stone tombs and sarcophaguses before Steve shuddered, and then frowned. Well, it's a horrifying thought, but didn't we just... He trailed off as they came to a corner, and he looked left and right trying to figure out which way to go. He was about to head right, but paused, and instead picked left. Picking up the pace, he took the lead and then wheezed hard as he saw the others well ahead of him. I don't like this place one bit. Come on and keep up, Larry called back as Steve coughed and gasped, looking over his shoulder, wondering just what had happened. I'm coming already, damn kids. He leaned hard on his walking stick as he tossed his long gray beard over his shoulder and then looked down over his body for a moment. What in the various hells? He stumbled forward then and cried out as he fell. But just before he could hit the ground, he tucked his shoulder in and rolled, lunging forward and bouncing to his feet as he sprinted after the others. Hey, wait for me! Why can't I control the volume of my voice? He squeaked out his voice, seeming to shatter at least once per word. When he caught up to the others, Sherry looked back and then gasped, jumping a little. What happened? Why is your face like that? Steve clutched at his face as she said that, and felt what seemed like dozens of zits as he squealed in a rather unmanly fashion. My face! It was never this bad, I swear! He pushed forward as he ran ahead of them, seeing an elven statue holding a basin of water besides another tomb. He leaned over to look at his reflection just in time to see his regular face. His well-trimmed goatee was back, and his skin was clear of any blemishes. He gasped with relief then, and sagged against the basin just as he heard a rough crack, and the arms holding the basin moved down. He jumped back from the statue, fearing it was about to break, but instead the arms just clicked back up into place as the wall besides the statue slid back. Well, that was lucky. Is that what you looked like when you were a teenager? Sherry asked as the others caught up. No, I swear. That was like the worst possible version I could ever be back then. Now let's get in there and finish this. He pointed into the secret passage as he made sure Fenrina took the lead. Are you sure this is the place? Sherry asked as they all filed in after the werehusky. We aren't skipping in time anymore, and it's a secret passage in a catacomb. It has to be the right way, Steve assured her. Sure enough, they came out in a wide chamber with bookshelves lining the walls and tables spread throughout covered in texts, runes, and various magic-infused stones and artifacts. But what took their focus would be the altar of sorts on the far side of the chamber. Within a stone cradle as a bright blue-white orb, and standing behind it was an elven woman dressed in green and blue robes. Professor Afrosia. Intruders! As they heard the call, the group noticed the elven soldiers move away from the walls and take up positions between them and the professor. There were about 24 soldiers in the elven glass armor of the Alsaurian elite guard, but more specifically, Steve recognized the figure at their center. The white-haired elf didn't wear armor or a helmet, and his face and arms were crisscrossed with the scars of thousands of sword fights. The legendary swordsman Larazitsloran Nizef. Steve forgot how many further apostrophes his name went on, but it hardly mattered. I don't know how you knew about all of this, but once that army showed up unannounced, I knew you were behind it, the professor said as she looked up from the orb. You just can't resist the urge to mess around with forces you don't understand, can you, human? That's rich coming from the woman fucking around with time and space. The echoes have consumed the catacombs. How long before they consume the whole city? He called back. They wouldn't have grown that far if you hadn't shown up. I knew the stone would conceal my work, but it also prevents me from unleashing it inside these walls. And I will unleash it very soon against your despicable nation. Soon I shall be erasing the greatest error history ever allowed. Once the siege is broken, we will take this into the open, and I shall step forth into the past and undo you, undo your blight upon the world. Steve frowned as she spoke like that. Why? Why hate us so much? He asked as he waved his hands around. Why do this? Why any of it? What have we done to wrong you? It's you who showed me the future. She pointed at him, which made Steve blink and frown in confusion. Me? He looked around, knowing there couldn't be anyone else she was pointing at, but still feeling like there must be. When you first came to Orbitus, I watched the promise of the other two with pleasant surprise. Guided by elven and dwarven teachings, I knew they'd go far. Better the world. Better our understanding of magic. The professor smiled a moment before she pointed at Steve once more. But you, I saw how you probed and prodded, testing everything you were taught. There was no end to your questioning and experimenting. You provoke the very essence of magic itself, twisting and abusing it as if it is nothing more than a tool to be broken and shaped however you see fit. I realized that is the way of humanity. I looked upon your home and saw it lousy with these examples, conquering all before you and changing them, replacing the culture of those who once lived there with your own, absorbing everything around you. There will be no end to it. She shook her head before going on. The other nations might not be there yet, but once they see what you've done, I can see it all now, carving new paths through the soil to erase whole rivers at your whim, tearing apart mountains to get iron and gems, the very animals enslaved and bred in unholy combinations just to get more meat, the unstoppable, unquenchable thirst of humanity for more land, more resources, more money, more power. You lack satisfaction. Nothing will ever be enough. Your kind will twist and break this very planet to your whim. This cannot be allowed. You would see it enslaved or dead so it may better suit your needs. The Archon is blind if she cannot see this fate for magic itself should more humans be allowed to sully and degrade it with your filthy hands. She will never know to thank me once I am done. Humanity will cease to be a threat upon this world. Elves shall take our rightful place ruling over Talaron in harmony. The unspoiled nature of much of this land shall be preserved, not swept away for more of your spawn. Balance, harmony, and peace shall prevail. she insisted then as she ended her speech. Steve stood in silence for a minute, collecting his thoughts before finally speaking. I can't say that you're wrong in some regards. We will erase rivers, tear apart mountains, and breed animals. And Almera does have a habit of expanding and converting, but your answer to all of that is to simply try and unmake us from reality? He asked. You didn't think, maybe we should try and teach them moderation, or that maybe my constant testing and experimenting with magic would lead to great things. Has it? Or have you simply learned how to better destroy things? She hissed out. Well, shit, I've only been at this a year. I need some fucking time, Steve gasped out. And that's besides the point. How can you think it's fair to try and wipe us out? Why do you get to make this decision? You say you'll rule in peace and harmony and that bullshit, but rather than talk, you just try to make us unexist. There will always be some of you who hunt for more. I've seen it in your eyes already. You dabble in blood magic and necromancy. If you are the future of human mages, then I need no more proof, she asked. It's about how you use the magic. You're using time magic for evil. Think about it. You could use it for good. Speed up the growth of plants and we could feed the world. Or undo the damage to the bits of the environment you think we've destroyed. Why all this hate? Regardless of the battle out there, we can stop all of this. Today. We can actually work together for real harmony, real balance, real peace. We'll talk it out with the council. We'll find a way to make it work. Steve watched her then, hoping that there was a chance they could still end this without a fight. Especially since he had no idea how they'd deal with the elven swordmaster. No, the threat of humanity to the world is too great, she replied. And I'll make sure that you lose here and your Almeran kin lose the battle outside. You're just in time to witness my latest mastery over the very fabric of time and space. She began to chant then, and Steve watched intently as she twisted and turned her hands, using an ancient dialect from the days before even the elves' first kingdoms. She raised her hands and then spoke clearly at the end. Come to me, all Sauriane champions across time. Come to my defense so we may rain glory and victory upon our people once more. There was a flash in the room for a moment as a dozen more figures came into being behind the line of guards already in place. Steve looked between them and recognized them all immediately. They were all legendary figures that any adventurer would know from description alone. Avloria and her twin blades, Crest Twizit Orion the ranger, Saliava the sorceress, even Larezit Hapes Naispa, father of the also legendary swordsman already here. Steve, Sherry, Larry, and Fenrina were face-to-face with more than a dozen champions now, and any one of them alone would likely strain their skills to their very limits. But as Professor Afrosia grinned triumphantly from behind them, Steve just laughed. "You've already lost!" he shouted as she frowned. "What are you talking about? Your death lies before you. Nothing can save you," she hissed. "Two things. First, you just asked for your champions across time, and everyone who showed up is a known legend, meaning they're all from the past. Not one of them is unknown to us, which means you have no future. And second, they're all known for being amazing solo fighters. You're expecting a bunch of people who fight alone to suddenly show up and fight great together? And actually third, shit, I should have said three things. Whatever, you let me watch you cast. Sherry Barrier, he cried out as he raised his hands to start casting. Sherry quickly brought up a barrier before the group, then several arrows slammed into it and the other champions advanced on them quickly. But they weren't quick enough before Steve shouted out, "Come to me, Almerans from across time. I need the best team we have to offer to defend me in this time of need, to defend Almera, to defend humanity, to defend the world." He didn't have the same control over the forces of time and space as the professor, but as he focused, a tear in the air beside him opened up, and a single figure stepped through. Steve frowned as he examined the human who didn't look like anyone he'd ever met. He was wearing a very strange triangular hat, and was wearing a long red coat that ran into striped pants and tall leather boots. Steve also noticed that the sword he was holding was unlike he'd ever seen, and for some reason the man's giant black beard seemed to be smoking. "What's this? Looks like magic is fucking with us again, boys! You! What's the deal?" His wide grin was filled with gold, which made Steve blink in surprise before he pointed at the professor. "She's trying to unmake humanity, and Almera." As Steve said that, the man hollered out in rage. "What? Not on our watch! For the Empire, boys! Kill 'em all and steal anything not nailed down!" The man hollered out and pointed with his curved sword. There was a yell then that echoed out from the rip in space beside Steve as he watched a whole horde suddenly start to stream forth from the open portal. As Steve watched, the first wave was struck down by arrows from the elven champions, but more just kept pouring out, and as they clashed, some drew small tubes that seemed to explode in their hands, the booming sound echoing out through the chamber and hurting Steve's ears as he watched. "Steve!" He finally heard Sherry screaming in his ear as she yanked him away from the portal just as her barrier failed. By now, the chamber was filled with chaos as the dozens of humans rushing out of the portal were fighting with the elven champions. Even as he watched the unarmored humans get struck down, it seemed like 3 or 4 would take their place. But he realized it wasn't just humans. There were dwarves, half-gen, and to his surprise, even elves rushing out to sink their blades into the Alsorian legends. He was transfixed with what he was watching, and all he could do was stay close behind Fenrina as she blocked and parried with sword and shield to keep him alive. The human who had stepped out of the portal first seemed to be laughing as he drew tube after tube from his coat, letting it explode in his hand as the chamber began to fill with an acrid smoke that burned Steve's throat and lungs. But even then, he saw an elven woman with pitch-black hair engage Avloria. The possibly Almaran elf lunged and struck trading blows with the legendary fighter, and Steve was sure the Almaran woman would die at least 5 different times, but somehow managed to twist and turn her own curved sword in time to parry each blow. She turned Avloria around as their duel seemed to be perfectly matched with neither able to strike at the other. But then the black-haired elf laughed in the face of the Alsorian's champion as Steve realized her mistake. Her back was now turned to the rushing humans behind her. She turned to block their attacks, but that opened up her guard, and the black-haired elf struck, driving her blade straight through Avloria's throat. Steve gasped out as he watched the black-haired elf jerk her sword free and then lick the blade clean of blood before turning and jumping into the fray once more as he lost sight of her in the smoke. But all around he saw much of the same happening over and over. The best of the best, the very greatest fighters and legends that Alsorian had to offer, were being overrun by this mass of ragged fighters who were working together. He then looked forward and realized that Fenrina was in trouble. She was blocking and parrying against Larazitslorin Nizef. He was ignoring the rest of the fight and seemed to have a very single-minded focus, trying to kill Fenrina and Steve behind her. "Teamwork!" he shouted out then and gripped Sherry's shoulder. "Wait for him to be about to strike, then use your whip." Sherry nodded and waited for Fenrina to get knocked back by a blow to her shield. Then, as Slorin raised his long sword to strike again, she lashed out with her whip, wrapping it around his closer arm as the elf growled and turned to try and pull Sherry closer to loosen the tension. But as he did, it put his sword at the wrong angle to strike and Steve lunged forward. He knew that Slorin was one of, if not the, greatest living swordsmen, but Steve had no plans on dueling him. Instead, he tackled the elf to the ground, wrestling with him as he twisted and turned, getting the swordsman to extend his arm with the sword in it. "Larry!" "Oh, it's hammer time," the dwarf said as he stepped forth and brought his hammer down on the elf's extended hand. Up this close, Steve could hear the crunch just before Slorin screamed in his ear, and he couldn't really hear anything else. He pressed down on the pinned swordsman then as he grinned, figuring the elf was out of the fight. But to his surprise, Fenrina's sword came down right before him as she buried it in the elf's face. Steve turned away as the blood and flesh squirted up. He was about to yell at her, but then saw that she was already turning to block an attack from one of the elite Alsorian guard who was still alive. Steve had nearly forgotten there was still a fight going on around him and rolled off of the dead elf as he got back into it. This time the others didn't need any input from him, as Fenrina blocked another strike, and Sherry lashed out with her whip, yanking the elf's foot out from under him to make him kneel down hard. which gave Larry an opening to step up swinging. Larry smashed his hammer into the elf's helmet, cracking it hard. But even as he fell, Fenrina stepped forward, stabbing down through the gap between the soldier's helmet and his shoulder, straight down through his neck into his heart. By now, the smoke had almost completely filled the chamber, and Steve could barely see, his eyes burning and stinging. But he noticed one more figure ahead of him through the fog, easy to spot because of the fire she was tossing around. Saliava. He left another of the soldiers to the other three as he rushed forward, trying to stay low as he slid behind a table to dodge a fireball that flew past his head, and then glanced over the top to see where she was looking. When she was facing away from him, he rose up and sprinted straight forward, figuring he might as well use his tried and tested method once again. However, this time as he jumped to tackle her, he instead bounced off and was sent flying back into the table he'd just used for cover. Steve slammed into the table, knocking it over as he cried in pain, his back hitting the edge hard. Gripping the edge of the table for support, he started to get up only to see Saliava standing above him. There was a maniacal gleam in her eyes as electricity crackled between her hands, and she hit Steve with the second strongest lightning bolt he'd ever experienced. But instead of being fried to a crisp like she expected, he just smiled as she watched his belt glow, and then a burst of electricity shot back at her, making her twitch and dance before collapsing to the ground. Lunging forward, Steve pinned her to the ground and was about to try and grab her hands to keep her from casting when she let out one of the most sensual moans he'd ever heard. In that brief moment of confusion, as his brain tried to fight some very primal instincts, he nearly missed the dagger in her hand. He gasped and caught her wrist just as she was about to drive the blade into his throat, and he grunted, actually straining hard to push the blade back. She had the foresight to magically enhance her strength for the fight, while he'd been too distracted to think about it until now. He gasped and grunted harder as he pulled his head back, slowly feeling the blade start to press against his throat as he struggled to keep it back. "Hey! No one hurts my man!" Just as he heard that, Sherry stepped out of the fog, kicking the sorceress in the head, smacking it down against the hard stone beneath her. As her head cracked against the stone, she quickly went limp, and Steve tumbled over suddenly, no longer having anything stopping the force he was pushing into her arm. "Thanks, honey," he said, but wasn't all that sure he could be heard since his voice sounded distant. He sat up then and looked around as Fenrina and Larry stepped through the smoke as well. Fenrina reached down to pull him up to his feet, and he desperately opened his mouth a few times as he tried to get his ears to work right once more. Nga, is it over?" he asked as he no longer heard any more explosions. "Right, we got 'em all, lads. Take their dead and ours back to the ship so's we can loot 'em proper." He heard the voice echo out even with his impaired hearing, and before he could really do anything about it, he saw more humans move through the smoke and pick up virtually everything they could. Bodies, books, everything that was on the tables. Hell, he even saw a few pick up one of the tables and quickly drag it back through the portal. The group backed up, then not wishing to get in the way of the fighters that he had summoned, and before he knew it, the smoke was fading and the portal was gone, along with almost everything else in the room. Almost. He looked over to see the stone altar was still there, and the gem inside it that Afrosia had used to focus her magic. The professor was lying beside it, groaning as she clutched at her stomach. Steve and the others approached her as he watched the elf try and sit up, but she hissed in pain as the wound to her stomach seemed to be fairly severe. Those are your champions," she coughed out. "This planet is doomed." "Fuck you," Steve said simply as he looked down at her. "Well, you have your victory. Kill me, and be done with it." She gasped out, seeming to have trouble breathing. "Fuck you," he repeated. "Larry, heal her up." Now, Larry Love does enjoy bringing the glory of the goddess of love to the ladies. "But are you sure?" the dwarf asked. "Yeah, what the fuck? She tried to unmake us," Sherry added. "She's beat. Let the council decide her fate. Maybe something can be salvaged from all this." He quickly reached down, slapping Afrosia's hand away from a vial she was trying to pull out of her robes. Ah! No taking the easy way out! The elf let out a frustrated scream and then coughed up some blood. But Steve ignored that as he reached into her robe's left pocket and pulled free a scroll. Is that? Sherry trailed off as she saw the scroll. This is it. Time travel. He opened it up and began to read through it before letting out a sigh and rolling it back up, tucking it into a pocket. So, we won, right? Fenrina asked as Larry began to use his holy blessings to heal Afrosia's wound. Sort of. We still need to get that. And her. Out of here. He pointed to the altar and Afroisa. We have no idea how the battle went outside either. Sherry, you tie her up since I know you're good with knots. Fenrina and I will… Fenrina and Larry will carry the altar. I'll get Afrosia. Or, is it better if Larry and I get the altar and Fenrina gets Afrosia? He muttered out loud. You get the elf. I'll get the altar. Fenrina said then as she slipped her shield onto her back and growled as she picked up the altar and the gem all at once. We'll catch up, Steve said with a nod, and let Larry and Fenrina head out as he waited for Sherry to finish tying up Afrosia. You know we could just kill her now. Sherry mentioned, but Steve just shook his head. She's tied up and beaten, not my style. Besides, I highly doubt the Archon will let her live anyway. Afrosia growled and struggled as he said that, but it wasn't like she could do a thing about it thanks to Sherry's extensive skills with tying knots. Once secure, Steve hauled the elf up over his shoulders and followed after Sherry. The difference in the catacombs was immediately noticeable as they caught up with Fenrina. The halls were quiet. The candles were burnt out. None of them changed suddenly in age. When they got back to the surface, the leaves on the tree were green, and the echo of the wedding party didn't show up again. Thankfully, their trip back through the sewers was uneventful, and aside from Steve dropping Afrosia a few times to get her to stop struggling so much, it was quiet as well. Once they were out in the open fields, Steve was pretty tired from carrying the prisoner, but he pushed himself forward, keeping pace with the others. In the distance, he realized he heard the rumble from before. The battle must still be going on. He wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not, but at the very least it meant that the Almorans hadn't lost. He was wondering about how far they'd have to go when he saw the Archon ahead of them in the trees, and the rest of the council was behind her. You're not at the battle? He asked as he got close and dropped Afrosia to the ground. He ignored her muffled protest from being dropped so hard, but he was a bit too sore and tired to care. We will return shortly, but this is important. Is this it? The Archon asked as she set a hand on the altar. It's some sort of, I don't know, a focus point? It holds time in check around it so one can use the magic. Steve shrugged. She knows more. He gave the squirming elf a nudge with his foot. And the scroll? She asked. Steve reached into his pocket and then handed it over. Stephen, did you read it? He looked up into the swirling galaxies that were her eyes and nodded. Yeah, I did, he admitted. Then we must expunge it from your memory, Evelina said as he stepped out from the rest of the council. That spell is dangerous, Arch-Sorcerer Duskmaw mentioned. We're not even sure it has to be done yet, Arch-Chair Tyrinia also protested. It's too dangerous for anyone to know, Evelina stressed. Fair, that's fair. If you really think it's necessary, I'll submit to it. But you can decide once I come back, Steve said. Come back from where? Evelinus asked, and then pointed. No, don't you dare. Archon, stop him. Please, just trust me, Steve said as he looked up at the Archon still. She watched him for a moment, and then nodded, just as he touched the stone. It was a very pleasant night in Arbitus, or a very early morning. Either way, it wasn't too hot nor too cold. Steve took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air and looked out the window of his apartment in the academy with a smile. He looked around a moment and then grinned wider. The last piece of cake! Ooh, I'm gonna enjoy this! He sat down at the little table in his room with a soft groan of relief as his legs were tired and simply picked up the last piece of the legendary Cake of Doom, not bothering with any utensils as he ate it bit by bit, forcing himself to take small bites as he groaned and savored the taste. Once he was done, he licked the frosting from his hand and turned around to look at himself asleep on the bed. Okay. Let's get this over with. Hey, asshole, wake up. He stepped over to himself, trying to shake himself awake. But in his sleep, he just groaned and waved himself off. Damn it. I guess this part was necessary. He reached under the bed then and pulled out the pot which he upended on his sleeping self. Wha? Who saw what? What did... The now wet Steve sat up in bed looking around as he tried to wake up and figure out what was going on. Oh, that was my own piss. What the fuck? Now that Steve had Steve's attention, he slapped the startled and wet mage across the face. Hey, asshole! Wake up and pay attention. I just ate the last piece of cake. How do you like that? He asked as he shook himself a bit. What? You asshole? What the fuck? Steve tried to struggle, but in his grogginess couldn't really muster the strength to fight properly. Yeah, I ate it all, and the only way to stop me is to travel through time. How you like that, shithead? He laughed in his own face. I'll kick your ass for this, he yelled back angrily. We have the same ass fucknugget. I'm you, but from the future. So if you want stop me, you have to go prevent Professor Afrosia in the Magistone Fortress from completing her time travel magic that will undo all of humanity and Almera. Once he had said all of that, he just sat there looking confused. Wait, if I'm me? Why am I attacking myself? He asked. I don't know. It's how I woke myself up. Not like I'm going to let you off the hook. If I made me suffer through it, then you know you'd make you suffer through it too. He explained. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Professor Afrosia, Magistone Fortress, right? Me? That's the spirit. Don't forget to make us look good in front of the Archon. Oh, and... take a shower. He stepped back from the bed, and then took a bigger step back through the portal. Where did you go? Steve, what did you do? Evelinus was yelling at him. What I already did! How do you think I found out about all of this? Sheesh! Steve waved the elf off. You had the ability to travel through time, to do anything, and all you did was warn yourself? The Archon asked. Yeah, I think it's one of those, things where something has to happen a certain way for it all to work out, he said. Fate? Duskmaw asked. No! Fuck fate! I hate fate! Fate is for chumps who believe in the goddess of fate, and fuck her! Steve shouted. I don't know! Something about time travel! Fuck, I hate messing with time! It's all so fucking complicated! He tossed his hands up and stomped off. There's a battle still going on! We don't have time to sit around! We need to get back to work! But whatever it wasn't fate! None of that! As Steve marched off, the Archon disappeared the altar and let the others carrying Afrosia with them as they headed back to the battle with Steve. The battle was a close thing. But in the end, the Almerans prevailed. Deprived of their superior archers and magic, the Alsorians had to engage the legions in a mass infantry battle for which the Almerans had dedicated their lives to mastering. Though the Alsorian elite hit the Almeran center hard and the lines began to give way, this just let the more elite Almeran flanks push forward, and an hour after Steve and the Council rejoined the fight, the Almerans managed to encircle a numerically superior force, a feat not easily accomplished. By staying at the center, Consul Gary inspired his men to never give against the superior Alsorian, and his Praetorians had a much easier time against the inferior Alsorian flanks. Then, aided by the orcs and their wargs who circled around the back, their victory was accomplished. The elves had nowhere to go, and their choices quickly became surrender or die. Many historians would later speculate on the decisions of the Alsorians to break the siege, and despite number of people involved, Afrosia's experiment was never brought to light. Nor was her fate. Officially, she worked for Orbitus for another century, no longer teaching but being assigned to some secretive lab deep within the academy. Many weren't even aware she still worked there before perishing in a magic accident just before her retirement. Her body was never recovered. Historians also speculate on just why the consul called for a surprisingly lenient surrender of the city. Almerans were not known for mercy in their conquests, and many a city were littered with grisly reminders of what happened to those who defied them. However, for Magistone, the city was occupied without any further fighting. The citizens were left alone, and those that could pay for it were able to secure the ransom of their captive relatives among the soldiers who had survived the battle. Many wild conspiracies circulated that this was the cost of securing the help of mysterious and powerful allies before the battle. But the more historically accepted answer is that the consul wanted to set a new precedent for what would become his conquest of all of Al-Soriene, and not just a single city, a conquest that the Senate wasn't sure it had authorized, and which became a tricky bit of Almoran politics. Steve, of course, was vilified by most of the rest of the world for his hand in teaching Almoran's unsanctioned magic. He was banned from all elven kingdoms, most dwarven nations, and even most human ones, though it was likely because they were envious of the Almoran's new military advantage more than anything. Orbitus's official response was that the matter would be handled internally, and before long other human nations suddenly learned a few spells of their own. Though the human mages Riava and Karistan were cleared of any wrongdoing, Steve didn't mind being vilified, however. He'd saved the world, and just because no one knew that didn't make it any less true. What hurt him was having to sit by and watch for a while after. The Archon couldn't use him and Doom for a bit, until things had blown over and the war quickly grew as he was forced to do nothing. Until finally one day, he was given a task that would end the war and bring peace across the land once more. But that is a story for another time. Most of the stories, tales, and legends of Spellslinger's younger days get a bit hazy during the period of the First Almoran and Elven War. This is mostly because historians were so focused on the events of the time. As Consul Gaylord Julian Cox pushed beyond Magistone, the Senate began to debate what should be done. He claimed he was merely solidifying their new borders by holding important crossroads and securing land for possible forts and new cities. But in order to assist in this, he raised 2 more legions. Even though he used his own money, any general, or consul for that matter, was supposed to secure Senate approval to raise more forces. Those who understand ancient Almoran politics would have known that the best idea would be to leave them alone after this happened. Legally speaking, the Senate had every right to demand Consul Gary return at the end of his term for a new election, disband his new legions, and return this new territory to Al-Soriene. A number of senators weren't even sure they wanted Magistone at all. They'd simply wanted the consul to crush the Al-Soriene army there. But this is not what happened. While the Almoran Senate debated if the wayward consul should be punished or simply recalled, Gary only had his supporters in the Senate put up light resistance to the ideas. It seemed like he was ready to return and face their judgment, and the Senate was pleased by this. However, the Al-Sorians had been busy gathering support from elven kingdoms the world over, and even formed a coalition of non-elven nations to oppose the Almorans, who many feared were growing too strong. The Almorans had never actually had to deal with international opinion before. In the past, they had gone from war to war against single entities or tribes that had no diplomatic connections with the greater world. So just as they prepared to recall Consul Gary and his legions, they received an ultimatum from this new coalition, demanding that they return all conquered territory, disband their legions, and turn over the consul to them to answer for supposed war crimes he had committed in his campaign. This was the start of the now infamous subtle messages of the Almoran government. The messenger was given a small scroll and sent back to the Al-Soriene capital with a message from the Senate and people of Almera. As the dignitaries of the coalition opened the letter sealed with the official Almoran stamp, they read the only 2 words written inside: "Eat shit." Much as the Archon had learned when she had asked Steve to clean his study on the day he was already cleaning it, Almorans hate being told to do something that they are already doing, or even about to do. So rather than continue with their plan to recall the consul and negotiate with the elves, they instead legitimized the consul's new legions, ordered more to be formed, formally claimed all conquered territory, and then made Consul Gary Grand Consul of the legions for the next 10 years. While there is no evidence in his journals to support the idea that the consul planned for this to happen, he certainly knew exactly how to capitalize upon it. After this incident, the rest of the world would also become far more familiar with the old Almoran motto: either it's our idea or fuck you. So it's easy to see why people were focused on other things at the time. But truthfully, There was more to it than that. Steve was blamed for the Almarin's sudden knowledge of some magic spells, and with the war growing ever larger, the Archon needed to be careful with how and where she used him. Plus, Steve didn't have the freedom to adventure around like he could before being blamed for a sudden large-scale conflict. So he spent most of the year helping prepare the Academy for new incoming human students, as well as a series of experiments in his own lab provided to him by the Archdean, as per their deal for his employment. Then he was provided a second study after the first exploded. Then finally, a third study built further away from the Academy and enhanced with some of the Archon's own magic to finally build an explosion-proof laboratory for him, which he then proved wasn't explosion-proof, but merely explosion-resistant. The Archdean wasn't done with Steve, however. She was merely biding her time, waiting for the right moment to use his services once more. When the time finally did come once again, it wasn't in any of the normal places one thinks to look for adventurers either. To be fair, it wasn't a particularly glamorous affair either, and bards prefer to save their songs for the big events. But it's still important to note this journey, as it would set the stage for even greater things to come in Spellslinger's future, and help explain some of the more misunderstood reasonings for one of Spellslinger's most well-known capers. This is about the very first time Spellslinger visits paradise. "Must all of your experiments involve things exploding?" the Archdean asked, as she looked around the scorched and blast-marked interior of Steve's new lab further up the mountain from Orbitus, where even his most disastrous failed experiments wouldn't endanger anyone else. "They don't all involve it, really. It's just those are the ones that leave lasting impressions," Steve muttered as he waved his hands around. "You know, when I approached the council about creating this place, I was worried they'd fight me on it, but they all agreed wholeheartedly. I think mostly so you'd be further away." Steve rolled his eyes as she mentioned the council. Then she picked up a bent and twisted pipe on one of his workbenches. "So, you haven't figured out your mysterious future fighter's weapons yet?" Steve sighed and slumped his shoulders before shaking his head. "No, I can't figure out how they did it. They had these tubes that would explode and create smoke, but there was more to it than that. Like they somehow guided the explosion so that it would hit their enemies a distance away. All I can do is make more general explosions that don't really do anything but blow up in my face." "Why not just use fire spells?" she asked, but he shook his head. "Because none of them were magic casters. If there's a way to use alchemy or natural ingredients to make something like that happen, it would be incredibly useful. I've tried mounting self-contained vials of minor exploding inside tubes with a little hammer thing that breaks the vial to try and use the tube to guide the blast." He motioned to a few more busted prototypes nearby as the Archdean looked over at them, her starry eyes glittering with just a hint of curiosity. "And?" she asked, before Steve just snorted and shrugged. "And they exploded. It sort of guided the flame towards the end of the tube, but not in any really meaningful way. Plus, it wrecked the device in the process, so not helpful." He shrugged and scratched his chin then. Since he'd been cooped up in his lab, his neatly trimmed goatee had grown into more of a wild beard. "I'm telling you, I've been combing through every alchemic recipe and text I can find regarding exploding or burning potions, and I'm stumped. It's unclear how far in the future these Almarins came from, so I wouldn't lose hope after a little less than a year of study, Stephen," the Archdean said as she set the broken tube back down. "However, I was wondering if you've heard about the recent diplomatic incident regarding your people?" Steve groaned and rubbed his face with his hands heavily. "Don't remind me. Why did they have to provoke the Senate like that? As much as I like Gary, he did sort of overstep his authority, and the Senate was about to fix all of that. It's just—" He shook his head once more and shrugged. "I don't know if we can win this anymore." "Didn't you say that about the siege of Magistone?" she asked. "Well, yeah, but now there's like a whole coalition of nations that might be bringing troops against them, and the rest of Alsorian is great for cavalry and horses, which we are bad at. Not to mention those Kasurian assholes are no doubt going to side with the elves, and they've got the largest navy in the world. And they've actually got ships that can sail across the Banded Ocean. Even if they can't make it through the storms around the wild islands, they'll just sail south along the Tusk coast and then west to get to Al-Sorien. It's possible. He shook his head slowly as he thought about it. You say that like the Almarans don't have a navy. Didn't you defeat your greatest rival who used to have an impressive navy? She asked, and Steve shrugged. The Dardanans were across the shattered sea from Almera and had an impressive navy, yes. But all our ships are for crossing the shattered sea or coastal work. They're total crap in the open ocean. Besides, we cheated when we fought them. It wasn't really navy against navy, but more like navy against marines. What are marines? The Archon asked then as her cosmic brows furrowed. They're mostly criminals, killers, gladiators, or even gladiator rejects. Basically violent, angry people who lack the discipline for the legions but are too good at killing to let them go to waste. Then they're given the shittiest barracks and generally treated like shit by the other branches of our military. Steve explained, which just made the Archdean frown deeper. Why? Because that keeps them angry. He shrugged as if it should have been self-explanatory. Which is good because... Why? She asked, trying to get more from him. Because the angrier they are, the more willing they are to kill people? He once more shrugged as if that should be obvious. Look, in our wars with the Darginians, we realized that they had way better sailors and ships, so we had to build up a navy quick. But there was no way new ships and new sailors could beat them. So we cheated and used a nail in a plank as a secret weapon. What? She asked with a slight shake of her head, as if having trouble that this was the Almaran secret weapon. Not just like a regular plank or a regular nail, I mean. He waved his hands as he explained. But a really big nail and a really big plank mounted at the front of the ship. Then our ships would ram the Darginian ships and slam the board and nail into their deck so they'd be stuck together. Then the Marines would rush across and kill the shit out of everyone aboard the Darginian ship. Then they'd hack apart the enemy deck to free the nail, raise their plank, and go do it again. So claims of our superior navy are greatly exaggerated. And like I said, we're crap on the open ocean. So what you're saying is that you could use some allies who understand sailing and the ocean in general? She asked, and Steve was quiet for a moment as he felt like he'd somehow been guided into a conversational trap, but couldn't really see where it was going. Yes, he finally offered, still feeling like the Archdean was about to trick him. Then you should be happy about this next task I'm giving you. She smirked then, as Steve sighed. Considering how you set me up for this, it's got to be something terrible, hasn't it? He crossed his arms and waited for the bad news, but the Archon merely shrugged. Not bad news. You'd have to do it anyway. I just wanted to make it clear that this will help your people out in the long run if you play it correctly. It sounded like a good thing, but Steve just narrowed his eyes, feeling even more suspicious now. There's some magic artifacts I'd like you to acquire from a set of tropical islands in the heart of a volcano. The vaults of King Kamehumana? He asked. No, the wild islands are too dangerous for most people even now. And even you. She pointed at him. Fair point. You know Duskmaw told me she was alive back then and partied with the king. Had a few of his artifacts around too. That's old. And powerful. Are you ever going to tell me what she is? He asked. Because I know she's not an elf and I don't think she's a dragon. If she were a dragon, why would she hide that fact? Many of our founding members were dragons. The Archdean mentioned, and Steve waved that off. Yeah, I know. But still, what's with the disguise anyway? As he asked that, the Archon shrugged. Many ancient creatures choose the forms of elves to walk around the smaller species. They are known for their beauty and grace, after all. She mentioned as Steve scoffed. Is that all it's about? Everyone wants to fuck elves? Like, I kinda get it, but they all seem so skinny and pale to me. I know I'm biased since I'm Almaran, but typically I like them a bit darker and with more meat on them. As he said and held his hands apart to emphasize his point as the Archon frowned. Sherry never gave me the impression of being fat, she mentioned, but Steve was already shaking his head. No, I didn't say fat. I said with more meat on them, compared to elves who are skinny, and I don't just mean around here. He waved his hands in front of his chest. I just mean more full in general. Like Sherry is an adventurer, so she's got more tone and muscle. And her thighs. She's got real thighs, you know. He smirked a bit while nodding, but the Archdean just arched one of the galaxies that formed her eyebrows. Are you implying that most people have fake thighs? She asked, which made Steve fluster a bit. Not like fake thighs, but she's got like real, their thighs, you know? He asked, and moved his hands around as he spoke. But as he just looked up at the Archon's blank expression, he went on. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? She shook her head, and he just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Whatever. Are we here to talk about my sexual preferences in women, or are you here to give me a mission? You're to go to the Insamulti Islands where the natives have been guided by either a local water spirit or an ocean god. I'm not exactly sure. What I am sure of is that they're guarding a set of both culturally and magically important artifacts that should help Almera out in many ways. If you retrieve these artifacts from the volcano with permission of the tribal chieftain, then they should promise their friendship to Almera, and the artifacts themselves will be helpful in the oceans. She explained as Steve frowned. Not to knock any help we can get, but just what do you expect Almerans to learn from a bunch of island tribals? Look at the engineering marvels of Almera. Have these tribals got massive citadels or amphitheaters or aqueducts? He asked as he crossed his arms. No. She shook her head. But they did build ships that have crossed the desolate ocean. Have the Almerans ever done that? Steve glared at his boss for a moment before shaking his head. No, they have not, he admitted. Then go gather the rest of your team and go to the islands and perform their ceremony so you can get their permission to try and retrieve the artifacts. Do this diplomatically, and they'll be your friends for a long time to come. Be on your best behavior. She pointed an ethereal finger at him as he raised his hands as if to ward her off. I get it! I'll be my best, promise! But if I can ask, why help Almera? He frowned as thought it over, but she just smiled. With the war building up, Arbitus is growing more influential and wealthy by the day. Besides, after how things worked out at Magistone, I feel like we owe them. Just a bit. She shrugged, but he wagged a finger at her. You're using us as an excuse to raise the prices on nations that want students to study here, aren't you? He asked. Among other things, she admitted. Ever since you burnt down the Hellurian library, it wasn't my fault, he insisted. Ever since the library burnt down, she amended. I realized that to secure the future of Arbitus, I must take a more direct hand in shaping the world around us. This is part of that. Now get to work, and dress for warm weather. She reached out with a scroll in hand, and Steve sighed after a moment and reached out to take it, knowing he needed to secure help for Almera no matter what. This is so exciting! Fenrina clapped her hands as the assembled members of Doom were in Steve's study, waiting for him to prepare a portal to the islands. I've never been anywhere tropical! Just expect it to be hot and sticky, Steve muttered. Probably just a bunch of savages with bones through their noses standing around in grass huts. I have no idea what the Archon expects me to learn from these people. Not like they'll be any help to us in battle either. Most tropical savages I've heard of are all super scrawny, not enough meat in their diet. Probably total pacifists too. You sound so chipper and optimistic about this, Sherry mentioned with a smirk as Steve just muttered under his breath. Now, Steve, you've got to give them a chance. Maybe they'll surprise you. I just feel like I should be seeking out powerful allies, like real big nations or people with mighty fleets. These people aren't conquerors, they just sail around the ocean. He sighed then and shook his head. But you're right. I need to be more open. I give people trouble over not being open about me, so I need to just be open and accepting and whatever. He shrugged then. Well, Larry Love is all about meeting new tribals. I hear they love wearing nothing but skirts. And Larry Love is all about spreading dwarven diplomacy to new peoples. Oh, yeah, baby. Steve rolled his eyes as Larry slicked back his hair, even though he still had to put his helmet on, which would ruin the effect. Whatever, Steve said, clearly full of enthusiasm for this mission. Thankfully, the Almeran armor that had been provided for them at the siege of Magistone was perfect for warm weather like the tropics, so they were well equipped for the mission. Once Steve had the portal opened, they stepped through and all four of them were quiet as they took in the sights around them. The rich blue sky was dotted with a few fluffy white clouds. The island ahead of them was lush and green, and Steve just stared in wonder at the various brightly colored flowers mixed in with the bushes and palm trees that dotted the beach. Even when he looked down at the sand under his feet, it seemed lighter and softer than most sand. The ocean behind them lazily lapped at the shore and provided a gentle, cool breeze to offset the heat of the bright tropical sun above them. Okay, I take it back. This place is, pretty good. He nodded slowly as he looked around. This place is amazing, Fenrina gasped as she looked around. Look at the ocean, it's so blue, and those flowers, and this sand. As they watched, the werehusky began to run around the beach a bit as she couldn't help herself. She even ran down to the edge of the water and let the tip of a wave wash over her feet. But as she was about to go out further, a much larger wave crashed down ahead of her, and she hastily backed away. Fenrina, don't get your gear wet, Steve called out. Look, we'll come back and play in the water soon. Promise. The werehusky looked between him and the water twice. Promise? Promise, he insisted, and she huffed but did jog back towards them away from the edge of the water. Okay, well, I guess we need directions. He looked around and spotted a group of birds watching them from a distance. I hope those aren't geese. He muttered and eyed the birds with caution. They did look quite a bit like geese, though they had more interested striped feathers and streaks of black along their neck. Why? What's wrong with geese? Fenrina asked. Well, my people use them as guard animals. Nasty bastards, too, Steve explained. Well, guess I gotta try, honk honk tweet, whistle, chirp honk. After he made those noises in the direction of the birds, they jumped up and flew off. Well, I don't know if that's good or bad. You can speak to birds? Fenrina asked in surprise. Yeah, sure. I'm good with most languages. I've got a real ear for picking them up. Steve mentioned. If I can hang around people speaking another language for a while, I can pick up bits and pieces pretty easily. All except Berg, Ish, Burgich, whatever it is the Francomanians speak. The burger ones anyway. Or was it burger? He tapped his chin as he tried to remember. Why do you have trouble with the language? Fenrina asked. Because every time I try to listen in, they stop speaking it. Then they say they're being polite by switching to common. Yet when I try to insist, they just counter-insist and say that they'd rather practice their common. It's like some sort of conspiracy about not letting outsiders learn their crazy building block language. Did you know that they apparently just make up new words by jamming old words together? How is that a new word? Before Steve could continue his rant, they were interrupted by the call of birds flying around above them. And then they saw a number of tribals walk through the tree line and onto the beach proper. Oh, man, Sherry gasped out as they looked at the natives approaching them before she started slapping Steve's arm. Steve, are you seeing this? Yeah, I can see them. He acknowledged, but he was also fairly stunned by what he was seeing. His mental image of scrawny tribals with bones in their noses was very far off. The warriors that were approaching them were all quite large and impressive specimens. They were also decorated in a series of black tattoos that crisscrossed their bodies, and Steve couldn't be sure just from the look, but it did appear like the giant clubs they carried were fitted with shards of obsidian. But the largest among them was perhaps a full head above the others, and wearing a massive yellow and red cape and red and yellow loincloth that showed off his well-sculpted abs. They were all looking fairly imposing, but when Steve glanced over at Sherry, she didn't look worried. Instead, she was biting her lower lip. Hey! It was his turn to smack her arm to get her attention. They might be here to fight! Yeah, sure. But look at those thighs. I mean, yours are nice, but wow! That guy is... wow! And his abs! As she said that, Steve looked down at his own stomach even though it couldn't be seen through his armor. Yeah, well... He trailed off then as he saw the women who were following the men onto the beach. Look at those hips. How do you even get hips like that? I have no idea. All right, Steve, I'm invoking truce, Sherry mentioned, and he nodded as he reached over and shook her hand. Truce, he agreed. For a set time period or just until we leave the island? Until we leave the island, she nodded. Meanwhile, Larry Love was rubbing his hands together. And the goddess did deliver unto Larry the promised land of full-figured women with full hips and big— They're not even wearing shirts, Fenrina scoffed. I mean, it is hot, so I guess it's okay. But I can see what you mean about them being rather savage, Steve. Yeah, let's not mention that. We want them to be our new friends, remember? He glanced over at the werehusky for a moment before she shrugged. He was about to approach the natives when they stopped, lined up, and shouted out in unison. He backed up a step, but then as he watched, they started to dance and sort of sing at the same time. Are they bringing it? He asked as he looked at the others. Yeah, it does appear to have been brought. Sherry agreed. Oh, then it's on, Steve muttered. Larry, you're first. They waited for the natives to finish before Steve, Sherry, and Fenrina all began to clap together to get a beat going, before Steve and Sherry called out the magic words to summon forth a ghostly band to play for them. Larry waited for the ghost accordion to start to play before he advanced towards the natives, and started with a dwarven leg dance. Soon he incorporated his warhammer into the routine, however, spinning it around and brandishing it throughout the dance. Once his routine was finished, Sherry stepped in, swaying and shaking as the ghosts changed up the tune, while she spun and gyrated however she would lash out with her whip, letting the crack of the weapon accent both the song and her skill with it. As she jumped back, Steve jumped forward, pulling a small cylinder from his belt and spinning it in the air as it quickly extended out into a staff, and either end burst into flame. Then he proceeded with his own dance, as the ghostly band members began to use more drums to the time of his stomps. He twisted and spun the flaming staff in the air as he moved and finished by throwing it high into the air, only to catch it and use one burning end to blow a big breath of fire over the heads of the natives. When he was finished and jumped back, it was Fenrina's turn. Truthfully, Steve was very proud of how far she'd come with her dancing. When she'd first joined up, the only real dancing she'd seen was that lazy northern thing where they got in a circle and swayed around. Far too much smiling for Steve's tasted. The key to real good dancing requires an anger, a real pissed-off dignity. So now not only was she dancing properly, but she looked like she was so pissed off that she's showing how she would stomp a mud hole in their asses should they messed with her. It was as much of a display of her martial prowess as a dance, as she seemed to punch and kick at the air, finishing off with a flourish as she leapt into the air and pulled free her sword and shield in mid-air, landing with them at the ready. Once she was done, the ghost band vanished back into the ether, but Steve, Sherry, and Larry were all standing behind Fenrina at the ready. The natives, meanwhile, just looked around at one another for a moment, and then nodded before they began to clap for the performance. The biggest one in the cloak stepped forth then and spoke up in surprisingly clean common with only a bit of an accent. Very good, my friends. I take it you are the Steve? He asked as he stepped past Fenrina, hand extended. Steve went in for the Almarin forearm grab, followed by the more traditional shake, and nodded. That's me. But it's just Steve, or Spellslinger, and you are— I am king of the chiefs of all these islands. He swept his arm around them. But you may call me Dwayne. Dwayne? Steve asked with surprise. Dwayne, the native replied with a nod. Okay. Dwayne, this is Sherry, Larry, and Fenrina. He introduced each other, member of the group, in turn as Fenrina put away her sword and shield so she could greet the king properly. Very good dancing to you all. I am most pleased that you understood the nature of being brought upon. The big native laughed then and gave Steve a pat on the back which nearly knocked him forward. Ah, yeah. Steve coughed and tried not to wince after the pat on his back. You were told to expect me? Yes. We were visited by your mother. The king nodded, which made Steve blink in confusion. What? My mom? He glanced around the island in surprise, wondering just how his mother had even made it here, or why. Yes. The native nodded and smiled big. She made of the starry night sky, yes? Ooh, no, she's my boss, not my mother. Steve explained, but the king frowned. Is this not so? These words? Boss is parent? He asked then, and Steve shook his head. No, she's like my chief. Boss is chief. Sort of. I'm not her son either way. Steve explained. But, certainly thank you for the greeting. Did she tell you we were here to retrieve the artifacts from your volcano? Of course. You are here to pass the test of friendship and retrieve our holy relics to return them to us. Through this ceremony, my place as King of Chiefs will be secured. But first, you are our guests. The king then called out past his warriors and waved over the women. They approached then with necklaces made out of flowers that Steve had never seen before, but they were very colorful and quite pretty, and smelled amazing, Steve realized as he tilted his head down to let them place a few of them around his neck. When he looked over to the side, though the women had to lean down quite a bit to get them around Larry's neck. Hands to yourself, Larry, he hissed out as he saw the dwarf's hands start to rise up. Larry Love can't help the reflex, baby. They were in my face. Ooh, yeah, just more proof that the goddess of love loves Larry Love. Steve rolled his eyes as the dwarf said that, but he couldn't really do more as the native king, Dwayne, wrapped an arm around his shoulders and began to lead him forward. Tell then, Steve, do you enjoy my island? He asked. Well, I've only seen the beach so far, but this place looks and smells amazing, and your people are beautiful, he muttered as they walked through the crowd of natives now who began to follow along in a cluster with the adventuring group. Ah, yes, thank you for noticing. It is because we throw the ugly ones into the sea. He laughed deep then, and Steve nervously laughed as well, but to be perfectly honest, he wasn't positive it was a joke. Before he could ask, though, the king went on. I was told your people may have need of friends. Now that I am kings of chiefs, I too am looking for friends for my people. This is a most joyous occasion, I dare say. You shall be our guests tonight for a great feast once you return from the volcano. The king was walking Steve through the trees that lined the beach, and he got to see that they weren't far from a large, lush bay where they natives had set up their town. What surprised him most wasn't the size of the village, however, but the size of the boats. To him, they looked like a mix between a canoe, a raft, and a proper ship. Rather than a single hull like he was used to seeing, they would have 2 or even 3 smaller sections in the water connected to a raised raft in the middle. Your boats are incredible, he mentioned as they approached, but he could only focus on them for a bit before he smelled something in the air. What is that amazing smell? That is some of the food we are cooking for dinner tonight? That is chicken smothered in, what is the word? It is smashed cooked fruit. It is shiny. The king explained. A glaze? Steve offered. This may be it. Chicken smothered in a glaze of a fruit. I do not know the word in your language for this fruit, but we call it guava. The king nodded. Oh, that's also our word for it. Guava, it's a green and pink fruit, right? When Steve said that, the king laughed and shook him around a bit by the grip on his shoulders. That is marvelous. Yes, a guava fruit. We also have much fish and other foods for you to dine on tonight, such as coconuts. You know this food? The coconut? I love this word. Coconut. Say it with me, coconut, the king said as Steve repeated it. Coconut. When he did, it just made King Dwayne laugh and shake Steve around once more. As they walked further into the village, Steve looked around at the people and noticed how happy everyone looked. Then again, he couldn't think of a reason why they wouldn't be. Their islands were gorgeous. Their people were gorgeous. The weather was amazing. The food smelled amazing. And really just about everything smelled amazing. He watched several islanders out in the bay moving around on planks of wood that they'd get up on as a wave swept through, and they'd ride it a ways before either falling off or jumping off and swimming back out with the board. I'm so glad I wasn't born here, Steve muttered without realizing it. What? Why is that? The king asked, sounding concerned. Oh, because if I was born here, I never would have wanted to leave, Steve explained, which made the king laugh all over again. I like you very much, Steve. I look forward to our feast tonight. I am sure you will survive the perils to be found in Mount Hakehakachgakak. Ah. Excuse me, there was something in my throat. Mount Maikai. It is just through Huli Rock and past Kumauke Kulana Caverns. You cannot miss it. Just look for the lava. He waved up past the town as Steve began to tilt his head up and finally saw the mountain at the center of the island whose top was spewing fire, smoke, and lava, even as he watched. Oh, right, the whole volcano thing, Steve muttered as he looked up at the lava-spewing mountain. Well, come on, guys, let's get to work. He turned around and saw Sherry speaking to various native warriors as she was rubbing her thumb along some of their arms to leave behind a red mark. What are you doing? I'm calling dibs, she explained. From who? It's not like Fenrina is going to try and steal them. Steve scoffed. Steal what now? Fenrina asked, and when he looked over he saw the werehusky was eating a large chicken leg smothered in a pink glaze. Where'd you get that? He asked, and her eyes darted left and right for a moment. I don't know, she said before walking past him. Up the mountain. Let's go. No time for questions. Steve sighed and looked around. Where's Larry? He spotted the dwarf walking among the native women, tucking a flower behind the ear of each one he spoke with. Damn it, Larry, no calling dibs either. Let's go. Larry Love has no idea of what you mean. I'm just giving this beautiful woman some beautiful flowers. Any concepts of dibs are purely theoretical. Baby. Steve rolled his eyes and waited for the dwarf to finally head over before he began to escort Sherry and Larry through the town to catch up with Fenrina, who was nearly finished with the cooked chicken she had somehow acquired. Good luck, my new friends! Remember, do not touch the lava. It will make you burst into flames. Steve wasn't sure he'd ever heard someone so friendly give him a warning like that with such a big smile. Even so, they were soon headed up and away from the village towards the volcano in the distance. He could vaguely see the path that led them up to what he figured was the cave that the king had told him about. Steve, this place is amazing, Fenrina exclaimed once more as they were hiking up the trail. It smells so good! And the people are so nice and friendly, and it's so pretty, and this chicken tasted so good. Yeah, where did you get that again? Steve asked. I don't know, someone just handed it, maybe why do you ask? Fenrina muttered in a rush as she nibbled and chomped at the last of the meat on the bones before he could take it away from her. Be careful of chicken bones, Fenrina, just toss it. He instructed and she began to whine. Do it! He insisted, and she finally tossed the bones aside into the bushes before huffing. I keep telling you that chicken bones are too brittle for that. I'll get you a cured, dire, something or other bone for that. Promise. She is right, though. This place is incredible. I'm not sure I ever want to go home, Sherry mentioned. Considering you come from hell, you don't want to go home very often anyway. When he said that, Sherry just pursed her lips and shrugged it off, not answering his accusation directly, though in a way she already had. Larry Love just knows that this is a reward for all the good he's done spreading the word of the goddess of love. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we don't know their customs. So you two better damn well figure out whoever you pick is someone you're allowed to pick. I do not want to mess this up. And that means even after we get the relics, I don't want to hear about you being chased around in the middle of the night by angry locals because they caught you sleeping with the wrong person. He glared at them, but then glanced up at Fenrina when she spoke. Ugh. It's so hot here, though. Why would anyone want to sleep with someone else? That would just make them extra hot. I might just sleep on one of the boats. I bet that's cooler. Steve blinked for a moment before remembering to Fenrina sleeping literally just meant sleeping, and since she was used to the cold north where people slept together for warmth, it had a very different meaning from how the others used it. A meaning which called for very little actual sleeping. All in all, the hike actually took them about 3 hours. The distance had been rather deceptive since everything was so clear you could see for quite a ways, and he didn't have any real sense of distance yet for the island. The small rocks that he'd seen were in fact giant boulders, and the mountains stretched high above them even though they were growing nearer to the base, or what he considered the base. He wasn't sure if the whole island counted as the base for a volcano or not. Thankfully, the lava seemed to be pouring off the sides and back of the island, away from the village along the bay far below them. Soon they were making their way through the large boulders along the trail before he saw the entrance to the caverns. There was carving around the sides, and while he didn't know the language, he had an uneasy feeling about what looked like picture of people bursting into flames or being crushed under rocks. Then he had an even worse feeling as they headed inside, and he saw a few bodies inside that had indeed been crushed by rocks. It wasn't a pretty sight, and he nearly missed the point as he was about to look away. What made him stop was when he realized that they were wearing pants. He blinked and looked at the nearest bodies before he gasped out, "Crap!" "What is it, Steve?" Fenrina asked. "It's crap," he stressed. "Yeah?" she asked. No, the people! Crap! The Kasurians!" As he said that, the others drew their weapons, finally realizing what he meant. "How did they get here?" Sherry asked. "I have no idea, but those are definitely not native clothes. We need to get going." He let Fenrina take the lead and ran after her as they entered the cavern proper. They didn't see any more Kasurian corpses, but a large stone gate ahead of them had been broken open. Beyond that, they found a hallway that was filled with spike traps, only they'd all been blocked or broken by heavy stones already. "I don't know how far ahead of us they are, but this is not good." Steve sighed as they moved along through the hall, trying to be quick without triggering anything the Kasurians had missed. Once they were through the first trap hall, they came across the broken remains of what looked like giant crabs made from rock. They must have been guardians protecting the place, but as much as Steve hated crap, he knew they were able adventurers and had clearly defeated them with ease. "What do they even want?" Sherry asked, as they began to navigate the bits and pieces of rock crabs strewn about the place. "The relics. Gotta be. King Dwayne said something about the relics being used to secure his rule as king, I think. Maybe they're going to try and make him swear loyalty to them instead?" Steve asked with a shrug. When they came to the next junction, there were 2 broken doorways, but both were pitch black, and he couldn't really see any sign as to which one they had taken. When he looked around, however, he spotted a figure off to the side sitting in a chair that looked like an extra-large version of the wooden figures he'd seen in the village. He was made of wood, with a large rectangular head, with bright paint along his body and especially his face. However, there was smoke rising up from a scepter or crystal tube of some sort next to him. Hey, you!" Steve said as he got closer, but the figure didn't move. He waved a hand before him and snapped as the figure finally jerked. Whoa, sorry, man. I was totally spacing there." The figure trailed off. "What are you?" Steve asked the wooden creature. "I'm a tiki man." As he said that, a puff of smoke came out of his mouth and he coughed a few times. "So, which way are we supposed to go?" Steve asked, pointing back at the doors. Like, whichever one you think. It's like the challenge, you know?" the tiki said, which explained very little to Steve. Yeah, we passed the challenge already." He tried. "Whoa, you did? Whoa, that's cool, man." Then he trailed off and Steve nodded slowly. "Yeah, so you were showing us the way to go," he continued. "I was?" the tiki asked, seeming surprised. "Yeah, 'cause we passed the challenge," Steve insisted. "Whoa, you did? Whoa!" As the tiki said that, Steve frowned and tried a different route. He waited for the tiki to drift off for a bit before speaking again. "Yo, man, you want us to pick up snacks, right?" When he said that, the tiki looked at him more directly. "Ooh, yeah, that would be great. Yeah, snacks." Steve nodded. "You just gotta let us through so we can get snacks. Gotta take the shortcut to go faster." This time the tiki stood up from his rock throne. "Yeah, good idea, man." He pushed in a stone on the side and the throne slid away to reveal a passage beyond. "But be careful. I don't think I fed her lately. Don't want to be the snack, right, huh? Huh? Yeah. Don't want to be the snack." Steve nodded before Fenrina led the way into the passage and he followed. Once all 4 were inside, the throne behind them slid back into place, locking them inside. "Okay, so be prepared for something large to try and eat us." "What do you think it is?" Fenrina asked. "I just hope it's not a spider. I hate giant spiders," Steve muttered. "In a volcano on a tropical island? Is that thematically connected?" Sherry asked. I have no idea. I'm not sure what sort of giant person-eating monster I should be expecting in a tropical volcano. Thematically speaking, that is. Steve replied as frowned. But soon they came out on a stone walkway extending over a massive underwater lake of some kind. Steve peered over the side and the water below them seemed to be pitch black. Upon seeing that, he shuddered briefly. Okay. Pitch black water is never good. Right? It just makes your brain wonder what's down there, Sherry muttered. So what are we thinking? Kraken? Giant squid? Giant octopus? Giant shark? Ill-tempered seals? Fenrina asked. You seem very casual in asking that, Steve mentioned as he watched the werehusky walk out across the walkway, sword and shield in hand. Considering all the stuff we've fought and killed so far, am I supposed to be surprised by giant sea creatures? She asked, and Steve nodded as he conceded to her point. However, when they were about halfway across the lake, he looked over the side once more and thought he saw some giant spots moving quickly. Giant eel, he hissed. Spread out and then don't move much. Their eyes suck. However, it didn't try and breach the water to eat one of them. It didn't have the right build for that after all. It swam up and just under the walkway as they could see the massive dorsal fin rubbing against it, causing the whole walkway to lift and then bob in the water, making them stagger around as they tried to stay on their feet, and more importantly on the walkway. Larry was sure-footed since he had a low center of gravity, and Sherry was able to tumble forward into a roll and then pop back up, but Fenrina and Steve were both knocked onto their hands and knees. It's trying to knock us into the water, Sherry cried out. Yes, thank you. Got it now, Steve hissed. What do we do? Fenrina asked, trying to get up on her feet just as the eel swam under them once more, knocking her back down. The Tiki mentioned feeding her, so he's got to have a way to do that. Look around, Steve said, and narrowly avoided rolling into the water while Sherry and Larry looked for a solution. Does that look like a lightning rod to anyone else? Larry asked, and pointed across the water at a tall metal rod that ran down into a blue crystal. Yes, gotta be it. Somehow, Steve muttered, and rose up on his knees as he quickly moved his hands in the pattern to cast a lightning bolt at it. The metal rod sang for a moment once the lightning bolt hit, and the crystal glowed bright blue before there was a surge of some sort, as the blue light traveled down deep into the otherwise pitch-black water. Then deep below them, they saw what looked like giant jellyfish jet out from inside a cave. They were gorgeous in a way, illuminating the water around them in bright blues, whites, and even pinks and purples. But as they watched, the shadowy figure of the eel dove and collided with one. The massive moray engulfed the jellyfish in its massive jaws, tearing it apart as it pulsed and then began to glow. They could see a faint outline of the spots along its back at first, and then it began to grow brighter with every jellyfish it ate. Why don't we leave before we find out what happens if it gets to full brightness? Sherry suggested as she helped Fenrina up. Yeah, good call. Steve agreed and staggered up to his feet, trying to keep on the rocking and rolling walkway in the water. Just as they got to the far side and the safety of the shore, he turned and looked down to see the eel glowing bright, crackling with energy as it dove deeper into the water below them, vanishing into a cave for a moment. He wasn't sure what it found in there, but a massive bolt of lightning shot up from the center of the lake, then striking at the ceiling. He looked up to see a whole network of crystals and rods blinked. Wow, that looks amazing, he muttered. But as the rods and crystals began to crackle and hiss further, he realized what was going to happen next. Oh shit, keep going. He pushed the others ahead of him into the cave as behind him a lightning storm broke out over the lake. He had no idea what the point of it all was, but it was certainly deadly to anyone standing out in the open as bolts of lightning snapped and struck all around the cavern they'd just been in. As they pressed forward, the dark cave around them began to grow light blue, and then brighter still, as they saw the halls and ceiling were filled with very finely worked crystal lines. The lines made up images of the natives and their journey, or at least, that's the best Steve could guess. They saw outlines of islands, fish, boats, and from what he could tell as he looked up at the ceiling, some sort of map through the stars themselves. Or perhaps just a map using the stars to navigate the ocean. He didn't know their language, so he couldn't say for sure, but the halls around them hummed with electrical energy now, which no doubt had been the point of the assembly in the cavern behind them. Along the way, he noticed there was a figure that didn't seem to be directly noted, but was always present, watching over the journey of the natives across the ocean. Some sort of being of water, perhaps? "Hey, Steve, doesn't that look like the Archon?" Steve blinked in surprise as Sherry said that, and looked forward as they came to a larger open chamber. All around them, it looked like the natives were bowing before and worshipping a massive woman made of stars from the night sky. Sort of," he muttered with a frown. "But there were other Archons before her, you know. If this was her work, I'm sure she'd have told us." "Hey, look! That's us!" Now Steve looked towards Fenrina as she pointed to a drawing in the corner that seemed to show a very basic image of a dog, a woman with horns, a short person with a hammer, and a tall figure with a goatee. They were standing on a giant mountain of skulls. "That's us, right? What's with the skulls?" Fenrina asked. I'm sure it's not us," Steve assured her. "I've got a beard right now, and you're not a dog, not really." As he said that, Fenrina nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Good call." She nodded as he pointed that out. "So, how do we get out?" "I'm ahead of you on that one," Sherry mentioned, and twisted a dial on the wall where the big picture of the Star Woman was. There was a groan then, and the wall between the Star Woman's legs slowly sank into the ground to reveal a set of stairs beyond it. "That set of stars wasn't aligned properly," she explained. "You know, Larry Love always did want to get between the Archon's thighs," Larry said as he began to walk up the stairs first. "I'll tell her you said that you know," Steve threatened. "She'll turn you into a newt. Or worse, she'll only turn part of you into a newt. Let's not get so hasty just yet. Larry Love was just making a joke is all. Larry Love respects your mother. Oh, I mean your boss." Steve glared at Larry, but the dwarf just grinned wide back at him as they headed up the stairs. As they ascended the stairs, the air got hotter and hotter as they saw an orange glow ahead of them. Gotta be in the bowels of the volcano now. Steve muttered, and sure enough, as they came out, they found themselves on a cliff above of a lake of lava. Before them was a suspiciously fragile-looking wood bridge, connecting them to a much large central pillar. There they could see the members of Crap, as well as several other Kasurian soldiers doing battle with a giant stone golem painted in much the same way the Tiki Man had been. He was trying to protect some sort of altar, and Steve knew that was their objective. "Shit, we need to get across that bridge right now before they see us," he urged, and they began to run across the swaying wood and rope bridge. As they watched, however, Quarry their mage turned the golem's legs to ice, and then Arturian broke them apart with his sword. Even as the golem hit the ground and shattered, they were going for the altar. "You lose this time, necromancer," the Kasurian noble called out. "I'm not a fucking necromancer," Steve howled as they neared the end of the bridge. Fenrina and Larry were just on the other side as the elven ranger Aricia quickly brought up her bow. Steve formed a barrier ahead of him, but she wasn't aiming for him. Instead, 2 arrows sliced through the rope supports on this end of the bridge. Steve quickly turned and jumped for the edge, reaching out to grab Sherry's arm even as she began to fall with the bridge. As he squeezed her arm hard, he gasped out, nearly feeling his shoulder pop from the socket with the strain of taking her weight and holding her at the edge. "I gotcha, sweetie," he groaned. "Steve," Sherry hissed. "Let go." "No, I won't. I'm not." "Shut up and let me go," Sherry hissed once more as she squirmed in his grip. "I won't let you sacrifice yourself. That's a lake of lava." He gasped, trying to grip her arm better to hold on to her. "Like the one I swam in every summer back home? In hell," she reminded him as he blinked and looked down at her. "Oh yeah, I forget you're a demon sometimes." He let go then and watched as she turned and spun to swan dive into the lava below. She surfaced a few feet away, then swimming for the nearest point she could get out of. He stood up then and groaned as he rolled his shoulder, having injured it for no real reason. Fortin and Larry were locked in their typical holy poetry slam as they smashed each other with hammers and holy verses. Fenrina and Arturian were dueling, and the soldiers were busy with the altar. But what confused him was what Quarry and Aricia were doing. Quarry seemed to be casting something on a large arrow that Aricia had. He didn't have long to wonder before the elven ranger fired the arrow at the far wall of the open lava chamber, however. Once it hit the rock, it exploded in a bright flash, and Steve turned away, blinking away spots for a moment as the whole side of the cliff was opened up. Waiting on the other side is a giant butterfly that quickly flew into the opening. Steve looked between Larry and Fenrina as he tried to figure out who to help, but then the Kasurian soldiers were rushing at him. Steve yanked his gladius free and screamed in the face of the first soldier, raising his sword high in the air. As the soldier raised his shield and looked up at the sword, Steve instead kicked him in the balls. While the first soldier dropped to his knees in pain, Steve had to quickly parry a strike from the second. But rather than get caught in a proper sword fight, he fused his free hand with magic and slapped the soldier across the face, hitting him with his stone sleep slap, sending the soldier flying back across the plateau into the third soldier. Before he could aid either friend yet, though Steve howled in pain as he got hit in the ass with an arrow as he looked over at Irisia grinning at him. "What is with it, and shooting me in the ass with an arrow?" He cried out and groaned as clutched the arrow shaft sticking out of his butt. "It makes for such a big target, fatty!" she cried back. "You shut up!" He screamed at her and then turned to kick their own dwarf, Fortin, in the head while he was battling with Larry. Not having been paying attention to Steve, the hostile dwarf took the blow to the head hard, staggering back and opening him up for Larry to ring his bell with a hammer blow upside the other side of the head. He staggered back further, stumbling about in a daze. Besides him, Fenrina actually chomped down on Arturian's arm in her mouth and used the opening to drive her blade up under his armpit where the armor was weak. She couldn't bring her sword in a direct stab, but was able to run the blade along his armpit and cut it open deep. It was a very good blow to his sword arm, and it had Arturian howl in pain. However, they couldn't capitalize on their advantage as Quarry shouted out, "Now!" Arturian threw himself away from Fenrina, and Fortin turned to stone just as she extended her arms, and a massive gust of wind slammed into Steve and his friends. They were sent tumbling back to the edge of the stone pillar, while Steve desperately dragged his sword against the stone to try and slow his slide, which succeeded somewhat, but his legs were pushed over the edge before he stopped, leaving him partially hanging over the edge. Larry was trying to roll over and up from his back, but he wasn't very graceful. Fenrina, meanwhile, had taken the full brunt of the blast and had only managed to stop from being thrown off by jamming her shield into a crack in the edge, which she was now hanging from. Steve was trying to pull himself up, but it wasn't easy since he'd injured his shoulder trying to save Sherry, who hadn't needed saving. Arturian watched them for a moment, and Steve was wondering how they'd deal with an attack. But thankfully, Quarry called out to him, "There's no time! We have the relics for King Gorlan! These savages will have to accept him as their king." Arturian glared at Steve, but soon ran to the giant butterfly and climbed up on its back as Fortin and the 3 Kasurian soldiers scurried to catch up and not be left behind. Steve could do little but try and claw back up on top of the pillar while they escaped on the giant butterfly. Once he was up on top, he stretched out on his stomach, gasping for air. "Fuck, I need to practice pull-ups," he grumbled while Larry got to his feet and quickly went to the edge to help Fenrina up. Steve finally climbed up to his feet as well and looked down below to see Sherry climbing her way up a rocky path up the side of the chamber to try and get back over to them. Did we lose?" Steve looked back at Fenrina, who Larry had helped up onto the platform, and he just looked at the massive hole in the wall for a moment. "We lost the natives' relics, and the Kasurian king might be about to try and force the locals to accept him as their king and not Dwayne, which means at the very least we failed, and in fact, more likely we're about to be banned from these islands." He let that hang in the air for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck me! Fuck them! Fuck this shit! Fuck that noise! Fuck! Fuck! Fuckity! Fuck! Fucking fuck! Fucking fucking fuck! Maximum fuck!" After that, he took several deep breaths, only to have Larry yank the arrow from his ass in the meantime. "Enga! Fuck!" was all he could manage after his outburst, and he rubbed his sore cheek in the meantime. As he stood there, Steve realized he had to make things right. both for the possible alliance between Almera and these islanders, and so he could come back to this island paradise and actually get to enjoy it. This is the part the bards never sing of, because few people were around to see it. The Khazurian soldiers were sworn to secrecy, and neither adventuring group had any reason to speak about it. It was Steve's first loss to Crap, though few ever realized it. He has had far more famous losses, especially his second. But their feud had decades to go still, and no war is without losses before eventual victory. Steve's revenge, however, is far more well known, and rightfully so considering the grand spectacle that it was in the Khazurian court. However, that is a story for another time. While the success of Crap at stealing the Insulmultanese cultural relics was a direct threat to Steve and Almera, he had a plan to undo their work with haste. However, his plan was complicated by further developments in the war between Almera and a growing number of coalition nations. The small neutral nation of Nomium was being pressured by the coalition to join the war on their side, which would provide them an excellent port to disembark at and strike into Almeran territory. The gnomes, however, were nervous about this idea, considering they were surrounded by Almerans and had seen the smaller gnome-sized crosses the Almerans were building. Just in case. In an effort to show the strength of the coalition, the remains of the Alsaurian army marched north from their capital, with fresh reinforcements from the other elven kingdoms, dwarven warriors, and even some Khazurian knights who were rushed across the banded ocean. However, rather than finding Consul Gary and his legions out in the open, they came across a freshly built Almeran fort that hadn't been there before. The coalition, not expecting a siege, had to try and regroup and prepare to encircle the fort. Meanwhile, the Almerans used their smaller scorpion ballistae to constantly harass and whittle away at the coalition forces, especially the cavalry. Then, in the middle of the night, the Almerans abandoned the fort, setting fire to it just as they left. This started a string of similar encounters where the Almerans would march faster than the main coalition army could manage, and their cavalry was wary to proceed alone. So once they caught up, the Almerans had taken refuge in another fort. The coalition forces, having never fought with the Almerans before, had no idea that they would build and destroy forts with ease. The orc wargs and limited Almeran cavalry would harass and defend the flanks to prevent each fort from being surrounded and then pull back as night fell. So the coalition continued to pursue and continued to prepare a siege only for the Almerans to slip away in the night, with each fort burnt behind them. Increasingly frustrated with the consul's refusal to meet them in an open battle, the nobility of the coalition spoke at length about his lack of honor and integrity, and began to think the Almerans were nothing but opportunistic cowards. When the coalition army finally came across the consul's legions arrayed for battle in an open field with their backs to a mountain, instead of behind the walls of a fort, they figured their time for battle had finally come. They formed ranks and met the Almerans in battle in the late morning. By early afternoon, the Almerans had been pushed back across the field, but the coalition leaders mistook this for his imminent defeat rather than merely his plan all along. Around mid-afternoon, the reinforcement legions that the Senate had sent south arrived, their approach hidden by the foothills of the mountain. The coalition found themselves suddenly outnumbered significantly, which had been the consul's reason for delay all along. The coalition forces broke then into a disorganized retreat, with the Khazurian knights escaping the field of battle so fast the Almeran soldiers joked that their horses ran faster backwards than forwards. To their credit, however, they were the only group of cavalry that managed to secure some of the coalition baggage train in the retreat. The dwarves, meanwhile, knowing they couldn't outrun the Almerans or their orc allies, opted for a valiant rearguard defense to give the rest of the army time to escape. These two actions ensured that many more of the coalition army could retreat to the capital. When they arrived, they were badly disorganized, tired, and hungry, but they were alive. This defeat had a mixed effect on the war effort at large. The gnomes decided to formally and legally establish their neutral status with the Almerans in exchange for tithes and taxes. But it also strengthened the resolve of the eastern nations to build a navy capable of ferrying more troops across the banded ocean. Especially more knights and the heavy dwarven constructs that, while limited in number in the battle, had shown to be more effective in combat with the Almarins. On the Almarin side, their limitations in cavalry were proven to be worrisome, as if only they'd been able to capitalize on the victory and chase down the coalition army, they might have ended the war early. But the coalition forces had left behind something so simple and ubiquitous among their forces that none realized how grave a threat it was to let the Almarins discover it: the stirrup. Knowing that the coalition needed a bigger navy more than ever, and worried what it could mean for the war effort if the Insul Multe ships and designs were given to a new Kasurian king, Steve had to double down on his efforts to undo what he saw as his own personal failure. While King Dwayne was honor-bound to exile Steve and the others, he gave them a way out. Should they return the relics and ensure the islanders didn't fall under the sway of a foreign king, they could return. So Steve needed a plan. Despite his own opinion of crap, their record as adventurers was so far impeccable. They were known far and wide as good and noble adventurers who smote evil, brought justice, and uplifted the downtrodden. If they were found to have stolen artifacts for an evil king so he could enslave their people, it would go a long way towards adjusting their image in the eyes of the people. To say nothing of exposing the machinations of the Kasurian throne. Many nobles were wary of the concept of an enemy exploiting ancient cultural loopholes to claim dynasty over foreign lands. However, to do these things, Steve needed proof. He only knew of one place to find it: a place of magic run foul in the worst of ways. The ancient Kadajul Bayou had long been avoided by the elves of the eastern continent Myzenia, despite being positioned in a very advantageous region on the southeast of the continent, at the end of the massive Casilian River, and a short journey across the divided sea from Kavika and the important trade posts of the Tusk coast. They had avoided the bayou completely. Or rather, the civilized elves had. It lay unused and avoided until humans foolish, desperate, or crazy enough to try and tame the swamp finally settled the region. Technically, the entire delta was claimed by the human kingdom of Ormaleon, but the Eldefleur flag only flew over a single port city of Soarais, and the rest of the delta was more or less unexplored and uncivilized. Legends, myths, and tales of witches, spirits, and dark ones filled the land. While Steve typically dismissed most rumors of evil witches as nothing but yarns spun by bards to get good tips in taverns, he knew the truth of the bayou better than most. It was a dark place where all manner of magic service could be bought and sold, such as a mysterious illness befalling an older brother leaving the throne open for another, much like had happened to King Garland's older brother decades before. And Steve knew that if a king owed you a favor, you were going to hold the evidence close. Thankfully, Ormerline had been neutral so far, and they had no love of their Kasurian rivals to the north, meaning Steve was still welcome in their lands. So while many bards of the bayou loved to tell the tale of what they thought was the Spellslinger's first trip to the delta, they only know part of the tale. They speak of adventure, treasure, and evil, but they don't understand he wasn't there for adventure alone. He was there to tread into the darkness and illuminate the past. This is a story about how Spellslinger brings the light. Are you sure we couldn't stay in the city a little longer? I really liked it there. The little crawly food was amazing. Though I couldn't stop slobbering while I ate it, Fenrina said, as Steve pushed them away from the city and further into the swamp. The flatboat they had was little more than a raft with edges, since there were never any serious waves in the bayou. It was also useful for moving through the incredibly shallow yet dark and brackish waters. We don't exactly have the luxury of time, you know, and I told you that food was several different kinds of hot, though I'll admit that it was mesmerizing in a horrifying kind of way to watch you cry and drip snot into the bucket of crawdads even as you ate more. Steve mentioned, well, they were just so good. It was like even though it hurt, I just had to have more. Fenrina nodded with a big smile, not seeming to have minded the hygienic nightmare that she'd presented them with while she ate. What were those little balls of meat? Those were great too. Larry has a wonderful recipe for those tasty. Larry's savory salty balls. The ladies love them as much as they love Larry Love. Let me make some up for you, sugar. You'll love 'em too. The dwarf grinned, but before Fenrina could look at him, Steve smacked him upside the head just before Sherry smacked him up the other side of the head, leaving him dazed for a moment from the double attack. He held up his hands to ward of any other blows, but they were satisfied for now. "Oh? That would be great!" Fenrina beamed happily as she wagged her tail, the entire concept of double entendre totally unknown to her, which in time would make her communications with the Ormorlians confusing. As they loved them so much, the phrase was named using an old Ormorlian word. "But I would like to come back at some point," she went on. "We'll see about coming back if you like. It's a bit of an odd city, even if I do find it refreshing compared to most of the other urban environments on this otherwise prudish continent. One of the few where most of the rumors don't even do it proper justice. Most mages wouldn't be caught dead there considering the implication," Steve mentioned as he kept pushing them along with a long wooden pole. "Larry loves the city. I come here every year for the Cleansing Tide Festival, especially the bead-throwing bit," Larry mentioned. "Yeah, that doesn't surprise me," Steve replied with a roll of his eyes, making sure to cut the dwarf off before he could go any further. "You seem to know your way around the city, though." Fenrina peered back at Steve. "So you don't seem to mind whatever the implication is?" Steve chuckled as she said that and kept pushing them along. "Yeah, I don't really have any kind of halfway decent reputation anyway. Can't go any further down if you're already rock bottom. But yeah, I've been here. You know how I hate it when I'm told not to do something and there doesn't seem to be any good reason behind it?" The werehusky nodded as he asked. "Oh yes. I've never seen the nice Archon lady get more frustrated than when you keep asking her why a whole bunch in a row to her answers." Sherry and Larry chuckled at that, and Steve coughed before continuing. "Well, before I was actually allowed into the Forbidden Archives, I had to learn about the less noble forms of magic from other places. So having heard the rumors, I came to the city one summer hiatus at the tender age of 25. All I found that first summer was rumors. Well, rumors and a lot of bars, parties, and what passes for sin on this continent. However, I couldn't shake an odd feeling when I was here. Then on the last day, I met someone. I didn't think much of them at the time, but they told me if I came back next summer, I should try the bayou itself, not the city, and that they'd be happy to be my guide. While I'm much more familiar with cliches now, back then, I wasn't, so I had no idea my simple guide was far more than that. He taught me a great deal about forbidden magic back then. He seemed very appreciative that I understood that magic is just magic. It's how you use it, or even why you use it, that matters most," Steve explained as he pushed them further away from the city. "You seriously didn't recognize the whole seemingly normal but really powerful, not who they seem guide-mentor cliché?" Sherry asked with a giggle as Steve sighed. She had disguised herself as a human while they were in the city, but had dropped now that they were underway and was her normal, half-demonic self. "I really didn't. Remember, I grew up on a farm, and then in Orbitus. Not a lot of bards singing tales of adventure in either place," he pointed out. "Well, I thought it was really neat," Fenrina said. "It was a touch creepy, though. What's with all those stone buildings with dead people in them? The fancy ones. What did you call them?" "The mausoleums," Steve mentioned. "They prefer to bury the dead in fancy caskets and stuff on this continent. Total waste, if you ask me. But since they can't bury anyone in the city, they store them above ground." "Why can't they bury them?" Fenrina asked. "'Cause it's all swamp. Dig a hole in that city and chances are it'll flood. The whole place is like a bowl surrounded by soup," Steve explained with a snort. "Your people don't bury their dead, do they? What do Almarins do?" she asked then. "We burn our dead. Few things you can do with the ashes. Most people with land mix them in with the soil to keep it fertile. They say it's because their spirits help enrich the land, but I think it's just 'cause dead people are good fertilizer. If you don't own land, then you might spread the ashes around places they liked to hang out in life, or even have the ashes mixed into concrete bricks. Some people live in houses made out of their ancestors. Some people think that's morbid, but I'd be more concerned about the structural integrity of the material," Steve said with a shrug. "Do you have plans with what to do when you die?" Fenrina asked then. "Probably mixed in with my garden. Maybe something special. I haven't given it too much consideration because I'm going to live forever." Steve grinned at her, but then he looked over his shoulder at the city in the distance behind them. "Okay, this should be far enough. Make sure everything is secure. So, what's this trick you mentioned?" Fenrina asked while she watched the others. A handy trick I learned. You'll see," he mentioned as he fixed a specially designed rudder on the back of the boat. What made it special was the Gale gem fixed to it. "We all set?" he asked as he pulled a pair of goggles from one of his many pockets and fixed them to his face, and then tied some cloth over his mouth. He looked around to make sure the others had done the same, and then took his seat at the back of the boat. Setting his hand on the rudder, he focused for a moment, took a breath, and then said the words. In an instant, the gem had kicked up a gale of wind all right, and they were being hurled forward, skimming across the waters of the bayou at speeds that most were entirely unfamiliar with. However, while Larry and Sherry were clinging to their seats, Fenrina actually took off the cloth over her muzzle so she could open her mouth wide, snapping at the wind as they went. Steve laughed at the sight of her tongue waving in the wind and wanted to ask her about it, but with all the sound of wind rushing past them, he couldn't hear her over the work of the gem, so he saved his curiosity for later. Even with Steve's trick to help them traverse the bayou with extreme speed, it was getting dark when they finally reached his destination, an unnamed village built up on stilts. There were few towns or villages within the bayou, despite how important the greater delta was for trade. The large trees, swampy terrain, and dark nature of the place made most people feel uneasy. Those that did settle deep within the boundaries of the bayou proper were often close-knit and mistrusting of outsiders, which was wise considering what else happened to live in the bayou with them. Before they got too close, Steve gave Sherry time to get back into her human disguise. Then he used the pole to push them closer instead of using the noisy and attention-drawing wind magic rudder. However, even before he could really see the village proper, he felt like he could feel someone's eyes on him, and it began to make him uneasy. Once he pushed them in close to the two crooked wooden piers that made up the village's dock, Sherry got off the front to tie them off to a post. "Right. Larry, you stay here. We'll get supplies, and I'll see if I can find out where the manor has moved to," Steve mentioned as he pulled the cloth free of his face, but left his goggles on in case they'd need to get out of the town in a hurry. "Now why has Larry Love got to stay in the boat? Larry Love has yet to meet the fine ladies of the deep bayou," the dwarf mentioned as he tried to get up on his tiptoes to peer over the top of the pier to see if anyone was around on the raised catwalks connecting the structures. "And we're going to keep it that way because the last thing we need is for us to get chased out of here by a bunch of angry peasants with torches. This boat is made of wood after all," Steve pointed out and then stepped off the front of the boat with Fenrina. "I saw how much you liked the ride," he mentioned. "Oh yeah, it was really fun. I don't know why, but I just had to keep my mouth open. It felt amazing." Her tail was wagging so hard he might have been able to use it to propel them through the bayou without the wind magic. "Ooh, and look at those gold specks. They're so pretty," she gasped, and Steve looked around to see the fireflies start to light up around them as it got dark. "Yeah, those are fireflies. They're pretty, but don't touch them or try and catch any in your hands," Steve mentioned. "Why not?" she asked, as she began to follow him along the wooden walkway from the dock up to the nearest structure. "Because they'll burst into flames," he explained, as if that should be obvious from the name. "Oh, but I'm still wearing the fire necklace, remember?" She tapped the necklace he'd gotten her for the library job. "Oh yeah, well, still don't do it. This place is made of wood just like the boat," he pointed out. "Steve, is it me, or did it get dark early?" Sherry asked then, and he paused to look around slowly at the village around them. He couldn't actually see anyone, but that made him more nervous rather than less. Strangers should bring out a crowd, or at least a few curious types. But here he saw no one, yet he could still feel eyes upon him. "Yeah, just stay alert," he advised as he headed into the general store that was at the edge of the village and one of the largest structures, partially built onto a small hill sticking up out of the water and not entirely on stilts like the others. When he stepped inside, he noticed how it smelled damp and musty. Fenrina even sneezed once she stepped inside, and he could see the sheer volume of dust filtering through the air thanks to the light of the fireflies outside. Behind a counter, a shadow detached from the wall and smiled at them. "Ah, welcome in potential customers," the shadow then said as Steve walked closer to see a smiling merchant waving him forward. He looked to be mostly human, but a great deal of Ormolians had a touch of elven in their blood, though there was something off about him. Steve paused then and glanced around the building a bit more carefully. "Looking for something, friend?" "Yeah, wondering where your cats are. Cats usually like me," he mentioned, and while the merchant's mouth continued to smile, his eyes didn't. "No cats here, friend," the merchant said as Steve stepped up to the counter. Steve hummed softly as he glanced around once more. Things seemed off. The food and supplies he expected to at least be kept looking nice all seemed slightly damp and moldy. If the merchant was old and too lazy or weak to keep things clean, he might understand, but the person standing before him seemed to be young and spry. "I'm wondering if you might be able to give me directions." "Ah, lost in the bayou, are you? Many a traveler has gotten lost in here, friend. It's dark out. I suggest you rest your weary heads in our tavern. Warm beds and a deep sleep will do you good." The merchant's smile was plastered on his face, but if anything, that made Steve more suspicious than anything else. "I know exactly where I am. It's just that I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm looking for a manor. It moves around," Steve mentioned, and once again saw the smile fade from the merchant's eyes, even if his lips were stuck in place. "Manors don't move, friend. You look like the sort who ought to know that," the merchant replied. "Oh, but this one does. Everyone must have heard of the Cock Manor." He was startled by Fenrina laughing loudly behind him, and he looked over his shoulder at her. "Seriously? Did someone really name their manor that? Hey, come on down to Penis House." She laughed and giggled somewhat, spoiling the dark, serious mood that had fallen over them until then. "It's another word for a rooster," Steve explained. Fenrina blinked then for a moment and tilted her husky head to the side in a way that never failed to make him smile and want to squeeze her face. "Really? I had no idea," she exclaimed. "So, when I hear Larry talking about it, he's talking about a rooster?" "Oh!" Steve looked to Sherry, who just stared back at him until he blinked. Yee. He coughed then and looked back at the merchant. "But seriously, everyone knows the legend of the Rooster Manor." He glanced at Fenrina for a moment as she still giggled a little. "You can't tell me you don't know the legend." Even as he said that, the merchant just kept on smiling at him. "Oh yes, I've heard of it. Haven't we all? But it's not real, friend. I'm afraid you're just chasing around an old myth if you're looking for the manor. Magister Malin no longer lives in the bayou, you see." When he said that, Steve had to keep calm and not reveal anything. Instead, he smiled and nodded to a fancy sword up on a high shelf behind the merchant. "Mind if I see that blade, friend? That looks like something I might be interested in purchasing." As he told the merchant that, he watched that gleam in the merchant's eyes grow. "Oh yes, an excellent choice, friend. Though it does come with a steep price. Let me get that for you." Once the merchant's back was turned, however, Steve pulled out his own knife and cut open his right palm. Then he used the blade to draw a circle on the counter, then a cross, then an X over that. Once the symbol was complete, he pressed his bleeding palm firmly against the carving and hissed for a moment as he felt the cut seal shut. He looked around while the merchant pulled the sword down off the shelf and then spotted what he was looking for. A pair of golden cat eyes in the dark back of the store flared to life. As the merchant turned back, Steve kept his knife in his other hand under the counter and out of sight. "Here you are, friend. Lay your eyes on this. It's a masterwork if I do say so myself." The merchant set the sword on the counter just in front of where Steve had his palm pressed to the counter. It looked like a work of art as much as a sword. The pommel and hilt were interwoven spirals of silver and colored glass, and much of the blade was engraved. It does have a high price, but I assure you that if you pick it up, you'll see it's worth every drop. This time, as Steve watched the merchant's face, his smile grew, and then kept growing. the corners of his smile extending well up and around his face and disappearing somewhere behind his ears, and his eyes seemed to dilate to be nothing more than white and pitch-black pupils. "Your face is showing," Steve said, and the merchant's smile shrank for a moment before Steve grabbed the front of the creature's clothes with one hand and used the other to jam his knife up into the creature's throat, under the chin, and up into the brain. A gush of black blood rushed out around Steve's hand. Then he jumped over the counter, dropping the creature to the ground as he repeatedly stabbed it up through the throat into the skull until it stopped gurgling and twitching beneath him. When he was done, he was panting for breath, and Fenrina peered over the counter at him on the floor. "What the shit is that?" she asked. "Language, young lady," Sherry gasped out. "Ooh, I'm tired of it. Astrid told me it's not magic words. You guys swear all the time. When those crap people beat us, Steve screamed fuck like 20 times. Why can't I?" Fenrina whined and stomped. "You know what? Fuck it. This is probably going to get weird. Swear all you want," Steve said, and could already feel the burn of Sherry's glare in the back of his head. "Oh, Now I don't know what words to use," Fenrina stammered. "It's not a limited offer, Fenrina, you just cuss when you're ready," Steve said, and then nodded at the body he was kneeling over. "This is a denizen of the dark, or darkizen. It doesn't really have a proper name. It didn't grow and evolve in an ecosystem or anything. It's from a different dimension, a shitty evil one." "Well, at least we got a cool sword," Fenrina said, and started to reach for the sword on the counter, but Steve held up a hand. "Don't! It's cursed! Wasn't that obvious?" He waited for Fenrina to pull her hand back and then looked down at the corpse he was sitting on. "The issue is that if the only store in town has been corrupted and there aren't any cats, well, we need to be careful. But hold on." He moved his knife up and quickly used the tip of the blade to cut the eyes of the creature out of the head. He had no issues handling the squishy orbs in his hands as he cut the optic nerves free. Then he looked over to the set of golden cat eyes still watching him from the dark. He tossed the eyes to the edge of the dark and then bowed before a black cat with a face crisscrossed in scars, stepped out of the shadows, picked up the eyes from the optic nerves, and pulled back into the shadows, disappearing into the dark. Was that an evil cat? Aren't black cats bad luck?" Fenrina asked as Steve got up. "No, people got it wrong. A black cat is a good thing. It's got a black coat so it can hunt things in the dark. What's often a bad sign is a white cat, because a white cat has a coat to help it hunt prey in the light. Besides, that was not a regular cat. We need to see if the rest of the town is infected with darkizens," Steve said, as he took a moment to rub his hands off with a quick cantrip to clean off the black sludge like blood of the slain creature. "Should we grab any supplies?" Sherry asked as she looked around the store. "No telling what's cursed. We need to warn Larry." Steve headed back to the entrance of the store, but then quickly slipped himself against the wall when he glanced through the window. "They're all over. This place is infested. Get ready, you two, we need to rush for the boat. Fenrina, these things look strange, but they can die like anything normal. So once we head out there, just stay focused and head for the boat. Got it?" he asked, and looked back at her. "I'm ready for anything," she insisted with a nod and stepped up to the wood door of the store. "Shall I?" She looked at Steve, who had switched out his knife for a sword. When he nodded to give her permission, she kicked the wooden door hard enough to smash it off its hinges and directly into a darkizen standing before the store, knocking the body off the wooden walkway connecting the villages and into the swampy water below. He wasn't alone, however, and all over the walkway and even crawling along the sides of other buildings were more of them. They were all shadowy dark figures that looked mostly human, but their mouths extended up and around the sides of their heads, their eyes dark points devoid of color, and their forms seemed to be growing more shadowy and ethereal by the second. Many of them didn't walk upright, but with their arms and legs distorted and disjointed as they moved around on all fours, legs and arms bent in impossible angles. When they saw what Fenrina had done, many of them turned to look at her, heads spinning all the way around their bodies. Then they pointed at her, their massive maws opening up to reveal jagged, sharp teeth before a pitch-black void. And the sound that came out of those mouths wasn't so much a scream as a high-pitched series of scratching and popping noises. "Okay, I was not ready for this," Fenrina said, as she stood still in shock. "Larry, Darkazins!" Steve yelled out as two of them were just about to leap down onto the boat from the raised walkway above. But Larry was already up and ready with hammer in hand. As one of the twisted creatures jumped down at him, he swung his hammer up into its face. There was a crack and snap as its head lolled off to the side, and it plummeted into the dark water rather than into the boat. When the second prepared to jump, Larry held up his hammer and spoke a holy verse to his god, but as a bolt of golden light struck the creature, nothing happened. "I swear, that never happens to Larry Love," the dwarf said as he looked up at the twisted husk with too much smile as it prepared to jump on him. "Holy magic doesn't work! Just smash him in the face!" Steve yelled out and was busy driving his sword into the face of a creature that had crawled out from the underside of the walkway to try and grab his legs. Fire magic! Fire magic everywhere!" "On it!" Sherry called out, her whip bursting into flames as she lashed out, wrapping it around the throat of one of the twisted shadow creatures, and in a flash actually burned its head right off. "I got this!" Fenrina shouted after kicking a Darkazin in the face as it tried to crawl out from under the walkway, much like the one Steve stabbed. She tapped lightly on her necklace then, and focused for a moment. "Fire spirits!" In a bright flash, a blue fire spirit showed up on her left shoulder and a red one over her right. "Fire?" they asked together. "Burn this bitch down!" she shouted, and the spirits jumped free of her shoulders, running at incredible speeds along the wooden walkway connecting the village and hopping onto many of the structures themselves. "Wasn't that cool? Swearing is awesome!" She beamed happily even as Steve drove his sword into the chest of a Darkizin, before using his stone slap to smash it off the walkway. "Fenrina, we're standing on the wood too," he shouted back, and the werehusky blinked with realization then. Oh! She turned towards the boat, then bringing up her shield as she rushed the path, knocking Darkazins off the sides or driving them back to clear a path for Sherry and Steve to follow, which they did quickly as the entire village around them quickly burst into flames. Steve jumped into the boat first while Larry was using his hammer to smash the creatures in the face as they tried to rise up out of the water and get into the boat. Steve hurriedly set up the rudder while Sherry and Fenrina stood on the dock to protect the boat. Between Sherry's flaming whip and Fenrina's sword and shield, they were keeping the shadow creatures back, even as the wood village was totally overtaken with fire. The snap and crackle of the fire just mixing with the hissing and popping screeches of the Darkazins. In the boat! Push us off!" Steve called out then, and Sherry jumped into the boat, picking up the pole to start pushing them back, while Fenrina cut the rope tying them to the dock and kicked the front end out and away. She was about to jump in when another Darkazin rushed at her. She brought her shield down hard, using the edge to slam down into its neck, and with a bone-crunching snap, actually popped its head off as black sludge began to flow out and around her feet. Ew, gross!" she cried out, and danced around a moment before jumping into the boat. They didn't really have time to get settled in as Steve gripped the rudder and tried to get the magic going. "Just... fuck!" he hissed out as the gale winds kicked up, then sputtered for a moment as he was having trouble focusing. Larry just kept playing Whack-a-Monster as they tried to rise up out of the water until Steve finally focused and got the gem working. The others staggered and had to clutch onto their seats as the wind picked up and began to send the boat hurtling across the tops of the dark waters, the fireflies and burning village casting everything in a dark red glow as he maneuvered around the burning buildings and deeper into the bayou. Once he was satisfied they were far enough away, he finally let go and let them drift to a stop. "Do you mind explaining to Larry just why holy magic doesn't work on those twisted abominations?" Larry asked, once the wind had died down enough for them to talk. It's complicated. Basically, they're creator type. They made a deal with the gods long ago. They serve a different power. So holy magic doesn't work because it's connected to the wrong set of realms. Steve tried to explain as he scratched the back of his head. "A different power?" Fenrina asked. Look, Talaron is at the center of a very large tapestry. Yes, a very large, intricate tapestry that's woven together in various patterns and layers. Most people just think that there's the heavens and hells and Talaron, but it's more complicated than that. These guys come from a different layer than ours, one most people don't know about. See, demons will exchange power for bits of your soul, or various things, but these guys come from a place where it's just darkness. See, the hells are supposedly bad places for bad people, but they're fairly open. Fire, lava lakes, bright red colors, spikes all over the place. Their home, it's just dark. It's creepy as shit, Steve said, even as he looked around them in the bayou. So, they're here to do what? Fenrina asked. Kill living things? Drag them back into their void if they can? They want to devour your soul so you cease to exist. Like I said, creepy as shit. Steve mentioned and then nodded at Sherry. But if a whole village of them exists this close to the city, then that means the manor has to be close. He's either gotten careless or arrogant since I was last here. Think you can check for moonlight for me? He asked, and she nodded. Yeah, just get me a bit closer to that tree. She pointed to a nearby walking tree that, despite the name, did not actually walk, since it wasn't an ent. But with its open and arched root system, it did look a bit like it. Steve pushed them closer, and Sherry used her whip, which was no longer on fire, to lash out around a root and pull herself up before she began to jump and leap from branch to branch, spinning and twirling between them as she climbed the tree. Larry would like to point out he could do that if he so chose. Larry simply chooses not to. Steve rolled his eyes as the dwarf said that. So, who is it who's gotten careless? Why do I feel like you're not sharing everything? Fenrina asked, and peered at Steve, who sighed. His name is Luc LeBlanc, or that's the name I know him by. We both trained together under Magister Malin, the guy that Darkazin mentioned. The thing is, the legend about the manor doesn't mention anyone by name, and those who know the Magister don't speak about him to anyone who doesn't already know him. Malin used to own the manor, but Luc destroyed his physical form in this realm in a jealous fit of rage, since he was going to pass over Luc and designate me as his protege. I barely got out. See, there's more to the tapestry of realms than just the dark one, too. There's also one of light. All sorts of spirits live in them, and between them and pull power from one or more, it's really complicated. But not like normal spirits like your fire spirits. These are more like... He rubbed his chin as he thought of how to properly explain it. Unique? They're not just servants, even if they do serve something. They consider themselves judges or magistrates. They're typically called the Magi-Ju. Sometimes they're known as the holders of the invisible scales, but that's a bit too long and fancy, I think. That cat you saw? He's the watcher of the crossroads. He knows everyone there is to know. It's his call as to who gets to pass between realms and who gets to talk to who. By giving him that offering, I was asking him to keep Luc from seeing me. But that might not matter since that's hard to miss. He looked back at the burning village in the distance, the red glow it cast stretching far in the other wise dark bayou night. So, is this something you need to keep secret from the Archon? Fenrina asked. What? No. After escaping that summer and getting back to Arbitus, I told her everything I'd seen and learned. Steve snorted a bit at the idea of keeping it secret from the Archon. Oh, what did she say? Fenrina titled her head in curiosity as she asked. She called me an idiot for a few minutes, and then gave me the keys to the Forbidden Archives, and told me that further research would be properly supervised, but that I was free to learn. Steve shrugged. She let you learn evil magic? Fenrina seemed surprised. It's not evil, Steve stressed. I say that all the time. Magic is just magic. The reason some styles are forbidden is because they so easily lend themselves to nefarious things. But LeBlanc, now he is evil. He's been selling his dark talents to the wealthy and powerful in exchange for favors, which is why we're here. We need to get into his manor and find out what he has on the king. Then, if all goes well, we kill him. Then you become the new Magi, Jew? Fenrina hesitantly pronounced. No, it doesn't work like that. Steve shook his head. Does the person who kills him become the next spirit thing then? Could I become one? she asked, and Steve waved his hands. No, there's no new Majiju. That's not how it works. We're just going to kill him because he's an evil dick doing evil dick stuff. Steve huffed. Will that bring your Malin friend back to life? She asked next, and Steve just let out an exasperated sigh. No, he's not dead. Well, he was never really alive. It's complicated, but no, he's either back in the world and just letting this happen for reasons I don't understand, or there's just a plan I don't know about. These entities are strange and mysterious. They don't explain much, so it's hard for me to explain what even I barely comprehend. But this isn't about revenge so much as it is about doing away with something evil. Steve tried to make her understand. Is that Crossroads guy evil since he let all those shadow people into this world? Didn't you say he lets the spirits move around the tapestry? She asked, and Steve shook his head. He's not evil. Again, it's super complicated, but basically he just oversees things. He can't always take direct action, and sometimes if certain ceremonies are performed, he has to let the Darkazins through because tradition demands it. While Fenrina thought that over, Steve was happy to see Sherry slide back down her whip into the boat and end the conversation. I think I saw a clearing where the manor should be. She pressed her hand to Steve's forehead, and he closed his eyes a moment. Got it. Everyone sit down and strap in, he said as they quickly took their seats. As he gripped the rudder, her quickly got them spun around and heading off in the right direction. They didn't have too far to go this time, and the burning village was now just a faint speck in the distance, providing little more light than the hundreds of fireflies buzzing around the bayou around them. When they reached the clearing, it was a low, flat island with a manor set in the middle. A crumbling and decrepit old wall surrounded the island, and the gates were rusted and broken, hanging off their hinges. However, the smell of mold and decay was ripe in the air, despite being out in the open where the air should be flowing better. There wasn't a dock, so Steve ran the boat up onto the ground before the gates. Fenrina and Larry got off first, holding it in place, so Sherry and Steve could get off next. Then he had them pull the boat further up onto the island and turn it around so they could shove it into the water in a hurry if need be. Was it like this when you were here? Fenrina asked, as they walked through the rusted and broken gates. The estate had clearly seen better days. The fountains weren't running, but instead overgrown with weeds and vines. The gardens had all been left to rot and were filled with stumps, dead skeletons of bushes, and weeds overtaking the paths all around. The once grand mansion at the center was crumbling and decaying as well. Not a single window still had regular glass in it, just shards and broken panes. No. Malin might have liked his privacy and living deep in the bayou, but he kept this place clean and well-maintained. Luke never really understood the point of the bayou. He was always focused on decay, mold, things like that. But Malin liked the bayou because the mix of salt and fresh water is actually great for life. This whole bayou is just teeming with life if you know what you're looking at, from the fireflies and owls to the ghost gators and skull snakes, Steve mentioned. Ghost gators? Skull snakes? They're alive? Fenrina asked, sounding dubious about the claim. Ah, just names. Ghost gators have a pale white glow. They're not really ghosts. And the skull snakes just have a color pattern that makes their heads look like skulls. Oh, and by the way, if you look around and see a giant floating, ghostly-like dog skull that's got intricate carvings on it and crescent moons for eyes, don't mind it. It's totally normal, he advised casually. Normal? Fenrina asked, still dubious. Normal is subjective. I just mean don't worry about it. It just means we're being watched. But not by Luke. It's fine, honest, he said, ignoring the human skull he saw dominating the sky above him, staring down at him from where there should be stars and the 2 moons of Talaron. As they approached the mansion at the center of the estate, the front door slowly groaned open, the rusted hinges whining and creaking ominously, but Steve just kicked the doors open wider as he approaching and stepped inside. Inside was darker than the exterior. Only the dim light of a few distant candles lit up the grand entrance to the mansion. "Show yourself, Luke! I know you're here!" Steve called out. They watched then as a shadow moved out of the corner of the room, and the assembled group readied their weapons for a moment, but what came into the dim light was in fact a rooster. He looked at them for a moment, turning his head to inspect them with each eye for a moment, before slowly waddling past their feet and out the door. Once the rooster was outside, though, the doors slammed shut, and the rush of wind made the candles sputter and die, leaving them in darkness for a moment. Then there was a flash as a figure appeared on the staircase before them. A grinning half-elf stood before them wearing bright white clothes that seemed to be so white they helped illuminate the area around him. The vest, pants, and coat he wore were all embroidered with gold thread, shiny gold buttons, and diamond jewelry. He carried a short cane with a massive polished crystal at the top for him to hold on to. "Steve, it's been so long! Came in through the front door and everything. I'd expected you to skulk around and try and sneak like usual. You're always more comfortable in the dark shadows, aren't you?" The half-elf flashed a pearly white smile. "Yes, I set an entire village on fire because I planned on being subtle," Steve replied in a flat tone. "I see you're as vain as ever, Luke, though you fail to understand why Malin wore white." "Ha, don't I? He might not have liked me as much as he did his precious new pet human, but I've been around a lot longer than you, Steve, and I'll be around long after you're gone. That is, unless you're here to apologize and take me up on my offer. It's still good, you know." Luke walked down the stairs towards them then, the light following him, casting deep shadows around the room. "I've got nothing to learn from you." Steve snorted. Is that what you think? I'm sure I could show you a trick or two. Like how to move the shadows." Luke drove his cane down against the floor, and in a moment the shadows rose up, engulfing Steve and the others in their grip. While Sherry, Larry, and Fenrina all began to struggle as the shadows gripped them tight, Steve just stayed still. "What's that? You don't seem to be fighting very hard. Maybe it's because you only want to pretend you're something else. I always remember Malin's speeches about the light and the dark. You were the black cat and I the white, one to hunt the light, one to hunt the dark. As if I was afraid of the dark. Look at me now." The half-elf laughed as he spun around in place, making the shadows dance around the room as he did. "I might not be the most subtle person, but I embrace that," Steve replied. "You like to think you're subtle, but you're about as subtle as a punch in the face." Luke just laughed once more and picked his cane up in a hand, swinging it around to smack Steve across the face with it. "Like that?" he asked mockingly, and Steve shook his head for a moment, opening and closing his jaw a few times as his tongue pushed out his cheeks. Okay. That did hurt," he admitted. "We're not so different, you and I, Steve." Luke pulled close, waving at the shadows to move Steve further into the center of the room, away from his struggling friends. "We were both drawn to the forbidden and sinful, weren't we? To learn what we couldn't. I've heard all about your own experiments with blood magic and necromancy. Do you think you're any different than me? Any better?" "We are nothing alike," Steve growled out. "It's not about what we use, it's about why we use it. I brought grandparents back so they could talk to their grandkids again. I connected people through and for love. I use blood magic to heal and mend, not to enslave and devour." Steve glared at Luke even as the half sneered for a moment. "Love? You dare shove that back in my face? Don't think I'm unaware of your plaything back there. A half-demon? Is that what you like? The fiery, flashy passion of a creature of literal evil? Do you hate elves that much?" Luke asked, even as his sneer faded, and he reached up to rub a hand along Steve's bearded jaw. "First of all, I don't hate elves. Second, just because your meat husk is a half-elf doesn't mean shit. You weren't even alive when I met you." Steve responded, which made Luke laugh and pull back, setting a hand on his chest. "Oh, Steve, you wound me. If one should understand the intricacies and blurred lines of life and death, it would be you. Do I not feel? Do I not learn? Do I not grow and love?" he asked. "No," Steve replied flat. "You don't. You've just gotten worse since you destroyed Malin's form." "I didn't just destroy his shell. I absorbed him," Luke hissed. "I became greater than he would have allowed me on my own. I am more powerful than you can comprehend. I took everything he taught me and built upon it. I understand perfectly why he wore white. Is this not proof? Look how easily I defeated you." Luke pulled back and waved at Steve with his cane. but Steve just smirked. You never got it. You're focused on a single path going in one direction. Malin could never break through to you. It's a cycle, Luke. Life and death. The dead bring life. The living bring death. You have to keep it moving around for it all to work. The dark one you've chained yourself to? That's not death. It's nothingness. It's not a cycle. It's a pit where nothing happens. Nothing exists. You don't have power waiting for you when you die. You don't even have a few lifetimes of pain and torture in one of the hells. You've got nothing waiting for you. An eternity of nothing. You think he wore white as a lure, like a predator using the light to trick and tempt prey, to distract people from what was in the dark around them. But that's not it at all. He wore white to be a beacon, amongst the dark. Amongst ignorance and hate and greed, he was a light. And that's where you and I couldn't be more different. You use white to cast deeper shadows, whereas Steve's hands had been working within the shadowy ooze that had wrapped around him. Since he didn't really fight it, the force had grown lazy and didn't properly constrict his small movements, so it hadn't stopped him from reaching into his pouches to prepare one of his spells. I bring knowledge and enlightenment. I don't wear white as camouflage and carry the shadows within me. I wear dark clothes and stick in the shadows so that I am not the focus. But the light I shine is clear for all to see. As he said that, he gripped his extending staff that he'd used to fire dance with the islanders. But as it quickly expanded and burst from the sludge like shadows around him, the ends didn't burst into flame, but a bright, pure white light. As the flare of light flashed through the room, Luke gasped and shied away from it, the shadows holding Steve and the others burning away as light filled the room. But Steve wasn't worried about them. As he looked up, he could see a massive blob of black sludge reaching down, nearly able to touch him, dozens of human skulls studded into the sludge staring at him with sightless eyes, the jaws hinging open as they all began to pop and hiss in the same screech as the Darkizens from the village. "Kill the blob! I need to take care of Luke!" Steve called out as he spun his staff over his head and then drove it into the floor as it stuck in place, the light shining bright. Luke was quickly scrambling up the stairs, and Steve gave chase even as the ooze dropped from the ceiling to start attacking the others. Sherry had her flame whip up in a second, and Fenrina and Larry were busy smashing the skulls that reached up to try and snap at them. Luke made it up to the second floor of the mansion and tried to pull the shadows in between him and Steve, but Steve just set his hands on fire with a spell, using them to bash away the more solid shadows that Luke tried to use. "This is why you're weak, Luke," Steve called out as he chased him down one of the decaying hallways of what used to be opulent and grand rooms. "You're too focused on the dark. Your power is narrow. I learned everything I could. I've got so very many ways to conjure the light. I'm strong, stronger than Malin ever was. Stronger than you!" Luke cried out and waved his cane as blobs of sludge dropped down from the ceiling onto Steve's hands, extinguishing the fire and plunging him into darkness. A few seconds later, however, a blue light filled the hallway instead, as the blobs of sludge around Steve's hands had been frozen solid, the icy magic glowing blue as he chased after Luke once more. The problem for Luke was his bright white clothes made it impossible to hide in the dark, so Steve had no trouble following him down the hall and into a cracked and crumbling library. The entire place smelled of mold as the decaying books had been left to grow damp and rotten. "Don't you get it? The whole point of the black cat and white cats weren't just allegory, you idiot," Steve called out. "If you want to hunt in the dark, you can't be wearing bright white." "Shut up," Luke called out, and then lifted his hands and cane into the air as a humanoid chunk of shadow rose up before Steve. Using his ice fists, he punched the creature hard, which shattered both the shadow entity and his ice fists, removing their blue glow at the same time. "I am a master of the dark," Luke called out then with a grin, only for that grin to fade a moment later as a crackle of lightning filled the air. Steve held his hands up then as lightning shot from his fingers across the room and striking Luke. "I'm no master, but I've got way more tools than you ever will," Steve called out, while Luke gasped and writhed, dropping to the ground as he was hit by the lightning from Steve's hands. His body seemed to flash and glow a little as his skeleton could be seen through his skin. but he then waved his cane to the side, and a large shadow slammed into Steve, sending him flying through the air and through one of the old, decaying walls of the library. Steve dropped through the air into an old pool behind the mansion then. It was covered on moss and green slime, but it broke his fall with a splash. "Try casting lightning now," Luke called as he moved to the hole in the wall to look out and down at Steve, who stood up, now dripping wet. "Your powers are too narrow, Luke," Steve countered, and held up his right hand that was once more dripping in blood, while his sword was clutched in his left. He then began to run up through the air, the blood forming steps under his feet as he rushed Luke. Luke had a moment to try and conjure up another wall of shadows, but Steve was too fast and jumped, smashing through the light shadows to tackle Luke to the ground of the old library. Luke gasped out then and looked down as he saw Steve had buried the sword in his chest, up under his ribs. "Magic sword?" he asked. "No, regular sword, but I'm magic, and more importantly a necromancer," Steve replied and set his bleeding hand to Luke's chest. Luke writhed for a moment and then gasped as his body shuddered, the light of his clothes growing dim until it was regular white and no longer fed by any illuminating magic. Blood suddenly began to flow out from around the sword jammed into his chest, and he coughed some blood up as well, the crimson color staining his otherwise pale white features. He began to cry then, tears rolling down his face as he sobbed. It hurts." "Yeah, a sword in your chest is going to hurt. Welcome to life," Steve replied, holding Luke down still to make sure there weren't any tricks. "Hope you enjoy an eternity of nothing." Steve wasn't angry when he said that, just disappointed. "Please, before I go, Steve, a kiss?" But as the entity known as Luke asked that, Steve leaned up. "Ew, no." He got up then, drawing his sword out of Luke's chest as he did. "Listen, I don't get whatever romance you thought there was between us back then. You were always bitter whenever Malene showed me any kind of favor and loved to rub any failure in my face. To say nothing of how petty and bitchy you were constantly, always talking shit about Malin's friends and other guests of the manor. Then there's the whole totally evil thing and selling your soul such as it is to a being of total darkness in exchange for short-term power. So even if I was into guys, I'd never have wanted anything to do with a miserable piece of shit like you. Oh, and by the way, like I said like 1,000,000 times, I'm not into guys." Steve blinked then, as a smell hit him, and he looked down at Luke's body. Oh. He covered his nose then as he realized that the body before him had likely died just after he pulled his sword free. Did you just shit yourself? Or, He backed up a bit as the body seemed to either be leaking waste or decaying at an accelerated rate. He just grabbed Luke's cane and walked away to escape the smell as he pulled a cloth from his pockets to hold over his mouth. Gross. Steve tapped the cane a few times until he got a light to glow from the crystal in the top, and walked back through the mansion to the grand entryway. Sherry, Larry, and Fenrina were all standing around, panting and recovering from their fight. The skulls had been smashed, and the sludge entity seemed to have just spread out across the floor once it had died. Or undied. Steve wasn't sure what the proper term was for killing something that wasn't technically alive. "Got it?" Sherry asked when she saw him, and he nodded, twirling the cane in hand and holding it up. "I got it. I know Luke, I'll check it to be sure, but he's likely kept a recording of every deal he made with his clients right here in the crystal ball. With this, we've got the proof we need. But we're not done yet. We need to get the tents from the boat and set up camp for the night," he mentioned as he walked past his friends to open the front door to step outside once more. "Camp? Here?" Fenrina asked. "Unless you'd like to try and find a small mud hill surrounded by ghost gators?" Steve asked as he looked back at her. The werehusky thought that over for a moment, and then straightened up as she walked past him towards the boat. "I'll get the tents. Someone go find, kill, and cook that rooster. I'm in the mood for cock tonight," she said as she walked away. Both Steve and Sherry looked over at Larry as he was opening his mouth. Sherry uncoiled her whip and Steve raised Luke's cane before the dwarf raised his hands to ward them off. "Oh, come on! Larry Love has seldom had better setups. Seriously, that deserves to be used. It's a sin to not use a lead-in like that, he complained. No, Sherry growled. We had to explain to her that cock means rooster, and apparently she's heard you talking about your rooster. So when we get back, you're buying a pet rooster, and you're going to take care of him because if I have to explain to her double entendres, I'm going to shove my foot so far up your ass you'll find out what my nail polish tastes like. Larry looked between them for a moment and sighed, crossing his arms as he muttered and grumbled under his breath, but seemed to agree to her demands. With that out of the way, they began to get to work setting up camp for the night. As Steve said, they still had work to do, not just that night, but to get his plan to dethrone the Kasurian king to work. Proof was just one part of it. There was still much to do to secure the relics, but even so, Steve was proud of his work that night. When he looked up, the floating skull was gone, replaced by the stars and moons taking their rightful places in the sky. The bayou around them was humming with bugs and birds as the smell of rot and decay seemed to fade away. While Steve was right in that he wouldn't become a new Magi-Jew, he did play a hand in their machinations as they wove their tapestry across the face of Talaron many times. But those are tales for another time. Oh, come on, you can't be that busy. Just a little help here. I swear it's important to the war effort, Steve pleaded with his sister Carla. They were in a Legion camp not far from the Nomium border. Carla was part of a special legal detachment that had been deployed with them. Her legal specialty was in great demand when there was a war on, and she was doing her patriotic duty. I can't just torture anyone, she stressed. There's a list. She waved at the scroll before her. And I'm already way behind thanks to this influx of gnomish terrorists who have been trying to help the coalition. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to crucify a gnome? She asked him with a huff. But they're so small. Wouldn't being lighter make it easier to crucify them? He asked as he rubbed his chin, now seriously pondering the question. It's not like an ethical difficulty, is it? I mean, they're child-sized, but definitely not children. He continued, but his sister shook her head and waved him off. No, it's their size that makes it tricky. My team is struggling to get the process right. Their wrists are small, and we're having issues with the technique. It's causing delays, and now we're stuck deciding whether to continue or try something different. The lack of precision is really slowing us down, and my boss is putting pressure on me to fix it, she said, running a hand through her hair in frustration. I thought that they had professionals for this sort of thing. Don't you do it fairly often? Steve asked next. Normally, but right now most legionnaires are needed at the front. Since we're dealing with irregular forces, most of what they gave me are Marines. They're good at killing and all that, but it's been hell trying to get things done around here. Did you know some of them keep eating the wax we use for official seals? She huffed at that, and Steve took a few seconds to process it as he frowned and finally asked, But why? As he looked at his sister in confusion. At first, it was because it made them just sick enough that the Centurions wouldn't make them do fatigue work or PT, but then they caught on and ordered them to do their work anyway. But it did actually make them sick, so there were Marines puking wax all over the place for a week until we locked it all up. Carla just shrugged, then since she couldn't really explain it more than that. Steve was quiet for a moment as he thought over his sister's problem. What if you just tie them to the cross? The Marines? She frowned in confusion before realizing what Steve meant. Oh, the gnomes? Just let them dehydrate up there? That'll take way too long, and they'd be bitching the entire time. If I cut out their tongues, they're far too likely to bleed to death, and otherwise I'm not going to listen to a bunch of annoying gnomes on sticks for days on end before they finally die. She crossed her arms and shook her head. No, no, no. He waved his hands then. You tie them extra secure to the cross for support, but then use smaller nails. Get an orc with some precision and a smaller, sharper nail and just drive it in through the wrist in one go. Bam! Then they are nailed to the cross, but since they're also tied to it, so the nail doesn't need to take nearly as much of their weight. Carla nodded slowly and then wagged a finger at him. Smart. I like it. That'll also save on time. I can get to work on my backlog much faster if it works right, and I think it will now that you've put the idea in my head. She smiled then and smacked her brother's arm with a grin. I guess you're not so useless after all. Ha ha, he muttered with a roll of his eyes. His siblings had been joking about that ever since he went off to Arbitus to learn magic. So, can you help me out with my problem? Please? He asked once more. I mean, you're great at this sort of thing. I've killed people plenty, but this is totally different. He had her follow him into the other side of the tent, where a Kasurian knight was tied to a table. That's because so many amateurs get it wrong, to say nothing of people who've never seen a real professional work, Carla was saying as she grabbed an apple from a tray as she started to walk around the knight and look him over. Too many people think I do this because I get off on it or some shit like that. But no, it's just a job I'm good at. She admitted before taking a bite out of the apple, chewing it as she thought over her task. Think it could be done? Steve asked. He is a knight. Much as I hate the Kasurians, even I admit their knights can be tough. Carla snorted, finishing her bite before waving at the knight with her apple. Being tough doesn't really matter. It's about knowing how to get information from him. Technically, he could be handed off as a prisoner so he doesn't even have to die, which makes things easier. Then it's just about the proper application of discomfort. She took another bite and chewed slowly, still studying the knight tied to the table. The knight struggled in his bindings and tried to say something through his gag. Carla gave Steve a look, and he shrugged. I don't know. He's probably going on about his sacred duty as a knight of the crown or something. Who cares? Carla replied once she swallowed more of the apple. Then she gestured vaguely toward his hands. I'd probably start with something minor. He's a soldier, so I wouldn't do anything permanent. Just enough to make him uncomfortable and cooperative. She chewed another bite thoughtfully. It's all about psychological pressure anyway. The knight glanced nervously between Carla and Steve but stopped trying to speak through his gag. Carla scratched her eyebrow and kept circling him. Then I'd apply a little sensory overload. Use a bit of restraint and pressure to keep him on edge. People's senses become a lot sharper when they're right on the edge of panic. It's fascinating, really. She walked over to her workbench, setting the apple down and picking up a needle, its faint glimmer catching the light. See, it's not even about doing anything extreme. Most of the time, just the thought of what might happen is enough to get people to spill their secrets. She smirked, holding up the needle. Men especially don't like to imagine their delicate parts being anywhere near sharp objects. Isn't that right? She directed this at the knight with a mockingly sweet tone. Even as she spoke, the knight began to buck and twist in his bindings, trying to speak rapidly through his gag. Carla sighed. Oh, what now? I haven't even done anything yet, she complained as Steve pulled the gag away. The secret code is purity. Then you need to touch the 3rd silver charm and the 2nd gold circle. There are 4 Knights Templar inside. What you're looking for is in the last vault on the left, and the key is under the loose rock at the top of the sun pillar. That's everything you wanted to know, right? His eyes were wild and desperate as he rattled off the information. Ooh, come on, I haven't even gotten started. That's no fun. Can't I at least do a little something? Carla said, waving the needle in protest as Steve held up his hand to stop her. Magic security? Steve asked. Elven rune stones set up by Quarry herself. There's a double layer. One's obvious. The other is worked into the wall just below the ceiling where it's easy to miss. One of the knights is allergic to strawberries, one is afraid of snakes, and the other two... I don't know. They've got families you can kidnap if you want. I'm not sure where they live exactly, but I can find out for you. Steve shook his head and pushed the gag back into place. I don't kidnap kids, but that's all I need to know. Come on, Carla, you can hand him over to the army for official questioning. He waved for his sister to follow him. Oh, well, maybe I'll get a chance to practice later. I do hate missing an opportunity, she grumbled, picking up her apple and following Steve out of the tent. Once outside, both began to laugh and Steve shook his head. You really are good, Steve said as Carla grinned and puffed up her chest. The best, she agreed. Does that stuff you talked about really work? He asked, chuckling. Not a chance, Carla replied with a snort. The needle thing? I use those to patch up my tunic. The thread alone is enough most of the time. Guys like him are terrified of the idea. It's all psychological, especially when it's coming from a beautiful woman. She struck a pose and ran her hand through her hair, earning a laugh from Steve. Right. Well, that's all I need. So how are things going with the nomium? Think they'll maintain their neutrality? He asked, even as he watched one of Carla's teams very carefully trying to crucify a squirming gnome to a cross. He better understood now what it was taking so long since they had such a small target to work with. Their nobility hates it, but their merchant council is demanding it. They haven't got a chance at breaking out of our enclosure, and if they try, then we'll invade and occupy. The trouble are the ones trying to slip out and join the coalition, like I said. They're useless in a real fight, but those little shits sure can make explosives and hide in places we can't fit, she admitted. Once we start decorating more of the border with crosses, they'll fall in line. The wargs sniff them out anyway, so there's no land route they can safely take. It's just about making that clear so they stop trying. Right. Well, you get back to work. Thanks again. Steve turned to give his sister a tight hug, then before pulling back. Give Jane my love. She really is better than a hick farmer like you deserve, you know. Oh, fucking blow me, Carla muttered as Steve laughed and turned to join up with the other members of Doom as they watched as Gnome nailed to a cross get set up right. Just as the cross was put into place, though, the gnome started screaming out. Wait! I have information on Flabbergnabber. I can tell you where he is. Carla approached the Marines around the base of the cross then. Let's hear it then. She crossed her arms. Bring me down! Bring me down! The gnome was crying out. Give me something first so I know it's real, Carla insisted. Sassy Flap Gulch! That's where you last saw him! I can lead you to him! After a moment, Carla nodded to the Marines. Bring him down! She instructed. Oh, come on! The nearest Marine gasped out. We just got him up! He complained and waved up at the gnome. Listen, Flabbergnabber is an Almarin-killing son of a bitch and the most wanted terrorist out there right now. We lost him somewhere between Sassy Flap Gulch and Gumdrop Glade, and we will not be sending a cohort into that nightmare of a place again without intel. Bring him down! She growled out, and the Marines grumbled yet started to go through the process of lifting the cross to bring it back down. Steve! Fenrina looked over at Steve after the interaction before them. Are you sure we're doing the right thing? Crucifying people seems mean. What? You've seen what they do in other places, right? The Kasurians behead people and then stick that head on a stick, or lock them in cages from their castle towers to starve to death, or tie their limbs to 4 horses pulling in different directions. Crucifixion is just another form of capital punishment, and it has been proven to cut down on acts of crime and terror. It's fine, he insisted. You know, wars make everything seem more complicated. Ethically. Fenrina went on as Steve groaned. Ethics! Damn it, Sherry! What did I tell you about teaching her that sort of stuff while we're in the middle of something big? He glared at the half-demon, but she just shrugged. You know demons are firm believers of the freedom of information. She asked. I explained. Also, is Gumdrop Glade really that bad? Sherry turned to look at Steve. Oh, it's a fucking nightmarish shithole, Steve said with a nod. But enough about that. It's time. Spellslinger defiles a church. You're sure about this, Steve? Sherry asked as they approached the small church that housed far more than it let on with the simple stone construction. Positive. I can smell the stench that Arturian left behind, Steve muttered as he watched the door to the church to see if anyone had seen them approach. No, I don't mean if you're sure this is the place. I can hear that annoying singing that elven wardstones give off. I mean, are you sure this is the course of action you want to take? You're not particularly liked around here, I know, but dethroning a king, even if you're right, they're going to be pissed at you. Sure, it's wise to make yourself an enemy of an entire nation? She asked. Oh, I'm positive about that, too. You saw the crystal ball. He had his older brother killed. Doesn't matter if he's the king now or not. Even the Kasurian nobles can't let that slide. I mean, if he was super popular, maybe. But he's not. We can't risk him trying to claim authority over the Insul Multi. Rule should revert to his sister-in-law since she's the next oldest of royal blood and she's well respected. She seems to be far more moderate as well, so there's a chance we can also convince her to back out of the coalition. He insisted. Then he held up at the low stone wall surrounding the church grounds. You know, Larry could get in trouble for defiling the holy grounds of another god. Larry mentioned as he began to walk along the side of the wall to find the nearest ward stone to defuse. You'll be fine. Gods fuck with each other all the time. Besides, Naranya and Canicist are both asshole gods of fate. So if we attack a church dedicated to either one of them, then that was fated to happen, right? If they try to claim it wasn't supposed to happen, then that means they didn't see it coming, which then makes them look weak. We win no matter what, Steve assured the dwarf. Technically, Naranya is a goddess of destiny and the wind and other things. Sherry mentioned, which made Steve groan and roll his eyes. Ooh, so different. If I wasn't sure it would cause undue attention, I'd be cursing them both out very hard right now, Steve muttered. Well, the Kasurians do believe it's their destiny to create an empire so large the sun never sets upon it, Sherry added. Puffed! These shitty little islands? Not likely. Though I could see why they'd want to do that. This place is so fucking dreary and gray, it would drive me to bouts of homicidal conquest of other lands that aren't so shitty. And this is supposedly the not-so-bad part of the islands. Some of the places further north, they're even worse. And they claim they're speaking common, but it's like they took various words and just gave them totally different meanings, or even cut words in half, so you're not sure what you're hearing. It's madness, I tell you. Steve ranted. Why not just create a whole new language? I don't get it. So you're sure this isn't a trap? Fenrina asked, while the other three spread out around the wall to disable the magic defenses their rivals had set up around the church. Considering all the trouble I went through to find it? Probably not. But also possibly. You know the rule 1 of adventuring, Fenrina, Steve mentioned. Literally everything might be a trap, or a mimic, or poison, so always be prepared, she recited. Atta girl. Steve grinned as he knocked over a disenchanted ward stone. Besides, the various members of Crap were spotted elsewhere today, and that means even if this is a trap, they won't be here to try and stop us, so we should be fine. Why's that? Couldn't Quarry have set up some sort of magic alarm, and then she'd know we were here so she could teleport them all here to fight us? Fenrina asked. She's an adept at the wrong schools of magic to use teleport. And even if she could, she wouldn't. No adventurers uses teleport as often as I do, considering the risks involved, Steve mentioned casually, even as Fenrina frowned. Risks? She asked as the others finished dismantling the first line of stones. They walked through the gate, then onto the main church grounds as they got ready to inspect and dismantle the next set of stones built into the church just below the roofline. Yeah, standard teleport stuff, ending up infused into an obstacle at your destination, or being scattered across the destination area by accident, Steve mentioned casually, which made Fenrina blink. What? This whole time that could have happened to us? She asked. Well, but it's like a super rare chance, and even more rare now that I'm good at it. It's like what are the chances of being hit by lightning, you know? Steve mentioned as he waved his hand dismissively. But, Steve, you get hit by lightning like all the time, Fenrina pointed out. Spells don't count, he huffed. Even regular lightning, Fenrina went on. Well, that's because of my belt. It protects me from it, but also attracts it a bit in storms. But that's fine, 'cause I take the hit for all of you. Look, it's really not all that dangerous, it's just that there's a chance of ending up in the wrong place or inside out or whatever, Steve went on. Inside out? Fenrina gasped. It won't happen! Sheesh! The worst thing that ever happens is being ported to the wrong plane of existence on accident. But look how well that's worked out for me. I met Sherry, didn't I? Steve was reaching up to start working on the next set of stones now while they spoke. But then, is it also possible to end up in that thread of the tapestry where those super creepy bayou monsters are from? Fenrina asked, which made Steve pause. Yeah, I guess so. He shrugged. Steve, you're freaking her out even though you're trying to make her feel better? Sherry mentioned. I'm saying it's very rare, and I'm great at it, so it's not going to happen. I'm the world's best teleporter. Well, second best. But the Archon doesn't really count, he insisted. The warnings in the books, of course, list all the terrible things like being turned inside out or fused with people or things or ending up in the wrong realm or any of that. But it's seriously unlikely. I'm still sort of worried, Fenrina mentioned. To be honest, Larry Love might be a little freaked out now too. The dwarf muttered as he had to get picked up by Fenrina and held before the next stone so he could defuse it. Oh, quit your bitchin'. I take precautions. At the very least, it'll never happen when I port us to Arbitus because of the spells and wards there, Steve said as he got back to work and pulled out the last stone. There, it's all set. But if you didn't like what I told you before, you're really not going to like what I'm going to tell you now, Steve mentioned, suddenly looking serious as he grouped up with the others before the door into the chapel. What? Fenrina asked, looking nervous. Well, you see, they've got the stick. He clapped his hands and the stick appeared within them before he appeared to throw it right through the door of the church. Stick! Fenrina cried out and kicked the door in before rushing inside. Steve held up a hand then to hold the others back as they heard barking and screaming coming from inside. Steve, there might be innocent priests in there and not just the knights. Sherry admonished him, but he just shrugged. I am willing to take that risk. He set his hands on his hips and waited for most of the screaming to stop. When he stepped inside, he witnessed Fenrina throwing one of the knights into one of the other knights, knocking them both to the ground before she picked up the stick from the ground and held it in the air triumphantly. Scattered around the room were the other two knights and a priest of some sort who seemed to be hanging from the chandelier, clutching to it tight so he didn't fall. I have the stick! She let out a happy howl then, her tail wagging fast enough that Steve thought she might lift off the ground any moment. Give, Steve said, then holding out his hand. Fenrina whined for a moment and looked at him, but he just repeated, Give! So she handed it back and then he tossed it further into church where it disappeared behind a large wood panel that was covered in carvings of Naranye's supposed miracles. As Fenrina chased after it and smashed through the wood panel into the space beyond, revealing it to be a hidden door, Steve looked up at the priest hanging from the chandelier. How did you get up there? That stick came flying through the door and I caught it. Then that monster bursts through and screams for the stick, so I tossed it to a knight in surprise and she tossed me up here. The man gripped the chandelier tighter as he began to slip a bit. Well, come down here, we need to talk, Steve said. No way, you Almarin asshole. Steve just rolled his eyes as the priest shouted at him. You can't hold on forever. Look, I'll catch you, okay? Steve held out his arms then, and after a moment the priest let go. He didn't have too far to drop, but even so Steve jumped back and away, and the priest landed on his feet, but there was a slight crunch as he gasped out and staggered before falling over, clutching his shins. Oops! Guesses was your destiny to have that happen. You piece of shit! The priest groaned out as he rolled around on the floor a bit. Yeah. Steve nodded and then reached down to wipe sleep powder into the priest's face to make him pass out. You guys got the knights? He asked, then looking around as Sherry and Larry finished knocking out the guards that Fenrina had already knocked around. Good. Fenrina, did you find the stick? He called out next, only for the werehusky to come rushing back through the hole in the hidden door she'd made with the stick in her mouth. Good girl, he beamed proudly. This feels like it's all been too easy, Sherry mentioned. I mean, why would they hide all this stuff in plain sight like this? Well, plain sight as far as secret treasuries are concerned, she amended. Because they don't protect treasuries from good adventuring parties. Steve explained as he walked forward towards the broken, previously secret door that Fenrina had smashed through. As he stepped past Fenrina, he grabbed the stick in her mouth and tugged as she growled, not wanting to let go. Fenrina, he growled back until she finally relented and let him take the stick. Then he tossed it out the door of the chapel and back outside, letting her chase after it. Larry, go play fetch with her for a while, I'll get the loot. Larry's not sure that's such a good idea. Last time we played fetch, she ended up throwing Larry around in the air for fun. The dwarf grumbled. Well, it's good practice for her. Now get going before she starts chasing after squirrels instead. Then it could be hours before we chase her down. Steve replied, and the dwarf kept grumbling but did head outside. As Steve and Sherry stepped through the secret door to the room beyond, they found themselves in an extremely ornate room where the walls were coated in gold, silver, and gem-encrusted depictions of Naranye and the early Kasurian kings and leaders. The sun was pouring in through a skylight that illuminated everything in the splendor, but Steve wasn't here to admire Kasurian craftsmanship. Purity, he said, and then touched the third silver charm on the wall below the large depiction of Naranye and the second golden circle. As the wall before them began to sink into the wall and then down into the floor, he looked over at Sherry. Was that all? The key. She nodded up to a pillar beside her, and he rolled his eyes as he saw the rock up on top. That doesn't even look remotely like it belongs. He scoffed and reached up to remove the rock on top and grab the key beneath it. So, what were you saying about them not expecting to protect this place from good adventuring parties? She asked next, as he began to read his spellbook, looking for something. Well, it's simple. This place is designed to be out of sight and out of mind. It's small enough that no rogue or thief would try and target it, even if they knew about it, and since evil heroes, champions usually have really big armies of super obvious guys in black armor, they could just move it all before they showed up. Plus, evil guys and even most thieves wouldn't be interested in what they have here. It's a depository for mostly good artifacts and items which evil people couldn't use. And most of the time, good artifacts don't sell for much since good people don't buy stolen artifacts. Mostly. So they store all the evil stuff and treasure in obvious places like the Tower of Dongalong. The Tower of what? Sherry interrupted. The Tower of Dunalunium, Steve replied. Once you see it, you'll see why some people call it that. It's a giant display of overcompensation, if you ask me. Anyway, so yeah, evil stuff in place that's hard for armies to lay siege. Good stuff in a small place where no one would look. Pretty standard for this sort of stuff. He shrugged and then closed his spell book, letting it dangle from the chain on his belt as he pulled some ingredients from his pouches to start working them together. So, if they just figure that good adventurers wouldn't steal good artifacts, does that make us not good? We never did really decide on the nature of doom, did we? Sherry asked as she crossed her arms. Not this again, Steve muttered. We do good-ish, mostly. It's about the intent, he insisted. We've burned down an ancient library, she started. That was Fenrina, Steve cut in. We wiped out an ancient race of peaceful sentient ants, she counted off next. Okay, first off, that was totally an accident. We didn't even know they existed until after the giant fell and crushed their colony. I mean, really, we were just protecting a village from an evil giant. And second of all, I still think that was some sort of prank we'll never totally understand. And third, they would have been sapient if they were even real. Lots of things are sentient, it's not impressive. Steve countered next. Then we helped drive out good fairies from their ancestral homes, Sherry mentioned. Good fairies, my hairy ass. They're demented, twisted fuckers is what they are. Fuck them, Steve said firmly before he finished working the spell ingredients together. Then he chanted out the spell and reached forward as a cloud of white smoke crackling with electricity rushed forward and down the hall with the vaults. There was a series of snapping and popping sounds as he focused on Sherry, letting the magic do its work. Listen, we're good. Ish, the intent is there, and that counts. I mean, we do good things, but I'm at least partly evil. Look at where I work when I'm not up here with you, Sherry mentioned. Hey, don't talk like that. Steve stepped forward to pull his half-demon girlfriend in close, one hand stroking her chin. It's just a job, one you were born into. That doesn't mean you have to be evil. Work is work. No, I mean literally look at where I work, Sherry replied as she looked up at him. I walk under the arch of Archie all the time. It detects good beings and I never set it off. Oh, that? I sabotaged that when we first started dating. How do you think I kept getting in and out? Steve asked, looking a little surprised she didn't know that. What? Is that why we keep having would-be heroes and celestials pestering us? Damn it, Steve, she huffed and pulled back, punching his shoulder. Ooh. Steve rubbed the spot she'd hit and then shrugged. I thought I told you. I forgot. It's been years, so really it doesn't mean anything. But if I were you, I wouldn't fix it, because then you might actually be in trouble. He tried to give her his best apology face, but she just rolled her eyes and rubbed her face. Fine, whatever. Better not to know, I guess. Is your spell done? She asked then. Should be. Let me go first. He stretched for a moment and then stuck his arm out first and waved it down the hall. Nothing happened, so he took a slow step forward. Still, nothing happened. Yeah, we're good. So why don't we just totally clear the place out? Don't you still have that sack of looting the Archon gave you? She asked as they passed by various vault doors in the hall. Because then they'd be honor-bound to really track me down with everything they've got. If I stick to the plan, then they'll have no reason to pursue me. Well, more than they already do at least. And when that new woman becomes queen, I've got a good feeling that she'll call off the war. She seems pragmatic. And might be nice to us since we'll put her on the throne, Steve mentioned. So we're just here for King Dwayne's heirlooms and the Kasurian sword. So why's this sword important? I just don't get it, Sherry mentioned as Steve unlocked the vault they were looking for. He pulled his extending staff from his belt and used it to push on a stone just inside the vault door. Then he stepped back to wait out the flame jets that had erupted. It's the idiotic Kasurian right of nobility or kingship or something along those lines. Basically, the first king was a guy who had a sword tossed at him by Naranya. Fucking worst reason for being made a ruler. Oh look, someone chucked a weapon at me. That must mean they want me to go kill a bunch of guys. And then stupid fuckers followed him. Can you believe it? Steve ranted as Sherry rolled her eyes. You know that story doesn't sound all that different from the first ruler of your people, she said as she crossed her arms. You take that back, Steve hissed as he pointed at her. Alma was totally different. She wasn't given a sword. She took a sword and then stabbed her captor with it, and then led a rebellion to overthrow the king and claim the whole city and beyond. That's not relying on divine bullshit. That's taking control for yourself, and it set the basis for our entire history. Even a slave can become consul. He nodded. Which reminds me, if a woman was one of the first consuls, why is your Senate all men? Sherry asked, and Steve waved it off. It's only mostly men, and that's because you need military service to qualify for joining the Senate, and Legion standards are really high. Most of the women in the military are in the Navy or specialty positions like my sister. And while we value good torturers, most of them are also lawyers, and no one wants lawyers in the Senate. But on the flip side, most of the big-time landowners are women because their brothers go off and die in wars, and they consolidate the family land holdings. I think it evens out. Steve insisted before heading into the vault now that the fire had stopped. If this sword is so important, why isn't it with the king? Sherry asked as they began opening chests to find what they were looking for. It's not actually all that impressive, so the rulers often prefer to have fancier swords made just for them, so they keep the real sword locked away. Also, there's legends about how only rightful heirs or rulers or crap can hold it without it burning their hands off. So since the king is evil and killed his brother for the spot, he might be afraid it'll do that to him, so he left it here. We take it to the court and challenge him for the throne, prove he's evil before the court, and then boom, we win. Steve explained with a grin. I found the fish hook, Sherry said then as she opened a chest with a giant, intricately carved scrimshaw fish hook inside. She could barely lift it up and out of the chest. How the hell can King Dwayne even wield this? She gasped. You know what concerns me more? Steve asked as he looked at it. It's all from one giant tooth. Or, so I would think based on the structure. So what had a tooth that big? He asked as he took it from Sherry, and even he staggered under the weight before he could rub it with some magic powder to shrink it down to a much more manageable size and tuck it into a pouch. Was the magic net in there too? He asked, and Sherry looked back into the net before pulling out the fishing net that was decorated in small baubles that were apparently important to the Insel Multi. You know, in a way, their heirlooms aren't nearly as impressive as all these gold and silver and gem-studded stuff, but they're also more cherished. I don't know. I just feel like they're more something. Sherry shrugged, having trouble putting her finger on it exactly as she stuffed the net into her backpack. I know what you mean. Steve nodded, and then opened another chest. Aha! The sword inside looked well made but fairly simple, though the runes etched up the center gave it away. Well, here goes. Sherry and Steve locked eyes for a moment as he slowly reached down and gripped the hilt. Nothing happened. He let out a sigh of relief and held it up in the air. I am the rightful king of the Kasurian Islands now. Hand it over, Sherry said, and when Steve handed it to her, she waved it in the air. Now I'm the rightful queen of the Kasurian Islands. She swung it around a few times and shrugged. Being a queen doesn't feel much different. We should make Fenrina queen next. Could you imagine if Larry became king? That court would just be a giant orgy if he had his way. Steve chuckled and then went back to looking through chests. What are you looking for now? Sherry asked with a frown. There's something else. Here it is. He opened a small chest with a rather unimpressive iron crown inside that only had a single white diamond in the center. The original crown. They don't use it anymore since it's not impressive enough, but I'm going to take it because reasons. He looked around in a very shifty manner before tucking it into his tunic and then pulling out a bag containing what looked to be an identical crown which he set into the chest. What's that? Is that the thing you got when you disappeared for a bit 2 days ago? You just kept giggling like a madman and wouldn't tell us who you visited in the mountains. Sherry moved to set her hands on her hips, but then had to shift her hands around since she still carried the sword. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's a surprise. Really, nothing you need to worry about, I swear. Sherry glared at him and he held up his hands. I swear, really, promise. It's just a precaution, but I can't ruin the surprise. Now let's go. They headed back up to the main chapel, but as they passed the altar, Steve began to climb up onto it as Sherry gave him a confused look. What are you doing? She asked as he began to turn side to side looking down. I told you earlier, I'm going to defile this place. He tilted his head as he looked at the stone symbols. Maybe if I prop my back against that one. He rubbed his chin as he considered it. I thought you just meant by us robbing the place. Sherry still looked confused. Nope. Gonna pop a squat here in a second and defile it proper. I have to. It's my destiny. He grinned. Why do you think I ate corn last night? Sherry kept giving him that confused look until it clicked in her head. Ooh, gross! You're so gross, she huffed, waving the sword around. You can't be serious. You're right, I'm not serious, I'm Steve. Steve Spellslinger. He continued to grin at her as she groaned out at his joke. Steve, don't! Naranya won't be happy, she insisted. Yes, because she's my best friend. Steve shrugged. Before they could argue further, Larry came running in. I threw the stick too close to the trees. She's chasing after all the squirrels. Help me get her. Sherry groaned once more. Go! Help him track her down, I won't be long. Steve waved Sherry off. Larry is confused as to why Steve is on top of the altar to a rival yet still gorgeous goddess, Larry mentioned. Don't ask, Sherry huffed. Come on, let's go chase Fenrina down already. But don't you come crying for help if Naranya smites you or there's another trap or something that will strike you down, Sherry shouted back to Steve as she left. It's better this way. I'm not sure I could do it in front of an audience anyway. Steve called, and then waited until they were gone before whistling a bit as he rearranged his armored skirt and found the best position on top of the altar. And so Spellslinger defiled a church, though this was still just another piece of his plan to bring down the Kasurian king. Stealing the artifacts, that is. The last part was for his own edification. While this was just a lead-up to the famous fiasco at the Kasurian court, it's important to understand just how determined Steve was to achieve his goals and dethrone a king. But that's a story best finished another time. Okay, so see that tower? Tell me doesn't look like what I told you. Steve waved at the tower in the distance as they looked over the Kasurian capital of Dunalunium in the distance. Sherry shrugged after a moment. Maybe a little more than some towers, but the way you described it, I pictured it being more blatant. Also, what's off about the city? I can't put my finger on it. Compared to what? Steve asked, as he squinted a little now, trying to look for what she was seeing. All the other major cities we've been to. I know a lot of them are elven, but even Swarai's looked more. She hesitated as she tried to figure out what it was that bothered her about the city. Clean? Steve finally asked, and she snapped her fingers. Yes, clean. There's a general grubbiness about it, and a smell. She nodded. Well, Swarai's is on the bayou, so the water helps a great deal. Here, the city only has the Shums River, more commonly referred to locally as the Shit River, for obvious reasons. And see, most elven cities rely on magic for constant movement of fresh water and clean fountains and all that, while Almarin cities have aqueducts feeding bathhouses and public latrines. But since the Kasurians neither have the magic nor the engineering skill available for either option, they just get rid of their waste the old-fashioned way. He nodded slowly as Sherry frowned. Meaning? She finally asked. Several hundred small streams of shit in the middle of their roads that lead through the streets down into the river, he explained as the half-demon groaned and scrunched up her face at the thought. And people willingly live in cities like this? She shook her head and then pointed at the tower once more. But back to our mission. So we have to break into there? No, that's just where they keep some of the jewels and fancy items and the evil artifacts like I mentioned before. We have to break into there. He pointed past the edge of the city as Sherry turned her gaze to a large fortress on a hill overlooking the city to the north. Northedral Palace. Northedral? She asked, and he nodded. There used to be two more distinct cities. There was a fight over which was more important. Now no one cares. But originally one had a big important cathedral. It was north of the city and, like I said, a big cathedral. Over time the names just sort of merged. Steve shrugged then. You'd be amazed at how lazy humans can be with words sometimes. I really wouldn't be. Sherry muttered, and then looked back up at the fortress. It looks well defended. It sure is. Steve agreed. Only one road up, and that's through several gated checkpoints. Most traffic enters through a small cave at the base that opens into the river, but the boat dock inside is even more well defended with several series of gates and magic wards. They didn't skimp out either, they paid for the good shit. Furthermore, the walls are patrolled by the best longbowmen the Kasurians have to offer, and their longbowmen are pretty damn good, I won't lie, so going over the walls is out. Then there's the matter of the specially trained Trescian magic eater hounds they have on patrol on the grounds to ensure anyone with magically altered disguises gets found. All in all, it's a nearly impossible fortress to break into. Steve stood there slowly nodding as he looked at their objective in the distance. So, how do we get in? Sherry asked. We cheat, Steve said simply and pulled a small crystal from his pocket. I've got the Orbitus special visitor crystal to their old Infinitarch. I've been in and out a dozen times scouting it all out. They don't guard the room, or even fucking lock the door. Sloppy, if you ask me. Just because the old magic hasn't been used in a few centuries doesn't mean they should assume it'll never be used. He grinned at her proudly as he revealed his trick. How did you manage to get that working again? I thought they've been broken for 2 centuries after... Sherry started before Steve cut in. Yeah, after the gods got into a hizzy shit and all that. Sure, they messed up the gate system so the old multi-step path doesn't work anymore, but you can bypass a lot of that by just connecting 2 of the arches directly. I read about it in an old book and tried it out. Works well. As Steve mentioned that, Sherry frowned at him a moment. Is that the same book that mentions when those gates open up to the wrong connection, there's a chance it'll tie directly into one of the various pits of hell, or the void unleashing unspeakable horrors upon this plane of existence? She stared at Steve as he slowly squirmed. Ah, the chances of that happening were limited. I was willing to risk it. Besides, the unspeakable horrors aren't all that unspeakable, they just have lots of mouths stuck all over. Seems like lazy design if you ask me. Now enough questions, it's time to assemble the others because today is the day that Spellslinger dethrones a king. I'm working as fast as I can, Steve yelled above the noise around him. Well, work fucking faster, Fenrina screamed back while cleaving off a spiked mouth face arm from one of the horrors closing in on them. This, there was a meaty splat, is why. A bone-crunching smash. Larry carries. This time it was a heavy thunk. A hammer! The dwarf bellowed while smashing said hammer into some part of another horror. I specifically mentioned this earlier, Sherry was shouting as she took a moment from casting hellfire on the creatures to smack Steve upside the head. I know, but statistically speaking, it'll never happen again, so be thankful this is our one. Got it. He stood up then as the arch flickered to life, and they could see a stone room beyond. Sherry dove through first, followed by Larry, and just as Fenrina stepped through, she grabbed Steve by the back of his harness and tugged him through while he finished casting his spell. From the other side of the arch, they could see the horrors get close just before they started to get hit with rocks falling from the sky. And then suddenly, nothing. You're sure that arch point is destroyed? Sherry asked. I'm positive. That was the new spell I'm working on. Giant fast-falling rock from the sky spell. It smashed that arch flat, and lots of those horrors as well. It's a very big rock. I used some very expensive magic casting it this time, but so far it seems to work better in the other planes. It's a bit tricky in ours, Steve explained with a nod. All you did was drop a rock on those things? Fenrina asked. It's a very big rock, Steve insisted. All I know is you really need work at naming spells. Sherry huffed, and then took a few moments to keep punching Steve in the shoulder as he tried to twist and block while knowing that he had to let her hit him a few times or she'd just get angrier. I said sorry, he gasped out. Where did the rocks come from? That place was a blank void. Fenrina mentioned having ignored Sherry attacking Steve. That made Steve pause just long enough for Sherry to give his arm a solid hit just below the shoulder. He made a face then, and gasped as he clutched the arm and began to move it around. Ah, your knuckle! You got it! Just right! Ah! Just like my brothers used to do. Shit. He kept shrugging and moving his arm as he rubbed it, trying to get rid of the odd feeling the hit had caused through his arm. Was that necessary? Yes! Sherry growled. Fine. Steve sighed and kept rubbing his arm as he looked at Fenrina. I'm not sure where the rocks come from. I suppose I could just say magic and leave it at that, but that's not very satisfying, is it? So, I have no idea. Steve finally admitted. Right. What's the plan then? Shall Larry Love distract the ladies of the court with one of his famous love songs? Ow yee! Larry began to check his armor to make sure it was still gleaming and clean. Oh, no, Steve replied. It's fairly simple. We bust into the court and say something like, who's in charge here? And then when the king says me, I say, not anymore, you're not, and show off the sword. Then I show the recording of him having his brother killed. Well, made sick, which would eventually kill him. Then he probably tries a rebuttal of some kind. And we've all trained for the various challenges that might entail and then win. And then bam, he's not king. How many portals to realms of horrible monsters does this plan require? Sherry asked, as Steve just coughed and took a preemptive step away from her before she could strike again. Right, well, let's get to it. If anyone asks if we're supposed to be here, just say yes, Steve said as he walked out of the arch room they were in and looked around the hall of the castle. I doubt anyone will be wandering around with court in session, but just be on alert for guards and the like. The members of Doom walked through the castle following Steve's lead as he led them from the lower floors up to the main level where the court was located. Just like he expected, no one was wandering around during court. When they found the main door leading into the court, there were 2 knights standing guard, but Steve waved the others back before they could be seen, as he had a plan for this. He quickly ran around the corner, then waving at them as he approached. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! The knights started to raise their weapons as they saw him, but hesitated since he was waving them down. Steve panted a bit like he was out of breath. Have you guys seen John? Which one? The guard on the left asked, who had a blue crest of some sort that was too complicated for Steve to figure out in a quick glance. Doesn't matter. Who are you? Steve asked as he pointed to the blue knight. I'm Canner, he said, sounding confused. Shit! So does that mean you're... He waved at the knight on the right while panting like he was still catching his breath. This knight had a green fish on his shield for some reason. Markin, the knight nodded. Look, I just got transferred here, but one of the Johns told me to come find you two. Apparently the big guy in that crazy armor is pissed at you two. He'd seen the figure in the training yard a few times while spying on the palace. Arms Master Barrack? Markin asked as Steve nodded. Yeah. Apparently someone took a shit on his floor and he's coming here because he said he bet it was those chucklefucks Canner and Markin. His words, not mine. Steve held his hands up before they could get mad at him. This was where he had to hope that the knights here were more or less the same as the legionnaires when not in battle. After a moment, the two knights looked at each other and then Markin slowly shook his head, making his helm rattle a bit. He didn't, Canner whispered, and Steve looked down to hide his grin. Then he coughed and tried to look worried once more as he looked back up. Look, it doesn't matter who actually did it. John! One of them at least told me to tell you two to get out of here. Get to the furthest post you can find and get all your friends to cover for you that you've been out there all day. He said he'd fix it best he can. But you need to go like right now, Steve insisted. The knights looked at each other for a moment before Canner spoke first. But who'll guard the door? The knight looked from the door to Markin and then at Steve. I'll do what I can to stall, but you need to hurry. John said he'll cover it, Steve hissed. Canner hesitated still, but Markin was already turning and heading to another hall. I'm out. You can stay if you want to try and prove we've been set up for this, but I do not want to see Arms Master Barrack on the day someone took a shit on his floor. Even as Markin headed off with a clank of his armor, Canner hesitated another second until Steve waved him on. Go! I'll cover for you! But don't forget the favor I did you in the future, okay? Steve stared at the knight before he finally turned and chased after Markin as his armor creaked and clanked with his hasty movements. Steve waited for until they were both out of sight down the hall, and he couldn't hear the sound of their armor clanking around anymore. Then he turned to the hall the others were hiding down. Clear! As the others came out, he smiled at them, and Sherry just shook her head. Why is it so easy for you to get guards to leave their posts? You just have to understand the mind of a guard, he replied with a shrug. What seems more likely to them? That a lone intruder broke in and then approached them directly? Or that their superior is pissed as hell at them for something they didn't do? If you know how they think, you know how to lie to them. So they totally ignored your accent? Fenrina asked, and Steve just waved that off. In other garrisons, they might be more suspicious, but this is the palace. Who knows what sort of expert or mercenary someone hired? Now, if I sounded like a Francomanian, they'd likely be more suspicious, but hardly any Kasurians know what an Almarin sounds like. Then he turned around to face the large door before them as he motioned to Fenrina. Right, break it down and let's do this. What? This door? She asked in surprise and looked up at it. I can't break this down, look at it. So I've seen you bust down all kinds of doors. It's more impressive this way for our grand entrance. Steve waved at it. Just push on it, Fenrina mentioned. Steve frowned and reached out to push on the door. After a moment, he pushed harder and really leaned into it as it didn't budge before he stepped back. Okay, so they barred it from the other side. He set his hands on his hips and frowned as he tried to revise his plan. Let's just use the side door. Fenrina waved at the smaller door to the side. But that's so much less impressive, Steve groaned out. Maybe if I use magic? No, then it could hurt the people on the other side. Fine. We'll use the small door. He grumbled and crossed his arms with a huff. Fenrina just rolled her eyes and walked over to the much smaller door to the side, which she proceeded to kick open. Steve gasped as he realized she hadn't waited for his signal and quickly ran through the door into the court. Not anymore, you're not! He shouted to the assembled and now confused nobles inside. The throne room was quite massive, as befitting the ego of most Kasurian kings. It was a long room, where the ceiling was divided into dozens of smaller sections, where each contained a painting of a famous or important event in Kasurian history. It always made Steve think of looking out from the eyes of a giant insect, somehow seeing so many different times and places from those many tiny little eyes. At the far end was, of course, the throne, a grand work of the finest craftsmen from all over the Kasurian Isles. It was decorated with gold, jewels, and the finest fabrics. Behind the throne were massive vaulted windows overlooking the brown sludge that was the Shums River and the city beyond. But right now the focus in the throne room was on Steve, as the assembled nobles turned to stare at him, and the guards who were inside the room began to hesitantly approach since they weren't sure what was going on. "Steve, you forgot the first part of the line," Fenrina mentioned as Steve blinked and realized what he'd said. "Fuck, well, shit. That idea is ruined, but it doesn't matter, because I have—" He went to pull the sword from his back to show it off, but as he tried to pull it back, the tip got stuck in the scabbard, and he frantically tried to wriggle it around and pull up to get it out. When he let go of the hilt to try and grab the flat of the blade lower down, it fell free with a clatter to the ground as the nobles gasped and backed off as the guards got closer. Sorry, I'm really not used to such long swords," Steve shouted as he stumbled after the sword, kicking it across the ground a few feet before finally grabbing it and hoisting it in the air. "I have your sword of rulership, whatever the hell it's called. See the runes." He pointed to the softly glowing runes along the center. There was much surprised muttering and murmuring within the crowd then, as the guards stopped short, now even less sure of what they should be doing. "So you are a thief who dare try and claim the throne?" "I am rightful king," Gorlan shouted as he stood up from his throne. For an evil king, he didn't really look the part, though Steve knew best of all that good and evil rarely looked like one was led to believe. He was about as tall as Steve, with a full head of blonde hair and the sort of jawline that bards usually reserved for heroes, though Steve thought the look was ruined by his little mustache, but it seemed to be popular among the other Kasurian nobles. "But I can certainly challenge your right." Steve waved the sword around for a moment. "Kasurian people, I, Steve Spellslinger, allege that your King Gorlan is not the rightful heir by reason of regicide. That's it, right? Or is it fratricide? Or is it both?" He looked around, and none of the assembled nobles seemed to have any idea what he was talking about before he pointed at Gorlan once more. "He killed his brother!" he finally shouted, and there were more gasps and murmurs from the crowd. "What proof of this do you have?" Gorlan asked, as he stood tall, his height accented by the raised platform the throne was on. With the light pouring in from behind him, he certainly made a grand appearance, the gems and gold of the throne and his crown gleaming bright in the otherwise dark room. Steve felt like he might somehow be the villain of some future Kasurian painting, the thief accusing the rightful king or something like that. But he knew that he was truly in the right, so he pulled the crystal from his pouch and held it aloft. "A recording of your meeting with an evil spirit known in this physical realm as Luc LeBlanc." Steve waved the crystal from Luke's cane around a moment as he summoned forth the images held within. There was a swirl of colors before they could see an image of Luke standing in an opulent and lavish room speaking with a noble woman in a bright red dress. "What? This isn't where I left it," Steve said in confusion. "Oh, I was trying to figure out the dress style for a tailor. Sorry," Sherry mentioned as Steve sighed and then began to rub the side of the crystal. Hold on. He muttered and spun the recording forward, then backwards as he looked through glimpses of the different meetings Luke had with various important people from around Talaran. "You're just stalling! Clearly you have nothing on me but false illusions. Guards, I demand you seize them and take them away at once," King Gorlan shouted. "Hey, get lost! I've started the challenge. I get to bring out the evidence." Besides, if anything, this proves how authentic the evidence is. Because, let's face it, if I was just making it up, I wouldn't faff about with something as stupid as leaving the recording in the wrong place. He glanced at Sherry, who just made a face back at him. "Okay, got it," Steve finally said, as the images held aloft in the air above him was now one of a Swarai's tavern that was vacant aside from Gorlan and Luke. "So you're sure it can't be traced back to me?" Gorlan was saying. Luke had that same smug smile on his face that Steve was used to, his white and gold clothes as shiny as ever. "Truest me. A mysterious illness that will claim your brother's life. Of course it'll never be tied back to you. Tragic, yes, but simply the way life goes sometimes, and in return I shall ask of you only a single favor." Luke smiled and spun his cane around in the recording of their meeting. "And you shall have a favor from the next king of the Kasurian Isles." Gorlan extended his hand and then they shook before turned off the magic in the crystal and tucked it back into his pouch. Proof! The king had his brother killed, and swore a favor to an evil spirit. Steve pointed at Gorlan as murmurs washed over the crowd. Gorlan gulped then and glanced around a moment before holding his hands out to try and quiet the crowd. I am a true and rightful king. I assure you, I shall have my own response to your claims. This shall be settled in the traditional methods. Trial of combat, I choose as my champion Arms Master Barrack. The king pushed something on the arm of his chair, and the massive door Steve had wanted Fenrina to break down earlier slowly rumbled open. A massive armored figure strode in, as the crowd had to back away and part before him. See, I told you that would have looked more impressive, Steve hissed before focusing on the figure approaching them. He was quite massive, though Steve wasn't sure how much of that was simple his rather ornate and oddly bulbous armor, as if the human inside was made of muscles far larger than any human had the right to develop. He towered over Steve and was even taller than Fenrina, who was a good 7 feet tall herself, not counting her ears. The armor looked to be etched with runes and various Kasurian family crests, and he was carrying the longest, most obscenely large sword Steve had ever carried. Is that your weapon? When I saw you in the training yard, I just thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me. But why would you have such a stupidly large sword? Steve asked in surprise as he pointed at it being carried over the champion's shoulder. I am Arms Master Barrack. I am a pure-blood Kasurian, whose families and blood ties flow from this point through time and history itself to the founding of these great isles. I am he who was trained by champion Oralik, and my sword was crafted by 3 of the greatest swordsmiths of any age. The hilt was forged by Mastersmith Jarvel out of deep pearl and sun gold, the blade made of the purest sky iron by Mastersmith Northam, and these 2 parts were fused together by Mastersmith Quinnell to form a sword no normal man could ever wield, a sword that shall sunder the scales of dragons and utterly destroy any and all enemies of Kasuira. The crowd around them began to ooh and ah at the splendor and glory of the Arms Master right up until Steve laughed. What is it with you fancy sword people? Ooh, look at me! I'm so in love with my sword, I lick it every night as a lover. Fancy Shamtsy, see this? He tugged his broadsword free of its sheath on his hip. This is my Gladius. It's mass-produced to spec for the Almarin legions. I have no idea who made it, but there's a stamp on it that says it's from... He squinted at the base of the blade. The pit, I think? There are many, many like it, but this one is mine. He waved it in the air for a moment as the Arms Master in his suit of armor just huffed and hefted the sword from one shoulder to the other. It looked to be even longer than he was tall, and Steve had no idea how he could move it at all. So you seek to challenge me with that pitiful little blade? So be it! The champion began to raise his sword off his shoulder, but Steve waved his free hand in the air. Wait, no, 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 no. I'm not eligible for the trial of combat. I'm not of noble blood or whatever. He shook his head. So you forfeit? King Gorlan asked then with a hopeful edge to his voice. No, because she does qualify. Steve set his hand on Fenrina's shoulder. By ancient tradition and necessity, Kasurian laws state that chiefs of barbarian tribes from the northern wastes count as low nobles in the court unless otherwise noted. There was mumbling from the crowd before someone in the back called out. He's right! The book says it counts even in the case of lycanthropes. As there were gasps once more, Steve wondered what wouldn't make the nobles gasp. Weren't they getting lightheaded by this point? What's a lycanthrope? Fenrina whispered to Steve as the nobles spoke. A werewolf, Steve whispered back. And I know you're not one, but you're close enough. Very well. She does bear a runed sword, Gorlan muttered with disappointment as Fenrina then held up the old sword she'd found in the wastes. Told you it would turn out to be special. Steve grinned and gave her back a pat. Now remember, we've been over this sort of fight before. He's big and he's got a big fancy sword, but you remember your training? She nodded as he asked that. 'Kay, then you're all set to whoop his ass. He nodded and then backed up. Okay, everyone back the fuck up. Give them space. I think Captain Fancy Pants over there has a hell of a reach with that obscenity he calls a sword. Barrack let out some angry growling from inside his custom suit of armor. Once the nobles had cleared a space, Sherry and Larry stood off to the side with Steve, who watched Fenrina carefully. Barak held up a hand and then started to speak. "I shall take this opportunity to smite the unworthy barbarian who stands before me. For I—" He kept rattling on as Steve called out, "Fenrina, the fight has started. You don't need to let him finish. Remember what I taught you about fighting douches with oversized weapons." When he called that out, Fenrina nodded, and then wriggled for a moment as she tucked her sword and shield in close to her body and began to follow her training. "Roll!" she shouted as she jumped forward and rolled to the side. "Roll!" she repeated as she rolled again after the last roll. Barak stopped his speech up short as he watched Fenrina start to roll past him, keeping her body facing him but rolling around him to the side. "What are you doing?" he asked as he watched her start to circle him. "Roll! Stop that! Roll! Stop moving!" Barak shouted angrily and finally gripped his sword in both hands as he swung his massive sword overhand, but as the blade smashed into the stone floor, cracking the tiles of the courtroom, Fenrina had already rolled out of the way. "Roll!" she kept repeating without any signs of tiring as she kept moving to get around the Kasurian champion. "Quit it!" he screamed then, as he tried to swing the sword at her sideways, but once more she just rolled under the blade as he spun around with the force of his swing, leaving her behind him. She got ready to roll once more, but then Steve cried out, "The other thing!" when he shouted that Fenrina paused and then thrust with her sword. "Shank!" she cried out, jabbing Barak in the back in one of the joints of his armor. It didn't pierce, but it did make him stagger forward and gasp. He let out an angry yell and turned to swing with the sword, but Fenrina was already gone with another. "Roll! Knock it off!" Barak screamed, now getting increasingly angry as the fight continued. As he tried to wield his incredibly large sword on his opponent, Fenrina countered by just rolling. Either she would make sure her body was too low for him to cleave into, or too far ahead of where he was swinging. She would roll away from him, circle him, and then roll in for another jab at his back. "Shank!" she cried out with another successful stab as she poked the champion. "Stop moving and fight me!" Barak was screaming now in frustration that Fenrina refused to duel him in the traditional Kasurian fashion. "We are fighting!" Fenrina mentioned before he swung at her, which prompted her to move. "Roll! This isn't how it's done!" he cried out and then paused, holding his sword before him as he watched her off to the side. Neither moved for several seconds before he finally began to lift the blade, but just as he swung, she was already moving. "Roll!" Barak let out a loud, frustrated scream as his blade swept through the air over her yet again, and she ended up directly behind him yet again. "Tendons!" Steve yelled out, and this time when Fenrina jabbed, she went for the back of Barak's knee. While she couldn't pierce the armor, it did drive him down onto one knee as he was forced off balance, his sword clattering flat to the ground. "Ring his bell!" Steve shouted next, and she brought the edge of her shield down hard against his large helm, as there was a loud clang that echoed through the throne room, and Barak's head slumped forward as he let go of his sword finally and slumped down onto his hands and knees. "Finish him!" Steve shouted next. But Fenrina looked back at him with a confused look. "Cut his head off!" Steve raised his arms and mimicked the chopping motion. However, when Fenrina looked down at the crawling champion before her, she instead set her foot on his side, kicked him over, as he clanked and rolled on the floor with a heavy thump thanks to his massive suit of heavy armor. She set the edge of her blade at his throat where there was a small gap in his armor. "Yield! Never!" he shouted, which seemed to surprise her as she looked over at Steve. "What do I do now?" she asked. "Kill him!" Steve shouted back. "But he's beaten. He's not a threat." She frowned as she looked concerned with this turn of events. "He's going for his sword!" Steve yelled and pointed, but Fenrina just shrugged. "He can't lift it like this," she said confidently, and sure enough, though he got one hand around the hilt of Hit's massive sword, he couldn't do more than wiggle it around since it was so heavy, and he was flat on his back on the ground. "Fenrina, you've killed lots of people before. Just fucking stick him with the pointy bit." Steve was clasping his hands to his head as he watched Fenrina delay the duel. "But usually it's in a big battle and I kinda have to... This feels... mean," she muttered as the champion struggled beneath her, unable to get out from under her feet as she would just step on his outstretched arm whenever he tried to move his sword closer to really pick it up. He wants to kill you. He refused to yield. End it. He probably thinks living in defeat is worse than dying. Steve was feeling more and more tense as Fenrina had her moral dilemma in the middle of a duel. Is that it? I mean, you fought well. Is it that bad to lose? She asked. I'm Arms Master Barrack. I'll never lose. Flee from this battle now and I'll hunt you down for the rest of my days. I will never rest until you're dead. I refuse your sympathy. If I die, it must be in the glory of battle. The figure beneath her shouted up, and Fenrina sighed and shrugged before finally driving her sword into his throat. There was some gurgling and the body twitched as blood ran out from the armor and onto the floor around him. The room was quiet. Unfortunately, so as the assembled nobles got to then hear Barrack's last act in death as he relieved himself. While the nobles began to groan and back up further from the smell, Steve actually chuckled to himself. I guess it was Armsmaster Barrack who shit on the floor. Then he looked around as nobles gave him strange looks. That will make sense to some people. Later. Whatever. Now then, the trial is over. He pointed at King Gorlan. Which means you've lost. You're no longer king, and your plot to take the Insul Multai throne ends here as well. My what? The king looked genuinely confused, and that in turn confused Steve, before there was a shout from the large door at the front of the throne room. Steve Spellslinger is right. I, Arturian Uberdragon, can attest to the evil deeds of the supposed king. He is no rightful monarch. Steve turned to look back and saw the assembled members of crap posing dramatically in the door. You lying sack of crap! You're too late! You can't stop this from happening! Steve shouted back as Sherry leaned in. Steve, he just agreed with you. She whispered, which made Steve blink. He what? Steve asked, having been too caught up in seeing his rivals to actually pay attention to what was said. Even though he is a heathen, barbaric, and evil Almarin necromancer, he is correct in this moment. For I can verily attest to his claims. Arturian called out to the crowd and slowly approached Steve. But as I suspected, he is entirely ignorant of the Kasurian line of ascension and believes himself here to foil my plans. A pity you are so short-sighted and driven by evil and base instincts, foul necromancer. Steve glared at Arturian before him, but held back his choice insults as he tried to figure out just what was going on. You should try reading a book sometime, Arturian said mockingly then, as he handed Steve a leather-bound tome. Steve frowned as he took the book and looked at the title. Kasurian Rules for Hereditary Holdings. He began to flip it open and read as he just looked more confused. So long as the next child is born on a day with no more than 2 days sunshine preceding the 5th moon of the 2nd cycle? What the fuck? He flipped a few more pages. If raised on the left side of a river, and in a noble's manner but not blind? The hells? He slowly shook his head as he kept reading. Unless non-returnable outgoings exceeded the double quarterly returns, what does it mean? He shook the book then. That bit there is of most direct relation to these proceedings, Arturian mentioned as he pointed to a red bookmark that Steve flipped to. So long as the first son of noble heritage that is not tainted by the blood of foreigners, real nice xenophobia there, he muttered. Or of a most sinister nature. The hell does that mean? Just evil people? He asked as he arched his brows in confusion. Using their sinister hand as you so often do, Arturian mentioned, and Steve looked between his hands for a moment. My left hand? That's why you think I'm evil? Because I'm left-handed? That the shit kind of awkward base thinking? I mean... He scrunched up his face a moment. Back asswards. Fuck, you know what I'm trying to say. He shook the book, and then kept reading. The title shall go to those of body born of penis and carrying penis only? Seriously? Who the fuck wrote this and what the fuck does it mean? He asked as he tossed the book back at Arturian, who caught it with a smirk. What it means is that you thought the next in line would be his sister, yes. But such is not the case here in these noble and majestic islands that adhere to the glory of our patron god. Steve rolled his eyes as Arthurian posed for the nobles around them. Instead, the next king is his second cousin on his father's side. Steve frowned, as he hadn't checked that far out on the family tree. Utarian Uberdragon, my father. As that news sank in, Steve's eyes slowly went wide and the first publicly acknowledged victory of the Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol over Doom became clear. Of course, if Arthurian had brought forth the revelation that Gorlan was evil to the court, everyone would think it was for selfish reasons. But since Steve proved it and Arthurian showed up at the last minute to add his weight to the claims, there would be no doubting the truth. It meant that Steve had dethroned a king, only to make Arthurian crown prince and heir to the throne of the Kasurian Isles. Steve had to take a breath, but took the moment to jab his middle finger into Arthurian's face before the noble could swat his hand away. Fuck you! As my first act as crown prince, guards seize them! They're enemies of the crown! Arthurian began to draw his sword then, but Steve grabbed him by the shoulders, leaned his head back and smashed the top of his head into Arthurian's nose. There was a crunch, and the noble cried out as he staggered back, clutching his now bleeding nose. My nose, my perfect heroic nose, you bastard! Time for plan, get the fuck out of here! Steve called out, and Fenrina quickly ran back towards Steve, Sherry, and Larry. Steve and Sherry were booking it for the windows overlooking the river, and Larry just hunkered down as Fenrina picked him up, spinning around for a moment before hurling the dwarf through the closest window. Nobles were screaming and scattering as guards chased after them, and Garland quickly ran for one of the back exits, since no one was paying attention to him at the moment. Sherry and Steve quickly reached the dwarf-sized hole in the window as Steve kicked out more of the glass, and then let Sherry jump first to grab a hold of Larry, who was dangling from a pair of golden holy wings he had grown once through the window. I will have my revenge, you fucker! Steve was calling out and pointing at Arthurian, who was still clutching his broken, bleeding nose. But Fenrina just picked Steve up over her head and tossed him out the window as he kept shouting, Mark my words! His faint voice could be heard as Fenrina jumped and clutched to Larry as well. With the 3 other members of Doom hanging on to him, the dwarf gasped and struggled and couldn't exactly fly them away, but he glided down over the river to the far bank where they could make their escape. Once they were safely landed on the far side, Larry was lying on the ground, panting from the strain of having carried everyone else. Steve just looked back across the river and up at the palace on the cliff. Well, that was good work all around, everyone. Larry, you especially. I didn't know you could carry all of us like that. Weight, limit, exceeded, heart, exploding. The dwarf wheezed out as he recovered. You seem less upset than I thought you would be, considering your reaction inside, Sherry mentioned. I just had to sell it, though this is far worse than I really expected. The fact is, I always had a feeling they were somehow fucking with me. This is why I've been slowly plotting my revenge ahead of time. He grinned. That crown thing? Sherry asked. Oh, that and lots of other things they'll be bringing out for the coronation of his father. Steve's grin just got wider before he clapped his hands. Right, let's teleport us back out of here and get something to eat. I worked up an appetite fighting those void mouth monsters earlier. I think Larry is dying, Fenrina mentioned as she stood over the dwarf who was sprawled out on the ground. He'll be fine. Steve waved it off as he prepared for their return to Arbitus before any Kasurian knights could show up and try to grab them before they escaped. Truthfully, Steve's revenge wouldn't have to wait long either, since Arthurian had planned the coronation for the very next day to ensure his father's reign began immediately. Using Steve to help crown his father king was Arthurian's first well-known victory over Spellslinger. But what few people like to point out in Kasurian society is that if he had focused on grabbing Gorlan then and there instead of sending his guards after Steve, he might have caught the evil ex-king before his escape. A mistake which would cause much conflict for the new crown prince in the years to come. Yet the coronation would be Steve's very public revenge. Just as he had cryptically alluded to his friends, Steve had gone through great lengths to replace various objects all around the palace with certain items that he got from an old friend, and then hidden using his powerful Weiss's amulet of illusion. So just as the coronation was completed, and Utarian was wearing what he thought was the first and most traditional Kasurian crown, Quarry detected the illusion magic in action, and cast a mass dispel over the throne room, to reveal that the crown, and many items all around them were gifts from Steve's old friend Grant, the lesser stone dragon. And in fact, what was sitting on the new king's head wasn't a crown at all, but instead, dragon shit. The First Almoran-Elven War had entered its third year with steady Almoran territorial gains, but this success was tempered by an increasingly higher cost to claim each next city. In a reversal of how most wars were waged, the elves and their coalition began to abandon their cities and fight the Almoran legions anywhere they could find wide-open plains. This reduced the Almoran advantages as excellent close-quarters siegers and maximized coalition cavalry effectiveness. But their numbers were still insufficient to actually halt the Almorans. This would soon change, however, as the new Kasurian king had spearheaded an effort to create a grand coalition armada to transport massive numbers of troops across the Banded Ocean from Myzenia to aid in the war effort. At the same time, the Almorans had made their first allies, the Insumultai Islanders, who began to help the Almorans build their first truly ocean-worthy ships. But their efforts would lag far behind the Koziorn's already well-established shipbuilding industry. There was no possible way for the Almorans to actively destroy or attack the Kasurian home islands, so another tactic was needed to slow them down. This is where Steve came in. As many historians can attest, international trade is an incredibly complex affair, where seemingly small events can spiral wildly out of control to impact economies on the other side of Talaron. Adventurers especially have been known to be massive actors of change on economies. Considering how delicate economies could be, it's no surprise that having a band of what are essentially armed, exceptionally skilled, treasure-hungry killers roaming around can be very bad for business, or very good for business. It all depends on what business one is in. This is part of the reason the Almoran military would take over all official adventuring duties on their territory in time. This is why most historians assume that Steve's journey to Kavika was little more than random chance, as is so often the case with adventures. But those people do not understand the mind of Consul Gaylord Julian Cox, nor do they know how instrumental the Archon of Magic at that time was in the Almoran war effort. Most people don't tag the reawakened Orbitus as a political force until much later, thinking that many favorable events in the Academy's history were just as coincidental as Steve's usual appearances on the world stage. Indeed, many people also fail to notice the connection due to the Archon's outspoken messages against war, conquest, and violence. All the while, Orbitus's increase in power, wealth, and influence were directly tied with the rise of Almera. Of course, as is often pointed out, correlation does not necessarily mean causation, especially when Steve is mostly seen as the point of so very much causation throughout Talaron history at the time. This is precisely why he was so useful to various institutions at the time. Why attribute to malice what can instead be attributed to stupid adventurers? And Steve made such an easy scapegoat for the various Myzenian nations that no one saw a reason to look past him. This is part of why it's often so hard to split myth and legend from the man himself. For as hated as he is by some nations, he is at times equally beloved by towns within those same nations based solely on his actions when he visited over his infamous career. This is why it's so very important to explore his influence on the places he touches in the greater context of the history at the time. For no adventuring group acts within a vacuum, and no quest is without consequences. Which brings us to the continent of Kavika, and more specifically the nation of Estroko, an important nation along the Tusk coast and stopping point for ships crossing the Banded Ocean to Narmesia. It was for this reason Steve was sent there on a quest, or so he thought. But really this is a story about when Spellslinger starts a trade war. Steve's slumber was as peaceful as it usually was, just one of his dreams about flying around. He liked those dreams because there were less restrictions to flight in his dreams than actually using a flight spell. But even as he stretched his arms and flew across the land, something went wrong. A shadow fell across him first, then he suddenly plummeted towards the ground. He didn't panic, however, since he knew how these sorts of things usually went, and tried to take control of flight once more. But instead, just as he was about to hit the ground, the whole world seemed to suddenly shift and be above him, as if the world landed on him and not the other way around. He tried to get back up, but the weight of the world pressed down on him, heavy and constant. There was a deep rumbling noise that began to grow as well, like a heavy and constant wheezing. His breathing got more labored as he tried to push himself up, but as he clawed and struggled, it was like the ground was pouring over him, pulling him into its embrace and swallowing him whole. This is when his wards kicked in and he surfaced from his dream with a gasp. But the weight was still there, enveloping him, crushing him. As his mind shifted from the land of dreams to the land of reality, he struggled, starting to panic just a little until he finally came to grips with what was going on. "Fenrina!" he hissed out, as he looked at the were-husky sprawled out on top of him. She shifted her head towards him, and her snoring just got even louder in his ear. "Fenrina!" he hissed yet again, as he struggled to try and get his arms out from under the blankets. "What? I'm sleeping!" she finally muttered back as he managed to get one arm free and try to push her head away, only for her to stick her tongue out and give his hand a big slobbering lick. "You're crushing me!" Steve gasped out and continued to try and wriggle free of the bulk of the party tank. "I am not!" she insisted with a huff. "Astrid used to pick me up and carry me all the time," she insisted. "When you were a puppy. Now you're 7 feet tall and several hundred pounds. Get off!" He gasped and pointed away. "No!" she whined out and then rolled over, curling up a bit as she gave him her sad, were-husky face. "Why do you hate me? I don't hate you, but I can't breathe. Off!" He wheezed out once more as he managed to get his other arm out from under her and try to roll her off. But she just flopped back over the other way over his arms. "No!" she whined again in an almost howl, and then pinned his arms down as she looked up at him, her tail starting to wag a bit. So Steve just had to stare back at her for a few seconds and then sighed. "If you let me up, I'll make breakfast." At that, her ears perked up and her tail wagged a bit faster. "I'll grill sausages," he promised, and she bounced up then. "Well, what are you waiting for?" She hopped off his bed and rushed off down the hall, no doubt to keep spinning around in the kitchen until he showed up to start cooking. Cooking with an excited husky in the kitchen was normally a challenge in itself. But a 7-foot-tall husky with hands? It could truly be a monumental undertaking depending on how hungry she was. So Steve groaned and slid his legs off the bed as he sat up and tried to rub the sleep from his eyes for a bit. He wondered then what was worse, that he might be too old for this shit, too young for this shit, or exactly the right age. Either way, he finally got up and grabbed his cloak, pulling it on over his tunic and light pants. The cold Arbutus weather had long since made it necessary for him to sleep in pants, no matter how much his brothers might make fun of him for it. Then he pulled on his wool-lined sandals and shuffled on down the hall towards the kitchen. In the past year, his private lab up the mountain from the rest of the academy had been expanded to include a suite of rooms for him and the other members of Doom, mostly because keeping a rambunctious teenage were-husky, Steve's, literally, fiery arguments with Sherry, and Larry Love in the same building as the students was taxing the Archon's patience. It also made it easier for the adventuring group to come and go without prying eyes watching their movements, which was helpful when the Archon had a mission for Steve, something that Steve had to be prepared for at any time. Though he forgot that last part fairly often, which was why when he shuffled into the kitchen, he was completely unprepared for hearing a voice in his ear. "Steven?" "Bwah!" Steve jumped and turned to see the Archon standing just inside the kitchen to his left. He set a hand on his chest and took a moment to get his breath back. "Don't do that!" "Didn't she tell you I was out here with Archchair Evelinus?" She waved back at the elf sitting at the table drinking something from a hot, steaming mug. "You know Steve for such a disgrace as a mage you've actually got. Pretty good taste in tea." The elf nodded and took a sip. "Yeah, I go for the good stuff. That's pock blood tea." Evelinus then looked down nervously into the mug he was sipping from. "It's not actually blood, just looks like it when brewed properly," Steve explained. Then he crossed his arms and looked across the kitchen at Fenrina, who was standing next to a strange iron box that had a tube fitted to the wall. And no, she didn't tell me. She just crushed me until I gave in and offered to make breakfast. Promise was made of sausages. Fenrina nodded, while Steve sighed and rubbed his forehead as he headed over to a strange metal cabinet in the corner. Get it going, he muttered, and Fenrina opened a hatch in the front of the metal box beside her. Then she got her fire necklace to set the wood inside ablaze. While she did that, Steve opened the metal door to the cabinet and reached inside to grab some things from the much colder interior of the box. Interesting. Do you have ice wards in there? The Archon asked as she stepped up behind him to examine the contents of the cabinet, which were mostly foods that would spoil easily if left out. Yeah, I etched wards of protection into the metal to contain it, but it keeps everything inside cold. I call it my cabinet of perpetual cold. He grinned then, but the Archon just hummed and rubbed her ethereal chin. Bit of a long name, isn't it? Why not just call it a freezer or something? She asked, but Steve shook his head. It doesn't freeze things. It just keeps them cold. But then she pointed to a smaller box he had at the top. What about that part? Those items look frozen. As she pointed it out, he just shrugged. Well, part of it is cold enough to freeze things. I call that the chamber of ice. He made a flourish as he said that, and then gasped as he lost his grip on one of the eggs he was holding. After a brief panic, he managed to snag it out of the air without breaking it. Anyway, I'm making eggs and sausage and toast. Either of you want any? He asked, looking over at the Archon and Ivalinus. No, thank you. Why do you Almarins seem to eat such large breakfasts? Ivalinus asked then, while Steve set about preparing the food. Because who doesn't want to start the day with some rich, cheesy eggs and grilled sausage that's just dripping in fat? As he asked that, Fenrina had to take a moment to wipe her mouth of some drool. So what's this metal firebox? The Archon asked next as she pointed to the metal box near Fenrina. That's what I call it too. Steve shrugged. Got logs inside, set them on fire, they heat up the metal, smoke goes out that tube in the wall, and I can cook on it. Way safer than having an open fire. Steve explained with a shrug. Fascinating. What gave you the idea? The Archon asked. At some Almarin bathhouses, they used similar but much bigger versions to heat some of the water. They call those furnaces, like the smithing forge stuff. But this isn't that, so I don't know what to call it. They talk about how hot they can get, and I wondered about doing a small version to cook on. Steve shrugged once more. Oh, Almarin bathhouses. Now there is perhaps the only truly great thing your people have brought to the world, Evelinus said with a nod. They're wonderful places. I actually enjoy them a great deal. I had wondered how such magic-deprived barbarians could stay so clean. I've even gone so far as to suggest we build a bathhouse here at the Academy. The council is all on board with it, in fact. Oh? Steve looked over with interest for a moment as he tossed a slab of butter onto the surface of his metal firebox. It jumped and sizzled a bit as it melted, but Fenrina's eyes were focused on the sausage links he was cutting apart and preparing to cook. Well, I can put you in touch with some people who make them. Hopefully they'll know where you can buy soap. Soap? Evelinus asked with a bit of confusion. Yeah, soap. Didn't you use soap when you went? Isn't that how you got clean? Steve asked, now also confused. I just use cleansing cantrips like most elves. I simply enjoy the water and the atmosphere. What's soap? Evelinus asked. It's fat, I think. Steve frowned a little as he tried to remember. Fat? Evelinus asked, looking vaguely uneasy at the notion. Yeah, well, mostly. You rub it all over to help get dirt off, Steve mentioned. You rub fat all over yourself? That's disgusting. The elf looked entirely nauseated by the idea, but Steve shook his head. No, it's not just loose globs of fat. Behind him, Fenrina drooled a bit more. It's like compressed, and it's an alchemy type thing. It's more complicated than that. They press them into these sorts of bars. Whatever, when I show you, it'll make more sense. He promised and tossed the sausages onto the sizzling metal as Fenrina's tail began to wag. But besides that, are you sure it's a good idea to build a bathhouse here? I mean, considering most of the students are the same age. It's not like back home where you've got families to cut down on the naughty stuff. Both the Archon and Ivalinus gave Steve another very confused look. Because of how most cultures view public nudity, the Archon asked then. No. Well, yeah, that too. But I mean, Steve looked between them. Didn't you ever notice most bathhouses have dark alcoves in the very back? You know, far away from the shallow areas, for a bit of privacy away from prying eyes? He made a few odd gestures with his hands, then before it suddenly clicked for Ivelinus. Oh! 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 The elf said as he went through several stages of suddenly understanding things. Well, we had planned on fashioning some sort of swimming garments for people to wear. I suppose we'll adjust the design a little. Is this why you guys came here this early? To talk to me about making a bathhouse? Steve asked, and used a metal prong to roll the sausages around. Then he began to crack eggs on the side of the prong and let them sit on the metal, sizzling as they cooked. No. The Archon shook her head. Though now I know to adjust the layout of the bathhouse to not include dark alcoves. We need you to go to Kavika. There's something wrong on the Ivory Coast. Some monster is killing locals, and we've detected a dangerous fluctuation in the threads of reality from the area. That sounds serious. So you thought of me because I'm the best you've got? Steve asked. More because before we send anyone valuable, we thought it would be best to send you, because you're dispendable. The elf frowned then. Sorry I misspoke, I meant to say disposable. Although, now that I think about it, you're actually expendable as well. However you look at it, I don't care if you die. Steve rolled his eyes and shook his head a little as he used the metal prong to scrape the eggs up off the surface of the metal firebox and flip them over. Gee, you're all hard, aren't you, Ives? Steve muttered. Get a plate, he said to Fenrina then, as he pushed the sausages around a little more. What about the toast? She asked, and he sighed before going back to his cabinet of perpetual cold and pulling out a loaf of bread from inside. He quickly cut off 2 pieces, buttering both sides before tossing them onto the hot metal. Despite the Archchair's lack of concern for your well-being, I do think you're best suited for the task, the Archon said then. You show great adaptability, and we need that right now. When can you assemble the others and get ready? As she asked that, Steve thought it over, and then Fenrina stood by with a plate. He scraped the eggs off first, setting them on the big plate before arranging the sausages beneath them. Then he flipped over the bread to toast the other side a little. Once that was done, he quickly cut the top corners off so the toast formed little triangles. Once he set those on the plate, the food formed a rough image of a smiling husky, which made Fenrina smile in turn. Okay, try to actually chew your food this time, and not just inhale it all. I'll try, Fenrina said, though he doubted she would. Instead, he looked back over at the Archon and Evelinus as he thought about his day. Well, I need to cook 3 more breakfasts, then wait for Larry to wander back up here, then drop into hell to grab Sherry. So, give me an hour? He asked with a bit of a shrug. 3 more breakfasts? The Archon asked first. 1 more for her. He nodded to Fenrina. Then 1 for me, and 1 for Astrid. They require separate meals? The Archon asked. Yeah, I call her a were-husky, but it's not really that. They're different people, different bodies, but also the same. He shrugged. And what about that womanizing dwarf? What do you mean he's wandering back up here? He was expressly forbidden to fraternize with the students. Evelinus spoke up. Yes, but you didn't say anything about the faculty, Steve pointed out and then shrugged. Would you prefer he try the diplomatic staff that stay in the village down below? As Evelinus mentally calculated the fallout from that scenario, Steve just shook his head. I thought not. Either way, vote of confidence aside, I am the best you've got for this. When reality is broke, I'm your guy. Head to Kavika, find monster or big evil bad guy, kill them, fix reality. Back before dinner. Steve shrugged. You need to be careful. Evelinus pointed at him. The situation there is already precarious considering all the increased traffic through the area, and people are on edge. Try to do your best not to create more chaos. I've already started 1 war, Steve replied with a scoff. What are the chances that I'll start a second? However, as Evelinus frowned and Steve went back to cooking, they both missed the slow smile that spread across the Archon's cosmic face. This place sure is bright, Fenrina said as she shielded her eyes a moment to look around the Astroko port city of Takesh. The buildings all around them were mostly made of a pinkish-red brick, and there were dozens of various multicolored tarps and sheets pulled out tight between them to provide shade between the twisting, winding streets. From the dock district where they stood, they could see the city winding up various levels of streets into the mountains that blocked the port in from the east. There were stalls set up everywhere. There seemed to be space with merchants both buying and selling all kinds of goods. Yeah, it is. He agreed for a moment and then scratched his chin. The streets look different since I was last here, but it's been a decade, so I shouldn't be surprised. How come there are, 3 different types of buildings? Fenrina asked next as she pointed to some with slanted pink-red roofs but white-painted walls, then the more common flat-topped pink brick buildings, and finally some buildings that were built using as much colorful glass as possible that lit up in sparkling and dazzling ways in the bright midday sun. Estroko has a bit of a rocky history, Steve explained as he began to lead them through the streets. Basically, what we know as Estroko used to be 4 different kingdoms. Then invaders from Deep Kavika nearly took all of the land until one of the northern kingdoms got their shit together and started a grand crusade against them and pushed them all back out. But this all took time, decades. Maybe a century, I forget. So between the original different kingdoms, the invaders, and random pockets of resistance in the mountains on both sides, there are a whole lot of cultures that call this place home. They mostly hold it all together with their mutual love of taking naps and eating dinner very, very late at night for no good reason. That and that goat bladder game, Sherry mentioned as she adjusted the blue shawl she had wrapped around her head and face. While she had taken on the appearance of a normal human, she was always careful about her appearance in especially religious countries. Not everyone thought as highly of demons as Steve did after all. Oh yeah, they kick around this inflated goat's bladder. I really don't understand the appeal. It's several hours of watching them kick something back and forth. Boring. But people over here can lose their shit over that game. He nodded. And then there's trade. See, they claim Estroko is the gateway to Kavika since it's in such a great place to harvest all the ivory. So ships stop to trade for ivory and they get all kinds of goods in return, and then trade those with more ships coming in from other places. So besides being held together by the Sultan, they're also held together by money. What's a sultan? Fenrina asked next as they wove in through the crowded streets as Steve led the way. Basically it's a king. The original king, through political shenanigans, made himself sultan of one of the invader places, and then used that to further grab more land? I don't really understand how it all works. I think he just did it so he could have a harem, which is the only real difference between a king and a sultan as far as I know, Steve explained. What's a harem? Fenrina asked next, and Steve sighed, deeply regretting his rambling mind in that moment. The most fun Larry Love has ever had getting banned from an entire country. Ooh, yee, the dwarf said as they walked. What? Fenrina asked in confusion, but then Steve coughed loudly and held out his hands as they got to an even more massive collection of market stalls set up in a large square surrounding a massive fountain. At the corners of the fountain were giant spires of multicolored glass that spread a rainbow of light all around the market. Welcome to the Grand Takesh Bazaar. Steve waved his hands around. If it could be bought and sold in the open, they were selling it here. Weapons, armor, spices, jewelry, gems, books, maps, charts. If it was easy enough to store and wave around in a market stall, it was being bought and sold. There were a few scattered patrols of guards in bright armor with gleaming Morian helms and wearing shawls of red, yellow, and green. But for the most part, the guards looked content to just slowly patrol and use their obvious bright colors as a deterrent alone. Likely as much to let criminals know to just stay away from the area as to give comfort to the merchants. But this isn't what we want, Steve said. Stick with me and try not to get lost. We're headed to the fountain. And beware of tricks they use to try and get you to their stall. Right, everyone? He looked back, and the other 3 members were all gone. Fuck! By the great northern bear! Look at them! Steve had to chase after Fenrina, who was shouldering people out of the way left and right as she followed something on the ground. When he got closer, he could see 2 dogs? But they were very small, and looked a bit like fluffy potatoes with legs. Look at them. Steve, I need them. She continued to shoulder people left and right, making her way through the crowd as she followed the dogs. Finally, they scurried under the table at the front of a market stall with a smiling local. Ah, a potential customer. You have a great eye. You must be here for... But before he could continue, Fenrina had reached across the table to squish the man's face between her hands. I must buy your little furry potatoes! The merchant with the squished face looked at her in confusion, and then toward Steve before looking back at Fenrina. What? Was all he could manage with his face currently being squished. Your tiny walking furry potatoes! Give them to me! Fenrina demanded as she shook his head a little. Your dogs, Steve explained as the merchant's eyebrows arched up. Air aught or ale. The merchant tried to explain, but that just made Fenrina howl out. No! I need them! I will seriously die if I can't have them. They're so adorable and small and fluffy! Steve! She let go of the merchant's face to try and squeeze Steve's face, but he was expecting that and quickly ducked only for her to partially collapse against him, forcing him to try and catch the werehusky who was significantly larger than him. Steve! I need them! No, you don't! How would you take care of them? He grunted as he tried to keep her upright, as she pressed down across his shoulder like she was about to drop of exhaustion or death from lack of owning those dogs. I can walk them and feed them and clean up after them, she insisted. You can't even feed yourself and your room is a mess, Steve hissed back. No, I need them or I'll die, she insisted once more with a wail of sorrow. Such a drama queen, he gasped out as he tried to push her back upright, which was a significant strain until she straightened up on her own, which made him stagger a bit from the sudden lack of pushback. A queen? Oh, think they've got tiaras here? No, wait. Those are for princesses. I need a crown and a scepter that say drama queen. As the teenage werehusky began to look around for a place that sold jewelry, Steve instead grabbed her by the back of her armor. Oh, no, you don't. Quest first, shopping later. You know the rules. We don't buy things until after the quest, or else they can break during our fights. Besides, you don't get your allowance until the end of the quest either, he insisted. Ooh, come on! Fenrina gave him her sad, husky face again, and huffed a few times, trying to look cute and sad. But Steve just stared up at her with his hands on his hips until she finally sighed. Fine. But if there's a crown on the quest, can I have it? She asked and wagged her tail. If it fits, it's not cursed and the usual other rules. Steve nodded as she hopped a little with glee. Then he scanned the market, trying to spot where Sherry got off to. Fenrina, can you smell sherry? He asked. I can smell everything, she said after taking a sniff. Meaning? He asked with a frown. Meaning there is no chance I can sniff out only sherry, she told him as he kept looking. Then he saw the bright blue shawl and sighed. Ah, shit. Follow me. Actually, better yet, you lead. He had Fenrina go first as she shouldered her way through the crowd once more. The various people getting shoved out of the way, turning to shout until they saw a massive, well-armored figure, and likely magical figure, so instead they wisely kept quiet. Soon, Steve had followed his tank through the crowd to where Sherry was sitting before a man with a set of paints and a scroll. So gorgeous! Most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I saw that blue shawl and I knew I had to paint you. It would be a sin before God, all gods, to leave your intense beauty off of my scroll, the man insisted. Sherry, we need to go, Steve said, but didn't make a move to grab her. He wasn't that stupid. Steve, please, I'm having my portrait painted. He saw me in the crowd and came over and... Well, he's certainly very appreciative of my beauty, unlike some people lately. She cast a glare at Steve. Yeah, about this. So you're telling me that you're painting my girlfriend for free? Steve asked, and the painter paused. The painter hesitated as Sherry frowned. Totally gratis, without any fees or payments of any kind. You're doing this out of the kindness of your heart or whatever other reason? Just because you feel like it, you're going to paint her portrait and it won't cost her a single coin? Steve pressed. Well, there would be a small fee, the painter finally admitted before Sherry stood up in a hurry and approached as she began to poke him in the chest. How dare you? You have no idea what sort of fury you're in for when you dare mess with a But before she could reveal she was a Sunderclaw, Steve tried to cover it up. Human! Steve coughed out into his hand. You're human! He coughed again. So Sherry held up and glared at the now fearful painter for a moment before simply turning and walking away without another word. The nerve of some parasites! Sherry growled out, then looked around. Where's Larry? She asked, as if it were the dwarf's fault they had delayed in the market. Give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve paused and looked around. I guess. They could clearly hear a man yelling as there was a commotion off to their right, before Larry burst out of the crowd and dove behind Fenrina. She looked down at him, clutching to her legs before an angry dwarf in red, green, and yellow robes burst out with a loaf of battle bread in his hands. When he saw Larry, he pointed the bread at him and spoke out in Dwarvish. You dare touch the beard of my life mate! Steve narrowed his eyes for a moment as he inspected the dwarf before them. He was pretty sure it was a male dwarf, mostly. I was just complimenting their fine braid work, baby. You gotta let a fine piece of dwarf like that know how resplendent their beard is. If you don't, someone else might. Larry spoke back in Dwarvish. Fenrina had no idea what they were saying, but as she looked down between them, she pointed to the stranger. Hey, hi, go away. She made a shooing motion, and the dwarf finally looked up to realize who Larry was hiding behind. Touch their beard again, and I shall shave you. The possibly male dwarf said in common as he pointed to Larry and then backed into the crowd with a final dwarven, Fey! All right, are we all done derailing the quest? Steve asked as he looked around the party. "'Kay, let's go." He led the way once more towards the massive fountain in the center. As he got closer, he guided them to one of the giant glass spires at the corners. There was a strange air around the base of the tower. The air seemed to shimmer and shake a little. If someone watched carefully, they could see a few people walk into or out of nothingness, but none of the locals seemed surprised by this. There will be an odd feeling, but just follow me. It's totally safe, Steve insisted, and walked forward as the others followed him into the shimmering air. Despite the fact that their feet stayed on the ground, it felt like they were suddenly flipped upside down as their stomachs flip-flopped for a second. Then they were standing in the market again, looking out. But the sky was red, and a black crescent moon was high above, below them. Again, despite being firmly on the ground, there was a sensation as if they were up and the sky was beneath them somehow. All around there were magical races doing much as they had up above, buying and selling all manner of goods. But these were of a magic nature, and unlike the bored guards in bright armor, Steve pointed out posts on the buildings around them. Here the guards wore dark, matte black armor with red cloaks and were riding reddish-brown drakes. There were calls of all kind of mythical creatures being bought and sold, and more than a few large beasts flying through the sky. Yet still the glass spires around the fountain shone a brilliant array of colors all around the market. "Welcome to the Grand Takesh Bazaar," Steve waved. "If you can't find it up above, you can likely find it down here, but be on your best behavior. The guards here don't fuck around." "Is this what the Archon meant when she was talking about the threads of reality?" Fenrina asked. "No, this place is stable even if it's, what would I call this? It's not exactly a shadow realm. It's a local anomaly. I'll just call it that. There are magic anomalies all across Talaron that are more or less stable, but just different." He shrugged as he led them through the bazaar. "We're headed to an ivory dealer to get some info." "Isn't there a ton of ivory up above?" Fenrina asked as she looked all around as they walked, marveling at the various sights, sounds, and for her especially smells. "There are a variety of ivories. The kind we want is traded down here," Steve explained. He got to the edge of the market as he pointed to a building that had a giant dragon skull set on the roof right above the door. "I can't imagine the dragons take kindly to that sort of thing," Sherry mentioned. "Actually, they're fine with it. See, the reason this is all part of the Tusk Coast is there's a massive elephant, dragon, and assorted other large, terrifying animal graveyard not far from here. It's got some strange magic properties that draw in creatures near death in the above, and locals harvest their bones for the ivory trade. So everything you saw died of mostly natural causes, and the Draconic Council gets a cut from all the proceeds. Plus, it helps cut way down on necromancy when the bones are treated properly before selling, Steve explained. As they walked through the doors of the building, there were 2 more guards inside, silently watching them as they passed. Down here, the crested Morian helms were replaced with black lobster-tail helmets instead, and fitted with intricate faceplates that made it impossible to see the face of the guard wearing it. All around them were pieces of scrimshaw, unworked bones, and all variety of finished ivory pieces made of the more rare and powerful creatures of Talaran. At the center of the building was a somewhat small lizard man with 4 arms and chameleon-like eyes that kept moving in different directions. "Customers, come in, come in! Welcome, welcome!" "Well, if it isn't cut my own wrists, Ector. You've moved up in the world since you were selling little scrimshaw trinkets out by the stables," Steve said as he approached. The lizard man gave a nervous chuckle then as both eyes tried to focus on Steve now. "Aha, yes, I have my friend. But you seem to have me at a loss. Have we met?" The merchant seemed a bit nervous as Steve stepped up to his counter, but then Steve set something down before him which made him laugh. "Ah, one of my old ghostwood rings, very popular, very quality craftsmanship, very—" "Fake," Steve cut in. "It's not real ghostwood." Ector let out a nervous laugh. "Oh, come now. I'm sure you just took it to the wrong person for an examination. You see, humans can't trigger certain types of ghostwood because you need to be infused with—" Once more, Steve cut the merchant off. "Magic? Yes, I'm aware." He let that hang in the air as the lizard man looked him over for a bit and finally noticed the large book hanging from Steve's belt. You're that human!" He looked even more nervous now. "Yeah." Steve nodded slowly. "Yeah, I am. And I've got all the magic necessary to know that isn't real. Now I'm sure you've got nothing but real products now, but I remember your old slogan. If it isn't the finest quality real merchandise at the best prices, you'll cut your own wrists." Steve nodded slowly as the lizard man nervously rubbed his 4 hands together. "Ah, but as you can see from my wrists, I have no cut marks. I am an honest merchant," he insisted then. "That's the other trick, isn't it?" Steve said as he pulled a knife from his belt and set it on the counter before giving it a spin. "Because even if one were to say, 'Cut your entire hand off,' it would grow back, wouldn't it? Look, what is it you want? Don't tell anyone about the ring. I was young. I likely thought you were just a gullible human adventurer. How was I to know you really had the magic to use ghostwood? It was an oversight, and you know the secret of my wrists. And while it'll grow back, it does hurt a great deal. Are you looking for a refund? A discount?" The merchant took a rag from behind the counter to dab his suddenly sweaty forehead. "What I want is information. I've been sent here to investigate the recent disappearances on both sides of the Great Boneyard. Someone has been making work crews disappear, but for some odd reason, I've heard your work crews aren't only fine, but you're bringing in record quantities of dragon bone," Steve said. "Ah, this is misunderstanding. I hire the best work crews there are, seasoned adventurers all. There is nothing nefarious about this. With less competition, I bring in more. Simple." Ector tried to explain, but as his eyes kept darting around the room, Steve was far from convinced. "I've been sent here on behalf of Orbitus," Steve explained then. "How would you like if we had inspectors here day and night, or unday and unnight, watching everything you do over concerns that you're not properly warding your products? What interesting business practices might they find? To say nothing of making sure you're paying all of your taxes." Ector nervously rubbed the rag against his face once more to dab up the sweat. "You don't understand. It's not my idea," he finally gasped. "She showed up one day and told me I must obey her or she'd eat me. She's terrifying. She told me this is for everyone's good. I have no choice." Who is she?" Steve asked, now that they were getting somewhere. "I don't know for sure. I only know her as Duskmaw." When he said that, Steve froze for a moment. "Do you know her?" Ector asked when he saw Steve's reaction. "Possibly." Steve tried to cover. Listen, if you know her, you know how powerful she is. Do us both a favor. Pretend you were never here. Pretend you know nothing. You can't defeat her. Hector pleaded, but Steve shook his head. No. I need to know everything you know about what's going on here. And while I can't defeat her alone, we can as a team, for we are doom. Steve struck a pose as the lights flickered, and thunder roared outside from a bolt of reverse lightning, but Fenrina and Sherry just stood around looking confused, since they hadn't expected him to do that. We're expert adventurers, and there's nothing we can't handle. Trust me, we're professionals, he insisted. But as he did that, Fenrina looked around the shop. Where's Larry? She asked, just before Steve heard someone outside screaming in Nevesian Sandspeak. It was something touchwife? Steve sighed as Sherry and Fenrina headed outside. Steve pinched the bridge of his nose while Hector looked worried and anxious. Oh, for fuck's sake! There was some more shouting and a loud crash from outside. I'll be right back, but you will tell us everything, Steve insisted before turning to go join the others outside. However, even as he went to sort out whatever trouble Larry was in, he was worried about what he'd just heard. Could Duskmaw really be behind the trouble here? He didn't like the implications, but the reality of what he'd discover was very twisted and confusing indeed. However, it's also a tale for another time. Why couldn't we get a magic carpet? Fenrina asked over the noise of the crowded market around them. Do I look like I'm made out of money? Those carpets are seriously expensive, Steve replied. Besides, then, we'd have to get a carpet whisperer since I don't have time to bond with a carpet, and then we'd be putting them at risk on our quest. Yeah, speaking of being put at risk, why are we going after this incredibly powerful unknown creature again? Aren't you the one who talked about all the crazy relics and artifacts she has and the strength of her magic? Why aren't we going back to the Archon for help? Sherry asked as she followed the trail that Fenrina was shouldering through the crowds. Because this can't be the same Duskmaw. I checked and she's back in Orbitus still, so this is someone or something else, possibly a relative or imposter or something. And if they are related, this is my chance to figure out just what the hell she is. And also because there's no way I'm going back to tell her I can't complete a quest. I haven't failed yet, he insisted, as he tugged his arm from the hand of a merchant who tried to pull him towards a market stall. Well, there was, Fenrina started to say. Doesn't count, Steve insisted with a shake of his head as they made their way towards the eastern part of Takesh, away from the markets. So what exactly is the plan? Sherry asked once they finally got free of the mass of people around the main markets and into more broad streets that lead to the city's warehouse district. The mountains shield Estroko and the coast in general from the Great Sand Sea. The boneyard is southeast of us, just at the edge of the Sand Sea, leading into the territory of the Sethubians, the people who just got pushed out of this region after invading. They do not like the Estrakhan king, Sultan even a little. But the boneyard is neutral territory since neither side has the forces to try and claim it and hold off the other at the same time. Most of the ivory crews head south along the coastal roads because they're safer, but that takes a lot longer. So I'm going to get us some transport. We'll sail through the mountains and down the Sand Sea. Sail through the mountains? Fenrina asked with a frown. But you just said we can't afford a flying carpet. We can't, Steve nodded. But I'm not talking about flying carpets. I'll show you when we get there, he promised. Why don't we just teleport? Fenrina asked next. Because even I'm hesitant to teleport around here much. The anomaly in the market? That's just one of the many magical aberrations around here, and they all fuck with teleporting in ways that are best left unexplored, unless you want to risk being turned inside out and then dying a few seconds later, he added, which kept the others quiet at the thought. But isn't the Sand Sea dangerous? Sherry asked. Yeah, we have to worry about sandworms with an O, sandworms with a Y, sand sharks, sand wolves, dire scorpions, and of course the sand people, Steve explained as they walked. Did they just stick sand in front of every animal name they could think of? Aside from the scorpions, but then adding dire in front of it isn't really all that creative either, Fenrina mentioned. It's the Great Sand Sea. It's got a lot of sand. Steve answered with a shrug. So, are the sand people made of sand? Fenrina asked next. Sort of? Steve shrugged. It's very unclear what they are. There's possibly ruins at the center of the sand sea of an ancient and massive city that used to be the hub of a great empire. Somehow they possibly pissed off Calistavan, the goddess of water, and she took all the water out of the land, creating the sand sea, cursing the people who lived there. But there's a lot of holes in the story, so I'm not convinced. For one, the few relics and ruins I've seen of the Sand People suggest magic construction, and since I'm only the third human mage ever, they couldn't have been humans. Could it have been those tattoo people? Fenrina asked. Jenna? Why do you always forget their name? Steve asked, to which Fenrina could only shrug. Possibly, but the Genin dynasty that Almera conquered a century ago doesn't have any stories or evidence of it. The issue is, the stories that survive come from the Sethubians who claim to be the inheritors of that old empire. They're also crazy fanatical about worshipping Calistavan, since she provides them with these strange sprouts of water in the savanna and desert. It's weird stuff, though. It's all bubbly. They even store it in glass bottles to sell to pilgrims and anyone who will buy it. I don't like it at all myself. Well, I personally love it, Sherry cut in. It's got this unusual sensation to it when you drink it, all these happy little bubbles in your mouth. The disguised half-demon smiled at the thought, but Steve just shook his head. It's seriously overpriced if you ask me. Plus, it's got a nasty flavor if you ever let it get flat. And talk about dangerous. Who knows what kind of muck can infect regular water? That's why just about everything I drink has alcohol in it. Much safer. He nods at his own advice. That's why you don't let it go flat, Sherry insisted. That's great and all, but where are we going again? When Fenrina asked that they stopped at an intersection among the large warehouses that stored all the goods brought into Takesh for storage before being sold to other traders from distant lands. Oh, shit, I've just been blabbering, haven't I? He paused as he looked around them, but Larry just pointed. Larry Love knows just where to go, baby. We take that street down past 2 more blocks, take a right at the most righteous and beautiful statue of the goddess of love. Then another block and boom, Larry Love's favorite place in Takesh. The dwarf started to lead them that way as Steve thought about it. Wait, no, that leads us to the Red Silk District. We're not going to a bunch of brothels, Larry, he shouted at the dwarf. What are brothels? Fenrina asked, as Steve glared at the dwarf and then sighed. They're, like, inns, but with people who you can sleep with if you want. Steve held his breath a little, wondering if he was about to have a very awkward talk with her in public when there were Husky frowned. But this place is so hot. Why would anyone want to sleep with someone? It's not like back home where I sleep with Steve. Now it was Larry and Sherry's turn to stare at Steve, who got a little red and quickly explained. She sleeps on me sometimes, as in on top of the sheets while I'm under them. When Sherry is gone, she'll sneak into my room and crush me under her fat in order to wake me up early and make me cook her breakfast. He waved his hands around frantically as he spoke. I'm not fat! Fenrina whined out, but then giggled and added, I'm just a little husky. Steve groaned at her pun and tried to regain control of the conversation. Regardless, if the Red Silk District is that way. He led them down a different street and triumphantly pointed the cliffs ahead of them. Aha! The Takesh Cliff Docks. That's where we'll get our transport. Flying ships? Fenrina gasped, as they looked out across what was very much a system of docks carved into the mountain face. But here the ships seemed to be suspended in the air, and had much shallower, wider build than their ocean-going counterparts. More like hovering, Steve corrected. They try to claim they're flying ships, but really the best you can get is like 5 feet off the ground, and even then only if it's a really light and well-made kaijuzu. So we can't afford a carpet, but we can afford an entire boat? Sherry asked. It's totally different. Every single fiber of a flying carpet has to be stitched together using magic threads, with a magic needle, in a magic environment. It's super complicated and time-consuming. With our budget, we could at most afford a flying towel. But these ships only use 1 or 2 treated beams from the inverted forest, and then regular wood for everything else. It's not even advanced magic. We might not be able to afford one of the big goizu, but we don't need that. Steve pointed out the smaller but very colorful single-mast ships at the edge of the dock. They were painted in vibrant blues, yellows, and reds for the most part, while some sported far more intricate paint jobs. "And you're sure we can afford this?" Sherry asked. "Positive. I'm a great haggler. I know more about buying and selling in trade than you'd guess. Trust me. What's the worst that can happen? It's not like I would ever—" Spellslinger starts a trade war, part 2. "Look at the sandworms." Fenrina was leaning over the bow of the small kaijuzu that Steve had bought with a chunk of their budget. "With an O or a Y?" Steve called out. They're jumping in front of the bow. They look like worms from the ground, mostly," Fenrina tried to explain while watching them. "With an O," Steve called back. "Harmless so long as we stay in the boat. They like to jump off the levitation bubble the ship gives off," he explained. They had crossed the mountains last night and then descended into the sand sea proper this morning. While Fenrina was loving it, as she was almost always up at the bow with her mouth open and tongue hanging out, Larry was not having a good time of it. "Larry does not love this." The dwarf clutched the railing and retched over the side yet again while Steve steered the ship down the side of a steep dune before angling up the side of another. "I'm not sure I understand how he can get sand seasick when he never gets regular seasick," Sherry mentioned while watching the dwarf nearly turn green. "I think the levitation bubble messes with him somehow," Steve replied with a shrug. "But seriously, keep an eye on both of them. After Larry complained about missing out on the Red Silk District, Fenrina's been getting more curious. I'm not sure how long until I have to give her the talk about the bards and the also bards." When he said that, Sherry frowned and gave him a confused look. "Do you mean the talk about explaining the birds and the bees?" Now it was Steve's turn to return the confused look. "What?" Then he looked up at Fenrina across the ship. "Hey, Fenrina, do you know what bees are?" Yeah? "Little flying bugs that live in a hive and make honey," she called back. "And you know what birds are, right?" he called out next. Yeah," she asked, confused at the question. "They're birds, like birds in general, or something specific, like Larry's black cock?" Normally, the dwarf would burst out in laughter when Fenrina mentioned his pet rooster, but right now the dwarf was just desperately trying to hold down what little remained of his breakfast. Steve just shrugged and looked at Sherry. "She knows what birds and bees are." Sherry just sighed and rubbed her face with her hand. "No, you idiot, it's about, you know," she hissed to him. "It's what most humans call it." "What? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Birds and the bees? I don't get it. When I came of age, my father sat me down and gave me a talk about the bards. And the also bards." Steve explained. "To tell you about sex?" Sherry clearly didn't understand either as she frowned at Steve. "What? I grew up on a farm. How long do you think it took me to figure out what sex was?" Steve snorted at the mere suggestion. "No. The talk about the bards and the also bards was to educate me on the finer points of sexual interactions on a social level, and also to educate me on various styles of devious bards and how virtually everything they do somehow relates to sex or dirty jokes. I swear the vast majority of human magic animal hybrids are a direct result of those filthy bastards. They're worse than sailors even." Sherry just stared at Steve for several seconds while he navigated the dunes they were sailing across. Once he caught her expression, though he blinked and looked worried, which was when she finally spoke. "This coming from a guy dating a half-demon?" "What? That's so different. You're sapient. I don't mean like half-breeds of two sapient species. I mean the weird species now that are like a mix of humans and things that likely are, or were not sapient. Ever think about where centaurs come from, Sherry? Huh? Or minotaurs? Or other tours? I know I'm forgetting a bunch. Also, have you ever wondered why centaurs are like 3/4 horse instead of just half? And why are minotaurs 2-legged? What are the rules for that sort of thing?" "I believe it's simply the odd nature of magic. It's not like there have to be coherent rules to it," Sherry answered with a shrug. "That's crap." Steve replied with a shake of his head. "I know they're complicated, but magic has rules. If it takes my whole life, I'll figure them out so we know how to better abuse those rules. But for now, I just know there's more to it than saying it's magic and waving your hand," he insisted while waving his hand. Either way, there are lots of stories about those creatures being created by the gods, sometimes as punishment, sometimes as rewards, sometimes because gods seem to be inherently unstable egomaniacs. Sherry mentioned. "I still don't buy it. I think they take credit for shit mortals do so they seem more powerful." Steve rubbed his chin as he thought it over, and then had to adjust the steering once more as he guided the ship across the dunes. As he kept navigating the ship, Fenrina turned to look back and called out, "Hey, this is fun and all, but when do we get out of the heat?" She was starting to pant a bit more than usual, which made Steve arch an eyebrow at the question. Had he taken her to some place this hot before? Sure, they'd gone to the Insumulte Islands, but they'd had the ocean nearby and it wasn't quite as bad, especially in the shade or with a nice breeze. "This is what it's like until nightfall," he called back. "Sorry, but it's just this hot." "Oh." Fenrina trailed off for a bit, and then seemed to think of something. "Hey, you brought us a barrel of water in the hold, right?" "Yeah, it should be fresh, but if you're worried about it, just add a bit of alcohol to a cup of it before you drink." As he suggested that, Sherry nudged him with an elbow, and he gave her a confused look. "She's young," she hissed out, and Steve kept looking confused. "Light alcohol, like beer or wine," Sherry called out finally as Fenrina nodded and waved before dropping down into the ship's small hold. They'd have to sleep on deck when night came since there wasn't enough space below for them all to fit. If she's just using the booze to purify the water, you do realize it's quite literally watered down, and she's 7 feet tall and a few 100 pounds, Steve mentioned. "I know, but what about Astrid? Too much alcohol can't be good for young developing minds," Sherry explained as she seemed to be feeling more protective at the moment. Steve thought about mentioning how much wine he'd had as a kid, but decided against it. As they sailed on, Larry was mostly managing to hold in the contents of his stomach, but Steve began to get worried when Fenrina didn't come back up from the hold. "Maybe I should go check on her," he mentioned to Sherry. "Can you steer? It might be a bit bumpier," she mentioned with a bit of hesitation. "Please, no." Larry gasped at the news, but Steve ignored him. "I'll see if she's okay down there." Steve waited for Sherry to take hold of the wheel and was about to head down when she stopped him. "Maybe it would be a good time to have the talk with her. Though, I'm not sure the Bards and the Also Bards is a great place to start." Steve froze as she suggested that. "Why not? She's got to know about how filthy those buggers can be. So far, I've been keeping them away, but one of these days she'll run into one on her own. And who knows when she'll find one that has a thing for werewolves." Steve narrowed his eyes, already envisioning this imaginary but clearly untrustworthy bard. After a moment, though, another caught up to him. "Hold on. Why should I give her any sort of talk? Shouldn't you?" "No, I already had a talk with Astrid about how women develop. Why do you think she never came to with questions about bleeding or other such things?" Sherry huffed a bit, as if insulted he wouldn't have thought of that. I guess I never thought about it," Steve said with a slow, worried-looking shrug. "Well, I did. And you're the father figure here, so you should give that kind of talk," Sherry insisted. "Father figure? How? When? What? I never signed up for this," Steve gasped out. "When you brought her into the party, you accepted this responsibility," Sherry growled out, as if upset with his reaction. "I went looking for a tank and I end up with a responsibility. Just great." Steve huffed. "Fine, I need to get drunk before I have this talk. If I don't, I might literally die of awkwardness." He sighed, and Sherry pointed to the hold and he waved her off. "I'm going," he grumbled and muttered as he walked over and dropped down into the small hold. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the sudden darkness in sharp contrast to the bright sun up above. "Oh, hey, Steve, you need something?" He frowned and looked around until he thought he saw Fenrina standing behind the water barrel. But as she adjusted her arms and he heard a soft splash, he realized she was standing in it up to her chest. "What are you doing in there?" he gasped out. "Cooling off," she said, as if that should be totally clear. "In our water! You can't sit in our water barrel. We needed that to drink. It's ruined," he shouted as he got closer, crouching to avoid the low beams. "It's not ruined. It's fine. You said it yourself, just add some alcohol and it's safe, she insisted, as he noticed her hands were tucked back a bit, out of sight for some reason behind the barrel she was in. It's not the same. You're dirty and furry. I don't want to drink dirty furry water, and… He paused when he both saw and heard a bubble rise up to the top of the water and pop. What's that bubble from? Nothing. Fenrina looked away. Did you fart in the water? Fenrina? Out! Out of the water barrel! Steve was shouting. Gotta see how much we have in the skins. That water is essential to our survival, you know. This is a desert. We can't just stop in some random town and get more. There are precious few oases. Osasisi. The hell is the plural? Whatever. We can't get more. That's why I made sure to get so much. And lots of extra rations in case. He trailed off as he began to look around for the various dried meats and other rations he'd bought when he heard Fenrina chewing on something. What's in your mouth? Nufim. He looked and saw her try and tuck one of the dried sausages back behind her back, her cheeks bulging a little. Fenrina, give me that! He finally lunged forward to try and grab the sausage and pry it from her hand, but even while trapped in the barrel, she was extremely strong and pulled it back around to keep chewing on the end before he could take it from her. But even as they struggled, the boat suddenly shook hard before there was a thump, and they lurched to the side. Fenrina squealed as the barrel rolled over beneath her, spilling the water and her now soaking wet body out of it, as Steve went rolling over her and landing in a heap at the bottom of the hold, as wet husky water flowed around him and Fenrina's wet tail began to wag, slapping him in the face repeatedly. Steve! Steve, get up here! Sherry was shouting. Coming! He cried out before sputtering a bit to get Fenrina's wet dogtail out of his mouth and tried to right himself up. Fenrina, meanwhile, was gnawing on the last of the sausage, which he abandoned to the werehusky. As he gripped the edge of the hold and pulled himself back up, he noticed the change immediately. The sky was red, blood red all of a sudden. As he looked up, a black crescent moon seemed to be sliding in front of the sun, and wind howled all around them. What the shit? This shouldn't be possible this far from the stabilizer crystals in the market. Not that! In front of us! Sherry yelled out, and he turned to see that the wind was being caused by a massive swirling vortex that seemed to be sucking in all the light and sand around it. The ship was getting pulled into it hard, as Larry was now clinging to the mast for dear life. Larry Love does not approve! The dwarf was yelling as he threw up yet again, but the bile and leftover food just got sucked up and into the vortex before them. Steve staggered across the deck, barely able to make it to the wheel which Sherry was fighting. He tried screaming at her into the wind, but he couldn't even hear his own voice all of a sudden. Sherry looked like she was screaming at him, but he couldn't hear her words either. Steve quickly pulled up his book, the wind flipping the pages like mad, even as he tried to find the right entry. When he found it, he could barely hold it open enough to read. Then he let it go, the heavy book straining against the chain that held it to his belt as it fluttered in the air. He grabbed ingredients from his pockets, cursing mentally as some of them flew off as they got pulled in closer and closer to the vortex. He quickly mashed the reagents together in his hands and shouted the words which he still couldn't hear. After a moment, the entire vessel shimmered, and not a moment too soon either, as the bow got pulled into the vortex and the rest of it sucked through a moment later. Everything went white, and then chartreuse, and then quibble-quabble, several shades of infraviolet and ultra-red. Then finally they back out in the blue sky. But as Steve looked down at his hands, he slowly opened and closed them in confusion. It was like they were made out of mud or clay. He looked around and couldn't see Sherry, though. Urez! Uyera erel? Then he jumped back as she suddenly appeared beside him. But she looked, Urez! Talf era awi? He clutched his head then as everything hurt and looked over to see Larry with her hands inside her armor feeling up her chest. Was that right? Then Fenrina popped up from the hold, climbing back up onto deck. However, instead of her usual fur, she was covered in white with black stripes and had a long tail much more like a tiger than her usual curved husky tail. Steve, is that you? What happened? Steve blinked hard as it looked like Fenrina had spoke to him out of her eyeballs before everything seemed to snap back to its proper shape. He staggered and fell to the deck, breathing hard as his body seemed to reorient itself. Ow! He finally gasped as Sherry seemed pop and returned to her full set of proper dimensions. "Ah," Larry huffed in disappointment as he pulled his hands out of his armor. But then he rushed to the side to puke yet again. While Steve tried to catch his breath on the deck, Fenrina, now in her normal form, began to shake her whole body, much of the drops of water splattering all over Steve as he just closed his eyes. Land! Larry had to take a bit to spit after throwing up before weakly trying to point. Steve finally got up as he looked ahead and realized that the ship wasn't hovering anymore. It was flying, or rather falling with slightly more grace than most ships would towards a cliff. Shit! He jumped for the wheel and spun it, the sails and rudder flapping hard in the wind as he barely had time to adjust them to fall past the cliff and dive into the sand besides it. There was nothing he could do about the impact, though, as the levitation bubble around them failed while the ship cracked and broke apart, sending them all flying. Steve flailed his arms in the air as he was catapulted forward. Grabbing part of the sail as the mast splintered and broke, he found himself with a makeshift wing that helped him glide down to the sand, while the others were tossed higher by the ruptured levitation bubble. Turning to look back, he saw Sherry high in the air and prepared to try and catch her. But after a moment he realized that was pointless as she had summoned wings made of bone and fire that fluttered as she made her own graceful descent to the sand. Fenrina, meanwhile, was hurtling through the air, aiming herself at Steve. "Steve, catch me!" she shouted, and he quickly danced around trying to find the best position for that. "Hold on! She's heavier than me!" He realized at the last second, before the werehusky plowed into him, knocking Steve hard into the sand as he gasped out hard, the air driven from his lungs. "Woo! That was fun!" Fenrina said as she jumped back up no worse for wear. Steve, however, was crumpled up beneath her, partially buried in the sand and wheezing from the impact. "Where's Larry?" she asked as she looked around. Then she spotted the short legs kicking in the air and walked over to pull the dwarf out of the sand. "There you go, buddy. You okay?" Even as she asked that and held him in the air, Larry puked up a lungful of sand which made her gasp and drop him, right into the pile of regurgitated sand he'd just expelled. "Nah! Ow!" Steve wheezed as he slowly struggled to roll over onto all fours and then stand up. "Ribs," he wheezed, clutching his side as he looked around for Larry to get some healing. When he saw the dwarf face down in the wet sand, however, he just took some ingredients from his pouches and gulped them down before shuddering. "Much better," he said with relief as he walked over to flip Larry over and handed him his water skin. "Try not to—" Before he could go on, Larry had popped the cap and was letting the water pour all over his face and into his mouth before turning over the puke, most of it back up, along with the last of the sand in his lungs and throat. "Are we all okay?" Sherry asked as she flapped her demonic wings softly as she landed next to the other three. "I mean, we're alive," Steve said with a shrug. "I don't think Larry is okay, though." They looked down at the dwarf sprawled out on the wet sand, gasping and coughing for several seconds. "Larry, love, is unhappy with our means of transportation," he gasped out before Steve reached down to help him back up. "We've got to find what supplies survived. I'm out of water now, so I hope you two have some." He looked between Sherry and Fenrina. "We'll have to ration what we've got and walk back to the last village we passed. Hopefully we'll be okay." "What about that place?" Fenrina pointed past Steve and he turned to look. In the far distance he could see the edge of the sand that bled over into a massive basin of sorts. While it was hard to make out too much, he could see a bit of green around the edges of the basin, and more importantly, the massive rib cages that dotted the edges, and a mound that rose up in the center of the basin. "Oh, that's the boneyard," he said as he began to scratch his head. "Didn't you say it would take us a few days to sail there?" Fenrina asked. Yeah," he agreed with a nod. "So, is this the cave Ector told us about?" She pointed to their right then, and Steve looked over to see a massive cave that had specks of gold, silver, obsidian, and even jade around the top of it. Remains of some ancient dragon horde, or so the old legends said. There were also massive claw marks around the edges and interior of the cave, but they were quite old. If Hector had told them the truth, this was where his crews would meet up and store supplies before heading deeper into the boneyard, and they were right outside it. I guess it is. Steve shrugged. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Fenrina said with a big smile as she dusted herself off and picked up her shield, which had landed nearby. Though any sort of convenience in a situation like this made Steve inherently more distrustful and worried than usual. What did we get pulled into anyway? Sherry asked, the threads of reality being unmade. Steve answered in an offhanded fashion before looking out behind them and pointing to the sand. Ah, too good to be true. Sand sharks are headed this way. Grab Larry and let's get inside fast. He began to jog towards the cave entrance, even as Fenrina quickly picked the dwarf up and began to run with him. Sherry just jumped up and flapped her bone and fire wings to sail down from the dune and glide ahead of them into the mouth of the cave. When Steve and Fenrina made it into the rocky mouth of the cave, her turned to look back and see the wreckage of the ship getting nudged around. No doubt the sharks were nosing the debris looking for bodies, or possibly trying to find the sausages that Fenrina hadn't managed to eat yet. Are we worried about them coming after us? Fenrina asked as she set Larry down. No, they need to be in the sand, hence the name sand sharks, not land sharks, Steve replied while Fenrina thought that over. Are there any of those then? She asked, which made Steve frown. Any of what? He finally asked as he looked at her. Land sharks, Fenrina clarified. No, Steve shook his head. But I mean, aren't we technically on land? Doesn't that make them land sharks too? Fenrina asked, and Steve waved his hands. They need sand, hence the name. No matter how you look at it, they can't get out of the sand and onto rock like where we are. He looked around the mouth of the cave and saw how close they were still to the edge of the sand. But, just to be safe, let's go further in. He waved them forward as they walked in to catch up with Sherry, who had kept going, though her wings had faded by now since it was a relatively intensive spell to keep up. Steve! She called out as they approached. She was standing by a curve in the large cave as it got darker and colder quickly as they advanced. Why is it work crews around here are mostly armed adventurers again? Because dragon bones and other magical creature bones are breeding grounds for all kinds of crazy shit. Not to mention kobold fanatics and necromancers and other cultists who might want them for various things. Plus, magical scavengers, Steve explained as he approached. And Hector said there shouldn't be any real dragons here right now, right? She asked. Unless Duskmaw is one. And it's the Duskmaw I'm thinking of, Steve agreed. So, what are these? She picked up some shiny crimson-red scales that gleamed even in the low light. Steve recognized the red dragon scales immediately, which was a bad sign because chromatic dragons were usually assholes. And would those magic scavengers do anything like this? As the others rounded the corner and pointed, everyone else stopped. Before them was a small encampment built into the cave. There were some shacks and scaffolding up along the edges where people were digging at bits of bone in the walls of the cave. This should be Hector's employees, a mix of kobold miners and workers mixed with adventurers of various races protecting them. However, what they were looking at were discarded skins of kobolds and various races, as if someone or something had sucked all the bones and meat out of them to only leave behind a fleshy shell. This is not good, Steve muttered as he wasn't even sure what he was looking at. What could do this? Sherry asked. Mind flayers? No. Steve shook his head. They just eat brains. This is something else. An ultra-vampire? He asked then. This far from their territory? It's exceptionally unlikely. And they hate draining lesser races, let alone whatever the hell this is, Sherry pointed out. Why don't we ask that guy? Fenrina pointed to a figure at the edge of the encampment in a very simple black robe. Careful, Steve muttered as they fanned out and tried to approach the figure from all sides. They made careful to stop over the fleshy remains of the people who once worked here as Steve noticed they all seemed to have their gear around them. Whoever or whatever had drained them, didn't care about their possessions, it seemed. The figure had to see them at this point as they circled around, but still didn't move. Steve waved the others forward, and they closed in on the robed figure. When they got close, Steve could hear muttering, but it wasn't in common. In fact, he grimaced a bit as he got closer. The odd language slightly hurt to listen to, and he couldn't quite place it at first. Fenrina approached first and reached up to toss back the hood on the figure. It was a man, possibly. He had tusk-like bones growing out of his face, and parts of his forehead and skull looked like they had coral growing out of it. He kept muttering in that strange tongue, eyes closed until Fenrina poked him. That's when his eyes opened to reveal black voids, and Steve finally recognized the language. Catacombs of the mind they climb, ever skittering, never ceasing, always onwards forward, and deeper forgotten monoliths of unknown ages, littered among the desolation markers, to the madness of eternity, twisted by them of the beyond them, of the ancient and old them of gods, before time, before life, before existence, and only after that which consumes all in time, always forever and never time. To this I end only to be born again. The figure stopped talking then and seemed to hiss as a white mist escaped his mouth, evaporating in the air before their eyes, as he seemed to deflate and sink into himself until here was nothing left but the dark robe. "Did that happen to all of them?" Fenrina asked, as Steve slowly nudged the robes with his foot. "And what did he say?" "Nothing good. And no, it wasn't the same. No flesh sack is left," he mentioned as he reached down to shake out the robes to reveal nothing inside. Almost nothing, as an orange crystal sphere dropped, rolling along the ground for a moment before Steve grabbed it. When he did, however, it popped and cracked to life. "Asshole, where have you been? The boss wants us to meet up. She says it's time for the final phase, and hurry the fuck up. I hate keep Duskmaw waiting. Scares the shit out of me." An unknown voice spoke up as Steve looked around at the others. Was all he could say as he blanked. "Save your fucking excuses. Meet at the pit," the voice demanded. Steve once more blanked. "Follow the fucking signs, you idiot. If only you weren't so beautiful, you stupid bastard. Had to go and marry the pretty idiot, didn't I?" The voice sighed and the crystal went dark, leaving Steve to just shrug at the others as he pocketed the sphere. "So what did he say?" Fenrina asked again. "The guy." She nudged the robe. "Just gibberish," Steve said as he looked around and saw the signs guiding them to the pit. "What I'm worried about is what language he said it in," Steve explained as he led them on. "What language was that?" Fenrina asked. "Deep speak. I've only rarely heard it spoken. I'm more familiar with it as a written language. If scrawls that force their understanding into your eyes counts as a written language. It's from a species that I've never found any actual pictures or remains of. I just know it from the works of their slaves and cultists. If legends are to be believed, the species is from the deepest, darkest part of the ocean, from a culture that predates everything. All I know for sure is they keep trying to wake up some sort of dead god. And that is rarely a good thing," Steve said, making quite the understatement as they headed further into the cave. The truth of what they'd discover would answer as many questions as it then raised. But that is a story for another time. "What about a song?" Fenrina asked as they walked. "No, we're not supposed to be just giving our position away like that," Steve growled back. "What about your small son then? Isn't that giving away our position?" As Fenrina asked that, Steve glanced over his head at the small yellow orb following him around. He reached up to wave it back, and the orb did float back for a moment, before slowly creeping in closer to him again. The light it cast was rather intense, and Steve was just glad it didn't share the heat of the sun, or things might get toasty rather quick. While I will admit this spell isn't working out quite as intended, it is in fact providing us with a great deal of light. And they're expecting people to be coming, so light is fine. But if we sing, they could probably hear we aren't the right people. Also, none of us but Larry can sing, and I don't really want to listen to Larry songs, even without his ridiculous sideways harp. Steve shook his head a little. "It's called a piano. I named it a while back. You would know that if you came to the party. Larry replied. I still don't understand how you managed to draw in crowds like that, Steve said, sounding impressed, yet annoyed at the same time. It's all about treating your girl right. You gotta lay her down by… Larry started to sing before Steve quickly called out, No singing! I just said that! The dwarf stopped and glared at Steve. Also, what the shit kind of name is that? A piano? That's a stupid name. How did you even come up with it? Because, baby, that means whoever plays it is called a pianist. And Larry Love is the world's greatest, finest, most amazing pianist. As that sank in after a moment, Steve and Sherry groaned while Fenrina giggled. Sounds a bit like penis, she said with another giggle. I'm just glad no one will ever make it into a serious thing. A sideways harp with a stupid fucking name like a piano? Seriously, Larry, it's not going to be a thing, Steve muttered as they walked on through the cave. Larry Love doesn't have time for all those negative vibes, man. Larry Love already has offers to record his singing and piano playing to a recording crystal. Aw, yeah. The dwarf's walk shifting a little to more of a strut as he said that. What? How? Why? Who? What? Steve replied in surprise and confusion at the idea. Have they heard what you're singing about? Why would anyone pay for a recording crystal of that? Larry Love knows you're just several shades of jealous. Don't fight it. Just because you could never be half as good at the piano as I am. It's just life, baby. The dwarf replied with a smug grin. Oh, is that right? Well then it's fucking on now, Steve gasped out. We'll see who's the best damn pianist this world has seen. Then we'll see who gets all those crazy, hot, desperate women at their party, huh? Even as he said that, he realized his mistake and could practically feel Sherry's eyes upon him. Not that I want that, or would do anything about it. It's just to prove a point. He trailed off and sighed, rubbing his face as he wondered how Sherry would make him pay for that in the near future. All right, you idiots, shut up, there's light up ahead. Sherry growled out and Steve reached up to try and grab the orb so he could turn it off, but instead it fluttered around just outside his reach. The others stopped and watched Steve jump a bit to try and grab it for a while before he finally sighed and gave up. When he did, the orb slowly moved closer to him. Just forget it, Steve muttered and headed forward as they got closer to the light up ahead around a corner in the cave. They tried to sneak closer despite the miniature sun following Steve around, and they were able to peek around some rocks to see what was ahead of them. There was a large open chamber filled with armored and masked figures, all bearing the same stylized symbol of a dragon with a sun in its mouth. Well, they certainly look like evil henchmen, Steve whispered to the others. As they tried to sneak in a bit further, they could see the various armored and masked figures setting up some sort of complicated magic altar with several runic pillars spaced around the chamber. Then they saw the figure in the middle of the pack, which was exceptionally hard to miss because it was a 15-foot-tall dragon lady. She had deep red scales that glittered and gleamed in the light, and was wearing a set of what seemed like a combination of mage robes and leather armor. In fact, Steve frowned a little as he noticed the various pouches and pockets sewn into a harness on the outside of the robes, and couldn't help but feel like the dragon lady had somehow copied his earlier style. While they watched, she clapped her hands and waved for the people around the chamber to focus on her. While her voice was deep and fitting, that of a 15-foot-tall dragon woman, she didn't sound like the Duskmaw Steve knew, which made him sigh with relief. All right, everyone, gather around. It's time to discuss the part of my plan that's super critical to the success of our whole operation, the part that's so key and important to everything going the way I want it. If anyone were to interrupt this one particular ceremony, everything would be undone and my plans would totally fall apart. Steve leaned closer over the top of the rock as she began to say that she simply had to be a villain. Only villains talked like that, usually. So the plan is, the dragon lady started to say, and Steve leaned closer still. Ah, who's shining a light in my eye? The dragon lifted a hand to shield her eyes as the entire room of henchmen turned to look in Steve's direction. Steve, for his part, looked up at the small sun above his head that was cheerfully shining light everywhere, and sighed. Then he jumped over the rock he was hiding behind and pointed. "Fuck it! We're doing this anyway! We're doomed!" He waited for the lights to stop flickering and the thunder to fade as Fenrina, Sherry, and Larry all jumped out to pose besides him. "And I'm here to Spellslinger Starts a Trade War, Part 3. "I'm sorry you're here to start a trade war?" the dragon lady asked then, as she tilted her head in confusion. "What? No! I said I'm here to stop your nefarious plan. Why would you think I'd be here to start a trade war?" Steve asked in confusion. "I'm not sure. Sometimes the voice in my head gets awfully loud," the dragon lady mentioned as she shook her head a little as if to shake it clear. "Also, why? What's going on? Who said I'm up to anything nefarious?" "You're deep inside the secret dragon boneyard surrounded by evil henchmen and necromagic. This whole region has been plagued by missing and dead merchants and laborers, and we passed an entire encampment on our way here where the people had been sucked out of their skin, leaving behind flesh puddles." Steve shouted and waved his hands around as those various henchmen and kobolds rushed over to arrange themselves protectively between the adventurers and the dragon lady in the center. "Okay, just a simple misunderstanding." The dragon lady waved her hand. "These are my employees, adventurers and kobolds who've fallen upon hard times and need a more structured and group-oriented career path. And I have a perfectly reasonable explanation for the necromagic. You see," she trailed off then, and then pointed between Sherry and Larry. "Okay, why is that one staring at my chest and why is that one giving me the stink eye?" Steve looked to either side, and Larry wasn't even hiding his direct and focused stare at the dragon's impressive cleavage held back in the massive set of leather armor. Sherry, meanwhile, was glaring so hard at the dragon that Steve thought she was trying to summon Death Vision or Fire Eyes, even though he was confident she didn't know either spell. "Well, for one, he's a perv," Steve explained, and smacked Larry upside the back of his helmet to snap the visor in the front down, making the dwarf jump and grumble as he tried to fix his helm. "And her, Steve shrugged as he looked at Sherry. "I'll tell you why I'm mad. This has to be the final straw. You're a dragon, right? One of the powerful ones who can shapeshift and all that clearly," Sherry said as she waved at the dragon lady. "Yes, Greater Crimson Ruby Dragon. Are you wondering why I'm not in my true form? I get a bit cramped in these tunnels at that size, and I was never one to truly try and stuff myself into a human form. So I compromised." She rubbed a hand up and down her side as she struck a pose as if she were modeling for someone, her long tail lashing about behind her while she did, which knocked over a few kobolds standing behind her. "Oh, sorry!" she gasped out, and then tucked her large tail in closer around her legs. "Okay, well, dragons are reptiles, aren't they?" Sherry asked, and the dragon lady nodded at that and then shrugged. "Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's complicated, but essentially." She spread her hands in front of her as she said that with another shrug. "Okay, well then just why the hell did you decide to give yourself those giant tits? You don't need them for anything if you're a fucking reptile." Sherry seethed, and Steve just stood beside her looking confused. "Honey, is now the best time for this?" He was about to reach out and pat her shoulder, but her head twisted to look at him in such a way that made him immediately raise his hands to ward her off and backed up a bit. "Okay, now's the best time, don't mind me." "Why? Are you envious, little half-demon? Upset that your limited shifting magic can't compete?" the dragon lady asked as she cupped her own chest to give it a bounce in her armor, which made Larry's head bob up and down as he followed the sway of dragon flesh. "That's not the point!" Sherry hissed out in a way that made Larry suspect it was entirely the point. "I'm sick and tired of all these magic female creatures we come across having breasts that serve no purpose. Snake people women, tits. Fish women, tits. Lizard people women, tits. Bird people women, tits." "When did we fight bird people?" Fenrina asked. Well, we haven't yet, but I'll bet they've got tits," Sherry hissed and waved her hands around. "Even strange, bizarre creatures from other realms who don't reproduce sexually seem to look like they're poured into curvy, revealing outfits for no good reason. Why? Why does everything on this planet remotely female have to have tits? Why has no one but me wondered about that? You know, have you ever wondered about mine?" Fenrina asked then as she looked down, and Steve groaned as he expected his life to get more complicated yet again. I mean, because I've got two, but real dogs have got like... No! Steve finally shouted out and waved his hands. No, I have not wondered about that. Now is not the time for wondering about that. Nor will I ever want to wonder about any of that. Nor are we going to wonder about any of it right now. Because now is the time for violence. Steve screamed and jumped forward before firmly headbutting the closest kobold, making the creature cry out and stagger back as the rest got ready to fight, since he had successfully derailed the conversation he really didn't want to get involved in. However, even as he drew his blade and began to fight, the dragon lady stepped closer and squinted a bit at Steve before pointing at him. Wait, aren't you old man Spellslinger? No more talking! More violence! Steve shouted at first as he grabbed another kobold by the front of his armor, but then he paused and looked over at her, letting go of the kobold as he did. Old man! Old man! Steve wailed. I'm in my 40s, damn it! That's very young for a human mage, and not at all old! Even as he said that, he growled and began wagging a finger at her. Huh, I guess that means I'm in that when. Interesting. I thought I was later, but certainly not so much earlier. The dragon muttered as she tapped her chin. So, does this mean you've already started cooking for Mom? She asked, and Steve blinked in confusion for a moment. Wait, Duskmaw from Orbitus is your mother? How? When? Steve gasped out in surprise as this revelation just raised more questions for him. And she's not a dragon. But you are? How does that work? Tisk, you should know, you were there! The dragon huffed, which just made Steve look even more confused. I was there for what? Steve shouted as he waved his arms around, feeling things spiraling out of his control yet again. Anyway, stop beating up my employees, we're on the same side here. As she said that, the others froze up, except Fenrina, who punched one of the masked henchmen in the face and sent him tumbling to the ground. But she then looked around and saw the others weren't moving. Oh, is now not the time for violence? I thought it was. Just let me know when it is, she said with a shrug. I was trying to explain everything when Mr. Angry Old Man here got upset. The dragon lady explained as she looked at Steve. I refuse to be the bad guy here, he shouted with a wave of his arms. Chromatic dragons are evil, everyone knows that, plus masked faceless henchmen and necromagic. The dragon lady then clicked her tongue and set her hands on her hips with a disapproving look. I'm Crimson Ruby. Duh, I just said that. Meaning I'm a gem-oriented dragon, which puts me in the neutral spectrum. Hello. You especially should know that. She scoffed and shook her head. What? There's no such thing as gem-oriented, just chromatic and metallic, Steve shouted with more elaborate arm-waving. That's rich coming from you. The dragon lady crossed her arms and snorted. Why? I don't get it. Steve groaned and slumped his shoulders, finally letting his arms droop, since he couldn't keep up all the elaborate waving. Instead, he gasped for a bit of breathe since he needed a break. So I'm from the future. And before you ask, yes, I know that time magic is banned and forbidden and all of that. It wasn't my idea. You see, someone just happened to leave a bunch of notes about time travel just lying around, and one big accident later, I'm unhinged from time. The dragon lady glared at Steve, still crossing her arms. So thanks for that. Yeah, Steve, thanks, Fenrina added and crossed her arms as well, which made him frown at her. Why are you joining in? Do you even know what she's talking about? He waved at the dragon before them as Fenrina shrugged. I like to be included in things, she finally said as she wagged her tail around happily. So I keep jumping around various points in time and history where the threads of reality are weak. I'm hoping that if I fix them, I'll be able to go back to my appointed place in time and live my life. But the trick is, I have no idea how many points I need to fix. Sometimes I go forward, sometimes I go back. It's such a pain. But it's nice to know this is the first time we meet. Well, the first time I meet you like this. Obviously you meet me first later, but of course I wouldn't remember it considering no one remembers that part of their life. But from here on out, I can get you guys to help in case I need it. Well, some of the time. Obviously not all the time because that doesn't happen. But for the times that it does need to happen, it will. Once I find out when those times are. Unless I'm not supposed to. As she spoke, Steve just clasped his face in his hands as he tried to make sense of the time travel speak. Just, please, focus on the now, Steve asked. The now. Oh, what I'm doing right here and now? I mean, clearly this our first meeting, I just said that. She chuckled as if he had asked a stupid question. No, why you're here in the boneyards? What this is all for? Steve shouted and waved his arms around yet again as he got frustrated. Oh, well, I was getting to that, obviously. Sheesh, you sure are crankier than I remember you. Oh, right, but that hasn't happened yet. But it does explain why you thought I'd call you Mr. Cranky Pants. As she said that, Steve just shouted incoherently and shook his hands at the sky. Is now the time for violence again? Fenrina asked, tail wagging as she grabbed another henchman by his armor and got ready to hit him. I'll let you know, Steve shouted, and took a few deep breaths to try and calm himself down. He had no idea why the dragon was so easily getting under his skin. There was just something about her that made him want to get cranky and go on about how she should behave properly, but he had no idea why, or what proper behavior a time-traveling dragon should even display. So anyway, what I was getting at before being so rudely interrupted. She set her hands on her hips again and stuck her tongue out at Steve, who just tossed his hands up in the air. I'm here because the threads of reality are weak, and they needed patching up. You mentioned the encampment of flesh puddles? Well, necromagic like this doesn't do that. Flesh golems, zombies, or even drained husks, sure, but flesh puddles? No. You know who does that, right? That fish guy cult, Steve replied with a shrug. And seeing as you're an expert on them, Steve wanted to shout at her that no, he wasn't, or at least not yet, but instead just sighed and rubbed his face again. You should know that dragons and the fish guy cult hate each other. They're from the deep, dark ocean, and we fly around in the sky, and he does not like that. Plus, dragons are powerful figures that they think tried to steal away their power in the first place and seal them in the dark beneath the waves. So just why would I be working with them? Steve slowly shook his head and shrugged. I don't fucking know. I don't even know what your apparent mother is. Hector just mentioned being threatened into doing stuff, and since I heard Duskmaw was involved, I just assumed the worst and went forward with it. By the way, what's your name? Duskmaw, she replied with a shrug. Aren't you the one who explained why I should take her name? I don't. Steve groaned into his hands for a moment. That hasn't happened yet, has it? Oh, right, the dragon lady replied with a nod. Your first name, Steve continued. Oh, right, you don't know that yet either. It's Danny. I mean, technically it's dandelion like the flower, and I know you're probably thinking a shortening of that should be like dandy with another D in there, but I like Danny better, she explained. Danny Duskmaw? Steve asked with an arched brow. Yep, that's me. The big dragon lady smiled wide at them, displaying her dozens of very sharp-looking teeth that gleamed pearly white in the light of Steve's miniature sun. And yes, you are right about the power of alliterative names for adventuring, though I'm not sure if you ever prove the connection between bardic magic and rhymes. Oh? So I should pick a last name that, alliterative tates with Fenrina? Fenrina asked then, as she stumbled over the world a bit. Well, I mean, come on, everyone's going to know you're famous. Ooh, right, that doesn't happen yet. Oh, well, it's going to be great when it does. It's a great choice, Danny said as Fenrina's tail wagged at the news that something apparently goes well. Eventually. Right. This is so interesting that we first meet now. I mean, talk about a perception change to see you all like this, Danny said as she waved at them. Uncle Larry especially is so different. Uncle Larry? Larry Love suddenly feels a moral dilemma about what he's looking at, the dwarf mentioned as he kept staring at the dragon lady's chest. So are you going to stop? Sherry asked. When Larry Love has reached a decision, the dwarf said as he didn't change his gaze just yet, which made Sherry just sigh and shake her head. You still haven't actually told us why you're here or how it all ties in yet, Steve reminded everyone as the conversation was in danger of losing focus yet again. We're miles from the ocean, and if the fish guy cult hates dragons, why would he be here, trying to gain some sort of necrotic hold over living dragons? No, they're not after dragon bones. They just want to stop our operation, since they know I can get stronger through absorbing the old essence. They're here for... Danny was stopped, though, as a kobold tugged on her tail and she looked back and down at the small figure. Steve squinted as he tried to hear that the kobold in the distance was saying. Then he wondered why he thought squinting would help him hear better. "Oh, my secretary is asking what happened to the people using the communication orb you have with you. She thought she spoke to some of my other teams, but she's guessing it was you posing at them." "Oh." Steve remembered the orb from earlier now. He's a flesh puddle. They're all flesh puddles." As he said that, the kobold in the back began to cry, and he remembered that the voice had said something about it being her husband, and he grimaced, realizing he'd been a bit blunt in his delivery. "Tisk! Stephen!" Danny gasped out. "That's hardly the behavior I expected from the founder of the Minions and Adventurers Survivors organization." She huffed and set her hands on her hips as she looked down at Steve. What is that? And when do I do it?" Steve asked as Danny blinked in realization. "Oh, an organization for supporting the orphans and other survivors of minions and adventurers who die, disappear, or otherwise depart this realm of existence. As for when you start it, well, if I tell you then that might alter things, so I can't. But you do. And also you need to make sure you found it when you're supposed to, or else you might help unmake reality." She gave him a nervous smile as she fiddled with her fingers. "Oh, that's just great. Thanks. No pressure, huh?" Steve said with an exasperated expression and tossed his hands up again. "Well, at least I can change the name now that I know about it." "What? No, you can't," Danny insisted. "But I don't like it. It's not clear what the organization is about from the name. It needs to be more descriptive," Steve replied with more hand-waving. "But you have to, because you do name it that," she pointed out. "But I don't wanna," came Steve's quick reply. "But you will or you'll unmake reality," Danny shouted and crossed her arms as she gave him a stern look. Steve just closed his eyes then and rubbed them with his fingers. Adventuring is supposed to be fun and exciting and carefree, hence being an adventure. How come I keep getting saddled with more responsibility as this all goes on? When does it stop? Even though he was really just talking rhetorically, Danny seemed to think of it as a serious question. "Well, now that's an interesting point of discussion. There are a lot of fan theories about your death, or if you're even truly dead when I was last in my present." She started to explain. "Fan theories? No, you know what? I don't want to know." Steve waved his arms again. "Just fucking tell us. If you're not behind the disappearances and flesh puddles, and the fish guy cult isn't here for dragon bones, then why are they here?" "Well, that's simple." Danny started, but then on the other side of the open room and behind her was a massive echoing trumpet blast that made Steve and the others groan and clutch at their ears for a moment. Then a figure even larger than Danny stepped forth out of the shadows of the other entrance to the chamber. Standing a good 25 feet tall is as a massive creature of slick, slimy-looking flesh that's covered in purple, green, and yellow runic tattoos that seem to crawl about under the skin, even as Steve watched. While it had a vaguely humanoid shape in that it has 2 arms and 2 legs connected to a torso, it was not human in any way. There are 4 different trunks stretched out from the top part of its body that Steve figured counted as the face above a beard of tentacles, along with a dozen tusks growing out from around the trunks and even sides and top of its face, while 4 broad, wiggling ears flapped like flat, pulsating worms at the back. 2 blood-red orbs were set in on the sides of its face, glaring at the room with so much hatred Steve could feel it radiating out. "Oh, fuck! It's a Cthulhuphant!" He quickly grabbed his spellbook and began to flip through as pandemonium gripped the rest of the chamber. Danny's employees began to rush around to their various positions or rush towards it to try and hold it back. But the massive fists of the giant, twisted abomination just swept down, knocking them back. Even as the others began to fan out, trying to figure out how to help, Danny jumped over the altar in the center of the chamber and quickly approached Steve, who was still flipping through his book. "Wait, why am I looking? Just tell us how we defeat it!" Steve shouted up as Danny got close. "What do you mean?" she asked, and quickly grabbed reagents from the pouches on her armor, slapping her hands together as a magic barrier popped up before the Cthulhuphant, stopping his fist mid-swing from smashing more of her employees. "However we beat it, obviously we win, or you wouldn't be from the future, right?" Steve asked. Reality doesn't work like that. It can all unravel across all times if it happens once in the wrong place. Besides, I haven't lived this part yet. And just because I remember you now doesn't mean I would later if you get unmade in reality." Steve tried to process what she'd just told him, and groaned, clenching his eyes shut as it hurt his head. But then he opened his eyes again as he felt a large hand suddenly grabbing him around the torso. "Okay, time for strategy number 5, eh?" "I don't know what that means," he shouted as she picked him up and pulled back her arm. "Distract him for a while and try not to get unmade," she replied as she threw him through the air. Just as the Thulhuffant smashed the barrier apart with his fists, Steve flew through the opening and screamed as he hit the creature square in the face. But rather than slam into what he figured would be hard flesh, he got sucked into it and came out the other side in somewhere. All around him were floating rocks in a green and black gaseous void, with purple lightning cracking through the clouds constantly. He pulled his arms in close and tried to lean down to avoid some tumbling debris before him, and then aimed as best he could for a somewhat flat rock. As he got close, he tucked his legs up and hit the rock, rolling to break his fall as best he could. When he jumped back up to his feet, he began to flip through his book once more. "Fuck! Where did I put down my notes? See? It's not here! Wait! F!" He flipped forward to the F section. "Here it is! Fish Guy Cult!" He flipped forward a bit in his book. "Fish Guy Cult Monsters. Cthulhuppant. One pissed-off pachyderm created through an elaborate cult ritual involving the ritual sacrifice of a dire elephant, or possibly Elephant King. Avoid entering their mind hole as it leads to a mental pathway leading to the sleep realm of an elder something. Extremely dangerous." He paused and looked around the floating void. Fuck. He ducked then as a rock went sailing past his head and kept reading. "If in Nightmare Realm be aware of lightning and flying exploding squid skulls." As he said that, he looked up and saw several creatures that seemed to be little more than tentacles attached to a face with wings and burning eyes. About 4 of them were headed right for him as he cursed and jumped off the floating rock he was on. The squid skulls slammed into the rock and ruptured in a green and purple explosion as he was sent flying through the void. Screaming as he was sent flying through the nothingness, he tried to flail and swing his arms around to slow his flight, but was coming in very quickly towards another chunk of rock. This time he couldn't as gracefully tuck and roll, and instead more tumbled and bounced across the surface before coming to a stop on his face. Steve groaned as he coughed out some dirt and started to push himself up when he saw a pair of boots in front of his face. He slowly looked up and discovered that the boots were attached to himself. Except different him. It was certainly him, but his beard and hair had distinguished streaks of gray that made him look significantly more trustworthy for some reason. "Oh, thank fuck. Future self here to help me out. I was worried. Also nice hair." "Thanks. I like it too. But I'm not here to help. I'm just waiting here so I can steal this and do my own thing." The future Steve was looking up at the sky as present Steve struggled to his feet. "Steal what?" he asked, just as future Steve raised his hand. Steve miniature son from earlier came flying in out of the gaseous void around them and into future Steve's hand. "Yoink! See you later!" he said as he jumped up and flew off into the void as the star burnt away the clouds around him as he went. "Wait! Get back here and help me, you son of a bitch!" Present Steve angrily shouted before blinking. "Shit! All I did was insult my own mother. Cussing out time selves is tricky. It's not that hard, just wreck stuff, and try flying, idiot!" Future Steve called out as he disappeared in the distance. "Oh right, destroy stuff, durr!" Steve smacked his own forehead and then pulled his book up once more. Movement subsection flight. Which one? Which one?" He quickly pulled out a twig from the inverted forest and a weightless pebble, jamming them both into one of his highest-grade arcane dust vials, before slamming the cap back on and then shaking it as hard as he could for a few seconds while speaking the power words. Soon the vial splintered and evaporated as the glittery substance that spilled out quickly coated his body. He waited a bit longer for it to finish, and then jumped off the rock and found himself floating in the void rather than hurtling through it wildly. "Success!" he shouted out, which drew the attention of another flock of flying squid skulls. A pod? A squad? "Bring it, bitches!" he shouted rather than continue to worry about how one should refer to a group of such creatures. Quickly focusing, he summoned a lightning bolt and shot it out at the skulls just to see the lightning bounce between them harmlessly. Fuck! Right. Lightning void probably means you're used to that. Plan B. He quickly changed up his casting to summon fireballs from his hands, tossing them at the quickly approaching eyes. When one hit the skull, ruptured and exploded, which then consumed the others around it. "Fuck yes!" Steve shouted and looked around, trying to make sense of the void around him. There were two large milky moons in the sky, somewhat ahead of him. Below, he could see shrouded towers or pillars in the mist, and when he turned around, he saw what looked like some sort of intricate set of gray canyons. Of course, all around him were the rocks, slowly tumbling around through the clouds as well. As he looked around, he saw one of the rocks seem to spin, and another flock of squid skulls came flying out of it. He flew towards that particular rock then, and prepped more fireballs as he hurled them through the air as he flew closer. He was getting the hang of nailing the skulls with the fireballs when they began to spread out, making it harder for him to get them all in one blast. But by then he was close enough to see the rock was in fact a spherical creature that seemed to be a host or hive for the skulls which popped out of the writhing, fleshy orb as if they were disgusting pimples. "How's this to brighten your day?" Steve called out as he hurled fireballs at it. But while the fire ruptured the flying skulls, the hive just seemed to absorb the impacts as if it were nothing. In fact, he saw its eyes begin to glow red, and then had to quickly twist and spin as it spat several of his fireballs right back at him. "New plan!" Steve screamed, even as he had to fly through a tiny gap between some floating rocks to avoid the fireballs being tossed back at him. He quickly reached into his pouches and pulled out several more reagents and pressed them into another arcane vial. This time he waited before saying the words. Instead, he turned and flew straight at the squid hive, twisting and dodging to avoid more fireballs being lobbed towards him. Just as he came in close, he finally shouted out the words and tossed the vial into the eye of the hive, just as he turned around in mid-air to bring his feet down first, stomping the vial right into its flesh. The creature screeched in pain as Steve felt the sudden cold, and a spike of ice shot straight through the hive, having grown from the vial he stomped on. "Fuck yeah!" she shouted in success as the hive began to immediately wither and die around him, turning to ash that broke off like dust into the void. But even as he did that, he could hear a loud rumbling sound and looked around for a moment before looking up and seeing one of the milky white moons turning around in the sky before he saw a massive red pupil focus in on him. "Oh, it's a giant eye! Oh shit, it's a giant eye!" He gasped as he realized he must be essentially inside the Cthulhufan's head somehow. All around him he heard more screeching and hissing and saw dozens upon dozens of squid skulls start to fly out, now aimed by the eye and seeking him out. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Steve looked around trying to figure out what to do for a minute. He knew lightning wouldn't work, fire likely wouldn't, and he didn't have any way to make an ice spike big enough to pull the same trick twice. That's when he focused on one of the giant tumbling rocks in the void. Flying over to it as fast as he could, he landed on the surface and pulled out his most expensive scroll and slapped it to the surface of the rock before pulling out 2 arcane dust vials and pouring them all over the scroll. "Hope like shit this works," he muttered as he quickly cut his finger and began to scribble on the scroll in his own blood. Once the runes were finished, the scroll flashed and burned away. He hoped that meant good things, and then grabbed the rock with both hands. Even though it was a massive boulder several times his size, he slowly was able to turn with it in his hands as he kept his feet up in the void. Both he and the rock began to spin around, slowly at first, but with building speed. As the skulls swooped in to try and slam into Steve, he kept spinning the rock around, knocking the rock into them instead, as they ruptured and exploded across the surface. Steve kept spinning in place, though, turning the rock around him as if he were on solid ground and spinning around before throwing a discus. Just as he could almost no longer hold on, he waited and then released as the boulder went flying towards the massive moon-sized eye. As the rock flew, it began to spin and fly faster and faster as his momentum spell took effect, constantly increasing the speed at which the rock was flying. He couldn't be sure, but he thought it might even have burst into flames just before slamming into the giant red pupil. "Bullseye!" he shouted just as everything around him rumbled and shook, making him bounce and sway in the void. "Bwah! The fuck!" he shouted as he saw part of the red pupil crack and crumble as green liquid poured out of it, which made everything around him seem to go crazy. Lightning bolts began shooting off all around him. The flying skulls were exploding in midair, and far down below him, writhing masses he could barely see seemed to be rolling around in pain. But then there was more rumbling as the second eye spun around in the air above him, and the next red pupil focused on him. This time he saw it grow brighter and brighter, and realized it was no longer content to just toss flying skulls at him. Uh-oh! Steve began flying as fast as he could just as a red beam shot out of the second eye and scorched everything in the air just behind him. "Fuck!" Steve screamed as he flew, twisting and turning between tumbling rocks as the eye beam shot out again, carving right through the rocks Steve was trying to use as cover. He soon felt a wind pulling at his hair and clothes, however, and looked up to see a purple vortex spinning around in the void between the ruptured eye and the one shooting eye beams at him. Without any other idea on what to do, he turned up towards it. Still spinning and flying as fast as he could to avoid the deadly eye beam, he flew straight into the purple swirling vortex, hoping for the best. After a moment, he found himself being tossed out of the vortex and noticed that his body was no longer covered in his arcane flying powder. "Oh shit!" he cried out and did his best to try and pull his arms up to shield his face as he prepared to crash into some sort of gray wall ahead of him. But just as he thought he was about to hit something, grabbed him around the waist, and he gasped as the air was knocked from his lungs due to the tight squeeze. But he didn't hit the wall. Gasping for air, he found himself spun around as he had a chance to look around. He was in the bright sunshine of a rather gorgeous day. The sky was a crisp, clear blue. It wasn't too hot or too cold, and he could see the wind gently blow the grass around him. He looked down to see a gray trunk around his waist, and was turned around in the air to come face to face with a six-tusked dire mammoth. He froze up as he looked as the giant furred cousin of an elephant, and wondered if he was about to get stomped to death. Instead, it slowly set him down on his feet and then nodded slightly. Then it turned around and began to walk away from Steve down a hill towards a river valley in the distance. Steve could see a whole herd of mammoths in the distance, young and old, some playing in the river, others just lounging about in the warm sun. He couldn't believe just how peaceful and serene everything seemed, which was when something gripped him by the back of the head and yanked hard. He screamed in surprise and flailed his arms as everything turned upside down, and then went black, then white, and then he was flying through the air as he realized he was back out in the chamber Danny had set up. "Fenrina, catch me!" he cried out and saw the werehusky spin around for a moment before sprinting in the direction he was going and leaping into the air to grab him and pull him down into a hug. "Steve, you didn't get unmade or turned into a freaky tentacle face." As glad as Steve was to be alive, he had to gasp hard as the air was once more crushed out of his lungs and possibly suffering from cracked ribs. "Fenrina!" he gasped out. "Crushing!" "Oh!" The werehusky let go as he dropped a few inches to his feet and leaned against her, panting hard to catch his breath yet again. "Now aren't you glad we play fetch?" she asked as he recovered and nodded slowly. When he turned to look around the chamber, he saw that several pillars had been crushed, but the altar in the center of the room was glowing white, and the skull of a dire mammoth was set upon it. Danny, still towering over everyone else, was just finishing up carving protective runes into the bone. Her employees were scattered around, and Larry was tending to the wounded while Sherry was giving rites to the dead. "I guess we won?" he asked, leaning against Fenrina for a moment before staggering towards Danny. "We sure did," the large dragon lady cheerfully replied. "You distracted him long enough for me to get the ritual complete. I'm just making sure this poor guy won't be disturbed again. I have some scouts looking for any remains of the cult, but considering the size of ritual needed to bring out a Cethelhuffent, I'm guessing they're all dust. And now the boneyards will be safe again. And not a moment too soon either. Danny leaned back from the skull and looked at her hands as they began to become see-through. Looks like I'm done here. Reality should be strong again, but that means I'm moving on. Wait! I have so many questions! Steve called out. I told Fenrina some of the ones I figured you would ask, and that I can answer without destroying reality. I'll see you again! Eventually! Danny kept fading until she entirely vanished with a soft pop sound echoing through the chamber. Oh, she was talking to me? Fenrina blinked and looked surprised as Steve looked at her. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the werehusky tap her chin. You weren't listening, were you? He asked. No. Fenrina replied and slowly shrugged. Steve sucked in a deep breath and thought about just how much he wanted to cuss, and then saw Fenrina's worried expression. So his deep breath just came back out in a ragged sigh and he slumped his shoulders. Whatever. I'll find out eventually. Let's just help out and then see what's going on in the rest of the boneyard. He shook his head as he went to find Larry and help healing Danny's employees, but was stopped by a kobold in a set of clothing that Steve wasn't familiar with. She was wearing a black skirt and some sort of fancy white shirt under a black jacket that had a cut to it he'd never seen before. Not only that, but she had 2 pieces of round glass wrapped in wire and set before her eyes, and around her neck was a red bit of cloth that reminded him of the focals most Almaran soldiers wore. But this one looked a bit more like a noose. I'm Miss Duskmaw's secretary, the kobold explained as she stepped in front of him. Her what? Oh, you're the one who I spoke to through the orb, aren't you? Really sorry about everything. Steve grimaced once more as he realized that her husband had been turned to a flesh puddle, and he'd just mentioned it in such an offhanded manner. These things happen. The secretary mentioned and adjusted the wire glass on her face before holding up a set of scrolls before him. This is the complete list of all treasures and goods we possess, both magic and mundane. Okay? Steve asked as he took the scrolls with some hesitation. Why are you giving me this? I'm aware of the procedures of most adventurers. Without Miss Danny here, I believe that means all our possessions are now to be in your possession as loot. The kobold explained as Steve arched his brows in surprise. You think I'm going to take all your stuff? No, it's yours. He handed the scrolls back. Listen, all I want are a few choice pieces of ivory and bone, and that's it. You guys can have the rest. I'm not here to steal from you guys, honest. I just want to clear out the caves and let the locals start harvesting the boneyard again, okay? Steve explained, as the kobold narrowed her eyes and seemed to give him a suspicious look. Very well. I'll make the proper arrangements, the kobold said, and turned, walking off without another word. Steve just scratched his head in confusion. That was strange. I guess today has been strange all around, he muttered, and finally went to find Larry to help healing the survivors. It would take the adventurers another day to clean out the caves of the last traces of the fish guy cult. They'd discover a massive stockpile of bones and ivory, not to mention making the boneyard itself far safer now, without the dark influence of the cult. After all of that, and before heading back to Orbitus, Steve thought it would be best to prove his good intentions to both the locals and the survivors of Danny's employees. So Steve brought much of what they found up to the surface for the local laborers to have, which they would soon take back to the various ivory markets along the coast, which would dramatically lower the price of such goods since so many high-value bones were brought in at the same time. This had a significant impact on the Estrakhan economy, which relied on the highly valuable and, until now, rare magic and mundane ivory for their trade. As their economy began to suffer, the locals panicked and internal conflict began to rise. This then gave the Sethubians a chance to draw in more merchants as their ports remained stable, which furthered the sudden trade war between the two rival nations over what remained of the ivory trade. Both struggled to find new markets to make up for the loss of value of the ivory. However, as the Estrakhans began to run out of money to buy much-needed grain and food, there was only one nation willing to sell them food at prices low enough to prevent mass starvation and food riots. The Almaran Republic, which always maintained very high stockpiles of food thanks to their many wars and their efficient irrigation systems ensuring high yields, became Ostroko's most important trade partner, which meant when the Elven coalition wanted to sail their navy down the Ivory Coast and across the ocean to get supplies and troops to the elves, the Estrakan ports were suddenly closed to them. The coalition wasn't willing to declare an offensive war against the still geographically important nation, just for more favorable ports. This significantly hampered their logistical efforts for their war effort. Of course, over time, the cause of this trade war was traced back, and Steve was blamed for it, which gave him his mixed reputation with the Estrakans. Many hated him for ruining their economy, while others remembered he was trying to do good and had saved them from the cult. As usual, Steve took this new reputation with a shrug and just accepted the good parts while ignoring the bad, especially when he heard of a new mercenary company in the region called the Dusk Devils that were run by a strange kobold in unusual clothes. He had a feeling he had somehow been played, but his focus was on Danny Duskmaw, and not the Archdean who had sent him on this quest in the first place. Of course, it wouldn't be the last time he met Danny, that much he knew for sure, but he simply didn't know when they'd meet again, or how disastrous that meeting would go. Yet that is a story for another time. "This is highly unusual," Steve mentioned while he and the other members of Doom stood in front of a cave entrance that was a bit more obvious than most. Besides having a rather decent path leading straight to it, there were also the giant signs that had been posted around it, all pointing to the cave entrance. "This way to the secret entrance to the palace. Great treasure awaits at the end. This is the biggest trap I've ever seen," Steve muttered as he read some of the signs. "They even have the illiterate covered." Sherry mentioned and pointed to the signs that just had pictures of gold, gems, and other assorted treasure on them, all pointing to the same entrance. "We're not going inside, are we?" "There's no other entrance here." Steve waved his arms at the mountains around them. "The information we were given specifically told us to come here. It even says that there are clear signs pointing to the location of the secret entrance." Steve scratched his head as he looked at the opening before them. "I didn't think they would mean that so literally," Sherry mentioned as she set her hands on her hips and looked around. "Isn't this a good thing?" Fenrina asked. "Doesn't it mean we're going the right way?" "Well, the thing is, it's so obviously a trap," Steve explained to her. "Who has a road and signs leading up to a secret dungeon maze, let alone one attached to a palace?" "Why don't we use that trick you did to get us into that Kasurian palace?" Fenrina asked. "You didn't have enough of the faceless horrors trying to eat our faces off in jealous rage last time?" Sherry asked with a glare at Steve, who groaned out and tossed his hands in the air. "Okay, I still maintain that only rarely happens, and I said sorry and whatever, it worked. But also this place doesn't have an infinitarch like the other palace. This is just a duchy," Steve explained. "And why are we helping them?" Fenrina asked. "I thought you disliked hereditary systems of governance, especially if they claim their right to rule comes from a divine source and a heavily enforced cultural class system." The other members of Doom quietly turned to look at the large werehusky for a moment. "Astrid has been reading more. I can learn stuff too," she huffed defensively. "While yes, that's true," Steve muttered after a moment, "I'm trying to get off some various shit lists, and my disdain for monarchies while high is just as high for tyrants who take power in a blood coup and put lots of heads on pikes. Normally the surrounding nations would likely take care of an evil nation quickly since evil nations are evil, but with the Almarin-Elven coalition war dragging on, they've got other things to worry about. So, I feel slightly more responsible than normal. And the massive pile of treasure we were promised when we took the job isn't a factor?" Fenrina asked. "It's only partially a factor." Steve tried to wave it off. "I'm also confused about this being a duchy, because it's bigger than that teeny-tiny kingdom that you're a fairy godfather to, and richer and more important. But it's just a duchy," Fenrina asked next. "Yeah, reasons." Steve shrugged. "I don't know how the whole monarchy royal system works, but the Duchy of Delight is indeed a duchy and not a kingdom, for reasons." "Is that really the name? Duchy of Delight?" Fenrina arched a brow as she asked that. "I think it's a bastardization of an older name that sounded like Delight and just got written down that way at some point." Steve replied with another shrug, before waving his hands in the air. But none of that is important right now. What is important is that we have to get through here, and it's super obviously a trap, so we all need to be ready. Larry Love is more of a lover than a rogue, but even he knows it's unwise to disarm a trap by sticking your hand into it, Larry pointed out then. There's no other way through. Besides, we're adventurers. How many traps have we survived so far? Steve exclaimed. All of them. So far. Fenrina answered with a wag of her tail as she hefted her shield and stepped up front, ready to dive into danger head first, as always. Steve just looked over at Sherry and Larry, who each sighed after a moment, and then settled into position behind the werehusky. Now properly positioned, the four walked forward into what they were rather positive was a trap. The cave entrance quickly gave way to an actual dungeon instead of a natural cave formation. While it wasn't unusual for palaces to have secret entrances and dungeon complexes beneath them, it was certainly unusual for the entry to one such dungeon to have a door that said, "Dungeon starts here," clear as could be for them to go through. Steve carefully inspected the door, checking for any signs that it was connected to traps or other mechanisms that might spring something upon them. But after a little he couldn't find anything wrong with the door, and simply opened it. As they stepped through into the room beyond, they found themselves in a basic square room, with nothing in it but another door. "Okay," Steve muttered, and the four slowly walked into the room, spreading out as they looked around for traps and the like, but once more discovered nothing. As Steve approached the next door, he could see it had a puzzle lock set into it, rather than a normal handle. It only took him a few moments of examination to reach out and spin the wheels of the puzzle into their correct place, and the door opened up into the ceiling to reveal another square room beyond. Steve hesitantly stepped into the next room and saw that one of the floor tiles was glowing green, and on the other side of the room was a green box, the side of the glowing tile. "Are you serious?" "About what?" Fenrina asked as she followed him into the next room. That was more of a general outburst than a specific question. Steve muttered and scratched his head before picking up the box, walking over and setting it on the glowing tile. Once he had done that, the next door rumbled up into the ceiling to reveal another square room beyond. "I am so confused by this place." "Why?" Fenrina asked as they walked into the next room, which had two different colored glowing tiles and boxes this time. "Because this doesn't make sense. Dungeons are usually built out of actual dungeons, or they were mining tunnels, or all number of things before becoming dungeons. Adventuring dungeons, I mean, not dungeons. This place looks like it's been specifically built like this. Just a series of rooms. Who the hell would build a place like this? And why?" he asked as he moved one box over and waved for Fenrina to grab the other. Once both boxes were in place, the next door opened. When they walked into the next room, Steve saw a puzzle lock on the door ahead of them, as well as the walls to either side. Once they were in the middle of the room, there was a heavy click, and the walls slowly started to rumble closer. "Okay, some actual danger," he said, sounding more relieved than anything. "What do we do?" Fenrina asked as she looked around. "Just turn the rings into place, it's super simple," Steve said, and walked over to one wall to turn the wheels like he had before. It clicked into place, and the wall stopped closing in on them as Sherry walked over and did the same to the other side. "I don't get it. It's like they're giving us a chance to see how each part works, and then slowly making it harder." "That's a stupid design choice," Sherry said, as they unlocked the door to the next room. In here, they saw a blue gem sitting in the middle of the floor, and beyond that was a blue-colored door with a slot in the center that would clearly fit a blue gem. "What's the point of all this? Shouldn't they have a few super difficult traps set up to just kill anyone who walks in?" Sherry asked. "I know, right?" Steve replied with a snort as he picked up the blue gem to press it into the spot for it in the next door. The next room was slightly different, however. Across from them was a red door with a slot for a gem, but there wasn't a gem in sight. Then to the right was a yellow door, and in front of it a glowing tile for a yellow box, but no box itself. So off to the left was a door with a puzzle lock. Is this all that there is here? Progressively more tedious locks to pass? Is that the plan? To bore us into leaving? Maybe they'll start adding more traps and monsters the deeper we go? And better loot? Fenrina suggested, but the other three just laughed at the idea. Who would possibly think it would be a good idea to make a dungeon like that? What's the point of it? Steve asked, as he quickly spun the rings of the puzzle lock into place to get the door to open. When it did open up, he saw the yellow box at the end of a small alcove. However, in between him and the box was a short slime glob. Steve looked down at it for a moment before it lunged forward and glomped onto his leg. Ah! He hoped back on one leg, waving the other around as he tried to kick the slime off to no avail. Hold still! I got this! Fenrina insisted, as she rushed towards him with her sword out. Wait! It's a slime! You'll stab my leg! Steve cried out and waved his hands to ward Fenrina off as he kept hopping around while the slime tried to eat his shin guard. Well then, how do we kill it? Fenrina asked as she paused. Just stab it. Carefully. Steve hissed out as he kept wiggling his leg around before Fenrina carefully stabbed the slime without stabbing Steve in the process. The slime slid off his leg then and settled into a puddle on the floor where it bubbled for a moment before making a burping sound and settling down. That's it? Fenrina asked in confusion. Slimes are very odd creatures. It'll reconstitute itself in a few hours unless you break down the slime guts? The slime with the appropriate magical reagents, Steve explained as he walked into the alcove to get the yellow box. Well, aren't you going to do that? Fenrina asked. Hell no, salt is expensive. Steve snorted as he carried the box over to the other side of the room. But it'll return and possibly attack someone, Fenrina pointed out. Well, no one but adventurers should be coming in here, so let them deal with it. I'm not wasting good salt on a little slime when we won't be here in a few hours anyway. He was about to put the box on the tile when he paused. Larry, get up there in case there's another slime. Why Larry Love? The dwarf protested even as he approached. 'Cause you've got a hammer, and those are great for squishing slimes, Steve said with a shrug. Once the dwarf was in position, he set the box into place, and sure enough, there was another slime waiting inside. But this time, Larry was able to quickly squish it with his hammer, though as he did, the others couldn't help but snicker a little at the sound it made. Geez, Larry, did you have to let one rip? That was not Larry Love, that was the slime, the dwarf growled out. Yeah, sure, just like that time you tried to blame Fenrina. Sherry snorted and Larry glared at the werehusky who just smiled back with a big smile on her face as she wagged her tail. So far, no one had discovered her secret, that it was indeed her that one time. Regardless, Steve retrieved the gem from the alcove and set it into the next door. When it slid up to reveal a room beyond this one was a little different. There was a table with a few coins and a loaf of bread on it, and past that was another door with a regular doorknob. The fuck? Steve muttered as he walked in and picked up the loaf of bread. He sniffed at it and squeezed it gently for a moment. It's like, maybe a day old? It's not stale. Who put it there? Although, now that you mention it, the torches are lit, aren't they? As Sherry mentioned that the others looked around, realizing they'd taken the lit torches on the wall for granted. Well, I'm not taking the bread. Could be poison. Steve shrugged and set it back on the table. When he went to open the next door, they saw two slimes slowly bubbling across the floor, and this time there were two puzzle doors and one multicolored door with two glowing tiles in front of it, as well as a gem door. See? They're just progressively making it harder and leaving loot every so often, Fenrina said. This doesn't make any sense. Who designs a place like this? Steve exclaimed as he waved his arms around. Then as he approached the slimes with sword in hand this time to stab them before they tried to eat his feet, he hissed out, There better not be much more of this. 6 hours later, the members of Doom were standing in front of a very large, ornate door that they had already fit 11 gems into and were getting ready to fit the last into place. Besides slimes, they'd fought zombies, golems, skeletons, bigger slimes, ghosts, ghasts which were different than ghosts, several magic apparitions, 3 gelatinous cubes, 1 gelatinous polyhedron, and 1 very ornery gloop, which shouldn't be confused with a slime. Besides the puzzle doors, boxes, and gems, They'd also had to deal with dozens, if not hundreds, of traps, jumping across platforms, climbing walls with oddly obvious handholds, riddle-obsessed gates, and even some magical traps. For all their efforts, they had some gold and jewelry that wasn't worth nearly the headache they'd gone through. Of course, there had also been various bits of armor and weapons along the way, but almost none of the armor fit, and they had no need for more weapons than they could use, so they'd left it behind since it all weighed quite a lot, to say nothing of all the space it would have taken up. As they prepared for the next door, the group was in a bit of disarray. Larry was still being followed by a small rain cloud that kept raining on him. Sherry was still the color purple. Despite the protests of the others, Fenrina was eating a large turkey leg they'd found in a trash can after having already eaten what they'd dubbed dungeon duck. Plus, Steve was slowly rubbing his eyebrows to get them to grow back in with his magic after having lost them in yet another fireball to the face. "I hate this place," he said calmly as they took a breather. "The food's good," Fenrina muttered as she took another big bite off the turkey leg. "It can't be healthy to eat food we find in trash cans, barrels, and other such places," Steve muttered, but had stopped trying to get her to quit eating everything they found. "You're just, jelly, 'cause all you have, to eat is really dry salty. Granola mix." Fenrina shrugged as she spoke while eating and tearing little pieces of turkey meat off the leg. "Maybe it would be better if someone hadn't gone through and picked the fruit out of everyone's granola mix," Steve growled back, but Fenrina just kept eating without addressing his comment. Steve just sighed after that and stood up once his eyebrows had grown back in. "Okay, are we ready?" he asked as he looked to the others. Larry Love would love the rain to stop. The dwarf grumbled as a tiny lightning bolt struck his helmet. "I'm ready to not be purple anymore." Sherry agreed with a nod. Fenrina held up a finger as she growled and ripped off one last big chunk of meat off the leg before tossing it aside. Then she took her time chewing it before swallowing and finally smiling at them as she wagged her tail. "Ready?" "Okay, let's do this," Steve said with far less enthusiasm than usual. He set the final gem into the door and stepped back as it slid up into the ceiling. This room was yet another gray stone square like so very many of the others, except when they'd suddenly been in clouds, or that underwater bit. Everyone had hated the underwater bit. There were two large ornate treasure chests on the far wall, but in between them was a massive throne, with an equally massive rune-inlaid sword leaning against it. All around the room were bones that looked too large to be human, yet would fit together just like a normal human skeleton. "Seriously? This is the final boss?" Steve snorted as he saw it and looked around. "All right, someone find the half-giant's skull." "There it is." Fenrina pointed to a large skull that, while human-shaped, was significantly larger. It was set into a large horned helm that was almost always reserved for bad guys, especially one so large they weren't worried about the horrible tactical mistake it was to wear horns on your helm. Steve approached it and reached into one of his pouches of surprising depth as he pulled out a 3-foot by 3-foot square of lead 3 inches thick, which he handed to Fenrina to carry. Then he picked the skull up and set it in the corner of the room before leaning the lead square against it. "Okay, someone go kick the sword or touch the chest or something," Steve said, as he made sure the skull was pressed firmly against the corner of the room by the lead. Fenrina walked over and tried to open up one of the chests, but it was locked shut. Even as she fiddled with it, though, the bones in the room began to swirl around and rise up, forming into the skeleton of a half-giant sitting on the throne. But the skull behind the lead didn't move. Once the rest of the body was formed, Steve waited a second and then pulled the lead plate out of the way. There was a lightning bolt from the ceiling that struck the skull just after he did. "Bwahahaha! Prepare to suffer for—" What the hell is going on here? The skull had gotten 2 blue glowing eyes and was looking around from its place in the corner. "Lead stops magic," Steve said in way of explanation as he began to jam the lead square back into his pouch of surprising depth. In the background, the rain cloud above Larry fizzled to nothing and Sherry regained her normal color. "You bastard! You cheated!" the skull exclaimed. Yeah, whatever. You going to open those chests or what? Steve asked. It wouldn't even matter if I could. You see… Hey, stop gnawing on my leg. Steve turned around to see Fenrina gnawing on one of the half-giant skeleton's femurs. Hey, put that down. You don't know where it's been. Get that out of your mouth. You just had turkey. It's likely covered in necromantic magic, Steve cried out. But I threw da urke egg on the grund, she replied while partially still chewing on the femur. You found that leg on the ground as well. Put it down, Steve insisted. Fine, Fenrina sighed as she spat the large leg bone out. I'll go get the turkey leg. She walked off to find the leg she'd thrown aside earlier. That's not… Steve started, and then closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose as he sighed. Forget it. What were you saying? He asked the skull. These chests are empty, Sherry called out as she had gotten one open while Steve dealt with the skull and Fenrina. What do you mean empty? Steve called back. Empty, devoid of treasure or reward. No one was expecting someone to finish this so early, the skull explained. Finish what? Steve cried out as he waved his arms around. This is supposed to be the secret entrance to the palace. There's supposed to be a massive treasure room filled with the treasures of the fucking duchy. Where the hell is it all? You're the final boss. Ha! I'm not even the final boss. You foolish adventurers. You get nothing. The skull rattled at him. Where's the way out? Where's everything else? Tell me. Steve growled and gave the skull a kick as it bounced off the wall and rolled around. I'll tell you nothing, the skull exclaimed. Want me to get my werehusky back in here? I'll let her gnaw on your face. Get her tongue up into your eye sockets. See how you like that. Steve threatened, and the skull rattled for a moment in the helm. No, don't. Fine. I'll tell you, but you won't like what I have to say anyway. You see, this place isn't done. They're still working on it. Like I said, no one expected anyone to get this far so far. If you crouch in that corner, you can slowly back through part of the wall which isn't really there. The skull pointed with his eyes as Larry moved to the corner and crouched down before scooting backwards and seemed to move through the solid wall like it wasn't there. Steve, you need to see this. Steve sighed and picked up the skull as he walked over to the corner and then crouched down and did the same thing as Larry. When he slipped through the fake wall, he found himself in a much more natural-looking cave area, with stalagmites and stalactites all around. There were also some stones, masonry equipment, and a board painted black and yellow to keep people from going further. What's this say? Steve muttered as he saw Larry pointing to a piece of paper stuck to the board. We hoped you enjoyed the delightful dungeon alpha build. If you got this far, we're sorry, but the rest of the dungeon isn't finished. Please return for the beta release. What? He turned and looked back and could see the dungeon stretched out before them, the individual rooms outlined in black. How am I seeing this? My helm is blessed with sight of no clipping, the skull informed him. This is such bullshit, Steve cried out and looked around once more. Past the yellow and black board, he could see a set of stairs leading up to what looked like daylight. We're getting that treasure. He growled and began to walk past the board. Hey, you can't go that way. Didn't you read the sign? The skull shouted as Steve just growled and tossed it into a nearby wheelbarrow. It's a sign, not a guard. Fenrina, Sherry, we're going, he called out as the other members of Doom quickly moved to catch up with him as he headed up the staircase leading from the cave into the light. When they emerged, they were in a large courtyard surrounded by high stone walls and towers, right besides an impressive-looking palace built into the mountain. Well, at least they weren't lying about the palace access. What are we going to do? Fenrina asked as she caught up, once more chewing on the turkey leg. Deal with this like we should have originally, Steve growled out and walked towards the palace besides them. To his surprise, there weren't any guards around, and the first door he opened was entirely unlocked. They walked through some empty hallways until they found a large door with what sounded like a party coming from the other side. Okay, stand back. He waved the others back and pulled some ingredients from his pouches. After a few moments, a massive stone fist rose up out of the ground, and Steve pulled his arm back before thrusting it forward, and the stone fist copied the motion by slamming into the wooden doors hard enough to smash them off their hinges and send them toppling forward into the room beyond. All around there were gasps and shouts of surprise as Steve walked in on top of the now toppled doors. "Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting?" he asked in the sort of way that implied he was being snarky. Yet, to his surprise, he got a reply. Yes, you are. We were hosting a birthday party and you just crushed our guest of honor. That's very rude." Steve focused on the person talking and saw a rather striking woman instead of practical-looking leather armor. No boob windows or anything. It was most certainly evil armor, however, considering it was black and was embossed with skulls in various places. The woman wearing it had short brown hair with a tiny bit of red tinge to it, but the most intense crystal blue eyes. "Do you mind getting off of him?" Steve looked down and realized there was a body under the doors he was standing on. Okay," he muttered, feeling a bit bashful suddenly as he stepped aside and then pushed the door off of the man beneath. The figure was in black armor, also embossed with skulls in various places. The apparent birthday boy was groaning in pain, however, as the impact from the doors had likely broken several bones. "Fine, Larry, get up here and heal him." As Larry stepped forward to heal the wounded man, Steve saw another dwarf shoulder her way through the assembled guards in black armor. This one was a woman, though. Steve could tell because despite it usually being very difficult to determine a male from a female dwarf while fully clothed, this one was wearing armor that was designed in such a way as to accent her cleavage, which most male dwarves didn't do. Usually. Then again, the female dwarves didn't really do it much either, because dwarves didn't have much cleavage to display in the best of times. Could it be? Are you another cleric of the most beloved and delightful deity of all, the goddess of love? That got Larry to look up. Why sugarcoat my eyes and dip them in honey? You are, without a doubt, the finest of fine Larry Love has ever seen. Please tell me you're a second revivalist. Oh, I am, sugar child. Could it even be that you're a Great Caverns region disciple? She asked as she got closer. Goddess of love be praised, I am most sweetest of sweet. 5th reading council of 9 or 7th reading council of 8? Larry asked, stepping off of the poor wounded soldier he had no totally forgotten. 5th reading council of 9, she exclaimed with delight. Die, heretic! Larry cried out as he brought up his hammer to try and smash the other dwarf cleric's face in, only for her to pull out an axe and ward off his attack. Hey! Break it up! Break it up! Steve called out, as well as the woman in the leather armor as they separated the two dwarves. The hell, Larry? She's a heretic! Everyone knows the 5th reading council of 9 is corrupt! Larry exclaimed as he pointed at her around Steve. Says the sheep following the blind shepherds to his doom! She called back. We didn't come here to fight, Steve urged as he pushed Larry back. Isn't that exactly why we came here? Fenrina asked. Oh, I guess it is. Steve turned back to the woman and her own angry dwarf. Who are you anyway? Me? Do you not recognize the new rightful ruler of this land? The Duchess of Delight! She exclaimed proudly. And this is my darling division! She waved her hands at the assembled soldiers in black armor covered with skulls. Most of them had tankards of ale in their hands, or other bits of food, including plates with some sort of cake on them, but no weapons. And you're ruining this birthday party, she insisted. The fuck are you on about? I just came out of that stupid fucking bullshit you call a dungeon. He started and she blinked. Oh, you're the adventurers? How did you get so far? I wasn't prepared. What did you think of it? She asked then. What? Think of the dungeon? Who the fuck cares? What kind of shit is this? He cried out as he waved his hands around. None of this is how it should be. Well, you've just caught me unprepared. It's an early access dungeon run, you see. I thought you guys would turn back after a while. I didn't expect you to get so far. I'll have to rummage up an appropriate reward for getting that far. Maybe etch your name into a wall somewhere if you share your thoughts on the dungeon so far, she mentioned. But you really didn't need to barge in here like this. Steve stared at her for a moment before shouting out, What the fuck? What the fuck? An early access dungeon? Who the fuck? Why the shit? He made a few faces and then shook his head, No, no, none of this. I'm here to return this kingdom, duchy to... I'm here to fucking kill you and end your evil reign. I was only going through the dungeon because that's what the information said. Well, I'm really not ready for a final boss fight. It won't be anything like I imagined it, but I guess I do have to oblige. Though, do you really have to swear so much? It's so... crass, she said as Steve just stared at her in disbelief. All right, troops. This party will be cut short. I'm sorry about that. Someone get Jerry to a cleric. The rest of the cake will be handed out as soon as possible. And remember, tomorrow is still bring your kids to work day if you want to take up the offer. Get them excited in a future career working for the state. Steve backed up along with the other members of Doom as the soldiers filed past, and two of them dragged the unfortunate Jerry out from under the door to go get him healed up. After a few minutes, the room was empty of the soldiers, which just left Steve, Sherry, Larry, Fenrina, the Duchess of Delight, and the apparently heretical female dwarf cleric. So, 2 against 4? Steve asked. That's hardly fair. No, I'm waiting for my boyfriend and my own talking animal person to show up, she explained. They went to get more ice. Ice? Steve asked, just before a door to the side of the grand entrance hall opened up, and 2 new figures walked in. First was a very large black and white cat person, with a face crisscrossed in scars carrying a large bucket full of ice. Behind him was perhaps the most perfect man Steve had ever seen. He was gorgeous in the sort of way that could even make straight guys figure if they absolutely had to do another guy. Might as well be him. He was also not wearing a shirt, so he could show off a perfectly formed chest and abs, the likes of which Steve had only seen in theoretical drawings and old Cressian statues, since they value beauty over realism like Almarins. It took him a moment to notice the man had wings that were mostly white, but with speckled black tips. Hey, honey, my shirt got torn up again on accident, the perfect angelic man was saying. More like he ripped it on purpose somehow. What happened to the party? The cat person asked before Fenrina lunged forward with her tail wagging. Hi, want to be friends? The cat person gasped and hissed as he jerked back. Do you want an ice bucket? He cried out and dumped the ice bucket onto Fenrina's head. While several chunks of ice fell out and over her, most of it seemed to get compacted down as it sat on her head, covering most of it except her muzzle. Yes, thanks, this is great. I love ice, Fenrina said with complete honesty as she stood there with the ice bucket on her head. Well, I don't want to be friends, the cat person hissed out and backed away from Fenrina. Steve, meanwhile, was pointing at the angel. Your boyfriend is an angel? A fallen angel? He asked, noticing the lack of a halo. He sure is, and he is gorgeous, isn't he? Though the money I spend on getting him new shirts... The Duchess sighed at the end as the fallen angel smiled and shrugged. His name is David. And is your cat person a cat who protected someone they love? Steve asked. Not a chance. I don't love anyone as much as I love myself. But my old master enchanted me with magic to resurrect himself if he finally got slain by no good adventurers like you. He just got it a little wrong. People like you messed up the best gig I ever had. Food, warmth, small animals to torture. Ruined. The cat person shook his head slowly and glared at Steve. And his name? Steve asked the Duchess. That's Mr. Buttons, she answered. And your dwarf? He asked. This is... The woman started to reply but was cut off by the dwarf in question. Bessie, beauty darling, don't tell me you haven't heard tales of my great many suitors and adoring fans, all come to marvel at my sugar-sweet and milky smooth voice, honey child. The dwarf replied in a voice that truly did sound a bit like it was somehow wrapping his eardrums in silk. And who are you for? The Duchess asked in return. We are Doom. Steve struck his usual impressive so-y and waited for the thunder to fade and for the flickering lights to stop. But when he looked around at the others, he sighed. Oh, come on, guys, we fucking practiced this. Fenrina wasn't even looking the right way as she still had the bucket of ice on her head. Larry was glaring at Bessie, and Sherry was, Hey! Hey, over here! Steve snapped his fingers in front of her face to make her jump and stop staring at the angel. Huh? What? She asked in confusion as she looked around. I'm standing right here, you know. He huffed. Yes? And? she asked, still confused. You're staring at that angel, he gasped, as if that should have been obvious. How could I not? Look at him. It's like he was carved out of marble. He's got muscles I didn't know existed. That definition. She bit her lower lip then, as she eyed the shirtless angel once more. I think there's been some sort of mix-up, the Duchess said, interrupting them. I was supposed to get a good adventuring party. We are good, Steve shouted back. You've got a demon with you, she pointed out. Well, you're supposed to be fucking evil and you've got an angel on your side. Steve waved at the, for some reason, still shirtless angel. What about the werewolf? She asked. Were-husky. She was a husky who was protecting her owner from evil magic, and they got fused together, Steve explained. Oh, some sort of powerful sorceress? The Duchess asked. No, a girl from the far northern wastes, he shrugged. Girl as in teenager? The Duchess asked. Yeah, I think at this point, right? 13? He made a face as he realized he couldn't remember how old Astrid was. You've been bringing a child with you on dangerous adventures? The Duchess asked. It's a package deal. Fenrina is an adult. For huskies, Steve protested. Seems dangerous for a child. The Duchess clucked her tongue. Yeah, about that, Steve. Astrid did have some concerns, Fenrina started to say, looking the wrong way still with the bucket on her head. Not helping, he shouted, and then waved at the Duchess. And what about you being evil? You've got black and skulls on your armor, but you designed a dungeon that's surprisingly non-lethal. You were throwing a birthday party for one of your minions. They prefer the term henchman. Minion is just hurtful. The Duchess interrupted. Fucking... Steve growled for a moment at the correction before pressing on. You don't like swearing and you have a group of apparently close friends. Of course I do. Friendship is power, and we're all good friends. She hugged each of her friends in turn for a moment. Together we form the sinister, maliciously inspired, lovely evildoers, she shouted as they struck a pose. Smile? Steve asked. Yes, smiling is contagious, isn't it? Smile and the world smiles with you, the Duchess exclaimed happily with a big smile of her own that showed off her pearly whites. No, whatever. If you're evil, then what's with the lack of heads on spikes and lethal traps? And other evil shit, Steve asked. Hell, you even stocked that shit heap of a dungeon with monsters that regenerate so you don't need to endanger non-regenerative monsters. If you think that's all there is to being evil, you're clearly narrow-minded and short-sighted, she scoffed, which made Steve blink in surprise at the reversal of how these sorts of talks usually went. Capital punishment is most effective as a deterrent. There's no point in decorating the inside of my own palace with dead bodies. There are just a few well-placed crosses throughout my new nation. Crosses? Steve asked as he arches his brows in surprise. Oh, yes. See, there's this wonderfully evil nation called Almera that has devised possibly the most evil method of capital punishment there is, at least in terms of it being effective across a number of key areas. See, they nail someone's wrists and feet to a cross and leave them out in the sun to die of exhaustion and dehydration over a series of days. Once I overthrew the corrupt and decadent nobility across the nation in my popular uprising, I quickly established that as our method of execution. She proudly proclaimed. See, I told you it was evil, Fenrina said to Steve from under her ice bucket. It's fucking complicated, okay? Steve said with another wave of his hands. Now what were you saying about a popular uprising? The nobility here were extremely corrupt. They'd rape and steal and murder the peasants to their heart's content, including the rest of my family who dare stand up against them. Can you imagine being so threatened by mere farmers that you'd send in royal knights to slaughter an entire poor village? Well, the people had enough. No one else would suffer as I had. Steve felt a bit bad for the Duchess in that moment, so I brought them together and we rose up and slaughtered them in return. Every last member of their families have been crucified or slain in battle. Not a single drop of their blood remains to stain this land I now rule with an iron fist. She ended with a cackle of devious delight as Steve's sympathy began to fade. With our common enemy now defeated, the people had to be brought under heel quickly, so I made sure dissent was crushed swiftly. Man, woman, child, they would all be lifted upon a cross should they step out of line. Okay, see, you started strong, but I've lost you a bit, Steve said. You do know that the Almarins have a Senate, right? They vote on things, and don't really just crucify everyone, Steve pointed out. Because their people understand the unspoken rule of their military might. Here the rule needed to be written, in blood. She cackled out once more. They shall all be united under my rule, and their hearts and minds shall be broken to my whims with time. Let the bones of dissidents be trod over by the iron boots of my armies, and turned into the very roads that I shall use to connect this great nation. Okay, what about the dungeon? Steve asked. And the note about the treasure here. You said you were supposed to get a good adventuring group. Did you hire us? The Duchess set her hands on her hips then as she began to explain. Well, I knew that in time adventurers would hear about me deposing the noble family, so I was sure that unorganized adventurers would come sooner or later and be a thorn in my side. So I realized that they're really just looking for adventure. Hence the name. By creating a carefully planned dungeon, I could ensure maximum time spent to cost and drive off all but the strongest adventuring group who I could kill in a final climactic battle, and then either redistribute their gear back into the dungeon or sell off to recoup the cost of the dungeon itself. And the difficulty of it at first? Steve asked. It's designed to be non-lethal or, at least, low-lethal in the start, so that the less experienced ones would go back to the adventuring guild with their tails between their legs but alive so that it wouldn't trigger a call for a more experienced group to clear it out and make it safe. I specifically requested a good group because they're not supposed to go past signs that say it's the end of the dungeon or ruin a birthday party by almost killing the birthday boy. Do you not read the adventuring manual? She asked. I skimmed it, Steve said defensively. And the treasure? Some of the royal scum absconded with part of it during the uprising. The rest went into immediate investments in the military, infrastructure, and the dungeon itself. You were supposed to be a test group. I was working on filling in the rest of it through my national start-kicking campaign. The Duchess explained. Through what? Steve blinked in confusion. It's my patented and effective tax collection campaign where my tax collectors go to collect taxes, as they do, and either you pay or they start kicking. She explained with yet another pearly white smile. But how is it you got through that dungeon? It would likely have taken an extremely experienced group to deal with many of the challenges and a magic user to deactivate some of those magic traps I had set. But the fee to hire your group was so low that... She paused and looked closer at Steve. Wait, what's your name? Why? Steve asked, feeling nervous. That book. I just thought that was a toilet paper book at first. She wagged her finger at the spell book hanging from his belt. You're Steven Spellslinger. Oh my gosh! She gasped and let out a rather girlish squeal. I'm such a huge fan. You're... what? He was now very confused once more. Couldn't you tell I tried to model my look after yours? As she said that, he looked over her armor and realized she had a harness set over it with various pouches much like his own, except she wore leather pants and not a skirt like he did. She approached him quickly then and reached into a pouch as he defensively reached into his own to get ready to cast something. But then she just pulled out a small notebook and a small item he wasn't familiar with. It looked like she had encased the point of a quill in a bit of wood. Can I have your autograph? He hesitantly took the wooden quill and signed the notebook for her as she let out another girly squeal. I get it now. I'm sure my efforts must seem childishly amateur to a professional like you. Oh, trying to explain crucifixion to an Almarin. Ha! She laughed hard at that, and he laughed nervously, since he didn't really know what else to do. I guess I just got unlucky when I picked your group. How could I underestimate a human when I'm talking to the third human mage ever, and the holder of the most awards and records of any Orbitus student? Oh, well, it's nothing really, Steve muttered, unsure how to behave now. Right. Well, your secret is safe with me. She winked at him then, and he looked side to side in confusion. What secret? He finally asked. Masquerading as a good adventuring group. Great cover. They'll never expect it, will they? I love the work you've been doing to destabilize the world and instigate conflict. Just masterful work, she gushed as Steve just blinked. Okay, well, there's nothing else to do then. According to the rules of the adventuring manual, I surrender my title as ruler peacefully. I'll take my personal belongings and gather my soldiers and be on my way. Feel free to raid what's left of the treasury, of course. Who cares if the civilian government that takes over may need it? I won't tell if you won't, right? She laughed once more, and Steve just joined in more awkward laughter. Danny, are you sure he's evil like us? David the fallen angel asked. Oh, I'm sure of it. He calls his group Doom and hails from the most evil nation there is. I've told you all about him before. Besides, if he were good, would he swear so much and kill so many people? Not to mention what he did to fairies. Even if he wasn't, he's magic and I'm not, so we'd lose in a fight. So come on, everyone, let's get packing. With that, the Duchess of Delight and the sinister, maliciously inspired lovely evildoers turned to leave the grand entrance hall of the palace and pack up to leave. Just like that, Steve had ended the short yet bloody reign of Smile over the nation. Once they were alone in the hall, Steve just kept watching the door that the Duchess and friends had left through. Fenrina to his side looked around despite being unable to see anything still thanks to the bucket on her head. What just happened? I have no fucking idea, Steve confessed. While his first encounter with the Duchess would be the most confusing, it certainly wouldn't be the last time that Doom and Smile collided. But that's a story for another day. Hey Steve, do you have a minute to… Vroom! Astrid paused at the entrance to Steve's private lab as some sort of fireball erupted in the middle of the room. After a moment, the fire and the smoke cleared as she saw Steve standing before various bottles of alchemical substances. He was holding two as if pouring out their contents, but at the moment they were empty, and his face was entirely covered in black soot. Am I interrupting? Do I still have eyebrows? Steve asked, keeping his eyes clenched shut for a moment. I don't think so, Astrid muttered. Then the damage is done. I've got time to talk. He replied and set the bottles down so he could feel around for a cloth to start wiping the black soot off his face. You're sure it's okay? Astrid asked with a worried expression as she stepped further into his lab. Yeah, it's fine. Steve waved it off and then saw her concerned expression. What's wrong? I'm not great at reading faces as it is since Fenrina places so much emphasis on smells, and without eyebrows, your face is weird, she admitted. Hold on. Steve looked around his workbench for a moment before grabbing two fuzzy black squares and slapped them to his face to replace his eyebrows. Does this happen often? She asked. Enough so that I've got a few spares laying around. It's cheaper than constantly wasting the magic to regrow them, Steve admitted. However, as Astrid watched him, his left eyebrow began to crawl up the side of his face. That one is getting away. She pointed. Steve tried to look up but obviously couldn't see his own forehead and had to feel around to grab the eyebrow, pull it off and slap it against the counter a few times as it let out a soft squeal. Then he stuck it back on. Better? He asked. Ear? Astrid watched for several seconds and it didn't try to escape again. I guess. So what's up? He asked, and began to start shuffling around bottles before finding his papers to note the results of his latest experiment. Astrid couldn't help but notice how many results seemed to be noted as catastrophic. Catastrophic explosion, catastrophic fire, catastrophic planar rift, catastrophic smell, catastrophic nagging by the Archon, catastrophic sense of humor, and catastrophic explosive diarrhea, just to name a few. She'd learned it was better than to ask Steve about how he came by many of his test results. I was hoping to talk to you about me and Fenrina and adventuring, Astrid mentioned. I appreciate you wanting to adventure more with us, but we kinda need Fenrina. You're not exactly, the most qualified applicant. Steve tried to carefully let her down. If this is about the sparring training. Astrid started before Steve waved her off. It's fine, I was able to reattach the toes. They're totally good as new. no matter how much Larry complains that they aren't as gorgeous as before. Whenever he goes on about how certain chicks dig his chocolate's toes, Steve shuddered. But it's not about that exactly anyway. I was thinking, maybe it's time for you to heal us. When she mentioned that, Steve stared at her and she frowned a little at his expression. Are you angry? Oh, right. He slapped his forehead. Confusion. One of the black furry bars arched up to help indicate his confusion. Are you injured? He asked now that his eyebrows were cooperating. No, but I mean, the whole situation with her existing and all that. It's getting a little weird as I'm getting older. Keeping ourselves separate is getting odd. And the stress of watching her battle monsters is kinda intense when all I can do is sit inside her head and watch. Plus, I still sort of have reservations about aiding the cause of an evil nation, Astrid mentioned. Aggrieved. Steve's eyebrows wiggled for a moment, and then one went down while the other went up. Then they reversed positions. Do I look aggrieved? He checked. Sure, Astrid said with a glance at his eyebrows shifting around a bit. Almera isn't evil, he protested then. I mean, the hills around Nomium are covered in crosses these days. The mass slaughter of gnomes seems kinda evil. She frowned and rubbed her arm a little. Mild anger. His eyebrows, now more confident in the emotion, moved into place. Gnomish terrorists! It's not like they're killing civilians. Bandits, murderers, and other such criminals would be killed in other nations just the same. Is it important if they hang from a noose or a cross? Well, there's also the pillaging of the elven cities, she added. Listen, that's just about consistency. If a city is given a chance to surrender and they refuse and must be sieged, what happens when the walls come down is as much their fault as the invaders, Steve insisted. Other nations do it too. Just because other nations do it doesn't mean it's any better, Astrid finally huffed. I know they're your people, and you want to help them, but they kill lots of people. They conquer more territory than any other nation in recent history. I've checked. That's just because we're so good at it, Steve protested. Plus, in exchange for conquering them, we give people roads, clean water, order, and all sorts of other benefits. Well, not the elves, I guess. They already had those. We'll give them democracy. Well, some of them. Mostly the ones who work with us, and any who serve in the legions. What I'm trying to say is that wars between nations aren't really good against evil. It's all super complicated. You don't think I'm evil, right? He tried to change the subject. Concerned. He then added so his eyebrows would shift around into place. No, not really. But, Astrid sighed, I just feel like I would be doing much better if I could be me again. Really me. The Archon offered to let me stay and get a proper education, too. Learning magic? Surprise. He added at the end to get his eyebrows to start spinning around. After a moment, he tried to look up at his own eyebrows as he felt them moving around so quickly. Not that surprised, he growled, so they stopped spinning and stuck in an arched position. Not magic. At least, probably not. I'm not sure I feel it after last time, Astrid muttered. Trust me, accidents like that happen all the time, Stephen assured her. Flat. He added to get his eyebrows into a neutral position. Trust me, being turned into strange animals is like a rite of passage around here. One day I'm sure he'll get his regular brain back and stop scratching at the ground for worms. Nothing to end your career with magic over, he insisted next. Still, I mean, I guess if anything I might want to learn more about magic beings, less about casting magic itself, especially the Magiju. I think it's a shame any information about them is so limited and often little more than transcribed legends and rumors, Astrid mentioned. The Magiju? Concern. He let his eyebrows shift a moment. I'd be careful if I were you. They're powerful spirits and known for being fickle, egotistical, and erratic at best. I mean, considering the time I've spent with Doom, I'd like to think I've got plenty of practice in dealing with powerful creatures who are fickle, egotistical, and erratic, Astrid mentioned with a shrug. Think so? Curious. His eyebrows shifted so one could arch up. I wouldn't think we've dealt with too many in a way that you could… Oh. His tone changed as he realized what she meant. You mean us, don't you? Am I that egotistical? Concern. Not in the traditional sense, but you do seem to get upset when someone challenges your abilities, like when you got into the drinking contest with the giant. She reminded him. Which I won. He wagged a finger at her. You also died, she added. It was a mild case of death at worst, and a temporary one at that. He crossed his arms. Still, could you see about maybe healing me? I know you like Fenrina, but I kind of want my own life. She's okay with it, you know, Astrid said, and Steve sighed. Flat. He let his eyebrows flatten out while he leaned against his workbench to think. Yeah, I get it. I know I've been rather selfish about this as it is. I just figured, I don't know, that I'd never have to deal with it, maybe? He shrugged. So I'm sorry I've been shitty. I have actually done some research into the matter, but I've actually hit a dead end. He revealed to her as he walked over to a shelf to grab a folder of notes. Really? What's the issue? Astrid asked as she followed him over. So you don't suffer from traditional lycanthropy, or any thropy for that matter. The library here is poorly stocked with the more advanced and esoteric writings on blood magic as well. Mostly because advanced writings on blood magic are stitched into the flesh of hideous little things that like to eat other books and people, and just about anything, really. The only lead I have is with an older scholar who traveled through what's now Almarin territory but, at the time, was the Talesian Faradam. See, he was fascinated with the process of the breeding between the Jian Sunbinders that ruled at the time, and the human generals who came to rule after it got conquered by Frank the fucking Amazing. I still can't believe that's his title. Astrid shook her head. Hey, conquer most of the world, and you too can be named the fucking Amazing. There's a reason there's like 8 Frankvilles, Frankopolis of course, and like a dozen Franks forts. Plus, one place called Hot Dog. Not sure why? I think it's a translation error. Steve shrugged. I mean, he was so successful the gods got all pissy and destroyed the multi-step path and the archways, so his young empire would collapse. Plus, they struck him down at 32 with magic beans. Magic beans? Astrid asked. Yep. Steve nodded slowly. Beans, the magic fruit, the more you eat, the more you shit yourself to death. Dysentery is a shitty way to die. Anyway, my point is I have a lead on where to find more detailed research. The problem is, it's in a library run by some complete and utter tools who I really never ever want to deal with, he revealed. And getting access to the library will be difficult. Isn't it in Almarin territory, you said? What's the issue? Astrid asked. Then she watched his eyebrows start to crawl off since he'd forgotten to order them in around for a bit. Your eyebrows are escaping. Fucking… Steve reached up to grab the eyebrows and slapped them against the workbench a few times. You little shits better knock that off, or so help me I'll glue you back onto the magic ass where I found you, he hissed. Then he caught Astrid's look. Ass as in donkey, not like a magic butt. He coughed then and stuck the eyebrows back to his face once he was confident they'd learned their lesson. Anyway, I'm going to need Fenrina for this. Plus, you might as well get the others. It's time that Spellslinger goes to the gym. I'm really confused, so this is Almarin territory? Fenrina asked as they walked through the very hilly streets of Bexicanis. The werehusky was getting plenty of strange glances, but no one was calling for silver weapons, which was a relief, possibly due to her centurion-like armor. If any nation would make soldiers out of werewolves, it would be Almera after all. Yes, the city predates Alma itself by several centuries. They named it after their first patron god Bexicus, goddess of questions and knowledge. However, the temples to her have been somewhat stymied first by the conquest of city-state by Frank, and later by us Almerans, who have a much heavier emphasis on our worship of war, who needs no other name. Steve mentioned with a nod and a light rub along his recently regrown eyebrows. What's stymied mean? Fenrina asked next. Suppressed? I was trying to say less people worship her around here than they used to, Steve explained. Oh, and… What's with the stuff about someone named Ethel that they go on about? Fenrina asked next. The Ethelistic League? So the people around this chunk of the Splintered Sea have lots of regional names for themselves and often associate with whatever city-state they're from. But overall, they all trace their roots to Ethel and call themselves the Ethelites. Though they aren't supposed to, he proclaimed loudly and got a few glares from the passing locals, who he just glared back at. We'll make them into better Almarans one day, he muttered. Why don't they want to be Almarans? Fenrina asked next. They're just stubborn. They claim to be the progenitors of all human civilization, which the elves claim they stole, and they claim just as loudly that if anything, it wasn't stolen but borrowed and then improved upon. So some of them are upset, because they think Almera is just an upstart and that we stole their civilization and culture, which of course we very loudly declared we just borrowed and also improved upon. So loudly, in fact, we came over and conquered them all to prove it, which really proves that we won the argument, Steve explained. Uh-huh, and what's with all the columns? Fenrina was noticing the sheer quantities of columns in the local architecture. There's a city nearby that's known for its columns, which we also borrowed and improved upon. You'll soon learn it's a pretty common theme. Us borrowing things from other places and making it better, like arches, roads, clean water, blood sport, conquest, and olive oil, for example, especially olive oil. Don't let the locals fool you. Just because they were first doesn't mean they were best, Steve muttered at the end. I've been meaning to ask, or really Astrid has, and since I'm here I'll ask for her. How come Almera doesn't expand further up? Fenrina glanced over at Steve while they walked. Well, 2 reasons. 1, much of the land north and west of here is blocked by a massive stretch of desert that's really not of any use, and 2, that desert is filled with dire tarantula hawk wasps. Steve shuddered just at the mention of the name, as did Sherry and Larry. Dire what now? Who stuck so many animals and jammed them all together? Fenrina asked with a frown. They're not some sort of magical abomination created from all 3 species. Steve shook his head. They're all natural as far as I can tell. Just super nasty flying bugs. The normal reaction to being stung by just a normal one is to lie down and cry for a few days. And what's the normal reaction to being stung by the dire ones? Even Fenrina was smart enough to look concerned by now. To lie down and die. Steve shrugged. Though I'm told your dead body will continue to scream for a few hours after the fact. So, that's why you guys are expanding south. Fenrina slowly nodded. Yeah, we'd much rather conquer a bunch of nations than even try and cross that desert. The only place without them is the edge of the Helerin Mountains in the northeast, and those are notoriously treacherous mountains as is, so really we're hemmed in by geography to the north. Steve shrugged and then waved them forward as they finally crested the hill to stand before his destination in the city. All right to you, I present the Gymnasium of Bexicanus. Before them stood a massive compound of stone structures. Mostly they were open and well appointed with views of the city around them. On the far side was a large library, to the left a large bathhouse, and to the right the old temple to Bexicus. The main feature was the grand courtyard between them, however, built in the style of a forum so that many could come together to debate and discuss whatever they saw fit. But something was wrong. The statues around the temple weren't of Bexicus, and the forum had a lot more grunting going on. Psst! Hey, over here! The party looked to the side to see a man in a dirty robe. Want to buy some carbs? He asked with a worried glance to either side before opening his robe to reveal various breads and rolls hanging from the inside. What? You're the dirtiest baker I've ever seen, Fenrina announced with a giggle. Shh! The man hissed with a finger to his lips. Keep it down! Don't you know they outlawed everything around here they think could despoil their precious gains? The man pointed up at a sign now hanging over the temple formerly dedicated to Bexicus. The Gains Commandments? Fenrina read with a squint. This is the shit I've been hearing about, Steve sighed. They believe there's evil spirits living in certain foods like bread or pastries that's called carbs. They think carbs are evil little gremlins or something that eat upon their flesh. Not just flesh, Muscles. The baker nodded. They're crazy. But then some of them will have days where they just go mad and eat everything they can. It's really disconcerting everyone. This place used to be about the study of ideas. Gymnasiums are supposed to be about learning and academics. Now it's just gains, grunting, and who can become the Brolosopher king. The baker muttered. Yes, that's right. The Brolosophers. Well, let's get this over with. Steve sighed and walked forward into the gymnasium. All around they could see men working strange contraptions with weights and ropes. There was also a great deal of grunting. Look at them all. Have you ever seen such big muscles? Sherry gasped out. Or such small loin pouches? Can't be hiding much in those. Steve snickered a bit at the choice clothing of the Brolosophers, who seemed to be wearing as little as possible without actually wearing nothing. See, real Almarans prefer skirts because we like having plenty of room for our big... He trailed off then as Sherry jabbed him in the ribs. Cravings for justice. That really doesn't make any sense, Steve, Fenrina said with a frown as her tongue dangled from the side of her muzzle. It sure does. And there's no reason to ever question that or think about what I meant ever again. Steve coughed. Look at them all lined up, preening like birds. He deflected the attention to a line of the Brolosophers standing before a massive mirror. They were in various poses, some with weights they were lifting, others just seeming to be striking poses at random. Larry feels uncomfortable, Larry muttered as he saw one of the most buff dwarves he'd ever seen. Even the dwarf's beard had muscles, which also had more beards, with smaller yet still defined muscles somehow. How can they get this buff? It doesn't feel natural, Sherry muttered. It sure doesn't. I sense powerful faggotry at work here. Steve agreed with a suspicious glare around the gymnasium. Powerful what? Fenrina asked as she looked back, tongue flopping around as she turned her head. Well, a faggot is a bundle of sticks, so one little stick is weak, but a bunch together is strong. This whole place reeks of weak things banding together. Steve explained. But why wouldn't that be a good thing? Fenrina scratched her head in confusion. Not in this context. Normal people coming together to form a stronger society? Sure. These guys? No. Not these fags. Steve shook his head. By now they were getting close to the center stage where a number of the Brolosophers had gathered. Behold the peak of human male performance, one man declared and struck a pose. Well, behold the peak of orc male performance. An orc then followed up and struck a pose as well. No! Behold the peak of gnome male performance. A gnome clad in about as much cloth as a napkin then stepped before the others to strike a pose. Heck! It's a buff gnome! What on earth is going on here? Steve gasped out and waved at the figure on the stage. A gnome with muscles! That's just unnatural, I tell you. Unnatural! Against the laws of nature. He's like as wide as he is tall. He's practically a cube! You could use him as building material. Steve, why are you going on about this? Sherry arched a brow as she gave him a concerned look. I've never seen a buff gnome before. I didn't even know it was possible. Just weirding me out? Steve shrugged. No, behold the peak of any male performance, for I am Chad, king of the Brolosophers. At that, a figure came up at the back of the stage that made the party blink a little as they examined the obscene mound of muscle that somehow walked into view of the others. If anything, the man making his way forward didn't make Steve think of performance at all. It looked to him more like one of those skinless horrors with enlarged muscles from blood magic. It was as if every muscle on the man's body had tripled in size, the skin and veins looking entirely too taut to be healthy. Chad! 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 All around, the other Brolosophers began to chant his name as some pounded on their chests and grunted. The mound of muscle before them strutted around, posing still, his hands and feet looking far too small for the rest of the body, and Steve noticed he even had a strange hue to his skin color that looked orange. Hey, fuckwits! He finally called out to stop the display. Ooh! Ooh! Around him, startled Brolosophers looked at the party, grunting and making noises as they finally paid attention to them. Ah! Who dared dare disturb Chad in his court?" the figure known as Chad demanded from the top of the stage. The other Brolosophers backed up to let the group forward. "I'm Steve Spellslinger, and this is Doom!" The thunder and lightning made many of the Brolosophers around them back up, hopping around in anxiety as they grunted in confusion and surprise. "And I want access to the library." "Ah! The library is part of Chad's domain. None but the chosen bros who most broify the commandments may enter." He pointed then at the sign to the building that used to be the temple. Steve looked back to read it more properly. It was a list of commandments for the Brolosophers. Mostly they were about something called gains, and no carbs. "Yeah, fuck that noise. We're going to challenge you to a bro down to become the new Brolosopher king," Steve replied after a moment. "Bro down, bro down, bro down, bro down." Various Brolosophers around them chanted and grunted as many pounded their chests. "What? You dare challenge Chad? The true Brolosopher king to a bro down? You're not even fit, bro, and you dare challenge me, the mighty faggot?" Chad strutted around and posed further. "See, he says it like it's a good thing," Fenrina mentioned. "Trust me, it's not." Steve shook his head. "And I'm not going to challenge you. She is." He waved at Fenrina, who gave a surprised look, her tongue flapping from the corner of her mouth again. "Oh? Am I going to be king of something else?" she asked. "What?" Steve frowned. "You've never been king of anything." "Wasn't I? What was that bit where I rolled around and shanked that guy who shit on the floor?" she asked. When we dethroned the Kasurian king? No, that didn't make you king, you can't." He sighed and shook his head. "Were you even paying attention?" Fenrina just shrugged. "I kinda hate that you're the best tank I've ever worked with," he muttered. "Aw, you think I'm the best? Thanks." She gave him a big goofy smile, as she kept her tongue dangling from the side of her mouth. "That's not—" Steve shook his head once more. "Never mind, yes. Take it as a compliment. Anyway, yes, she's here to challenge you." Steve waved at the entity known as Chad. "Well, this cannot be! That bro is no bro, and the non-bro is a dog!" Steve really wished Chad's volume could be adjusted. "Are you saying you hate dogs?" Steve loudly asked. "Are you telling me that the Brolosopher King hates dogs? There isn't a bro here who will defend a poor dog?" He kept loudly asking, which finally got the Brolosophers around him to start grunting out as they processed that. "Yo, dog! You can't hate dogs, dog. That's not very bro. Bro, dogs are cool, dog. Ah! You have trapped Chad in the complexities of social normality. Even Chad is beholden to social convention. Ah! You win this round." The thing that was Chad grunted out in annoyance. "Very well, there shall be a bro down, a competition of physical performance and peakness to determine the rightful Brolosopher king." Chad raised his arms up as much as he could with all the muscles in the way as the rest of the bros grunt and chanted. "I've seen actual apes with more sophistication," Sherry muttered as the bros assembled for the bro down. "Clear the stage! Ah!" Chad waved off the Brolosophers on the stage with him and waited for Fenrina to climb up alongside him, which was when they realized just how big Chad was. Fenrina was easily 7 feet tall, and Chad was another foot above that. Steve wondered if he was a half giant, but the normal signs had been hidden by the obscenity of his body structure. "First, the challenge of peak appearance. Behold all that is swole. Chad! Ah!" Chad began to strut around and pose once more as the Brolosophers let out grunts of appreciation. When he was done, Fenrina looked around and blinked in confusion. She looked to Steve for help, who quickly slipped behind Sherry and reached around her to point at her chest while nodding. "Stop that!" Sherry smacked Steve's poking hands away, but Fenrina got the idea. Hello, I'm Fenrina. I'm a werehusky. I'm a person dog who's also a dog person." She laughed at that as everyone just sort of watched in confusion. "Ooh, I crack myself up. Anyway, I'm kinda fit." She pulled the straps of her armor to slip it off and reveal her much more simple tunic beneath that would more easily show her form. Then she struck a quick pose to show off her arms that had been honed by adventuring and her natural strength. "And also, I have tits," she happily proclaimed and bounced a bit as she clutched the front of her tunic. Bro, I thought those were just sweet pecs, dog. Dog. It's a dog. With tits, dog. That's the fucking sweetest thing ever. Swole and tits? Can the world withstand such greatness? All around them, the philosophers began to grunt and hop around as they pointed at Fentinra. Ah, no! Chad growled out, as in the background a dwarf muscle cube ground his fist into a stone wall to carve out the names Chad and Fenrina before then carving a hash mark beneath Fenrina's name. No! Chad is peak maleness. You are supposed to appreciate swole maleness. But bro, we became swole to get chicks, didn't we? Cha bro, we became swole for chicks. As if there's a question, I dink. The philosophers began to muddle around a little, seeming confused all of a sudden. No! This is subjective. I use my power as Brolosopher King to have this competition struck from the record, Chad roared out. The dwarf in the back grunted and then picked up some of the stone rubble and slammed it back into the hash mark to cover up Fenrina's point. On to objective physical performance! It is time for the dwarf toss! There was much grunting then as a dwarf, not the apparent record keeper, climbed onto the stage. This was the one with the muscular beard that had smaller muscular beards. Chad strutted around a minute as they both posed for the crowd of grunting philosophers. Then Chad lifted the dwarf up and tossed him off the side of the stage at a long pit of sand. The dwarf flew across it before landing in the sand and sliding several more feet before finally coming to a stop. All around, the philosophers pounded their chests. All right, Larry, get your fat ass up there. Steve nodded at the stage. Larry objects to this idea. Larry does not want to be the dwarf toss. Larry complained. You always object to everything. Get your ass up there. Steve growled. Larry will have his revenge. The dwarf muttered as he head up to the stage. Yeah. Steve shrugged it off. Once Larry was on stage, the dwarf just stood beside Fenrina and waited. What are you doing? Take your armor off, Steve instructed. Larry does not feel comfortable displaying his supple chocolate body before such a crowd. Larry muttered. Are you kidding me? You strip down at the first opportunity constantly. Is it because they're all men? Strip, you weenie! Steve waved at him angrily. No, it's okay, Steve. It'll be fine. Just means I gotta toss a heavier dwarf. I don't mind. Fenrina waved him off with her usual smile as she took the time to stretch. Bro, that dog is making it harder on herself just so her bro doesn't feel uncomfortable. What a bro. I know, bro. That dog is such a dog to that bro. Steve noticed the brolosophers around them were responding well to Fenrina's decision, so he just shrugged it off and let her do it her way. When she was finally ready and well stretched, she picked Larry up, spinning around in place several times before hurling him forward. With the built-up momentum and her practice of tossing Larry the dwarf sailed high and far, well over the other dwarf still face planted in the sand. And in fact, he cleared the sand pit entirely and had just enough time to shout, Larry hates you all! Before landing on the ground with a meaty thunk, sliding a few feet, and then just lying there. All around, the philosophers chanted and grunted, but Fenrina gasped. Steve, is he okay? Steve squinted at the dwarf in the distance and saw him twitch. Ah, he's fine. Probably just a concussion or mild head trauma. Nothing to worry about. Back to the bro down. He waved off her concerns as the brolosophers pounded their chests. Ah, what is this? How can it be that spinning made your dwarf fly further? Chad is perplexed and outraged, Chad growled out. But even so, the dwarf in the back smashed apart the stone to show Fenrina had 1 point. Fine, Chad will accept this objective loss, but you have much further to go to be made Brolosopher King. It is now the turn of the challenger to pick. Fenrina gave them a blank look, and her tongue flopped out in thought as she tried to come up with a challenge. Scratch your back, Steve called out. What? What kind of challenge is that? It does not display the raw power of being swole, Chad cried out. It's a physical test. Do it, Steve shouted back. Very well, Chad must accept. Then they all watched as the figure tried to twist his arms back to scratch his back. He began to even spin around a little, trying to make it work, but his arms were so muscular he couldn't manage it. What? This is trickery. Chad is most swole. How can he not scratch his back? Someone must have poisoned Chad's powder with carbs. Well, I can do it. Fenrina shrugged and reached back to scratch her own back. It's not as good as when someone else does it. She lets out the weary sigh of a dog who finally got hands good enough to scratch themselves, only to discover it's just not the same. Wah! No! The less swall win again? This is unacceptable! Chad cried out as the dwarf in the back slammed another point for Fenrina into the stone. Chad will end this charade. We now undertake the most important of tasks befitting a Brolasoher king. Who can pick up more chicks? Chad roared out to much grunting of approval from the Brolosifers around them. Rules! Steve cried out over their noise. What? Chad gasped out. We need rules. Picking up chicks doesn't mean to literally pick them up, just so you know, he called out. Chad is aware of this, Chad declared. Right, then we make it. Who can get more women to go with them to the park? He suggested, and Fenrina perked up at the mention of a park. Chad finds this acceptable. A park is a public place for further display. Chad swole while dating, Chad agreed as the other Brolosifers grunted and nodded. With that, Chad and Fenrina hopped off the stage to walk to the entrance to the gymnasium. Most of the Brolosifers cautiously peered out from around the edges of the gate and walls, seemingly confused and worried about the world beyond. Chad took up a position in the middle of the street then and posed. Chad is peak! Look at Chad! With that, began several minutes of Chad posing at various women who walked past, only to scurry away when he yelled at them about how swole he was and things like that. There was much murmuring as his tactics failed to earn him a date. Right, you've had enough time. Get out of there, Steve called out after Chad scared off yet another woman on the street. Chad does not understand. Chad is most swole of swole. His form demands worship. What vile carb sorcery is this? He cried out in anguish. But it does not matter, for the she-dog will be unable to secure a date, he confidently added as he walked back in. Fenrina just waited out in the middle of the street then, tail wagging. Hi! Hello! Hi there! She would wave and smile at the people passing by, man and woman alike, just as super friendly as could be. Fenrina, you have to ask them if they want to go to the park with you, Steve reminded her. Oh yeah, she gave him a happy smile and waited for the next woman to walk past. Hello there, I'm Fenrina. I'm Helen? The woman said, sort of confused by the large werehusky before her. Hi, Helen, that's a very nice name. Would you like to go to the park with me? I'd really like to go to the park with you, Fenrina cheerfully asked. The woman looked around a moment and then shrugged. Sure? Yes, we get to go to the park! Fenrina bounced happily. What? No! This is impossible! Chad has lost 3 challenges? Chad isn't the Brolosifer king? No! This can't be happening! I blame carbs! No! Chad cried out and then shuddered as his body began to convulse and spasm. Steve and Sherry backed away as an orange cloud suddenly erupted from his mouth, flying off into the sky as the body began to shrink. Oh! He was possessed by something! I possibly should have known that, Steve muttered as they watched the figure that was Chad get smaller. He half expected the body to turn into a shriveled, tiny little man, but to his surprise, the figure that remained, while shorter than Steve, was still fairly fit-looking, just not as obscenely as the rest of the Brolosifers. He was completely bald and had fuzzy white eyebrows that looked somewhat like Steve's spare eyebrows, and a very long white beard. Bro? Is he gonna be okay, bro? The Brolosifers began to crowd around to look at the old man who collapsed to the ground. Back up! Back up! Steve waved the concerned Brolosifers away and leaned down to look over the body. He's trying to say something, Steve mentioned and leaned close. Carbs! Please, I need carbs, the old man whispered. Carbs! Does anyone have carbs? Steve asked. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The shady baker from earlier appeared rather suddenly as he opened his robe to reveal various rolls, breads, and pastries. Yees, look at my wonderful selection of carbs, but it'll cost you a steep price. Yeah, give me a roll or I stab you in the throat, Steve counter-offered. 1 carb coming up, free of charge. The baker quickly tossed over a pastry to Steve, who carefully fed it to the old man. He carefully took a few bites and then a few more as he began to show a little more energy. Steve noticed his flesh also no longer had that odd orange hue. Carbs, so good. I don't know how long I've been possessed by that thing. It promised me great muscles and easy gains. I was tempted by its promise, he revealed, then saw Fenrina standing by with the concerned philosophers. Is that a dog with tits? Hi, I'm Fenrina, she happily waved. That's so sweet! The man groaned and fell asleep, obviously worn out by the ordeal. Bro, I feel like I don't want to work out today, one of the philosophers mentioned. Yeah, I remember coming here because someone said it was all supportive about getting fit, but then something happened, another added. Classic signs of cult possession. But what was that thing? Steve asked and looked at Sherry, who shrugged. Does this mean I'm not really a philosopher king now? Fenrina asked. I mean, I guess you kind of are, but you'll be heading out with us soon anyway, so I'm not sure it matters. Steve shrugged. Well then, I appoint that guy as philosopher king. She pointed at the shady baker. Yes, now the man with the carbs is king. Muahahahahaha! The baker cackled. Free carbs. The first taste is always free. Bwahahaha! With that, the now less brainwashed philosophers began to crowd around to get some carbs that they so missed. Also, does this mean I can't go to the park? Fenrina asked. Nah, feel free. Steve figured it might be easier to organize things without Fenrina around anyway, but didn't say that. Yes! The park! Fenrina hopped up and then ran down the street in a full sprint, only to sprint back. I don't know where the park is, she happily exclaimed. I do, Helen mentioned. I'll take you there. Yes! You're great! Fenrina happily bounced, running around Helen, who began to lead her off. Okay! Steve sighed as he checked the passed-out old man once more and stood up. I'll get him someplace to recover and then find what I need in the library. You start checking out the temple and finding out whatever it was that let these guys get so grotesque. We'll need to destroy it. Don't you think your military might want some? Sherry asked. We'll need to sell it, Steve immediately amended. All right, sounds good. Though, are we forgetting something? Sherry asked. I don't think so. Steve frowned as he thought it over. In the distance, Larry's body twitched. Nah, we're set, he confidently confirmed. Unbeknownst to Steve, however, in a distant countryside was a lone, rather fit shepherd boy who was looking at one of his goats. I wonder how many times I can lift my goat, the boy muttered. Then he shuddered as a wisp of orange smoke brought in by the wind entered his mouth. His skin took a slight orange hue. You have not seen the last of Chad! Chad will have his revenge! Chad must lift goats until he is extra swole again! Ah! And indeed it was not the last that Steve had seen of Chad, but that's a story for another day. If I'm reading this right, and I'd like to think I am, then the spell required to split you all apart is going to take just crazy levels of power. Steve and the other members of Doom were in his lab as he worked to decipher the writing of the old scribe that they'd recovered from the library that they'd liberated from the philosophers. What do you mean, us all? There's just two of us, Fenrina mentioned as she nosed around some of the reagents and ingredients that Steve had stashed around his lab for experiments. Larry was in the corner grooming his pet rooster with some special feather shampoo that Steve had made. Sherry, meanwhile, was running a few experiments on the strange powder they'd also taken from the philosophers. If I'm doing this, I'm going to do it to everyone that blood mage hit. I don't want to do this over a few thousand times. Besides, from what I can tell, just doing it once is what takes up most of the power. Expanding the spell over more bodies isn't as much of a drain, so it's most efficient to get everyone all at once. Steve explained as he slowly read the scrolls and kept checking his nearby dictionaries. He had to translate some of the text from Emajigglepiece to Old Ethelique, and then into Common, which was making it a slow process. How are you even going to find everyone else? Fenrina asked, as she opened a drawer and then quickly shut it as the inhabitant tried to pinch her nose. The Archon is helping me with it. She's working up some sort of tracking and recovery spell while I work at this. Steve slowly turned the scroll sideways, then upside down, and then back around, as he tried to make sense out of a few of the drawings. It didn't help that the scholar's handwriting was terrible. or that half the passages were about how hot the pharaoh's daughters were. "It'll be nice to meet some of my old friends again," Fenrina chirped up happily then at the thought. "I thought your whole tribe except Astrid had been wiped out," Sherry asked as she mixed some of the powder in with ice, milk, strawberries, and bananas in accordance with one of the Brylosifer alchemic recipes, though neither she nor Steve could figure out how that was supposed to make any sort of strength potion. "Yeah, but there were other tribes, you know. We used to all get together and sled around," Fenrina happily mentioned with a wag of her tail as she nearly knocked over some of Steve's expensive glass jars. "Sledding? But the Wastes didn't have many mountains to sled down," Steve muttered at first in confusion. "Oh wait, you mean you guys pulled the sleds, don't you?" He realized. "Yeah, what else would I mean?" the werehusky asked with a soft snort. Then she began to nose through another of the drawers after making sure nothing inside was going to try and eat her face. "Right. Well, to be honest, I'm not actually sure I'll be able to do this, not without some sort of crazy power. And the Archon already told me I can't use her for this since it's against that stupid treaty she has with the gods, and she also won't let me mess around with volcanoes on account of them blowing up. So, I'm stumped," he muttered and tapped on his chin. "What about blood magic? You said you can use it for not evil stuff, and I'm sure all the other husky people would totally volunteer," Fenrina suggested, as she rummaged around in a cupboard. "Wrong sort of magic. Blood magic fused you all together so it won't work to reverse it. Least, not without side effects," Steve replied with a sigh. "Hey, you've been holding out on me," Fenrina exclaimed as Steve watched her poke her head into one of the cupboards and then emerge with an bone in her mouth. Or more accurately, an entire arm's worth of bones all strung together by magic bonds, and rune carved into the bones themselves. Tingly," Fenrina muttered as she chewed on it, causing little sparks to flare up around her muzzle. "Hey, don't chew on that!" Steve shouted out, and Fenrina's ears went back as she faced him. "Fenrina, that's some ancient ruler's arm I looted off a necromancer before he could do anything nefarious with it. It's full of magic and super dangerous. If you break it, If you break it!" Steve trailed off even as Fenrina got ready to play, catch the werehusky with him, unaware that his mind had already changed gears. In that moment, Steve made a realization that would alter the course of Talaron forever. Then again, Steve did that almost every day. It's just that this particular realization was a bit bigger than the others, because this was when Spellslinger discovers fossil fuels. "It's back here!" Steve was leading the others through some of the more forgotten and less familiar halls of Arbitas as he searched for a particular artifact that he knew would help him with his new discovery. "So what's your idea again?" Sherry asked as she followed along, trying to keep Fenrina and Larry from wandering off into any of the other forbidden storage rooms. "I can use fossils to power the spell. Old fossils that are infused with magic are just jam-packed full of energy. If I can grind them down and mix them with some arcane water, the power potential is amazing," Steve eagerly explained as he navigated the labyrinthine corridors while checking his own map of the structure to find the room he needed. "Wouldn't that make a compound that's highly unstable as well? It would be prone to combustion if I'm not mistaken," Sherry pointed out. "Well, so long as you keep the combustion external, then it's fine." Steve dismissed quickly before finding the door he wanted. "Here it is." He opened a door in the hall and waved the others forward. What about the sign?" Sherry asked, as she pointed to a sign besides the door that said, "Students Forbidden." "This means you, Stephen!" "I'm not a student anymore. Besides, it's a sign, not faculty. Get in here," he insisted as he waved the others into a room full of old, dust-covered artifacts, objects, chests, and assorted other items. Steve quickly led them through the room to a globe at the back. "This is the Tracker's globe. It can find anything you give it a sample of. With this, we can pinpoint the biggest concentration of fossils to use." "Iotas Oua ent ir?" Fenrina asked as she kept chewing on the arm from earlier, making it twitch and shoot off more sparks. "I told you to stop chewing on that," Steve huffed. "And I'm not going to use the elephant graveyard because I'm not sure if the fish god corrupted them, and also all the dragon bones. If I start grinding up dragon bones, they're likely to get really pissed at me, and unlike the Archon, they're not keen to let people off with warnings." He tried to pry the fossil arm from her mouth, but considering she was both larger and stronger than him, he wasn't having an easy time of it as she growled and shook her head as she happily played tug-of-war with him over the rare and volatile skeletal arm. "No take!" She huffed around the bones in her maw as more sparks came off it. "Oh yeah? We'll see about that." Steve pulled back and changed tactics. He quickly pricked his finger and pressed hard to get a bit of blood smeared on his fingers before grabbing some ingredients from his pouches. Then he dashed back in and touched the arm as it jerked and spasmed a moment before the hand slapped Fenrina, causing her to let out a yelp of surprise and drop it. "Ha!" Steve exclaimed in victory as he grabbed the arm. "No fair!" Fenrina huffed. "I told you to stop chewing on it anyway!" Steve snorted and wagged the arm at her a moment. But when he did that, the arm flailed around a bit. "Hey, what?" He gasped as it tried to wiggle from his grip, and he began to fight it for control as the hand went wild. "Wah!" Steve cried out in surprise, as well as the arm came back up and poked him in the eyes. "So Nova!" he hissed out, and dropped the arm to rub at his eyes. "It's getting away!" Fenrina howled as the arm dropped to the ground and began to scurry away on its skeletal fingers. Larry was closest and made a quick grab for it as he lifted it up, only for it to jerk a bit and latch onto Sherry. The demon looked down at her chest for a moment as the hand felt its way around and then leveled a death glare at Larry. "Larry swears on all that he holds dear that he is not making it do that," the dwarf nervously insisted before Sherry smacked the thing away, which let it twist and jerk free of Larry's grip and then land on the tracker globe that Steve had brought them here to see. As it did, it gripped the globe a moment, and there was a flash of light before they could feel a distant rumble. "What was that?" Fenrina asked as she looked up at the ceiling a moment. "Gotcha!" Steve, having recovered from the eye-poking, snagged the arm as it tried to jump off the globe. He wrestled with it a moment, and then ripped one of the fingers free, which he quickly stuffed into the chamber on the globe that he needed. The rest of the arm flailed around a moment, and then tried to poke Steve in the eyes once more. "Ha! Not this time!" Steve countered by blocking his eyes with his hand. The hand was quick to adapt, though, and bonked him on the head instead. "Ow! Why, Iata!" Steve growled as the hand quickly scurried off into the boxes before he could grab it. "Larry, close the door! Fenrina, fan out! We'll surround it!" Sherry called out as they began to move deeper into the room, while Larry shut the door to keep the arm locked in with them. "Forget it. I got what we need. Let it scurry around in the back for a bit." Steve waved them off as he focused on the globe. He set his hands on it a moment as it began to slowly spin around as lights began to glow across the face of the various landmarks and terrain set on the globe itself. The others clustered around then to watch and see the artifact in action. They could see the spot in Kavika where they knew the old dragon and elephant bones were, but there some other large spots on the map for them to look at. "Wow! What's this big blob here?" Fenrina asked as she pointed to a spot on the north side of the shattered sea within Almarin borders. "That's, I don't know. It used to be part of the Talitian Faradam territory before we conquered it. Just looks like some sort of hidden valley," Steve mused. "There's also spots under the great casinos." He tapped on some more familiar cities not far from the big blob. "The great casinos?" Fenrina asked with confusion as she looked closer at the map. "Yeah, the ancient sunbinders made massive temples and tombs for themselves that over time somehow became more focused on gambling than whatever they were intended for. Maybe they were always for gambling? I don't know. The Talitians are total degenerates anyway. They thought the liver was the most important organ. Drink much?" Steve snorted at the idea. "So now they worship at casinos and try to gamble their way into better afterlives. It's a popular vacation spot despite being in the middle of the desert. Great light shows at night thanks to what sun priests are left." "Hey, look, it's moving." Fenrina pointed at the big blob again and Steve frowned. "What? It can't be. You're looking at it wrong." He insisted, but the others all crowded around and leaned in close to watch the light on the globe. As they watched, the blob shifted. "See?" Fenrina proudly smirked. Steve hummed softly, more concerned with what that might mean than Fenrina's smug victory smirk. "Larry sees another one moving, and it's here. Larry mentioned as he focused on another part of the map. It's here? Where? Steve shuffled to the side to see Larry pointing at Arbutus on the globe. There was a much smaller yet much brighter dot on the globe, and it was much more clearly wiggling around. As he saw that Steve's mind began to quickly try and process what was going on. Then he thought about the nature of the spell he cast on the arm, and the arm that was scurrying around in the room with them somewhere. "Uh-oh," he said as he came to another realization. "Oh no." Sherry sighed at that familiar sound coming from Steve. "What did you do this time?" "Hey, it's Fenrina's fault for not giving up the arm," Steve huffed. Though Fenrina just went to her patented defense, which was to go derp-face and look innocent as her tongue hung from the corner of her mouth. "On a scale of 1 to Steve, how bad is this catastrophe you've just started?" Sherry asked as she crossed her arms. "Why is my name on the upper end of the catastrophe scale? I resent that." Steve glared back at her and crossed his arms as well. "I don't know. Maybe because you keep causing catastrophes," Sherry hissed. "It's probably not that bad. I'm sure everyone is overreacting." Steve insisted then with a casual shrug. A second later, however, the door to the room exploded in a shower of wooden splinters as a large one-armed skeleton, covered in runes, and the ornate garb of a pharaoh sunbinder burst in shouting something in ancient Talitian. After a moment, the wiggling emojiglyphs hovering in the air twisted around and re-emerged as common. "All right, fuck boys, who's got my arm?" "Okay. Yeah, this might be a me-level catastrophe," Steve admitted as the others quickly fanned out and faced the threat. "Who's that?" Fenrina asked, as the skeleton with surprisingly thick, bushy black eyebrows glared at them. "I am the Shadowbinder above all, the holder of the darkness, bringer of death and decay, curser of faces, high roller of dice, lord of poker, fucker of crocodiles. I am Scott, king of the dicks." The skeleton answered as it raised its one hand into the air and unleashed a cackle of skeletal laughter. "What was that last part?" Sherry asked with a frown. "Where's that music coming from?" Fenrina also asked as she looked around, hearing a tune in the background that seemed to be playing. She could faintly make out the singers using Scott's name, too. "Do you losers have any idea how angry I am to be woken up and find out all the fleshbinders are dead and I'm left as a fucking skeleton?" Scott ignored their questions as his skull flapped around while he spoke. "Okay, well, your arm is here somewhere." Steve started and then pointed at Scott as he realized something. "Hey, wait! Those are my eyebrows you've got on." "Not anymore, they're not. I'm a skeleton now, so I need these to show the world just how angry I am." The skeleton bellowed as the fuzzy black rectangles angled up sharply to help display his current mood. "Well, I want them back," Steve growled out as he began to grab for ingredients. "Well, I want you to suck my glorious golden dick." The skeleton used his arm to part his robes a moment only to reveal a skeletal pelvis and legs beneath. "What? Where did my dick go? Did someone steal the jar with my pickled dick from the tomb? Ooh, I bet it was my weird-ass son, Eddie. All he ever did was mutter about wanting to murder me and fuck his mom. Dick move, Eddie, dick move." The skeleton shook his fist at the ceiling while Steve and the others gave each other some confused looks. "Okay, well, that aside, shouldn't you be more grateful I resurrected you?" Steve tried, wondering just how hard it would be to re-kill this skeleton. "No, Scott doesn't deal in gratitude. I'm pissed that I've lost my gorgeous body and my dick. So I'm declaring war on you and all other fleshies. You shall rue the day you stole my arm from my tomb thief." He pointed an accusatory finger at Steve. "I didn't steal anything. I killed some guy for it fair and square." Steve insisted, and then began to muddle some reagents in his hand. "Now I'll do the same to you." "Ha! Look at your little stupid human fingers trying to make magic work. You can't fool Scott. There aren't any humans capable of wielding magic." There was some rumbling from outside the room then. "Oh shit, but she can. This isn't over, flesh bags. I will wreak havoc upon your world," Scott hissed. "Righty, to me," Scott called out as his missing arm hopped up from its hiding place in the stacks of boxes. Fenrina leaped for it, trying to catch it in her mouth. But the hand turned and slapped her just as she came close, making her yelp and tumble past, before Scott grabbed the arm. He took his time to jam the arm back into his socket and wiggle it around a moment before raising both arms up to the ceiling. Next time we meet, you'll be really boned. Get it? 'Cause I'm a skeleton, and you're fucked!" Scott cried out and then vanished in a cloud of black fire as maniacal skeletal laughter clattered all around them. "Okay, he might be a dick, but that's a pretty cool teleport," Steve muttered as he carefully began to diffuse the magic he was working on. "Steven!" He heard the voice from down the hall and sighed as the Archon came into view. She had a swirl of magic around her and looked to be ready for combat. Part of her cosmic body encased in ethereal armor, and she had a staff in her hands that he'd never seen before. The Archon looked around the room a moment, and then focused on Steve as the stars of her eyes dimmed in focus. "What did you do?" "Why do you have to assume it's me, huh? What if it was someone else?" Steve asked with a wave of his hands, as he heard more people running up behind the Archon. "Was it someone else?" she asked. Steve coughed softly. "No, it was me. Fenrina was messing around with a fossilized arm I had, and it gave me an idea to use fossils to power up the spell I'm going to use to free Fenrina and the other werehuskies. And, I set a finger into the tracker globe, and I might have, kinda, accidentally revived some long-dead shadowbinder named Scott. Where do I even begin with that?" The Archdean sighed and rubbed her face in dismay after Steve caught her up to speed. "Steven rezzed Scott? Steven, don't you know to beware of Scott? He's a dick!" Duskmaw stuck her head around the corner of the door. Then as Steve saw her hands had grown claws, and she was encased in some sort of crystal body armor he'd never seen the likes of before. "I mean, Steve stole his arm and he woke up as a skeleton. Maybe he's just a bit grumpy from being woken up. That happens to me sometimes," Fenrina suggested. "No, he's a dick. King of the dicks, in fact. I suppose they might have fallen to the Sunbinders before humans were allowed to read in the Talitia, so you might not know about them." The Archon mused a little. "Wait," Steve frowned. "Are you saying his people are called dicks? That's their name?" "Yes," the Archon nodded. "You've got to be kidding me," Steve scoffed. "Their name predates common, though that's where the connotation comes from." "Don't you ever wonder about the origin of some of your words?" she asked. "Honestly, no." Steve shook his head. "And I never would have guessed in 1,000 years that there were a group of people named Dicks. But today, I learned, okay, well, between what he said and the globe, some dead fossils are apparently moving. And that's bad, so let's gear up and go crush 'em." He clapped his hands as he tried to get the Archon and Duskmaw to simply follow him and shift the focus off of who caused this in the first place. "Not so fast," the Archon growled, seeing right through his ploy. "That's an Almarin territory. I can't assist you while the war is on." "Oh, come on. Clearly this must go beyond petty squabbles between nations. He's declaring war on all fleshy bois, which I think just means living beings. Certainly that takes priority," Steve insisted. "You caused this mess, so you have to fix it." The Archon poked Steve in the chest. Okay, I'll go stop him myself then. How bad can it be? A few dusty old skeletons? We've smashed our way through dungeons full of the undead by this point." Steve stood tall and proud then, as he felt confident in their adventuring experience to get them through this. Scott entombed thousands of soldiers bound to him in dark shadow magic over his lifetime, not to mention all the dead dicks who litter their old home within Void Valley. They were all Jenna, or FGen, so they're likely stronger and larger than any human skeletons, and Scott himself can likely still tap into his own knowledge of the dark arts. The Archon informed him as Steve slowly deflated. "Shit," Steve muttered and tried to think over his course of action. "Well, the power of shadow ebbs and flows, right? Maybe it won't be so bad. When's the next cycle of dark tides supposed to begin? If I'm lucky, it's ebbing. This month is actually leading up to the strongest point in power for shadows. You're right at the start of their strongest period," the Archon informed him. "Well, fuck. I guess I picked the wrong month to fight an army of skeletons." Steve sighed. "But we are going to fight them, right?" Fenrina asked, with an eager wag of her tail at that, the thought of all those bones to chomp on. "Yes, but we're going to need some help. You're finished with that spell we talked about?" Steve asked the Archon as he began to rub his chin as he plotted and planned. I did, but you're going to need to find some way to draw him out, and even then I'm not sure how you'll pierce his protective magics. That's magics with a K, the old, more powerful kind, the Archon mentioned next. I just might have a trick up my sleeve. Steve turned back to the globe behind him and opened the compartment to find the long finger left behind. He picked it up and checked its length a moment to make sure he had the finger he thought he did. If Scott's the kind of guy I think he is, I believe I've got a very important finger for him right here, and I can use it to test my ideas on using fossil fuels. I'll set up the perfect trap so when he gets it back, he'll be in for an explosive surprise. Steve grinned as he held the skeletal finger aloft while announcing his plan. Yeah, you're gonna finger bang him, Fenrina cheered. Ugh! Steve immediately groaned out and closed his eyes. Ugh, Fenrina, I had a perfectly cool moment going there and then you ruined it. What? That's what you're going to do, right? You're going to make his finger go bang on him. You're going to finger bang him, she reiterated. Stop! Steve groaned and rubbed his free hand over his face. Why? Is your plan not to finger bang him? 'Cause the way you explained it made it sound like you were going to finger bang Scott. She gave everyone the derp face as she tried to figure out why they were all cringing at her explanation. No, I am not going to finger bang Scott. Stop saying that. We're going to fight a skeleton army in an epic display of combat and magic. That's it. No finger banging, Steve insisted with a huff. While Steve and the other members of Doom would indeed have a most fateful and historic battle with an army of skeletons, there was some truth to Fenrina's claims. For little did Steve know that he would indeed finger bang Scott. However, that is a story for another time. So, what exactly are we doing again? Fenrina asked, as she helped Steve fit some parts onto a large contraption he was assembling. We're going to stop Scott and fight his army of skeletons, Steve reminded her as he slapped some pieces together and wrapped plenty of his special flexible fabric of aquatic bird binding around the parts to hold them in place. No, I mean, yeah, I get that. But, like how? And what's this for? Fenrina asked, as she lifted a giant wheel up so Steve could bolt it to the side of his project. This is what will help us break through his army. I call it Spellslinger's Automatic Fossil Fuel External Combusting Self-Propelled Mobile Engine, or the SAFEX PME for short. Steve grinned and proudly posed before his machine. Steve, you are just terrible at naming things. Sherry sighed with a slow shake of her head as she looked up at his rather haphazardly slapped-together invention. I am not! You take that back, female with whom I have relations, he huffed. I'm so tired of all these stupid artifacts we find that are just like the Orb of Wonder, the Circlet of Insight, the Staff of Penetrate. Actually, that one is rather self-explanatory. Regardless, when I name something, people don't have to be like, oh, I wonder what that does. No, they know exactly what it does right from the get-go. Ha! He once more set his hands on his hips and struck a proud pose. Why not, take some of the words and stick them together, like auto, mobile? That sort of means the same thing, right? Fenrina suggested with a shrug. The automobile? Steve asked as he gave Fenrina his confused look. Pfft, what's that even mean? It'll never catch on. Unlike SAFEX PME. SAFEX PM? Fenrina tried. No, SAFEX PME. Steve corrected her. Safe's XPEM? She tried again. We'll deal with that later. Steve waved a hand dismissively. What's important now is waiting on word from the Archon that she's finished up the spell we've been working on. Then we wait for some of the skeletons to get here. I don't have any more fossils, so we need to smash them up and toss them in there. He pointed to the large scoop at the front of his vehicle full of large spiked grinders. Then inside I have a reserve of arcane water to mix with the ground-up fossils, which then combusts here. Which is why I've got the pipe to make sure most of the explosion is external, and then it'll start moving forward. He explained with a slow nod. How do we steer it? And where do we sit? Sherry asked as she eyed the machine with a very nervous expression. I've got a wheel like on a ship, and I've made seats. Steve gave another vague wave at the machine. The seats he had bolted or strapped into place were more of the just fit wherever style over the actually made with purpose style. Oh, also, since this is super dangerous, don't forget safety first. Goggles, everyone. He went around to hand them each goggles. These will help us if it explodes? Fenrina asked, as she strapped them onto her face. Oh no, not at all. They're just to keep sand out of your eyes when we're going fast, he explained. Well, I do like to go fast. Fenrina nodded with her usual levels of confidence and complete lack of concern. Can I mention that so far you've yet to mention how we're going to defeat Scott, or how we're going to assemble the rest of Fenrina's people, or how you're even going to cast your spell, Sherry reminded them, even as she put on her own goggles. The Archon is casting that spell I mentioned. It'll round up all of the people who've become Werehuskies and drop them near us. Don't worry about it. Also, I still need a better name than Werehusky. As for casting the spell, once we've mashed up that many of Scott's skeletons, I should have lots of power to use. Steve shrugged. As usual, our best plans just sort of happen without planning. That makes them not plans, Sherry Darley remarked. What about Scott? You heard the Archon, she said he had powerful magics with a K. Even with all four of us, I'm not sure we can breach such old spell barriers. Sherry then reminded him. Yeah, but that's why Steve is going to finger bang him, Fenrina reminded them with a shrug. Ugh, Steve groaned at that. Just stop saying that. You guys won't say what's wrong with finger banging people, so until you do, I'm just going to finger bang all day. Fenrina wagged her fingers at the others. The finger that I've sabotaged will strip away his shields, and then he's like a basic skeleton. That is alive and talks and stuff. We can smash him real easy then. Larry could even deal with it, if he hadn't forgotten all his spells for fighting undead and replaced them with party tricks. Steve glared at the dwarf then. Larry insists it's so unfair to shame a cleric for choosing to fight boredom at parties of sexy elves instead of fighting boring, unsexy undead. Both Sherry and Steve rolled their eyes as Larry tried to defend his practice of quick casting more gimmicky spells, such as transmute water to wine and greater mood lighting. Regardless, we need to hold them from getting past this part of the Hammock Desert, because if they get down into the casinos around Sinner's Meadow, a whole lot of gamblers, plus all the poor bastards the Sunbinders buried with their pharaohs over the centuries, will become zombies. Or skeletons, maybe. Something undead. Although it might be hard to tell the difference compared with their usual behavior. Steve mused idly as he rubbed his beard. Steve, Sherry, and Larry all looked out across the reddish sands of the desert before them, knowing a vast horde of undead should be approaching them quickly from the Valley of the Dead, where Scott and the rest of his dicks had been buried, and conveniently lost to time until now. So, Steve, out of curiosity, what if Scott has some extra warriors buried at different points around the desert as a vanguard with, like, skeleton chariots and stuff, and we start getting attacked before the Archon has her spell ready? Fenrina asked. That sounds like an oddly specific worry, Fenrina, but I guess we just have to ride around smashing skeletons until she's ready. Why? Steve asked, and looked over to see the canine looking behind them. Because I think that hill is a tomb. She pointed, and the others looked around to see a mass of skeletons rushing up towards them, some on chariots being pulled by skeleton horses as well. Oh, shit! Steve hissed out as Sherry and Larry turned to quickly set up to face the oncoming attack. Get ready and remember the plan! Steve shouted. What plan? Sherry hissed back. That's easy! Fenrina grinned as she got out front with her shield raised. Stuff the bad skeletons into the mashing bit, drive around and find Scott, and then... Spellslinger finger bangs. Don't you dare! Steve interrupted her before she could finish, and began to cast a fireball at the charging chariots. The plan is... Spellslinger slaps a dick. They keep splintering into tiny pieces. I can't even get a decent snack, Fenrina growled out as another pair of skeletons rushed up at her only for her sword to cleave through both of them as a cloud of dust erupted in their place. We've got to somehow get them straight into the grinder, Steve shouted, and hurled a vine spear into the spoke of one of the chariots, causing the whole thing to tumble over as the skeletal horses shattered. Maybe Sherry's whip? It doesn't seem to destroy them as much, Fenrina called out. The problem is when I whip them, they just make these moaning sounds, Sherry called back, as she held a contingent of skeletal warriors at bay to the side of the machine. So, they're immune to the whip? Steve asked with a glance over. No, it still works, but it's really creepy and I don't like it, Sherry growled back. And they don't run from it, they just stick around to get whipped more. I've got an idea, Fenrina announced, and used her shield to smash apart another skeleton before rushing over to grab Larry. Fastball special. Larry hates this idea, the dwarf shouted just before she spun and hurled him into the driver of one of the chariots, knocking the skeleton out as Larry tumbled into the chariot. The dwarf quickly grabbed the reins then, but it wasn't easy as he had to keep hopping to see over the horses. Into the machine! Fenrina yelled at him, even as she used her shield to shove several of the warriors in front of Steve's engine. Realizing what she was doing, Steve quickly pulled several reagents from his belt and stuffed them into his mouth before vomiting ice all over them to stick them in place. Ugh, I hate the flavor, he muttered as he spit out a final snowball. Stop moaning and get back, you creepy shits, Sherry screamed on the other side of the machine, as she kept furiously cracking her whip at the possibly masochistic vanguard of skeletons to try and herd them in front of the engine. Just as they were all in position, Larry drove the skeletal horses into the grinder at the front of the machine, shoving the herd of warriors in at the same time as the dwarf hurled himself free of the wreckage at the last moment. For a second, nothing seemed to happen as the grinders slowly turned, but then they began to pick up speed, and the entire machine started to roll forward slowly. Hop on! Steve called out as everyone jumped onto the nearest seat available. Steve tried to slip into the seat behind the steering wheel, but to his surprise, Fenrina picked him up before he could fully sit down and tossed him onto the front where he grabbed the nearest set to stop from sliding off. Fenrina! The hell? All of you cast magic and stuff. What am I going to do in here? Ask you to drive closer so I can hit them with my sword? She snorted and pulled a lever to disengage the brakes. Steve was rather impressed at how much more focused she'd been lately. Besides, this way I can make it go as fast as I want. She grinned wide as he immediately retracted his thought and sighed. Well, aim for the main cluster to get more fossils for fuel, he hollered and pointed at the group still pouring out of the hill tomb. As they began to roll downhill, the machine started to pick up speed both from smashing into more of the now fleeing skeletons and the downhill course. Steve meant to start casting something to help thin the horde, but instead he spent most of his time trying to avoid the sword and spears that were flying past him as the warriors got mulched by the grinder. He'd need to adjust his design a bit for the next one. Thankfully, Fenrina didn't seem to need any help as his machine plowed through much of the vanguard as they tried to leave the tomb, and by now it seemed to be fully charged as a gout of flame erupted from the back pipe, making the entire thing shudder a moment. There were several more jerks as explosions rocked the Sapphics PME forward, and Steve desperately clutched the sides of his seat to steady himself. "Steve, you asshole, slow down!" Sherry screamed to the side. "I'm not driving!" he yelled back. "Sorry, force of habit. Fenrina!" The demon looked over, but the husky was busy letting out a howl, and then letting her tongue dangle in the wind as the machine shot out across the desert, rattling and bouncing over the terrain. While Steve had planned for the goggles to shield his eyes, he'd not given as much thought to his mouth, and was coughing as his position at the front of the machine made him a magnet for dirt, sand, and bugs. He quickly pulled a cloth from one of his pouches to wrap around his face. When he looked to one side, he saw Sherry had cut part of her shirt to do the same. But when he looked to the other side, he saw Larry had in face pulled a rather large pair of panties over his face, and then pulled his goggles down over it. What the? These are not Larry's panties, for Larry does not wear panties except right now, as a mask. He replied before Steve could even ask, though that didn't really answer much of anything. Steve wanted to ask more, but then Fenrina spoke up as she glanced back. "Hey, Steve, what if the skeletons saw what sort of machine we made, and somehow banded together into similar machines, but made out of bones and stuff, and came chasing after us to stop us, and were covered in spikes and more skeletons and stuff?" she asked in one long, breathless sentence. That's not really," Possible? Steve tried to think of what sort of magic could do something like that, but wasn't sure if it could be done, especially not so quickly. Okay, then I guess I'm hallucinating. Fenrina shrugged, and Steve leaned out to the side to see several skeletal vehicles suddenly chasing after them. Oh, what the fuck? He gasped out. One of the smaller skeletal vehicles raced up ahead as he saw a skeletal trumpeter on it blaring some ear-piercing tune. That's impossible! You guys are cheating! He yelled over at them even as every skeleton aboard the undead machine flipped him off. Doot doot, motherfucker! One of the more well-armored skeletons simply screamed back at him as they started to jump across to board their ride. The trio had to quickly try and fend off the attackers from their already precarious seats. How can a skeleton even play trumpet? You don't have lips! Steve screamed as the skeletal minstrel jumped across and played trumpet in his face, even as he chopped the skeleton's legs off at the knees, sending the upper body tumbling off the side. Thankfully, with the speed Fenrina was going across the desert, all they really had to do was shove them back off the sides, and they'd be smashed to bits from the impact. Yet the reanimated bones didn't seem to have any issues with suicidally trying to ram their new bone mobiles into the Doom engine. Thankfully, Steve had made his Safex PM to be sturdy, though he was quickly making notes about what to add for the next version. Like something to strap him into his seat, as the impacts from the skeletal riders would nearly knock him off the front and off the side. Fenrina, ram back! Steve called out to her, but as she swerved to hit one of the bone mobiles, all the skeletons atop it just jumped over onto their ride. New plan, don't do that! Ha ha! Death to the fleshy bois! Fuck flesh! One of the skeletons cried out as he tried to decapitate Steve with an old sickle sword, though Steve got his own sword up to parry the attack. Yeah, death to the fleshy boys! And whatever this furry one is, fuck the furry! Another skeleton yelled as he tried to stab Fenrina with a spear, but she just grabbed the spear and used it to fling the skeleton off the engine. Larry insists you don't use that term. It doesn't mean what you think it does, the dwarf advised, even as he smashed apart another skeleton with his hammer as it tried to jump across. Why, what does it mean? Fenrina asked with a frown. Yeah, fleshy boy, what's it mean? The skeleton from earlier asked, before Steve quickly conjured a large stone fish to smash him apart. Larry does not wish to explain right now. Larry simply knows things that would suggest you don't use that term. The dwarf gave the others an odd look, and Steve frowned a moment before narrowly ducking to avoid an arrow shot at them from a nearby bone mobile. Larry, do we want to know? He asked, and the dwarf just shook his head. I swear, you're worse than bards sometimes, Steve muttered, even as he began to fast a fireball to lob back at the skeleton archers. Yeah, well, I'm tired of fighting all these bony boys and getting nothing to eat, Fenrina growled out, and as two of the skeletal vehicles pulled up alongside, she yanked on the brake, making Steve let out a startled squeal and nearly roll off the front of the engine and into the grinder, but he caught himself on the edge. The two skeletal vehicles, though, smashed into each other in a mass eruption of bones, which Fenrina then drove through, snagging a wayward femur in her mouth. Damn it, Fenrina! Can you stop thinking about food for 2 seconds and focus? Steve yelled, and scrambled to pull himself back into his seat. Iri go anywhere? She asked, as she kept chewing on the femur, causing little sparks to sizzle around her teeth. Steve looked forward across the desert as he saw a massive lightning bolt from some cliffs ahead, and the clouds began to grow impossibly dark. Yeah, my bet is that way. Also edo if I egarado at Sarkly? She asked, refusing to give up her snack. What do you do if you see a big tornado that's all sparkly? I don't know. Why do you ask? Steve was watching Fenrina as he pulled himself back into his seat, and then saw her point past him. When he looked back, he saw an absolutely massive sand tornado crackling with purple lightning. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop asking questions like that, Fenrina! Hat? It adialt! She huffed. I swear it somehow is, Steve hissed. Get away from it, towards the cliffs. He pointed towards the beam in the sky, pulling in more and more dark clouds. But as they got closer to the cliff, he saw a tide of skeletons riding an entire fleet of bone mobiles out towards them. Never mind! Towards the tornado! Towards the tornado! He screamed as he waved towards the tornado. Fenrina veered off towards the swirling vortex of sand and lightning as Stephen feverishly pulled reagents from his pouches and frantically etched runes into the hood. Even as they approached the massive storm, the skeletons were overtaking them. Sherry had summoned her bone wings and was using them to operate a massive flaming bow to smash apart approaching riders with spear-sized flaming bolts, and Larry was tossing holy orbs up into the air before using his hammer like a bat to smack them at the oncoming horde. It was still going to be extremely close as the tornado bore down upon them and the tide of skeletons grew ever closer. "Larry!" Steve screamed to be heard over the howling wind. "Bubble us!" Larry would have to use up a lot of energy to shield us all, plus Larry does not appreciate the divine protection being called a bubble, the dwarf protested, taking a momentary break from lobbing the holy bombs at the skeletons. "Larry, so help me, you will bubble us all right now, or I'll tell the Archon what you did in the faculty lounge," Steve screamed back. The dwarf went wide-eyed a moment and set his hands on the engine before a golden sphere shimmered around them just as several of the bone mobiles smashed into them. Thankfully, with the bubble up, they were instead blasted apart instead, and Fenrina was free to drive them straight into the vortex. As the sand and lightning swept over them, the bubble crackled and broke apart quickly, but Steve already had his hands up in the air and was shouting out virtually every protective weather ward he knew to create a break in the wind for them barrel through as the storm overtook Scott's army and began to tear them apart. Steve could feel the drain of energy from shielding them as they thankfully burst out of the sand into the eye of the storm. Yet even as the sky above them was clear and blue, they suddenly saw several more vehicles ahead of them. Except they weren't the bone mobiles. They seemed to be made of rusty metal, and several were completely covered in spikes. Plus their wheels were very small and made of some material Steve didn't recognize at all. Not to mention, instead of angry, undead skeletons, they seemed to be crewed by humans wearing bits of strange spiker armor that Steve also didn't recognize. It didn't seem like metal. "What? Where did these guys come from?" Steve frowned in confusion. Before he could even try and call out to them, one of the spiked vehicles saw him, and a rider lobbed a spear at them which exploded just as it hit the sand. More of the rides howled out as he saw them grab at their crotches for some reason and wiggle their tongues in the air. "Okay, they're not friendly," he growled and quickly lobbed a fireball right back, igniting the vehicle as it exploded in a shower of metal spikes that Fenrina had to dodge. Several of the spiked hostile rides began to veer off towards him, but a sleek black vehicle at the front dropped back and slammed into one, making it spin out and flip over a dune as the riders were tossed screaming into the storm as it moved, forcing many of the others to drop back as they chased after them. "Oi, you magnificent lunatic!" Steve frowned as the rider of the sleek black machine came up next to him. Unlike the strange spiked armor the others wore, this one was in black leather armor that was a little odd, but still something he was more familiar with. "What?" Steve called back, unsure about the insult. "Yeah, thanks, idiot. These mad mates been on me since a piss-up and whoop-whoop last night. Fucking hoons, my right?" the rider called back. "What?" was all Steve could respond with. "Oi! Is that a Sheila dingo with tits driving your claptrap? Now that's a bloody awesome mutant it is," the black-clad driver continued. "What?" Steve echoed from before, entirely confused. "Right, idiot. Moff to the bottle-o. Hooroo!" the driver called out before driving into the wall of sand ahead of them. "I am so lost," Steve muttered before raising his hands to chant out more wards as Fenrina took them back through the vortex of sand and lightning. This time, as they neared the end, his arms were truly getting tired, and when they burst back out into the sun, he let out a relieved gasp and sagged back down into his seat. Fenrina was taking them straight towards the cliff the shadows were growing out of, but he didn't see any more skeletons just yet, so he used the time to catch his breath. "Sherry, did that guy sound like a drow to you?" Steve asked, as he glanced back at the demon. "You know more about them than me," she replied with a shrug. "Also, why were those other guys all wearing assless chaps? Were they?" Steve frowned. "I think I was focused on other things." He shook his head slowly and grabbed a rejuvenation potion off his belt as Sherry entered a narrow crack in the cliffs towards the shadow light on the far end. All right, maybe slow it down a bit, Steve urged Fenrina as they sped through the rocky walls with very little room on either side. Sure thing, Fenrina called out, apparently done with her femur at some point. However, right after that, Steve heard a snap, and Fenrina reached forward to hand him a stick. Hey, can you hold on to this for me? She asked. Steve took the lever and looked at it in his hands a moment before realizing what it was. Fenrina, this is the brake lever. Yeah, it broke, she replied, and then took her hands off the wheel to give him a big shrug as her tongue dangled from her mouth. Damn it, Fenrina! Steve sighed, but before he could do anything else, they exited the small canyon and came into a clearing with a rather steep drop-off, as the Safex PM was launched off it into a pit below. The members of Doom cried out and tumbled off the machine as it plummeted. Thankfully, Sherry was quick to get her bone wings out and grab Steve, while Fenrina grabbed onto Larry as the dwarf frantically cast another bubble around them so they'd bounce off the ground and roll to a stop, while Sherry brought Steve down in a mostly controlled descent as they all landed around the wreckage of Steve's machine. My, you really are a tenacious shit-sucker. Steve looked around as he heard that voice and saw Scott standing above them upon a rather short pyramid. Is this your pyramid, Scott? It's a little small, Steve called back. It's not about the size of the pyramid, but how you use it, Scott screamed back. Around them, Steve saw more skeletal warriors start to rush forward from around the pyramid. We've just got done destroying entire legions of your warriors. What's a few more? Steve called up to Scott, only to see larger skeletons start to rush out of the pyramid itself, their armor and weapons obviously superior to the lesser skeletons they'd been fighting. Well, fine, the more the merrier, he continued even as black lightning struck the ground, and 10-foot-tall half-jackal, half-human mummies began to burst out of the ground. I still think we've got this, he muttered at the end. Do you? Do you really? Scott asked as the ground around them began to rumble. Besides the pyramid, the ground began to shift as sand fell away to reveal an absolutely massive snake rising up. Then the ground around them shifted as Steve realized much of the ground around them was just the coiled tail of this gargantuan snake. That is a very, very big snake, Steve muttered as he watched it rise up, clad in a rather dazzling jeweled headpiece that constituted the complete output of at least one gold mine, and the centerpiece was a ruby the size of Larry. Your pathetic struggle ends here, fool, Scott called back at the snake's massive forked tongue flicked out a moment, and its maw started to open. You're such a dick, Scott, Steve huffed. Yes, I'm the king of the dicks. No one is more dick than I, Scott, the skeleton replied with a maniacal cackle as shadow lightning struck behind him to create an inverse flash of light to highlight his malevolence. But you still haven't found your actual dick, I see. Steve waved at the skeleton's crotch. You dickless wonder. No, that miserable bastard of mine, Eddie. I don't know what he did with it. Him and that treacherous vizier Sigmund. They had the creepiest ideas about mothers. The skeleton shuddered for a moment and then waved a hand. But enough of this mindless prattle. You die now and shall be nothing more than snake shit soon. Strike my servant, he called, as the snake hissed out and rose up. Hold on, I got this, Sherry said to Steve's surprise, and pushed him aside to step closer to the snake. Her own forked tongue flicked out and she began to hiss at the massive snake. Hiss, 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 hisses, hisses, hiss. The snake stopped then and seemed to wriggle a moment as it blushed. Hiss, 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 hisses, he hisses. What is this? Scott demanded to know even as the two started to talk. Snake tongue, Steve replied. I didn't mean what language, you insufferable turd, Scott yelled back. Meanwhile, the snake and Sherry kept talking. Hisses, hiss, hiss, hisses, hisses, hiss, 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 Sherry said with an exaggerated toss of her hair. Hisses, hiss, hiss, hisses, hiss. The massive snake rolled its eyes and gave Scott a look even as Sherry gave Steve a similar look that made him squirm. The judgment I feel is somehow worse than being eaten by that giant snake, he muttered. Stop dithering about whelp. I command you to eat them. Eat them right now. Do your fucking job and obey me. The opulently decorated skeleton began to jump up and down as he screamed. This just made the big snake give Sherry a knowing look. Hiss, 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 it said as Sherry then laughed and waved a hand. Hiss, 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 hiss. With that, the big snake rose up and started to slither out of the canyon that Fenrina had just drove them down to leave the clearing. Stop! I fucking order you to stop! Get back here, you insolent, upsized worm! I'll have you made into boots for my entire army! Get back here right fucking now! He screamed, but the snake just slithered off into the desert, leaving them in a now emptier clearing with the short pyramid at the center. Though this did help highlight just how many hundreds of regular skeletons were still around them. Dozens of the elite guard, and 20 or so of the big jackal people mummies. I guess dicks just don't know how to talk to ladies, Steve joked as the others chuckled. Forget this fucking foreplay, Scott called out and pointed a jeweled scepter at them. I'm still King Dick here. Even if I have to track down that traitor and skin her later, you won't be more than a fleshy lump once my warriors are done eviscerating you. There's 4 against an army. Was this your plan, you festering maggot? No. My plan was... Steve floundered a moment as he tried to think of what to say, but then against the dark sky above them he saw a green light. When he looked up, a massive sphere was hurtling through the air towards them. Ha! That was my plan, dickwad! Behold, the orb of Donalaps! Why is it all fuzzy? He wondered for a moment, somewhat stealing his own thunder as the now fuzzy green orb smashed into the ground behind much of the skeletal army. The fuzz became readily apparent, however, as the sphere poured open to reveal hundreds of cheering werehusky barbarians who came charging out with all manner of weapon at hand. A mighty battle cry rose up from their ranks and echoed out all around them as they descended upon the unprepared skeletons. Food! Yeah, food! Fenrina cried out as she pumped her sword in the air. Why am I not surprised? Steve asked with a roll of his eyes as the barbarians clashed with the skeletons and mostly focused on ripping them apart to chew on their many bones. Steve, we've still got most of an army between them and us, Sherry reminded him, and he looked around as the 10-foot-tall jackal people mummies closed in. Oh shit, right! They backed up against the wreckage of his Sapphics PM and prepared to fend off the attackers as he yelled up at Scott. Are you not going to face me yourself, Scott? Man to man? No! The skeleton called back immediately. What? Why not? Steve yelled back. Because I'm a dick! How do you not get this? The skeleton shrugged as he looked back down on them. Oh yeah! Well, you might change your mind when you realize you can't do this, Steve called out and flipped Scott off. Yes, I can! Scott quickly extended a hand to flip Steve off in return. Let's try that again. You can't do this. Steve now extended both hands to give Scott the double bird. This is getting tiresome. The skeletal king sighed and then set his scepter into a stand so he could double bird Steve in return, only to discover his missing finger. What? How dare you abscond with my second favorite finger? Yeah! I bet you'd like to demonstrate how you feel with your hands. Except you can't, Steve taunted as he waved Scott's finger at him. Murder him and retrieve my finger. I'm coming down there. Scott screamed and began to stomp down the pyramid towards them. All right, guys. If we work together, we can... Steve started only to be jostled as Fenrina bounced off him and then leapt at the nearest mummy as she swiped across his chest, landing beside him and driving her blade into his knee before twisting the blade to pop the mummified leg apart and then spinning away to start attacking the next one. Sorry, Steve, already busy, she called out as he stood there. Fuck, I didn't teach her any of that. He muttered and then looked up as one of the 10-foot-tall mummies approached him. Right. I've got this, he muttered, and tried to think about not only what he could cast, but what might work. He'd been going through his supplies alarmingly quickly so far. The mummy stomped closer as it raised a massive sickle above him. I cast rock. He slapped together some ingredients, and then tossed a pebble at the mummy which bounced off its head. The mummy actually stopped, and seemed to give him a confused look. "I cast bigger rock!" Steve shouted, and rubbed his hands with the remains of the ingredients and pointed at the mummy as a boulder flew out of the sky and smashed Mummy's skull off completely. "Ha! I got one, guys!" Even as he looked over, Fenrina was somehow dueling 3 of the mummies all at the same time, parrying blows with her sword and shield as she deftly kicked, bashed, and stabbed them in return. Sherry was using her bone-wing bow once more to impale mummies and Scott's elite guard. Larry had initiated a holy poetry slam as he hurled divine insults about how ugly the mummies were to crush their spirits, just before he used his hammer to crush their bones for good measure. Seriously? When did I become the slacker? When did this happen? Steve asked no one. "Shit, sucker!" Steve looked back and let out a rather unmanly squeal of surprise as he narrowly leaned out of the way of a blast of green energy from the magical staff the skeletal king held. "You die now!" Scott called out and began to wave his hands to no doubt follow up with a spell. "Ha! Eat disintegration!" Steve yelled back and grabbed the last of his prepared reagent pouches as he cast the words and fired back at Scott with a golden beam of pure energy before the skeleton could react. However, the entire beam just seemed to course around the skeleton as shadowy orbs appeared to deflect the magic. Well, that was the last of the spells I had planned for today. If you could just wait for my team to finish up," Steve suggested. And to his surprise, Scott stopped casting. "Oh, sure." He nodded. "Really?" Steve asked in surprise. "No!" Scott screamed and raised his hands as a series of shadow bolts began to fly out toward Steve, making him curse and fling himself around to very narrowly avoid getting impaled. Once the cascade of bolts was over, Scott began to cast once more, but Steve just tossed his finger at him. "Here, take it!" he hollered and backed up as Scott grabbed the finger. "Yes! Now I can properly flip off children with both hands!" Scott cackled a moment, but his cackling was cut short as the finger began to sizzle. "Wait! No!" At the last moment, the skeleton reached to grab his arm, but it was too late as the finger erupted in a pulse of energy that knocked Scott flat. The shadowy bubbles around him shimmered before they vanished with a distinct pop. "Huh, I don't know what I expected, but that wasn't it," Steve muttered. "All right, Steve, you did it. How do you like that, Scott? Steve fingerbanged the shit out of you," Fenrina called out as she cleaved through the last of the mummies. "Ugh," Steve groaned. Your dog is disgusting," Scott muttered as he began to get up. "Yeah, she is at times." Steve nodded. "Why won't anyone tell me what it means?" "Oh, I want to know!" Fenrina wailed with a howl. "Anyway, it's you and me now, Scott, man against skeleton!" Steve grinned and charged forward as he hauled off and punched Scott in the face, making the skeleton's head spin around wildly. "How you like that? No more magic, just punching!" "Yeah, Steve fist him good," Fenrina encouraged as she began to bound over. "Oh, for fuck's sake, please just stop!" Steve groaned out and tried to focus on punching Scott's spinning skull once more. But this time as he tried, he gasped in pain as Scott's teeth clamped around his knuckles. "Ah! Oh! Ow! Stop it!" He tried to pry his hand free of Scott's mouth, but the skeleton growled and chewed harder for a moment, until finally letting go. Steve staggered back, clutching his now bloody hand. "What's wrong, Steve? Didn't know I was a biter?" Scott asked with a cackle. By now, Fenrina had charged over, but to his surprise, when she swung to smash Scott apart with her sword, the skeleton parried the blow with his arm. Every blow she swung was parried by the one-armed skeleton, as she even tried to shield, bash, and kick only to be countered at every turn. "Fools! I am a warrior king. I'm more than just magic. Even my bones have been enchanted. Nothing you wield can harm me." Rolling past Fenrina, Scott plucked his staff up from the ground and spun it around before smashing it into the werehusky, sending her flying in a burst of magic energy as Shaze slammed into the side of the Sapphics PM with a howl. Steve looked around a moment in desperation and found Scott's other arm that had been blown free by the finger-banging earlier. Picking it up, he wielded it like a flail and charged at the skeleton who was leveling his staff at Fenrina. Steve lashed out with the arm to slap Scott with it, knocking the skeleton aside and causing his magical bolts to fly wildly into the air. "Quit hitting yourself! Quit hitting yourself!" Steve began to chant then, as he slapped Scott with his own arm, knocking the villain back step by step, getting him closer to the front of the engine. "Motherless," Scott began to hiss even as Steve slapped him across the face once more. But the king had enough as he slammed his staff into the ground and Steve was sent flying back with an energy pulse. "Enough!" Scott bellowed. "That's what you think!" Sherry called out as a fire spear shot through Scott's ribs. But the skeleton just stood there entirely unimpressed. "Oh no! Fire! What is it going to do? Burn me to the bone?" he asked and snapped the spear apart to toss it aside. "Larry, we need divine magic here," Sherry called out, but the air around them flickered and grew. Not exactly dark, but not exactly light. It was moody. Nicely so. Steve slowly picked himself up and looked over as he and Sherry both saw the dwarf sitting on a rock a little ways away with some candles out, drinking from his water skin. "What? Is he?" Sherry started. "Larry, did you just use the last of your magic to have a fucking wine break?" Steve shouted at the dwarf, who just held up a finger and kept upending his entire water skin, having turned it into wine. "Fucking Healers Union and their mandatory breaks," Steve hissed. "It doesn't matter!" Sherry called out and pointed behind Scott as the army of barbarian werehuskies got closer, tearing apart the skeletons with ease. "You're done, Scott! A dick isn't done until there's nothing left!" Scott screamed back and drove his staff into the ground. "It might take me 1,000 years, but I can dig myself out eventually, can you?" he asked as the cliffs all around them began to shake and rumble, the shadow lighting from the dark sky coursing out and striking at the rocks as it became clear he planned to bury everyone here with him. Fenrina slowly pulled herself up besides the machine then and raised a hand. "Steve, bone me!" "Ugh," Steve groaned. Sherry shuddered. Larry just kept drinking wine. "Okay, even I think that was especially crass." Scott sighed. "What? Why are you all—" Fenrina looked confused and waved her hand. "Steve, the bone, in your hand. Throw it to me. Bone me!" Oh! Steve hastily reached back and hurled the arm towards her. Scott tried to reach up and grab it, but it just cleared his fingers, allowing Fenrina to snatch it out of the sky and shove it into the grinder at the front of the engine. The whole thing crackled as Scott's extremely potent fossilized remains sent a surge of energy through it, and the wreckage of Steve's machine drove forward. "No!" Scott screamed out, just before the grinder slammed into him, but the wreck was halted against the staff stuck into the ground. The engine shuddered and sparks rose up around it as it was filled with energy. "It's going to blow!" Steve shouted and hurled himself flat along with Sherry and Fenrina. The Sapphics PM exploded then in a shower of bone shards and shadows. The army of skeletons dropped, their energy depleted with Scott's demise, and the sky began to grow blue once more while the cliffs stopped crumbling. As Steve slowly pulled himself back up, he looked over to see Larry still sitting on the rock, finishing the very last of his water skin full of wine, though his face was entirely coated in shadows, except for his goggles which had kept his eyes clear. "Hey, your goggles worked," Fenrina mentioned with a grin. Before them the army of huskies began to cheer, and then immediately start chewing on the leftover bones. "Wait! Shit! The power!" Steve scrambled for the scroll from his book that he needed. "It's not contained, so I need to cast now. Fenrina, I'll miss you." "Oh, I'll miss you too, Steve. I love you all." Fenrina grinned wide, tail wagging and tongue dangling from her mouth. Steve pulled out the spell he'd copied down from the old emoji glyphics. Sun? Obelisk? Turtle? Guy pointing left. Angry crocodile, half-cat woman. "Steve, did you seriously copy the language down like this?" Sherry asked with an arched brow. "Shut up! I know what I'm doing!" he insisted and kept at it. "Scales, upside-down sun, river, wavy grass, different river, hedgehog, cactus, moon, dead guy, dog, cat, important cat, tablet, sexy beast." With that, the air around them began to crackle for a moment. Then the bones turned to dust which rose up into the air, swirling around the hidden opening in the rocks. More dust even blowing in from over the cliffs before it pulsed down and shot through all of the barbarian werehuskies. Steve felt the power surge through him then, at the same time as he gasped and sagged as he dropped to his knees, unable to keep standing. Fenrina besides them flashed and glowed bright right as the sun above them seemed to turn pure white. Then Fenrina began to slowly peel away as Astrid formed next to her. Before Steve, he watched the same process take over all the werehuskies. "Steve, did you cast this right?" Sherry asked with a glance, but Steve couldn't talk as he felt the power pulsing through him still. The white outlines of Fenrina and Astrid came back into color, and then they dropped to their feet as the barbarians before them also dropped. Each were husky, standing next to teenage boys and girls who they had been fused with when hit with the blood curse all those years ago. Fenrina slowly looked down and felt over her own body before she howled and happily picked up Astrid to grasp her in a hug. "Fenrina!" the teen gasped. "Crushing!" "Oh, right." Fenrina set her down even as her tail wagged wildly. "I'm so happy! I'm still me! And you're you! We're here! Together! Steve, I thought you said I'd be a dog again!" Was all he could manage at first from the ground as he tried to catch his breath yet again. "Yes, Stephen. What exactly did you do?" Steve gasped as a voice spoke from right behind him, and he turned to see the Archon standing over him. She reached down to pull him up and set him on his feet before she grabbed the scroll from his hand. "Are you serious, Stephen? This is the spell you made?" "It worked, didn't it?" Steve shrugged slowly, barely keeping his balance. "This isn't even the language!" She clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Come on, we both know it's not about what you cast, it's about how you cast it." Steve tried to shrug it off. "That's emphatically not the case." The Archon sighed. "Different river?" "Yeah. One was squiggly wiggly. The other was more just wiggly wiggly." He tried to draw the shapes in the air. "So you used the entirely wrong formula, a power source which is in no way safe or stable, and even got the words wrong, and somehow got the right answer?" The Archon's body shimmered as stars ruptured, planets collided, and nebulas pulsed, which Steve knew to mean she was miffed. "Yes." He nodded slowly, seeing no other way to answer. "Now I truly understand why your professors hated grading your exams." She sighed softly. "Hey, if I get the answer right, does the formula really matter?" He shrugged. Yes, Stephen. It does." The Archon nodded. "Right. Also, why are you here? You said you couldn't help Almerins fight Scott and his army." Steve reminded her. "Yes, but the fight is over," she pointed out. "Well, isn't that just convenient for you?" Steve snarked as he crossed his arms. Yes, it is. I'm the Archon of Magic. I do much to make everyone's lives more convenient. Why shouldn't I get some of that too from time to time?" She reminded him, and he dropped his arms. Well, got me there." He shrugged. "Besides, you just created an entirely new species. Someone has to explain this to the gods." She huffed. "New species," Fenrina gasped. "So cool! Yeah! We're the first of the werehuskies! Please no, the name doesn't make sense. You're not were anything," Steve groaned. "The Huskies," Fenrina tried next. "That's already a name for dogs, which you aren't anymore." "Not exactly," Steve pointed out. "The Huskers!" Fenrina shouted. Those are people who husk stuff." Steve shrugged. "The Huskin!" Fenrina pumped a fist in the air. "What if we get away from the Husky name?" Steve tried. "Huskin! Huskin! Huskin!" The no longer were husky, and now Huskin barbarians began to chant. "Well, great, that stupid name's likely stuck." Steve sighed and rubbed at his face. "So you didn't mean for this to happen, right?" the Archon asked. "For them to pick that name? No." Steve shook his head. "I mean for you to make a new species," the Archon huffed. "Oh, no, if I had, I would have." He shrugged slowly. "I didn't really plan most of this." The Archon pinched the bridge of her nose then. "All right, I'll be back. Don't mess with the fabric of reality anymore for a bit, please." "No promises." Steve answered honestly and suffered the glaring stars of the Archon's eyes a moment before she vanished. "This is so exciting! I gotta see who all is here." Fenrina happily began to mingle with the mass of Huskin who were greeting each other. Larry, wine break is over. Let's get to healing people. Sherry reached over to grab the dwarf and drag him off his candlelit rock. I'll stay here and keep breathing. That's all I can promise. Steve groaned as the others moved up to leave him alone to recover, but he paused as he saw something he hadn't expected. Hey, buddy! The Huskin looked over at him. Who are you? I'm Frank, the dog replied with a shrug. But why is your top half dog and your bottom half also dog? Steve asked. So, I look like a dog? Frank asked. No, I mean, yes, but more, your top is dog person and your bottom half is other regular dog, but also same dog. Did you protect a centaur or something? Are you a dog tor? Is that a thing? What are you? He waved at the husky dog tor before him. Yeah, guy. There are some people I want to see. So, bye. Frank began to walk away from him on all fours as Steve blinked. Wait, magic already doesn't make sense. Help me learn the rules of this shit, he called out, but the dog tower just kept going and Steve was too tired to chase. He sighed and rubbed his face heavily then. Fucking magic. Such a shit show. Would you hold this a moment? Steve looked over in surprise as a woman in a dress handed him a rather fancy sword. He took it then and noticed she was rather wet. Oh, thank you. The sand. Just atrocious. He noticed her Kashurian accent and looked around as he spotted a small puddle in the sand behind him a ways. Wait. Where did you come from? Who the fuck are you? He asked. I am the Lady of the Lake, she replied, and a sudden wind began to blow her hair and dress to let them billow majestically, while Steve just had sand thrown on him by the wind. Or, in this case, pond, but lake is much more dignified. Wait a minute, Steve muttered and narrowed his eyes. You did something with the Kasurians, right? Yes, I picked kings. The goddess of fate sent me here because this was all her plan. She started. The fuck it was, Steve muttered. I'm to crown the newfound King Fenrina, she explained with a smile so brilliant Steve had to shield his eyes a moment. But Fenrina is a she, don't you mean queen? He asked. No, I don't deal in queens, I deal in kings. The lady explained, setting her hands on her hips. But she's a she. Doesn't that matter? Steve pressed. Not to me, it doesn't. Kings get swords and are given divine right. I don't know what queens get, but I don't deal in them. The lady huffed. Divine right? The fuck you say? She'll rule by the consent of the people or not at all? Steve growled back. Oh, are you one of those peasants who thinks they should have a say in how they're governed? The lady asked with a soft laugh behind her hand. Yes, I am one of those peasants, Steve growled. Well, too bad. She's becoming king and that's the end of it. Give me the sword back. It's an irreplaceable artifact bestowed by the gods to confer the power of a true, just, and divine ruler upon their chosen king. She held out her hand then. No! Steve pulled the sword back. Fine, keep it, peasant. I'll get another. She huffed. You just said it was irreplaceable, Steve shouted. No need to be snippy when you don't understand words, peasant. She shrugged. I can get more from the lake, pond. She shook her head with a roll of her eyes. You only delay me. It's a puddle. Steve growled low and then thought it over before he handed her the sword. Take it back. Ah, good you've come to your senses then, she asked as she took the fancy sword. No, I need both my hands free to use what might literally be the last of my life force to cast Fireball. Steve explained and began to move his hands to pull up what little reserves he had to cast it. Ha! You can't hurt me with a low-grade Fireball. The lady laughed behind her hand once more. Yeah, but I can sure burn up that puddle. What happens then, lady of the shitty sand puddle? Want to find out? He asked. She looked from him to the puddle and back again. You wouldn't... She muttered at first, but he didn't even reply. He just raised his hands and she made a mad dash, hurling herself into the water just as he tossed the fireball at it to turn the water into a flash of steam. The moment that was done, he collapsed back onto the ground and groaned as his body did its best impression of a dying guy. Fuck. Fate, he whispered. But he didn't die. Instead, he felt something wet slobber all over his face and opened his eyes to see Fenrina crouching over him. "Hi, Steve," she grinned. "I've been talking it over with the others and they made me their king." "No," he muttered. "No divine rule. Promise?" "Oh, right. No monarchies. No divine rule. Promise." She nodded and tapped her chin. "They made me consul? There has to be two." He muttered. "Right. Prime Minister?" She tried. "That's a Khazurian thing." He gasped and tried to push himself up but didn't have the energy for it. "Oh, right. President?" she tried. Steve thought for a moment and then shrugged. "Sure, fine, whatever." "Right, they made me president. Forever." She grinned wide once more. "I swear I'll rule with the consent of the people, and beatings, just like you taught me." "That's not," Steve groaned, unable to have this discussion right now. "So you're the first president of the Huskin—" He glanced over and saw the Archon standing above him now as well, writing in a book. "And what of your surname? You need to pick one for the records." "Oh, Fenrina paused and slowly rubbed her chin, tongue dangling from the side of her mouth as she was in deep thought. "Spellslinger," she finally said. "What?" Steve asked. "Fenrina Spellslinger." The Archon began to write. "What? No, she didn't mean that." Steve groaned. "I sure did. It seems like a great name to me." Fenrina nodded. "You can't use that name. It's my name," he gasped out. "Well, you never use it," Fenrina insisted with a shrug. "I literally use it all the time. I stick my name on everything," Steve protested. "Fenrina Spellslinger, the first president of all Huskin. For life." The Archon nodded slowly as she wrote in the book. "Why?" was all Steve could muster. "Also, I'm leaving Doom," Fenrina added, and waited for the thunder and lightning to stop. "They all need a ruler, and I've got to make a home for my people. Plus, a bunch of the kids will need help getting north to find their tribes, or what's left of them, so I'm going to be gone for a few years to set all that up. I'm going to miss you, Steve. Come visit all the time." She pulled Steve up to crush him in a hug as she squeezed the air out of him and then set him back down to wheeze. "My people, we go north," she pointed as there were a series of cheers and happy howls. "North is a massive desert filled with terrible creatures, no food, and oppressive heat," the Archon announced. "We go east, to the coast, and then north," Fenrina corrected and got the exact same number of cheers and happy howls. "That's straight into Almarin territory," Sherry pointed out. "Yes, a horde of hungry, Huskin barbarians. I wonder who the Senate will blame for this." The Archon shrugged. "Why?" Steve gasped. "Because I'm annoyed you somehow created a species on accident, created a lot of work for me, and will likely upset the threads of history. Again. Plus all this was your fault in the first place, Stephen. Remember that next time you decide to— Oh, who am I kidding? You never decide to do any of this, do you? Well, just remember that just because you can bend magic to your will doesn't mean you can bend the Archon of magic to your will. Quite the opposite, in fact. See you at home, Stephen. I have more work for you and doom." With that, the Archon vanished yet again. Steve lay in the sand trying to figure out what to do next. After crying himself back to health, that is. Then a final shadow cast itself across him as he saw Astrid. "Hey, Steve. I talked with Fenrina. She'll miss me, but I still want to stay with you guys. Sherry said that's okay. Also, I was thinking maybe we could try this meatless diet the Archon just told me about. It sounds very neat and cruelty-free. Anyway, I'll let you recover now. I look forward to adventuring with you." As Steve was finally left alone, he realized his adventuring group had just lost its tank and had gained a 13-year-old girl without powers who wanted him to quit eating meat. Plus, the Senate was going to blame him for a sudden Huskin barbarian horde eating their way across the lands like locusts. Never mind whatever the Archon still wanted him to do. He had just defeated Scott, King of the Dicks, and created an entirely new species on accident. Yet all he could think to say was, "Fuck my life. At least today won't be remembered as the day I fingerbanged Scott." But he was wrong. It would indeed be remembered by all future Huskins as the day he finger-banged Scott, because that's how Fenrina would always tell the story. It was also the beginning of the end for this chapter in the history of Doom, but that is a story for another day. Across Talaran, bards are known for spreading word of the greatest stories of generations. They are known for singing far and wide about the exploits of the world's mightiest adventurers. News around the world is often carried by the lungs of bards who do it for no more reason than love of music itself. They are also almost entirely responsible for half-breeds and are generally considered a nuisance by most, if not all, civilized people. But some are not content to merely sing about the exploits of others and instead seek life of adventure themselves. Often these adventurous bards are armed with little more than music, wit, half-remembered hedge magic, and massive heapings of luck for those who actually survive their first few battles. Though some try to strike out into new territory as if being an adventuring bard isn't new enough territory for them. Often these attempts end rather predictably, but sometimes a bard's inherent luck puts them in the perfect place at the perfect time, usually much to the great torment of those around them. For while normal adventuring groups can have their exploits fall prey to rumor and exaggeration over time, having a bard in the party means the exaggeration starts immediately. Bards are notoriously unreliable narrators even of other people's stories, so for their own, navigating the torrent of fluff, embellishment, hyperbole, and even outright lies can make it extremely difficult for even the most tenacious of historians to discover the core of truth. When this is applied to an already outlandishly exaggerated history for someone like Steve Spellslinger. So scholars are quite easily forgiven when being skeptical of the supposedly first-hand accounts, given Spellslinger meeting the first ever barbarian. Though the tale is still very important to understand the history of both Doom and the greater cultural and societal impacts this meeting would have. For while Spellslinger's history is varied with good and bad, and many who love or hate him at least, he is portrayed in a vaguely honest fashion most of the time. This is unlike the history of one E.R. Shun, better known to all as Pun-Isher, or Grandmaster Punisher, sometimes as Punisher the Shredder of Axes, and once or twice as he of the flaming axe and terrible wordplay by those who speak lizard tongue, though that's mostly because of Steve. Regardless, this isn't the story of Steve messing with the legendary barbarian later in life. This is about the very first time they met. This is all about the first death of Doom. This is about Spellslinger meets the barbarian. "Next, please, for the love of whatever you consider holy," Steve grumbled and kept his head buried in his hands, waiting to hear the scrape of a shovel being dragged across a tavern floor as the latest tryout for the next tank of Doom walked off. "I don't know why you expected this place to be any better than the last two," Sherry mentioned with a sigh as she looked around the now mostly empty tavern. "Because this region is where no less than 6 legendary adventurers have been discovered over the years. It's known for high-quality people," Steve stressed as he waved a hand at nothing. Now that he was looking up, he saw a man with some sort of yellow chainmail step up, his helmet in the shape of a duck's head. "No, I haven't even," the man protested. "No." Steve shook his head fervently. "Steve, we should give him a chance." Astrid to his side said and gave him a look. Steve glanced over at the teen and then let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his face. "Go ahead." Steve waved a hand. "I am the Duckinator." The man raised his sword high. "Using my mastery of duck anatomy, I—" "No!" Steve hissed. "Absolutely not!" "Steve, he hasn't even—" Astrid started once more, but this time Steve waved her off. "Nope, don't care. I'm familiar with duck anatomy, and whatever he's about to do, I want no part of it. Go! Get out of here!" Steve pointed. "Oh, come on!" The Duckinator's shoulders slumped. "Out! Now! There are children present!" Steve hissed back. "I wasn't gonna— Before I fireball your ass!" Steve raised a hand as it began to steam, and the Duckinator quickly scurried off. "What's wrong with duck anatomy?" Sherry asked with a confused look. "There's no part of it I want in a tank. Let's just put it like that." Steve sighed and rubbed his face harder. "Next, and please don't have a gimmick, I just want sword and board. It's real simple." Yet the next man to step forward didn't have a shield. Or a sword for that matter. Instead, he wore a garish, bright set of leather bits, somewhat haphazardly sewn about, and carried a very large axe with string attached to it for some reason. "What?" Steve asked with a frown. "Behold, the next greatest and most legendary of adventurers." The man posed and then spun around his axe as he strummed on the side, causing a cacophony of sound for a moment which made Larry jerk back to consciousness from his wine nap. "That's not Larry's finger!" He snorted a moment, and then blinked along with the others as they watched the man before them toss the axe into the air, catch it, spin around with a wild slash, and then slide onto his knees to strum upon it once more as more oddly electric notes blared out. "What in the hell are you supposed to be?" Steve finally asked as the man rose up off the floor. "I am Pun-Isher." The man added to this with more strumming, which made Steve tug some cotton from one of his pouches to stuff into his ears. "Did you say your name is Mr. Isher?" Sherry asked. No, you gotta say it together, Pun-Isher," the man bellowed with more strumming and electrical blaring. "Listen here, Punny McGee, that's not how this works. What are you even trying to be?" Steve stressed. "I am here to follow in your mighty footsteps, to become one who blends the line between classes, and become the world's first barbarian," he sang out, spinning his axe around as he did. "Oh, he's a fucking bard. No fucking wonder with this dumb fuckery." Steve sighed heavily. "We need a tank, not a bard." "I am a tank." The man flexed a moment and swung his axe around. "I am the first to be both bard and barbarian, multi-class. I learned off only the most unruly of grog-filled patrons the art of anger and rage. But I also make it look good." He tossed his hair back, letting the shockingly long gold locks flow in a wind that didn't exist within the tavern. "What's with the axe?" Sherry asked. "This is my most valued weapon. It is my axe trument, powered by the gods of music and rocks." He strummed on it once more to create more blaring sounds. "My double patrons who encourage my multi-classing." "What's this multi-class thing he's talking about?" Astrid asked with a curious glance, but Steve was just pinching the bridge of his nose. "I have no clue and I don't care," Steve grumbled. "Whatever he is, it's dumb." "How can you say that? You're the first of the multi-class. Blending magic with martial, spells with swords, you take your power and sling it." The man pantomimed spinning a sling and releasing it. "What? I am all mage. The sword is just in case I need to stab people, but I'm still all mage." Steve squinted and then shook his head. "No, I don't care, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested." "Larry Love is interested." The dwarf nodded from down the table. "What? Why?" Steve looked over at the dwarf even as the barbarian pumped a fist. "Yes, you are. The legendary Larry Love knows what he sees as the future. The legendary Larry Love knows what it'll mean to adventure with me at his side. The chicks will dig this dynamic duo." Larry nodded as the barbarian hyped him up. "Chicks? Did Chad send you?" Steve glared. "Steve, he's not that muscular. He's kinda skinny strong," Sherry pointed out. "But he might be the first decent candidate we've had." "Are you kidding me?" Steve gasped. "He's a bard. They're filthy. Our reputation is precarious enough as it is." "I think he's all right," Astrid mentioned. "Astrid, you know I care for you as a ward, as your legal guardian, but you don't get a vote. You're not part of Doom." Steve stressed, which made the teen Nord huff. "Why not? When I was part of Fenrina, you dragged me along to all kinds of dangerous missions," she pointed out. "Because you were part of Fenrina, a 7-foot-tall mountain of muscle and energy that only a deranged husky can bring forth. But you can't cast magic, and you don't like stabbing people, and you can't shoot a bow." Steve stressed. "I mean, I am learning." She shrugged and looked away. "Which I highly encourage you to keep doing with the Archon. She likes you. You know she offered you private tutoring. I never got that. I got yelled at, constantly. In fact, I still get yelled at. That's why we're even here getting a tank so we can go stop Duchess Delight, so the Archon will stop yelling at me." Steve let out a deep sigh and rubbed his temples. "Astrid, I care for you deeply, which is why you can't adventure with us, and also why you don't get a vote. So it'll be 2-1 here even if Larry likes this tool." "It will be 2-1, Sherry nodded. "But against you, Steve." "What?" Steve gasped and looked at his girlfriend. Mutiny! You said it yourself. We need a tank so we can go stop Duchess Delight. Whatever she's doing in the newest small nation she's taken over, it's no doubt bad. Even if oddly efficient and legal, it's still bad. We need to just go deal with it. So, if that means we use this guy, so be it. She shrugged, and the barbarian pumped his fist again, spinning his axe over his head and somehow playing the strings with his teeth. Stupid. Democracy, Steve grumbled. Fine. But what's with this stupid name of yours, Isher? You gotta say the whole thing! Pun Isher! The barbarian stressed. No, I'm not saying it. In fact, Steve's voice suddenly went deep, and his eyes glowed white a moment as he spoke a language somehow older than the universe itself. The barbarian blinked for a moment, his body going still. Eric Shun, he announced. What? Steve's eyes reverted back and his voice returned to normal. That spell commands you to reveal your true name, not an erection. Tell me your true name, damn it. It's Eric Shun, the barbarian repeated as he slowly snapped out of his trance. There are kids present. Knock it off, Steve hissed. You swear in front of me all the time, Astrid reminded him. Astrid, swearing is part of my fucking culture, and you know that. I can't help it. It's still no reason for this guy to get away with potty talk. Steve waved at the man again. No, my last name is Shun, Eric D. Shun, the barbarian carefully enunciated. Oh, Steve rubbed a hand over his face. That name is awful. Yeah, I know. The gold-haired bard nodded. What's the D stand for? Sherry asked. The barbarian just took a long, slow breath. Dick. You mean Richard? Steve asked with an arched brow. No, my middle name is just Dick. He coughed into a hand then. I wonder if he's related to Scott, King of the Dicks, Astrid said aloud. Okay, so your name is entirely and completely awful. Steve shrugged. Why do you think I chose Pun Isher? It's way more badass. Eric raised his axe then to spin around and play on once more, trying to ignore his bad name. That's worse, Steve hissed out. What? How? Eric glared back. Like your real name sucks because it's obvious your parents hate you. Actually, they were quite lovin', Eric tried to cut in. Hate you. Steve loudly spoke over him. But choosing a name like Pun Isher is worse, because it means you chose an awful stupid name for yourself. Do we really have to take this guy? Steve looked at the other two. Larry Love is in love with the way that axe sounds, baby. It'll sound oh so good with Larry Love on the piano, baby. Ooh, yee. Steve just rubbed his eyes as the dwarf nodded and raised a wine cup. Let's just finish this mission for the Archon and see how it goes. Sherry set a hand on Steve's shoulder to give it a gentle rub even as he sighed. Fine. Steve stood up and pointed to a document on the table. You'll need to register with our group through the Adventuring Guild. That means your actual name as well as your new, somehow even worse chosen name. You won't regret this. The barbarian grinned as he rushed up to grab a quill and start writing. I already do. Steve sighed and then looked down to check the writing. Are you fucking kidding me? Your new middle name is Danger? Yeah, how badass is that? I get to tell chicks that all the time. Hey, my middle name is Danger. He leaned in and did something with his eyebrows that Steve supposed was intended to be suggestive. Larry Love digs his style. The dwarf grinned and nodded while Steve just shook his head. Idiots. Steve sighed and looked at Sherry. We've now got a bard and Larry. I know. The half-succubus muttered with a roll of her eyes. Let's just get this over with. You sure I can't join you? I think I probably know more about adventuring than he does. Astrid mentioned with a critical look at the barbarian. Yeah, but I care about you and I don't want you to get hurt or die, whereas I really don't care if this guy does. In fact, I might hope he does get hurt. Steve muttered. Wow. Mean. I thought you were a good guy. Does he grate on everyone like this? Eric asked with a huff. He grows on you. Astrid shrugged. Yeah, like a cancer. Steve snorted with a cross of his arms. Then as the others looked at him, he blinked. Aw, shit, we were talking about me, weren't we? Fuck. I burned myself. Gah! I'm off my game. He tossed his hands up a moment. Forget it. Astrid, you're good to head back to the Archon? I'll take the other directly to whatever new little duchy the Duchess Delight has somehow conquered. Her plots are weird, aren't they? It's like all she wants to do is make vast amounts of money. But in strange ways. Astrid nodded slowly. But yes, I'll give her a call. I'll see you guys when you get back. All right. But seriously, go tutor with the Archon. You can totally be an adventurer. Eventually. Steve set a hand on Astrid's shoulder a moment, and then pulled back to look at the others. All right, assholes, let's grease this pig. Oh, are we greasing something? I brought my own, Eric announced. Brought your own what? Steve looked over and saw the barbarian smearing some sort of glistening oil over his mostly bare and hairless chest, while his leather and hair fluttered in the breeze that still didn't exist in the tavern. Steve just glared at him, and then Sherry. Would you prefer the Duckinator? She countered, which made Steve hiss and then pull out his spellbook. This cannot be over fast enough. Hey, Eric, you ever teleported before? He asked. No, why? The bard stopped greasing himself up and tossed his hair a few times to let the golden locks truly whip around. Try jumping, Steve suggested as he prepared to cast the spell. Why? Does it look cool? Eric grabbed his axe once more and jumped up, just as Steve finished his spell, which meant it cut off his momentum as they shifted across the planet, and the bard tumbled to the ground. Or he would have, except he somehow tucked his legs and rolled so he could spring to his feet with a strum on his axe trument and let his hair billow behind him. Oh man, I bet that looked so awesome. Fucking acrobatics, Steve muttered, spoiled of his fun. But then he took stock of where they had ended up. They were standing near a town center that seemed slightly off. Steve couldn't put his finger on it at first. Looking around, he saw plenty of tall, well-built structures, clean streets, trees along the sides for some shade, apart to one side, and what few people he saw were all well-dressed. They were also besides a clean blue moat, before a white castle standing proud in the city center. What the fuck is wrong with this place? Steve asked aloud. What do you mean? This place looks really nice, all clean and well-built, like a great city for a legendary adventurer to get a start. Eric gave his axe trument a quick strum once more. That's it, that's what's wrong. Cities don't look like this. Steve waved a hand around. There's no shit. This isn't Almera, so they don't have proper water pipes, yet there's no shit running through the streets. And this place smells... He took a deep sniff. Clean. Cities outside of Almera, and elf places, I guess, they don't smell clean. They smell like shit, literal shit. And look at the people on the street. They aren't bustling or hustling, they're just, like, standing around or walking in patrols. He's right, Sherry muttered. It seems fine to me. Look how attractive everyone is. Eric waved a hand at some people walking by. They were all blonde and rather incredibly good-looking, but Steve narrowed his eyes as he saw them. Their features were too smooth. Not even the barbarian was that crease and wrinkle-free. Magic? Otter still was when he saw a muscular blonde man in armor that looked too nice and clean to have ever been used, jogged into the town center and pulled a box out of his pocket that was far too small to hold such a box. Bag of holding? Woo! Magic box! Hey everyone! Look at the stuff I got in this magic box, everyone! Even as he opened the box, a bright light shone from it, and he pulled items out that made no sense to Steve. Some kind of food, a bucket of paint, and a horse? What the fuck? Steve watched the man pull an entire horse, which was purple for some reason, out of the small box and then climb on and ride off. I am so confused. I think we should talk to that guy. Eric pointed to a glowing man standing under a banner that said Premium Adventuring. Also, why is he glowing? It's a minor magic cantrip, but I don't get it either. Steve muttered and walked towards the man. Hi there. Are you all new adventurers? Have a new adventuring pack. He handed them each a basket. Steve looked into his basket then. Bread, apple juice, a shitty iron dagger, and a green hat. He pulled out the small pointed hat. Eric had already placed his on his head. "How do I look?" he asked as he struck a pose. "Like an idiot. So, no different from before." Steve muttered, and then pulled out a small piece of paper at the bottom of the basket. "What's this? 50 delightful dollars? That's what we use for currency around here." The glowing man grinned. "Would you like to exchange gold for more delightful dollars?" "Oh, sure. What's the exchange rate?" Eric pulled a few coins from a pouch then. 5 gold will get you 382 delightful dollars, but for a special deal, 10 gold will get you 716 delightful dollars, the man very enthusiastically explained. "What? That's worse. And that exchange rate is... what?" Steve squinted a bit and then smacked Eric's hand back before he could give the glowing gold man any gold. "Hold on here. What do we get for delightful dollars?" "Why, everything you could need. You can exchange it for special cosmetic items or consumables and conveniences." The man grinned wide still. That's just money, asshole. That's how money fucking works." Steve growled out. Friend, we don't particularly encourage negative or foul language around here. If you wish to purchase a profanity filter, I can sell you one for 500 delightful dollars." His smile was faltering just a bit as Steve glared at him. "So you want me to spend some arbitrary odd amount of gold for a filter for the way I talk?" "Absolutely not," Steve hissed. Well, if you're not interested in spending gold, you can start your adventure today." He pulled out a magical map and handed it to Steve. "New adventurers are encouraged to follow our specially catered chain of quests to earn delightful dollars and earn some entry-level gear. Just follow the map and do what the people at each location tell you. Up first is helping the old barkeep clear rats out of the basement." "Oh, more rats in basements? Well, that's pretty typical. I've done that a ton. I can probably do it with my eyes closed and still make it look good." Eric bragged for a moment and flipped his hair back, and then somehow flipped his hair back on the other side immediately after. What you are describing is not adventuring. It is a job. Follow the map and do what you're told," Steve growled and glared at the man over the map. "Well, looking to skip the grind and advance quickly? Just trade in your gold for delightful dollars for our advanced platinum premium package. We outfit you with powerful gear and get you into the big fights with demons and dragons right away." He waved a hand at a suit of plate armor that was gleaming and gold with outrageously large pauldrons studded with crystals for some reason. "Someone pays you, and you just throw them at dragons without experience, but a suit of armor that's likely entirely too heavy for almost anyone to wear?" Steve asked and blinked. "Wait, you're offering a way to skip out on adventuring? That defeats the point of..." He rubbed his eyes then. "What are the cosmetics and shit you're talking about?" "Oh, well, here you can see the cosmetics we have on special armor. Very fashionable armor for any daring and dazzling female adventurer." He stepped back and waved at a mannequin on a pedestal behind him. Sherry, who had been quiet so far, pulled out a dagger. "If you suggest that those 2 tiny teacups connected by gold chain is in any way armor, I will gut you," she hissed at the man who was now beginning to sweat. Not to your liking? We also have comfortable spellcasting robes available." He gestured to the next mannequin that held a silk robe that somehow seemed to cover everything except what any woman would rather need to have covered for the sake of decency. Sherry just advanced on the man with her dagger a moment. "New hair colors, unique titles, custom horse colors." The man held up a hand as Sherry got closer to him. "Don't murder him just yet, he's doing his job. Dumb as it is." Steve muttered and looked around once more. "So what's the point of this place? It seems like a hub for unusually attractive adventurers." Well, yes. This is all part of the Duchess's, our ruler's plan for adventuring as a service. Adventuring is usually hit or miss with big calls for their need, and then it dries up between seasons. So she wanted to provide a place for adventurers from all over to come here instead for more sustained and regular intervals of adventuring content. The man nodded, now slightly less worried about immediate death by angry half-succubus. "That's why the Archon told us to come here. This place is messing with the adventuring economy." Steve rubbed his chin and then pointed at the castle. Well, let's go deal with her then. Wait, you can't go in there. The sign says no entry. The man pointed. And I'm an adventurer, I don't give a shit about signs. He snorted and saw the man reach for something in a pocket. I need an admin with a banham. He started to call out, but Steve grabbed his hand to pull free a rock. That's a magic rock. Security's on the way, the glowing man announced. Larry, Sherry, and Eric glanced at Steve, who looked at the rock a moment and shook his head. Not magic, he announced. Yes, it is. They told me it is. It's glowing. The man pointed at the rock's very subtle blue glow. Yeah, sure. It glows. But it's not going to tell anyone anything. Steve waved a hand around and no security seemed to show up. Well, guy, I recommend you get a new job very soon. Steve tossed the rock back to the other guy. Well, what are we going to do about the moat, or the drawbridge? Eric asked, as Steve approached the front of the castle. Steve? But Steve just kept walking, off the bridge and through the air. We're not magic, Eric called out, just before Larry and Sherry stepped past him to walk across the air as well. Okay, I'm not magic. Well, I kinda am with the bard stuff, but not that kind of magic. It's an illusion, pun danger isher. Sherry explained and kept walking. Eric looked at the moat beneath him and carefully stepped forward. Once his foot actually pressed down on a hard surface, he immediately pulled his axe out to strum upon it. Behold the mighty pun isher. So brave is he that his legends take hold over air itself. Walk forth, my companions, for I shall hold the way. He strummed hard on his axe as the too pretty and too clean adventurers looked his way a moment as he ran across what looked like air. Seriously? Steve muttered, as he watched the barbarian sing and strum on his axe as he sprinted across. Once he was through the illusionary drawgate, it was clear the actual castle beyond was far less impressive. The stone was a normal gray. There weren't any massive, spindly towers of glass, just a regular squat fort made of stone, though the door to the central structure was very much real and quite large, so simply opening it wasn't really an option. So, we infiltrate up through the catacombs? Eric asked. No, I don't even know if this place has any. We just... Steve started. Oh, dress up as laundry maids and infiltrate through the servants' quarters. He tried next. No, we just... Steve tried to speak. Oh, classic. We wait for the large cake delivery and... No, shut up, Steve hissed. Large cake delivery? Like that's gonna happen. I just break the door down with magic and then, depending on what we find, kill or maim everyone inside until they do what we tell them. Which is... what? Eric asked next. Steve blanked for a second and looked to Sherry and Larry and then back. That she stop making adventuring as a service because it's stupid? Steve the Archon, Sherry reminded him. Right, yes. She reinstate the old rulers or place the Archon in control of the duchy or something. That's why we're here. Steve nodded. Okay, just give me the signal for the door breaking and I'll rush in. Eric swung his axe around a few times and then hummed a moment before singing out a note. "'Kay, I'm in key." Steve just frowned and waved his hands before a massive fist appeared in the air and slammed into the door. Just as it did, Eric was running forward and jumping through. Behold the mighty prowess of the legendary Punisher. Is he gonna take credit for literally everything? Fucking bards? Steve hissed as he quickly rushed in after him. Just inside, he found a group of soldiers standing around, except they didn't have swords or spears in hand. Rather, they had food and drink. Steve looked up and saw some banners in the rafters as well. "You're crushing the birthday boy!" A woman in black leather armor with a restrained yet still obvious number of skulls upon it cried out. "Seriously? How many birthday parties do you host?" Steve stepped off the broken door and shoved it aside a little to find the partially crushed body of a soldier beneath it. "Larry, I need—" But as he looked up, Larry was already trying to smash the female dwarf in heavy plate, yet with a revealing boob window. "Heretic!" he cried out, bashing his hammer against her holy bubble. "Heretic!" she cried back. Steve just slapped a hand over his own face as he watched the two. "Heretic! Bam! Heretic! Wham! Heretic! Biff! Heretic! Baff! Fucking clerics!" he groaned. "Shh! He could already see that she was staring at the fallen angel across the room with the black speckled wings and no shirt. "My love, I have somehow torn my shirt completely off in another freak accident," the man was saying as he stepped up to the woman in the black leather armor. "Must you always rip off your shirts? You do look lovely as ever, but I can only buy you so many silk shirts before it cuts into my wardrobe budget." She huffed. "Fine." Steve pulled a potion from his belt, popping the top and stuffing it into the mouth of the crushed soldier. "You don't die today, guy. Or, I'm not killing you. Right now. Intentionally. Happy birthday." "So, what about the killing and maiming plan?" Eric looked back with a bit of confusion. "How dare you interrupt this birthday party?" the woman yelled out once more. "I expect better from you, Stephen." Yes, Duchess Delight, how?" He watched her smile grow wide then, and he sighed. "I'm not doing it." "Ooh!" she frowned. "Pleasey!" She gave him a big, bright smile again. "How delightful to see you!" Steve muttered, and the Duchess jumped a little, giggled, and clapped her hands. "Oh, how wonderful! Now, I didn't have a fight with another evil adventuring party listed for the day. Did someone reschedule something?" she asked. "Wait, are we evil?" Eric looked at Steve. "No, we're not. They're bad." He waved at the Duchess in black leather armor, with skulls. "We're Smile!" she shouted, and struck a pose, as did the shirtless fallen angel. The dwarf was too busy smacking Larry to pose, and the cat guy. Steve looked around. He didn't see the cat guy. He did see a pale, elven lady in strange orange clothes. "Smile sounds like a good guy group. Are you sure we're the good guys?" Eric confirmed. "Yes. Hey, where's your cat guy?" Steve waved out. "He got turned back into a cat through a magical mishap." The Duchess replied with a shrug. "Where's your dog girl? I like that about you, Stephen, having a girl tank. Very awoken." She nodded. "Now your party is bit of a sausage fest, isn't it?" "What?" Steve frowned. "Awoken? I swear I just had this conversation." She was 7 feet tall of muscle and obnoxious husky energy. I didn't let her tank. I couldn't stop her from tanking. I didn't have any better candidates than this tool. I didn't pick him. Steve waved at the barbarian. "Well, why did he get picked?" the Duchess asked. "Oh, Larry Love can answer that, honey. Mind if we stop trying to crusade each other, honey?" Larry looked to the other dwarf. "Well, Sugarplum, I suppose we can. I am curious about the hunk-a-burnin' bard over there." She blew a kiss at Eric, who tried to duck under it. "Well, it's all thanks to this nifty little instrument yours truly invented. You see?" Even as the cleric stepped back to summon forth his holy piano, Steve loudly spoke up. "It's a stupid sideways harp he worked up that he calls a piano, which makes him a pianist. Don't encourage him." He waved his hands. Regardless of all of Larry Love's many haters, he felt the sweet sounds of his piano would mesh well with that of the bard's axe trument. Larry sat down to play a few notes even as Eric strummed. "Oh, so he's half bard, half barbarian." The Duchess nodded slowly. "No, see, I'm all bard. Woo!" Eric sang and strummed. "But also all barbarian. Ooh!" He swung the axe around then. That's stupid. That's bad math. You can't be 100% of two things," Steve pointed out. "Sure you can. Just gotta put your heart and your soul into it. What's what makes me legendary?" Eric swung his axe around and played it at the same time. "That's what makes you an idiot," Steve muttered, and then waved at the pale elf. "So who's the cat guy replacement?" "I'm the fearsome." "Wah!" She spun around and kicked into the air, which somehow made a cracking sound. "Emma Zone! Bamshi! Ah!" She opened her mouth wide to sing out a piercing note, then which made Steve wince. But Eric and Larry stopped. "Whoa, that sounded great!" Eric gasped out. "Fucking rotten bard brain," Steve hissed. "Emma Zone, like the women warriors. And she's a monk, I'm guessing? So she punches things. The Bamshi, wow. At least I'm not the only one with the fucking idiotic teammate." Steve muttered. "Hold on, you can't be a banshee. You're not dead. Banshees are undead." "I might be undeathly challenged, but that's no reason to go throwing around hurtful words." She pointed at Steve. "Yeah, Steve be more awoken." The Duchess huffed. What? That's the whole fucking point. They're magic entities, Steve stressed. They can be whatever they want, Emma cried back. No, they can't. What the? That's like arguing a minotaur could be a gnome. They emphatically cannot. Steve waved his hands around, but then saw the other dwarf pulling out another instrument. No, don't tell me. Bessie Beauty ain't gonna tell you nothing, sugar. She's gonna play it, 'cause all you gotsa to see is Bessie Beauty busting out her fat bass, she hummed before strumming on the stand-up bass. Those notes you two were playing need just the right sultry smooth undercurrents only Bessie can provide. The fat bass, it's not pronounced like the fish, or your fat ass. It's pronounced like bass, or vas, Steve hissed. What's a vas? The Duchess asked with a frown. What? It's a decorative porcelain pot for flowers or shit. Steve shrugged. Oh, you mean a vase? She asked. Fuck no, I don't. I mean a vase. Vase? Fuck. V-A-S-E. Vase. Steve stressed, and then pointed at the bombshay who had rolled over a barrel of mead from the birthday party. Oh, what now? I think we got it. Okay, all together. She started drumming, Eric was strumming, Larry played the piano, and Bessie plucked the bass. Steve quickly pulled wool from his belt to stuff into his ears as they all began to play and sing. Wow, that sounds amazing. That's incredible. It's so beautiful. My ears are bleeding, Steve cried out, rolling around on the floor even as the rest of the room clapped as they finished their little tune. Steve, don't be so dramatic. You're embarrassing me in front of the Celestial. Sherry hissed out at him. My ears are really bleeding, he gasped as he clutched his ears even as they bled. What? Sherry leaned down to pull his hands away and heal him up. You used the steel wool. Fucking steel sheep, Steve hissed and started to climb back to his feet. That was simply the most wonderful thing I have ever heard. The Duchess clapped. I need to take you 4 on tour. Think of all the money I could make, and I won't owe a cut of it to anyone. I mean, you 4, I suppose. We'll sign contracts. I'll manage you all and coordinate. I'm good at that sort of thing. My darling division can help take this all on the road. We'll make stages, set up food and drink vendors, make limited exclusive cloaks and tunics. It's gold. What? The hell you will. We still gotta fight, Steve gasped as he shook his head to try and shake off the blood from his ears. Oh, right. Why are you here, actually? That was never established. The Duchess stepped up to him. I was sent because you took over this country violently. You know the rules. No coups. He pointed at her. I didn't take over violently. I was invited to help them make money, she explained. What? Really? The Archon told me to come here and stop you. Steve squinted, now confused. Ooh, the Archon sent you? She asked. Shit. Steve realized he was never supposed to admit that. I mean, no, I'm here. For my own reasons. It's okay, Stephen, your secret is safe with me. Us evils have to stick together, right? I guess I should have known since the Archon trained you that she would be evil. I mean, anyone who would work with Almarins, am I right? She giggled, and Steve just rubbed his face and groaned. Not evil, he muttered softly. I'm guessing this is because of my adventuring as a service? Well, that might be messing with the economy, I suppose. But I was paid, you see. The local nations realized adventurers are, well, they're a nuisance. Almost as bad as bards. Eric looked over at that. Oh, not you. Other bards, she assured him. But once he looked away, she shook her head. And? Steve prompted her. Oh, so I realized that it would be best to just round them all up in one place and milk them for all they were worth. They do somehow amass amazing piles of gold and have no idea how to spend it. She shrugged. Hence giving them pointless things to buy with money printed on paper? Ha! Paper money, almost worthless. She giggled. Most of what's out there is just an illusion. Yeah, I figured that out, Steve muttered. Well, wait, so you didn't kill the prior rulers for this place? No, not this time. They invited me to help get them out of bankruptcy. But forget them, they want a cut. Once I take this new music band out, I'll have it all to myself. For a modest fee from their cuts, I mean, she assured the 4. Wait. I don't care? Steve blinked. You can't take them. Larry Love has had enough of you stifling his love magic, baby. Larry Love is going on tour. No more telling Larry Love not to play his heart out when surrounded by lovely elven ladies. Larry returned to playing on his piano. That's because it's always in the middle of a fucking stealth mission in some elf city. You can't be stealthy and then just attend a fucking social party, you knob. I do it to keep us from being discovered and killed, damn it, Steve hissed back. Great. So then the music band is a go. Men. The Duchess stood tall. Grab everything we brought. Steal anything worth more than a gold that we didn't bring, and we'll march out at once. I'll grab the illusion scrolls as we go and turn them into effects for the shows. We march out to conquer the world through the universal language, music. The universal language is violence, which I will use. Hey, where are you all going? Steve waved, but all around him the soldiers were quickly getting to work, and the Duchess was pulling Eric aside with a paper in her hand. Sign here. Yes, my cut is very modest. 60-40. Split which way? Ha 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 ha. Of course it's what you think. No time for reading the little writing, we're off. Steve stood there in a mix of mild shock and confusion as the castle was emptied around him. Sherry standing by his side as they watched the others all grab things and file out. Soon they were left with an old table and a few wood chairs. Fuck, was all Steve could say. At least there's the two of us. And I think I technically did what the Archon wanted. However, when he looked at Sherry, he saw a look on her face. Oh no. What? Not more bad news. Steve? She reached out to take his hand. My dad wants me to go back to hell with him for a while. What? No, don't go to hell, he whined. He thinks it's a great time for me to learn the family business, and I kind of think I need a break. Steve gasped. From adventuring, she stressed. Not from you. You go to hell all the time. It's not that bad of a commute. Sure, I go to hell a lot for reagents, but that's just a quick in and out. If you're living in the Soul Palace, it'll be a bitch and a half to see you. Steve sighed. Come on. I just think, with Fenrina and Larry gone, now might be the best time. She gave his hand a squeeze. What am I going to do without you? Without adventuring? Without doom? As usual, there was thunder and lightning, but now it seemed somehow sad. You'll figure it out, Steve. You always do, Sherry assured him. Can't we talk about this? Steve asked. If we do, it'll hurt worse to drag it out. I need to go to hell, and we can still see each other. I'll help you find an easier route to commute. Promise. She leaned in to give him a brief kiss and then backed off and vanished in a puff of hellfire. Steve looked around, suddenly feeling weary as he sat on one of the few remaining wood chairs. Least it can't get worse, he muttered incorrectly. I have a very large cake delivery. A chef was pulling a cart in through the now broken door. A very large cake set upon it. What happened here? I was told to deliver this very large, easy-to-hide-in cake at this precise moment. Damn it! Steve rubbed his temples. Someone has to sign for this. The chef insisted. Buddy, come here. Steve waved him over to sign for the cake. Do you know what happened around here? I think some of the illusions are failing outside. The council invested all their money in this adventuring as a service thing. If it fails, this whole nation will be bankrupt, you know. And whoever is in charge will surely be blamed. The chef nodded as Steve just shook his head and handed the man a gold. Oh, thank you. Glad you didn't try to pay with that paper stuff. It's nearly worthless. Steve looked out from the broken door of the castle as the city in the distance began to look shabbier. The streets looked far shittier. And the smell... Well, the true smell of a city began to build up. Steve was lost for a moment, but finally turned his eyes to the massive cake beside him. Hey, buddy, you ever seen a depressed mage eat an entire cake before? I'm not sure that's physically possible. Well then, buckle up because you're in for quite the show. And such was the first death of Doom. But Steve's trials were not yet done, for he would soon be subjected to the most hated of all adventuring duties, made worse by the lack of his trusted friends and colleagues. For next soon, Steve would be forced to undergo an escort quest. Yet that is a story for another day. While adventurers come in every conceivable size and style, as well as many inconceivable sizes and styles, there are still limits upon the possible nature of the tasks they are given. After all, adventurers have a very particular and niche skill set. Otherwise, they'd be holding far steadier and less murdery careers. This means that particular tasks become very common to adventurers and their varied levels of expertise. Most find some enjoyment out of these tasks, as why else take up the life of an adventurer? Though there is one particular task given to adventurers that they all despise, possibly because of the nature of those they must protect. After all, it's one thing to survive a battle, and another to keep some unskilled and particularly squishy yet important individual alive through it all as well. What most adventurers would consider to be inconvenient flesh wounds have proven to be quite fatal to those who don't get stabbed on a regular basis. Though it's also possible that adventurers despise such tasks because it's dangerously close to a regular profession. That of a guard. Adventurers and guards don't typically get along due to the nature of their overlap and contempt for each other's career. Still, all across Talaran adventurers set out on a regular basis besides those important enough to need protecting, and yet not quite athletic enough to keep up at a normal pace. Yet, also not quite understanding enough to walk slow enough to match an adventurer's walking pace either, leaving many in a strange limbo between walking and running that is yet to be named, but all considered to be extremely annoying. None would be less inclined to take up such a task as the infamous Spellslinger, and for a wide variety of reasons, as no one who knew him would think it a good idea. Yet, at times the world moved in ways that didn't allow for anyone to do what it was they thought they wanted. "Steve! Bois!" Steve jumped a little as the object he was holding went up in blue, flickering flames. He quickly dumped it into a nearby pot and then slapped the flames off of his robe as he looked around his workshop a moment. "Archdean, you scared the piss out of me." The towering archon of magic looked down at him with a curious glance as her eyes coalesced into a cosmic constellation. "What are you working on? Trying to produce that magic flame tube you spoke of before from those time-traveling Almarans?" "No. I've been messing around with creating new foods. I'm not sure I'll ever figure out that fire tube." He revealed and doused the nearby flaming pot with some cold magic to put out the fire. "Then, why did it burst into flames?" The Archon leaned over his shoulder to peer down into the pot at a now smoldering roundish blob. "Because for some reason what I made is flammable," Steve muttered and rubbed his chin in thought as he looked at it. "What did you combine?" she asked with a frown. "Salamander eggs and demonic herbs?" "Orange and citron," he replied, which just made her frown deepen as small nebula furrowed across her face. "The fruits? But neither of those are—" she started. "I know." Steve nodded. "Then how—" "No idea." He shrugged. "This is why I don't like messing around with magic and food. I need to get back to my roots, to the very reason I was able to pass my exams in the first place. Magic for getting the ingredients but not in mixing them all up together." He shrugged and pushed the pot aside. "Now what can I do for you? Where's the rest of your team? You need to move on an opportunity at once. I've helped devise a plan to end the war your people are in." She revealed. "Really? Didn't you just give me shit about how you couldn't help Almera with our dick infestation, which was why I had to kill all those skeletons myself?" he asked as he crossed his arms. "That's because that was entirely your own fault, and you should have to clean up your own mess." For a moment they glared at one another, but Steve didn't flinch under the gaze of two supernovas pouring out of her eyes. "Anyway," she finally continued as he tried to blink the spots out of his eyes as they watered from staring into such intense light. "I do feel somewhat responsible for the Magistone affair, so I've been trying to find a way to end this catastrophe. And I finally have it. Though, again, where's your team?" "They're all gone." He huffed then. "Larry is on tour with some music band. Sherry is back in hell learning the family business. And Fenrina, as you know because you were there, is president for life of her husky barbarian tribe." "Oh yes, is she still doing that?" The Archon seemed surprised. "It's a for-life position," Steve stressed. "Yes, but let us be honest. This is Fenrina. I figured she'd keep at it for a few days, maybe a week, and then go back to normal." she replied with a shrug. I was kinda hoping that too. Steve sighed. But nope, she's focused on leading her people. Maybe I taught her too much responsibility. Steve, now isn't the time for jokes, the Archon insisted, earning another glare from Steve. The window of opportunity for this mission is short. Even if you must do it alone, it still needs to be done. At least since you're alone, you'll have an easier time matching pace with your escort. My escort? Steve asked with a frown. Then a look of realization crossed his face. Oh no, absolutely not. I am not. Steve goes on an escort quest. The mood within the command tent was unusually tense from what Steve remembered of the Almarin Imperator and his officers. They were mostly standing around a map of the region with various tokens set about it as he looked on. Over the past few years, the war between Almera and the Coalition had progressed without his influence on either side, and from what he was seeing, Almera looked like it was winning. In territory, at least. Yet, the atmosphere around him was not of victorious commanders. Are we losing this war? Steve asked as Imperator Gaylord Cox glanced up. No. He took a moment to rub at a temple then. Not currently, at least. So, are we winning this war? Steve followed up. Around him, the Legion officers shifted around but didn't say anything. For a moment, the only sounds were the faint thump of marching feet outside and centurions barking orders. No, Cox admitted then with a heavy sigh as he reached out to move 2 tokens on the map, and runners quickly scurried off. Well, what's going on? Steve asked, now feeling a lot more concerned than he had been when the Archon first told him to come here. We've taken a lot of ground. Steve's brother George shrugged his shoulders a moment as he gestured at the map. But we weren't exactly anticipating how many people would fight against us. These monarchists vie for territory constantly. They absorb and subjugate one another's fiefdoms at regular intervals and think nothing of it. But suddenly a nation ruling with the consent of its people comes along and invades some elven kingdom, and we're the bad guys. Imperator Cox huffed at that moment. The longer the war continues, the more time they have to bring their populations across the ocean. We fight elves, dwarves, other humans, even fucking gnomes. Gnomes. Speaking of, our Marines on the coast are asking for some relief. They're nailing gnomes to crosses as fast as they can catch the little fuckers, but the stress is taking its toll, George mentioned. Are you telling Marines are complaining about the mental stress of executing all the little terrorists they can grab? Cox asked, looking a bit surprised. No. It's more just complaints of hand cramps and muscle fatigue. Nailing people to crosses is hard work, even if it's just gnomes. George replied with a shrug. The Marines will eat every pound of shit we heap on them and ask for seconds, Cox growled. If they didn't want to do shit duties, they shouldn't have become Marines. Steve wasn't exactly surprised at the Imperator's attitude. Somehow, somewhere in Almarin history, the military decided that Marines had to be mistreated so they could keep their edge? He wasn't sure exactly. He just knew it was tradition by this point. Anyway, the thing about the Coalition is their cavalry is frustrating for the legions. We've spent the last few decades fighting massed infantry with swords. While our legions can carve through most of their infantry, we've had to reintroduce spears and reorganize how we fight. Only reason we've done as well as we have is the Imperator is a master at making the enemy fight on unfavorable terrain. He inspires our men to fight beyond all odds. George nodded at the Imperator, who stood up a little straighter at that. The enemy continually makes the mistake of reasoning that we fight only for conquest. Our men fight for far greater ideals than theirs, Cox insisted. This war started to save humanity the world over. Yet, it now continues to ensure we are not lost to the hordes of monarchists who surround our borders. The Kasurians have made it clear their vision of peace comes with Almera ruled over by a king. Their claims that this is done to preserve elven sovereignty rings hollow when they raid the very lands they supposedly come to liberate. That made Steve frown and glance at George. They've been trying another tactic to win. They're bleeding us dry across the front through cavalry raids on the elven towns we've taken. If we don't defend them, then we're blamed for it as we're failing to protect our new citizens, who we've gone through great lengths to claim are equals. All the money we initially made in the conquest has been poured right back into this war. If it continues much longer, the Senate is extremely concerned about the state of the treasury. The treasury is inconsequential, Cox hissed, and then drew himself up to his full height and looked resolute. For blood is the currency of freedom. The tent was silenced by the weight of the Imperator's words until Steve spoiled the moment a little. Damn, dude, that's fucking dark. Plus, I'm not actually sure that the treasury is inconsequential because, hard to pay people in blood. Except vampires, I suppose. Yes. Well, that's hardly as poetic now, is it? Cox glared at him. Why are you here anyway, aside from spoiling my perfectly good quotes? The Archon of Magic asked me to take an escort quest, and I wanted to see if it was necessary. She said it would help end the war. Some sort of plot going on with making peace with the Black Elves. Steve gestured at the map. The Black Elves, Cox repeated with a confused look. Are we fighting Drow? I didn't think we were. Anyone know? He looked around and got a bunch of equally confused looks from his commanders. Steve tapped on one of the kingdoms on the map that ran along the western border of the conquered territory. Occluvians, are they not Drow? He asked. No. Cox shook his head. They're not even black-skinned. Hells were darker than they are. Are you sure you've got the right elves? I'm sure the Archon told me it was the Occluvians, and I'm sure the other elves call them Black Elves. I thought Drow, but... Steve shrugged. Would peace with them help? Greatly. Cox nodded and pointed at spots on the map. Their territory extends further west, and theoretically they could try and swing up through our recently pacified Orcish territories to strike deep into central Almera, or Alma itself. Not to mention if the Coalition cavalry can't come through their lands to raid Al-Sorien, then our legions can focus along this front in the east. Any idea why they might be more interested in peace than the others? Steve asked next, still unsure about the plan. Not particularly. As their territory borders our conquered lands, they've seen some of the most combat, and seen the least support from the others for some reason. Cox shrugged. We assumed that to simply be a logistical issue. Maybe they've seen the light about the evils of hereditary divine rule? Steve just arched a brow at that. Unlikely. Well, no idea. Cox shrugged. But if you can negotiate a peace deal, then we could change the whole momentum of the war. Shit. Guess I really do need to do this then. Steve sighed. Well, all right then, I'm off to do that. Steve. George stepped up to set a hand on his brother's shoulder and looked him in the eye. Don't fuck up. Yeah, family motto. Steve rolled his eyes and waved his brother off as he stepped out of the tent so he could get the room necessary to teleport, only to stop the moment he saw a nearby human sitting on a crate. This wouldn't be unusual, except... Hey man, your head is on fire. Yep. The man nodded slowly. Steve frowned at how entirely nonchalant the reaction was, then looked at him a bit closer. He wasn't in the usual Legionnaire armor. You're one of the magic tribunes I trained. Steve pointed at him. Yep. The tribune nodded just as slowly. How you doing, man? Steve tried. Head's on fire, was the reply. I can, see that. Steve mentioned and glanced up at his burning scalp. Too much magic? Fuck if I know. You didn't cover this shit in training. The tribune finally glanced Steve's way. I did. I mentioned improper magic handling can lead to explosions and/or spontaneous combustion, Steve reminded him. Yeah, except those flames could be put out. This has been going on for... He paused and then looked over at a nearby Legionnaire. Bob, how long has this been going on? 2 months. The Legionnaire replied as he stuck some pieces of meat on a stick to hold over the tribune's fiery head. 2 months? Steve asked. 2 months. The tribune nodded. Well, water doesn't work, Steve mentioned. Water does not work. The tribune agreed. Sand? Steve asked, but the man just shook his head. I could kill you, Steve offered with a shrug. Honestly, that might not be so bad. I might be dead, but at least my head won't be on fire. The tribune seemed to consider this. I'd bring you back. Kill you, then bring you back. Steve explained further. Are there side effects? The tribune asked while the Legionnaire, apparently named Bob, slowly rotated the meat on a stick above the tribune's head. No. Steve shook his head. Why did you hesitate? the Tribune asked and stared hard at Steve. It's because it's not a side effect if it's the main effect of being brought back to life by your shitty magic, isn't it? Look, man, I'd be bringing you back from the dead. It's impressive shit no matter what happens, but I can see you're not interested. I'll see if I can find something else that will work. Steve promised then. This isn't something you can deal with normally? The Tribune asked, while Bob pulled the meat back and added some spices before starting to cook them again. Usually the time between magic explosion and death is close enough that this doesn't happen. Speaking of, why are you still alive? Gotta be painful. No thoughts of killing yourself? Steve checked. Kill me yourself, pussy, came the Tribune's reply. Right. Sustaining yourself through hatred and stubbornness. I can respect that. Well, maybe try getting a cloth wet and smothering your head. Not too wet, just wet enough the cloth doesn't burn, and ideally not water. Pissing on it maybe. Steve rubbed his chin in thought. I swear if you're fucking with me. The Tribune started. Honest, it could work. Steve held up his hands. I guess I can try. Behind him, Bob set the meat down and began to lift his armored skirt. Not right now, Bob. Just trying to be helpful. The Legionnaire shrugged and picked up the stick to keep cooking. Well, good luck. Steve shrugged as he stepped back and tried to ignore the Tribune's glare as he flipped Steve the bird just before the mage teleported away to meet with the Archon. After Steve reapparated in a clearing, he looked around and saw a tent set up nearby. It was a far cry from the Legion camp he was just in, however. This tent looked luxurious. As far as a tent could, at least. It seemed to be massive, and he noticed several servants standing around the entrance. Great job being low-key and inconspicuous, he muttered as he approached. Though, he did notice a lack of guards. That was somewhat surprising. As he approached, he watched the servants, somewhat expecting them to shy away from him or glare or something. But they just smiled and opened the flaps of the tent for him to walk through. Once inside, he found that the tent was filled with what he expected to find in an elven palace, more than a tent in the middle of a field. There was a bubbling fountain, luxurious laid-back chairs, statues just scattered about. Finally, he saw a cluster of well-dressed elves sitting around a fancy oak table who seemed to be waiting for him. One, in a particularly opulent silk robe of blue and gold, spoke up. Ah, Mr. Spellslinger, I presume. Please, come, sit. Would you like some wine, olives, fish? Steve approached and looked at the spread they had set out. Something about it tickled the back of his mind. Is this what you think Almarins eat? He asked when he realized everything they had set out seemed to be an elvish approximation of an Almarin dish. Yes? The elf answered with a hopeful nod. It's close. Steve scratched his head a moment. Elves being nice to him felt very strange. But I ate, so thank you. But no thank you. He moved to take a seat and the elf snapped his fingers as servants quickly approached to take away the dishes. Though when they went for the various bottles of wine, an elven woman in a green and silver dress grabbed them. Steve arched a brow as she said, in somewhat slurred her words, in Elvish to instruct them to leave the wine behind. The princess he had to escort, perhaps? Wonderful. But he didn't say that. Instead, he just put on his best smile, and when he noticed how worried the elves suddenly looked, he toned it back to his most neutral expression, which seemed to settle them. So, here I am. Yes, which is good. I'm glad this could be arranged. Are you ready? Steve arched a brow as the elf seemed entirely ready to just move on despite the fact he just got here. Elven meetings were typically long, very long. Wait, I have questions. Steve held up a hand and the elf just shrugged. Ask away. He seemed very chipper. Steve still wasn't sure if this was a trap. First off, why are you doing this? Steve asked. Using you? Well, you come very highly recommended by our contact, and considering your history and fame, it seems a natural fit. The elf explained. No, wait, what's your name anyway? Steve rubbed his forehead a moment, wondering if he was in over his head. Who was his contact? The Archon? Or was her involvement secret? Oh, I'm Shavino Hectuio Umis Calavinto Caluvia. The elf answered with a big smile. Okay. I'm going with Chuck. Chuck, why do you want to secretly make peace with Almera and not do this the normal way? Steve specified. Oh, well. The elf paused then and looked up, and then shifted a bit as he seemed to take his time trying to find the right words. But then the drunk elf woman beside him leaned over the table, spilling a bit of her goblet of wine. "'Cause the fuckers who claim to be our friends are little bitches, and they're fucking pissing us off," she hissed in her slurred way. Ah. Chuck glanced her way a moment and coughed. Yes, well, there are. He clasped his hands. Concerns that the other elven nations within the coalition are not providing the support they promised, especially considering how many of our troops were lost in the early stages of this war just to provide them time to organize. Almera holds a great number of our soldiers hostage, and they've been treated fairly, but recent developments have shown our allies do not seem to have our best intentions at heart and might be holding to old prejudices. They're sitting around sucking. Big cocks. The elf woman nodded and then looked around the table a moment. Where's my sucking wine? In your hand, dear, Chuck pointed out, and she seemed to blink hard in surprise as she realized she was holding the wine goblet only to then take a big gulp. Steve was beginning to get more worried that this escort quest would mostly be him trying to keep her upright. As for the secrecy of the deal, the nature of our coalition means that societal and cultural traditions must be followed. To break away on our own would not bode well for our standing among our peers in the future. This way we can achieve both goals at once. Ah, right. So what's the plan exactly? He focused on Chuck. You take the princess with you to the arranged spot where we say she had been kidnapped to. Then you take her to an Almaran fort, where they can make a gesture of goodwill by returning her, and we can claim we were honor-bound to seek peace. Chuck explained with a smile. I'm not sure me kidnapping the princess is great for my reputation. Steve frowned. Oh, sorry, no. We are claiming she was kidnapped by cultists. Since you're an adventurer, it's not unusual for you to wander around looking for treasure, so then you can claim you came across her on accident. Your contact insisted it was important for appearances that you escort her from the cult camp to the fort personally for this reason. Chuck explained with that same smile. What kind of cultists? There's a lot of cults out there. Steve was already trying to think of which cult would most likely kidnap an elven princess. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't profess to have any intimate knowledge of cults. Chuck shrugged, and then went stiff as the woman beside him leaned over, suddenly rubbing against his shoulder, while her hand, not holding the wine, slipped under the table. Except 6 ye one is right, she added with a giggle as Chuck then gave the nervous laugh of a man who did not find the situation funny, but was trapped and couldn't escape. Your contact said it would all be handled. Chuck explained then as he tried to get the woman beside him to sit back down in her seat and not be quite so handsy. All right. I suppose that's all I need to know. Steve shrugged and began to stand. Well, Princess, want me to get a sobriety tonic going for you? He asked as he looked at the drunk elf woman who closed one eye to try and focus on him better. Oh, no, this isn't the princess, Chuck revealed. This is her handmaiden. This is her handmaiden? Steve blinked in surprise. Best sucking handmaiden ever, she insisted with another gulp of her wine. Then where is... Steve started, and then focused on a girl at the end of the table he hadn't really noticed before as she raised her hand. She looked more like a 12 or 13-year-old girl and wasn't wearing a fancy dress or robe like the others. Instead, she was in a very simple tunic that seemed far more suited for trudging about the forest. She also kept her jet-black hair cut short and practical. A good sign, yet still... Bit young, isn't she? Steve asked. Well, you see, Chuck started with that same smug elf look Steve had been waiting for this whole time, but Steve cut him off. She's 67, I know. Steve then squinted at her. But her birthday is in 3 months. Yes. Chuck and the other elves were all surprised by Steve's accuracy. How did you... Because fuck knows Larry never pays attention to age of consent laws, and if someone doesn't watch that filthy little bugger, it'll end in disaster. I swear that's what's going to happen to his band, and then he'll come crawling back. Steve huffed and noticed the odd expression around him. That'll make sense to some people. Later. He waved it off then and approached the princess, about to introduce himself, but the handmaiden spoke first. Hey, human! You keep her safe, or I'll carve out your balls. With a spoon! Steve arched a brow as the drunk elf woman glared intensely at him. Her menacing gaze only somewhat spoiled when she tried to take another drink and spilled half the wine over her face. I'll keep good care of her. I've got experience with this. Kinda. Though the last kid I had to look after was 8 feet tall and several 100 pounds of muscle and energy. Shit, I miss Fenrina. Steve sighed a moment and then approached the princess at the end. What's your name? Selena, the girl replied simply. He waited for more, but nothing came. No. Super fancy list of titles? He asked. Oh, well, yes, but Selena is fine. She waved it off and Steve shrugged. Suits me. With that, he looked at the other elves. What was it about them that was tickling the back of his brain? He couldn't figure it out. They all seemed like normal elves, some smug, one drunk, mostly just normal. Okay, anything else before I take her? He asked Chuck. No, that should be everything. You have a very nice day, Princess Selena. We shall look forward to your return. With that, he stood as did the rest of the elves around the table, except the handmaiden. Yo, remember what I told you, Selena? Anyone tries anything, you kick him in the nuts, she insisted with a swing of her goblet to spill more wine across the table. I'm not sure. Selena started, but Steve just nodded and pointed at her. No, she's right. Solid advice. Go for the nuts. As he agreed with her, the handmaiden just raised her goblet high and nodded back. Okay then, let's grease this pig, Steve announced, and then noticed the confused looks. Sorry, let's get this done. He translated and walked back outside the tent as the elven princess followed him. Teleported before? Yes. She nodded. Get sick? He checked and she hesitated a moment. Little queasy but not totally sick? He checked and she nodded. With that he patted down his pockets a moment and then pulled out a small potion from one pouch. Drink this. The princess carefully pulled the cork out and sniffed as it began to bubble a little. What is it? A concoction I make with ginger root and angry water. Helps settle the stomach among other things. He explained as she frowned. Angry water? She looked at it, obviously dubious now. Yeah, bubbles cause it's angry. It's not an elemental or anything, just bubbling water. Anger bubbles. Probably. He shrugged and she took a sip, before looking pleasantly surprised as she carefully drank the rest. Good? Very, sort of, a little hot, but not hot, just makes my tongue hot? She scrunched up her face a little thinking about it. Spicy. Yeah, I guess kinda if you're not used to it. Steve nodded as he was already going about pulling out the other ingredients he needed to teleport. The Archon had given him a target stone, so he didn't need to worry about where they were going. He simply slapped the ingredients together and touched the princess before they were suddenly in a darkened room. A prison cell, he realized as he noticed the bars and flickering torches. Oh no, she gasped. It's a trap. Nah. Steve waved that off and stepped up to the bars to look left and right, not seeing anyone in the hall. I'm supposed to break you out of a prison cell, I guess. So, that means I have to actually break you out of one. He considered his options then as he looked at the bars. Pretty standard rusty iron. Okay. I'm not sure what's out there, so you stay here while I clear out the cultists. No, wait. If someone gets past me, they may find you, so stay close. No, wait, but then you're in danger too. Ugh! This is why I hate escort quests. You hate what? Selena asked with a frown. Sorry, it's just, I'm not used to protecting people. 'Cause you don't know how to fight, right? He asked, and she shook her head. Hide? I can hide. She nodded. Well, follow me then, and when I start fighting, hide. But, Don't hide somewhere that looks like a good place for me to throw a fireball, or besides any easily lightning-bolted water, or just like, do your best. Neither one of them looked all that sure, but he didn't have any other options, so he took a moment to start stretching. What are you? She eyed him with confusion. Gotta limber up before a fight. Don't want to get a cramp in the middle of a fight, he explained as he twisted and turned and stretched, though he kept from doing his high knees or squats. He remembered what Sherry told him about doing those stretches when in his Almarin armored skirt. Okay. He bounced twice and shook out his hands before grabbing ingredients from his pouches. Let's do this. Steve smeared a blue paste on the hinges of the door as they quickly froze over, and he kicked the door down. Rushing down the hall, he quickly pulled more reagents from his pockets and got ready to start fighting cultists as he saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Letting out a yell, he jumped into the daylight and then held up short as he witnessed the scene before him. Ugh, I will never get used to that smell. It's putrid. What is? The princess started, and then stopped as she stepped around him and saw what he saw. They were standing in a scene of total carnage. Dead people in purple robes were scattered around all over the place. Some bits were still on fire, others were iced over, some dissolving in acid, and many were crushed under rocks. Be careful. This is recent. This is the work of a mage, a powerful one at that. We might not be alone. He slowly edged forward, looking around for some clue as to who had done this. Even so, he prepared a spell in his hands and looked for a target. Stephen! Badiwa! Steve jumped and flung out the acid spear as he turned in midair. The Archon took the spear straight to the chest as the spear was absorbed into her chest, swirling into a new nebula amidst the stars and constellations. Stop doing that! Do you enjoy startling me like that? Yes, she answered simply. Nice shot, by the way. Good form. Hello there, Princess Selena. She leaned over to look at the princess from a lower level while the elf clung to Steve from behind. Don't be worried, I'm a friend. Yeah, Selena, this is my boss, the Archon of Magic. Steve sighed a moment and waved at her as he closed up his pockets. What are you doing here? When you said the rest of your team was gone, I was concerned this might be a bit much, so I showed up early and took care of it myself. I think I did a very good job impersonating your magic style. The Archon set her hands on her hips and looked around at the carnage. Did you spout off witty one-liners while you tossed around magic? Steve asked. Number, but neither do you, came her reply as Steve gasped. Ah, that's I. Rude, I am very witty. He huffed and crossed his arms. Also, what kind of cultists are these? Why are they in this area? That's a good question. I'm not sure. The Archon shrugged. You didn't check? Are you even sure they were evil cultists? Steve frowned at the idea she hadn't done her research. Are there good cultists? She countered. I don't know, but we're supposed to find that sort of thing out before we go around indiscriminately killing them, Steve insisted. Then I'm confident they were evil. The Archon replied, and leaned back down to wave Selena forward. Come on now, I want to make sure you're fine. Steve's magic can be chaotic at times. I haven't used any. I just teleported us here, and I'm the best teleporter there is. Steve puffed up his chest a little in pride. He is actually very good, even if I tease him, the Archon said with a smile as Selena stepped up to her. He will get you to the fort safely. Steve is my most trusted student, which I never would have expected a few years ago. You're in good hands, the Archon insisted as she held Selena by the shoulders. Thank you, Steve muttered, unused to the praise. But he wouldn't hurt a child, and he might consider you one, so I needed to be here to make this look good. Steve was confused as the Archon said that, and then Selena gasped in pain as the Archon straightened up. See you back home, Stephen. With that, she vanished, and Steve looked over at Selena, who staggered back, blood running down her arms. The shit! Steve rushed over to her as the elf just stared at him in shock, large gashes extending down her arms that bled profusely. Fuck, 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 fuck. Steve quickly yanked his dagger out as he cut his wrist and smeared it over her wounds while chanting an ancient language that pulled the breath from his lungs even as he spoke. But moments later, her wounds sealed up, and he sat down rather heavily as he gasped for air. Once he caught his breath, He rubbed his thumb over his cut wrist and muttered a few more of the words to seal up his own wounds. For a good 20 seconds, he sat there just catching his breath and blinking away spots while Selena watched him. "What happened?" she finally asked, as she looked down her arms with a careful hesitation. "Sorry. Apparently, my boss is more psychotic than I realized," Steve panted. "But it's for the greater good. She just does stuff that needs to be done. She's good. I swear. Sure wish she'd warned me, though." He closed his eyes and focused on slow, careful breathing. "I mean, not that. I knew this would happen," Selena revealed. "Or, sort of. But how did you heal me?" "It's blood magic." Steve saw her eyes grow wide. "Don't worry, it's not like you think. It's just magic. There is no evil magic. It's just about how you use it. But it's still forbidden, and this area is still patrolled by—" "Stop right there, criminal scum!" Steve closed his eyes once more as he heard the voice call out. "Paladins," Selena finished. "Fuck me sideways." Steve groaned and looked around for the shining paragon of lawful stupid who was no doubt about to try and bash his brains out with a mace. However, he blinked hard at the figure he saw. "Okay, maybe I lost more blood than I thought, but that looks to me like a halfling riding a mastiff with a tiny little saddle. That's friggin' adorable. Foul blood mage, you have met your match today, for I—" The halfling in armor looked ready to say more, but the dog began walking up to Steve rather quickly. "Brick, wait, Brick, hold on." Steve thought the voice was feminine, yet wasn't sure. Even so, the dog was quick to start sniffing at Steve and ignored the halfling rider. "Oh, do you smell Fenrina?" Steve asked, and reached up to start scritching the mastiff's ears and chest. "Oh, yes, you do. Look at yo, such a good boo, yes you are. Look at your face." Stephen couldn't help but descend into babbling as he squeezed the dog's face while it panted happily. When he began to scratch at the dog's chest, it began to flop over, making the halfling hop off. "Yes, woo likes belly rubs. Fiend! You have used your evil magic to charm my trusted steed." The halfling cried out and raised the visor of her helmet to confirm his suspicion. This was a female halfling. Paladin? That last part still confused him a bit. Charm? No. I'm just good with animals and he smells my husky. My old husky. Tank. Anyway, hi. He was rambling a bit while still feeling lightheaded. "You're an Almarin," the halfling pointed an accusatory finger at him then, "having halted your vile crucifixions to kidnap some poor defenseless elf girl." "Wait, you don't." Steve started, but the halfling pulled free a very literally glowing warhammer. "I shall smite you, evil blood mage. With the power of Lady Justice flowing through my arm and hammer, I am empowered to smite thee, evil doer. Prepare to face your end," she cried out as she pulled her hammer back. Oh, was about all Steve could manage while sitting down with the big mastiff partially sprawled over his lap. He clenched his eyes shut and leaned his head forward, figuring this would be it for him, so he might as well let her get a solid hit. The hammer came down in clean arc, as it was poised to smash his helmet apart with a solid bonk. Steve kept his eyes closed another second, and then slowly opened them. He was still sitting here. The dog was panting happily. He looked up and the halfling was looking down at him with confusion. Then she looked at her hammer and pulled it back again. "Whatever magic shield you possessed is gone now with this enchanted hammer. I shall break open your skull, villain." As the hammer swung at his face, he watched it, forcing himself to keep from looking away. He did flinch, but only a little as it came crashing down on his face with a meaty bonk. The hammer bounced off his face. The halfling looked at her hands, and then the hammer once more and gave him a few more taps. Bonk, bonk, bonk. He winched a bit yet every time they just bounced off his face. "What magic corrupts this holy weapon?" she wailed then. "Hold on." Steve carefully pulled his legs out from under the dog's head and stood up, grabbing the warhammer from the halfling as he stood. "Hey, give me that back." She jumped up for it, but he just held it over her head and looked it over. "You're one of those actually good paladin types, aren't you? Yeah, look at this thing. Sheesh. All these evil smiting runes. And yet also all these innocent and good protection runes. Huh. He swung the hammer at his own face. Bonk. Then he carefully swung it at the halfling's head as she raised a hand to defend herself. Bonk. Looking over at Selena, she just held out a hand and he smacked the hammer against it. Bonk. Hammer works fine, he answered, and tossed it back to the halfling who scrambled to catch it. It's just that I'm not evil. None of us are. Impossible. The halfling gasped and looked from him to Selena. Child, you are drenched in blood. Has he not tried to sacrifice you to some sick agenda? Oh, no, he healed me, Selena explained. An Almarin? Impossible. They are evil one and all, satisfying their warlust by slaughtering elves and gnomes and nailing them to crosses. The halfling tried to step between Steve and Selena as if he was going to stop her, which he didn't. He has warped your mind. I shall cleanse you of this curse. The halfling set a hand on Selena's forehead, and the elf glowed for a moment. Now tell the truth, what vile acts has he committed upon you? None, Selena frowned. He saved me from these cultists. She gestured around them a moment. But he used blood magic. I sensed it. That's what brought me here. The halfling grabbed Selena by the shoulders then, and shook her a moment. Steve was just absently petting the mastiff. I got hurt in the fight and he healed me, Selena insisted. With this, the halfling turned to look at him, then back at Selena, then her dog, then back to Steve, obviously bewildered. I'm Steve, Steve announced. Spellslinger? The halfling gasped and pressed back as if to shield the princess with her body. Then I know you're evil. You lead that evil adventuring group, Doom. Doom is not evil. Steve huffed and waited for the thunder and lightning to fade away. Selena was looking all around. Is there a storm somewhere? She asked. We're a good adventuring group. We do good things. I swear I've lost count of how many times I've had to tell people this. Steve rubbed his eyes a moment. I've heard the tales of how you torment the righteous and honorable Kasurians and vile draconic forces who excessively defecate. The halfling pointed at him with an accusatory glare. Okay, who's been telling you these stories? He asked. Well, I first heard from some paladins in the various holy orders, but it's been backed up by... She trailed off. Bards? Steve checked, and her silence was his answer. It's not at all possible that the Kasurian paladins, who are enemies of Almera, would exaggerate, and then bards, being the filthy bastards they are, exaggerated even more? Don't use profanity before a child, the halfling hissed at him. What? She's older than I am. Steve waved at the princess. You are? He's younger? The halfling looked confused between him and Selena. Yes, I'm 67, almost 68. I don't think he's that old. She gave Steve a glance. I'm not, he agreed. Right. Now that we're in this phase of things, who are you? He asked the halfling. I am Tessanova Propiscu of the Holy Order of Lady Justice. She stood as tall as she could manage and held up her hammer proudly. The Holy Order of Lady Justice? Steve repeated, and frowned as he tried to think. I don't recognize the order. Well, it's limited in scale, she confessed. It's a small order? Steve asked, and then smirked as she glared at him. Small but dignified and proud. We are picking up the slack in the region since other paladins have been called away to fight your vile countrymen. She hissed up at him. Let me guess. You've been trying to get one of the other orders to accept you, but they keep telling you that you don't meet some sort of physical requirement? He asked, and Tess looked away as she seemed to bristle. I don't need an Almarin questioning the rigorous qualifications of sacred orders, she muttered. But now that they're off fighting more important threats, they let you patrol places they don't care about. Steve snorted. Why are you around here anyway? These forests have been patrolled for centuries since the ancient Sanguine Accords were ratified, Tess explained. The what? Steve frowned, looking between them. There used to be concerns about blood mages among my people. The other elves claim this is what cursed us and left us devoid of the graces of the gods, marked forevermore for our shame. Selena said that rather seriously, with a frown. That's when something clicked in Steve's head. Your black hair? He asked. Is this why the others call you black elves? It's considered a rude term, Selena informed him. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, I seriously didn't mean. He started, but she waved him off. It's fine. I didn't expect you to know. I just let you know now. She shrugged it off. But that's what I couldn't quite figure out about the other elves. You all had black hair. That's all it is? The other elves think you're cursed because you don't have golden blonde hair? He asked, and Selena nodded. He sighed at that and shook his head. Okay, so I'm going to be offensive for a moment, but this is what I don't fucking get about elves and your racial purity. How could an Almarin like you understand anything decent? The way you consort with centaurs, orcs, mermaids, any filthy creature you enslave. Steve just looked down at the small paladin glaring up at him. Did an Almarin kill a family member of yours? Or steal a sweet roll from you as a kid or something? He asked. No, she replied with a frown. Then why all this Almarin hate? He asked. Your people have littered the hills with crosses upon which people suffer and die. She hissed at him. Yeah, that's what crosses are for. Look, we're not just crucifying everyone. It's used as capital punishment. Terrorists and criminals and other terrible people. Ever been to the Kasurian Isles? They stick heads on pikes all over the place too. Hanging bodies. People drawn and quartered. We're just more efficient about what we do. What makes a nation evil? We provide our citizens with clean water, food, roads, and free entertainment. Just to name a few. Everywhere else you're either rich nobility or you're a fucking peasant. So unless some of my people have actually done something to you personally, all you're doing is apply ignorant bigotry against an entire nation. Does that sound like something your Lady Justice would want? He pointed at Tess, who opened her mouth to respond, and then stopped. For a while, she just stared at him and then looked away. No. Thank you. All right, No, wait, yeah, princess, that works. He nodded. Yeah, let's get you to the fort. We can get you home. Fort? Tess asked. I need to get her to the local Legion fort so I can arrange to have her sent home. Steve explained. Why don't you just teleport her home? Tess asked with a frown. If you are a good mage like you claim and not evil and wish to return her home. Because I don't know where it is. Steve huffed, and then held up a hand before Tess could say anything else. Let me clarify. Teleportation is complicated magic. I know where her home is on a map, but without having been there personally, or with a location stone, any attempt to teleport us there would end poorly. Trust me. I have ended up in some very weird places messing around with teleportation. So we need to get to the fort and do this diplomatically. We could just wait here for help to arrive, Tess said instead. Help? Steve frowned. Of course. I was in the area because I detected the magic from your fight, I suppose. But when I detected the blood magic, I sent off a distress spell to summon reinforcements. She rose up tall as a halfling could anyway. With your order? Are they nearby? Steve asked, and looked around, a little excited to pet more mastiffs. No. We take blood magic threats very seriously and have a contract for assistance from the greatest adventuring party there is, she boasted, and Steve arched a brow. Then a look of horror slowly spread across his face. Oh no, you don't mean the Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol. She grinned wide, only to then frown immediately after as Steve was grabbing Selena. What are you? Selena, I don't have time to wait for your little legs. We gotta go. He ignored the princess squealing as he hefted her over his shoulders. I knew you were evil, Tess cried out. What's going on? Selena squealed as Steve began to flat out sprint away from the camp covered in cultist bits. Brick, let's go! Steve called out as the mastiff quickly got up. Brick, wait for me! Tess cried, and jumped on the dog as it went sprinting after Steve, tail wagging manically as it ran. Escort quests suck! Steve yelled as he ran, knowing he had precious little time before his semi-nemesis showed up to try and track him down. Unbeknownst to Steve, his trek to the fort would be fraught with far more perils than just the Kasurian Royal Adventurers Patrol. But that's a story for another day.